Chapter 1. Betrayal. On the Divine Land, in the Eastern Domain, within the city of Yuanyue, among the Ning clan. Ning Hao, how can it be that your parents, as the leaders of the Ning clan, have colluded with the foreign tribes of the Western Domain to betray the entire city of Yuanyue? The voice of an elder resonated throughout the Grand Hall, as frigid as ice, piercing the hearts of all present. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of murmurs erupted within the hall, filled with disbelief and suspicion. It is truly inconceivable that the clan leader of the Ning clan would betray Yuanyue City for the sake of the Western Domain's foreign tribes. Moreover, there are rumors that Ning Hao's father is not of the old clan leader's bloodline, but rather an orphan saved from the wilderness years ago. Could it be that the Ning family has long harbored the heart of the foreign tribes from the Western Domain? The Western Domain has long coveted our Eastern Domain, attempting to gradually consume it. It seems that Ning Hao's father's actions may be just the tip of this conspiracy's iceberg. The disciples gathered around began to voice their opinions, their words crashing like waves, each curse and insult cutting into Ning Hao's heart like a sharp blade, prompting him to unleash a frenzied roar. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he sought to break free from his bonds and prove his innocence. I am not from the Western Domain, nor have I colluded with those foreign tribes. Ning Hao's voice stood resolute amidst the clamor, yet was gradually swallowed by the surrounding din. The Divine Land is divided into 5 great domains: East, West, South, North, and Central. Among them, the Central Domain stands tall with its formidable strength, while the Western Domain is a bastion for foreign beings, long eyeing the other 4 domains with covetous intent, aspiring for supremacy over the world. A month prior, the foreign tribes of the Western Domain suddenly launched an offensive, their armies pressing toward the east. As one of the 3 main cities of the Eastern Domain, Yuanyue City resolutely stood its ground, uniting with the major families and sects within, vowing to resist this wave of external invasion to the death. As the foremost family in Yuanyue City, the Ning clan naturally bore the brunt of this conflict. The battle outside the city was exceptionally brutal, with experts from both sides perishing. In their effort to protect the Eastern Domain, Ning Hao's parents wielded the family's treasured artifacts and bravely charged into the ranks of the foreign tribes. Alas, they vanished without a trace. Just when the world believed that Ning Hao's parents had heroically sacrificed themselves for Yuanyue City, a peculiar incident occurred. Ning Hao's parents suddenly appeared among the Western troops, their bodies resembling puppets, eyes devoid of spirit, as if they were being manipulated by some arcane spell. They then turned their artifacts against Yuanyue City. To understand the circumstances, one must go back a month prior. 1 month before the battle commenced, an envoy from the Western Domain's Shunyu City visited the royal family of Yuanyue. At that time, the current clan leader of the Ning family and the 2 prodigies of the Ning clan were present. Ning Hao was well aware that the envoy from Shunyu City had come to negotiate a trade relationship with Yuanyue City. Upon the royal family's refusal, the Ning clan leader saw them off. Before leaving, the envoy conversed privately with the clan leader for a while. This brief exchange was recorded by another prodigy of the Ning clan, Ning Hao, using a memory stone. Less than a month later, Shunyu City launched an invasion against Yuanyue City. Strangely, they seemed to know every weak point in Yuanyue City's defenses, catching it utterly off guard. Ning Hao, cease your eloquent deceit. Do you not recall how we stood side by side in the palace of the Yuanyue royal family, witnessing how His Majesty and the envoy from Shunyu City nearly came to blows over trade disputes? In the end, the clan leader intervened with a calm dismissal of the envoy. It should have signaled the resolution of the matter. Yet the oddity lies in the fact that the clan leader conversed privately with that envoy for an extended period. We both know this. The speaker was none other than Ning Hao, one of the prodigies. Ning Hao, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "Ning Hao, my parents regarded you as their own kin. How can you bear to cast such slander upon them? Can you so easily forget their nurturing kindness?" Ning Hao's expression turned grave, his gaze piercing. "Ning Hao, the affection the clan leader has shown me is forever etched in my heart. This bond cannot be fully expressed in words. However, When it comes to matters of the clan's survival, such monumental decisions as allying with foreign tribes compel me to act with utmost caution. I was situated at a distance that day, capturing only a vague image through a single memory crystal. I had no intention of causing trouble, but given the grave implications regarding Shunyu, he paused momentarily, as if a secret too burdensome to utter lingered on his lips. Yet, within less than a month after the negotiation, Shunyu City brazenly launched their offensive. The peculiar aspect is that they seemed to know every vulnerable point in Yuanyue City's defenses, as if illuminated by the light of the stars, with nowhere to hide. This scenario inevitably raises suspicions what kind of confidential information was exchanged between the clan leader and that envoy during their brief meeting. Before the words could fully escape, a palpable tension filled the air. Ning Hao and the clan leader share a bond as deep as father and son. If there were no irrefutable evidence, would he so easily utter falsehoods? It appears that the truth behind this matter is on the verge of revelation. Furthermore, we all witnessed how Ning Hao's parents suddenly turned against us, mercilessly attacking many of our fellow cultivators. The bloody scenes from that day remain vividly etched in our memories. In that moment, the tide of public opinion surged like a tempest, weaving a web of conjecture and discourse that ensnared Ning Hao tightly. Ning Hao, since your parents have chosen betrayal, you shall take their place and bear the punishment. The elder seated at the head of the table appeared as unyielding as iron, his eyes gleaming with undeniable resolve. As the enforcer of the Ning clan, his words cut through the atmosphere like ice, penetrating every corner of the hall. Your parents' betrayal has inflicted immeasurable losses upon the Eastern Domain. The Ning clan must provide a response that satisfies not just Yuanyue City, but the entirety of the Eastern Domain. Bring him forth. With a single command, his tone left no room for hesitation. Strip Ning Hao of his cultivation and deliver him to the Lord of Yuanyue City for his disposal. Ning Qian, during their lives, my parents dedicated themselves to the family. For so many years, have you ever heard of any rebellious intent? Are you truly going to slander them without thoroughly investigating this matter? Ning Hao suppressed his blazing fury, speaking with dignity. Fool! Before he could finish, Elder Ning Qian moved with the swiftness of a tempest, striking down with a powerful palm aimed at Ning Hao's vital point. With a sharp crack, Ning Hao's dantian shattered in an instant, the spiritual energy within him bursting forth like a flood, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Around him, the uproar intensified, a cacophony of ruthless shouts crashing in like waves. Good, this is how it should be. Disable him to uphold the clan's laws. Subsequently, Ning Qian's methods grew increasingly brutal. He not only mercilessly shattered Ning Hao's limbs, but also drove bone-piercing nails into the vital points of his body. In the twilight of unconsciousness, Ning Hao's consciousness resembled a solitary vessel adrift in a fog-laden sea, wavering uncertainly as the words of Ning Hao echoed hauntingly in his ears, clear yet merciless. He beheld the shattering of his cultivation, the devastation of his dantian, destined to become a mere shadow of his former self. No, this cannot be. Ning Hao's visage contorted, fear creeping up like frigid ice, paralyzing every fiber of his being. His body trembled violently in the surging tide of terror, as if yearning to break free from the merciless shackles of fate, yet his struggles proved futile. The resentment buried deep within him erupted like a slumbering volcano, transforming into an invisible yet overwhelming force that stirred the air around him, darkening the skies and resonating with the very fabric of the universe. Ning Hao's roar pierced the heavens, a lament from the depths of his soul, a protest against the injustice of fate, and a bittersweet reminiscence of past glories now lost. Each syllable bore the weight of his anguish, a defiance against his suffering, reverberating across the crimson-stained horizon. The wrath that soared skyward surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the already sinister ambience of the blood forest in an even more ominous aura. At that moment, a chilling and eerie laughter suddenly pierced the silence, striking at his heart. Keek, what a formidable resentment you possess! What deep-seated grievances does a dying man harbor? This laughter seemed to emanate from the darkest abyss of hell. carrying with it an indescribable malevolence and sardonic mockery that sent shivers down his spine. As the echoes of that laughter faded, time appeared to freeze at that instant. All existence fell into a profound stillness. The mist within the blood forest began to roil and converge frantically, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. From above, these swirling mists gradually coalesced into a colossal and illusory figure. It resembled an ancient demon emerging from chaos. Silently suspended in midair, enshrouded in an overwhelming darkness and wickedness that inspired both awe and dread. Within that haze, a pair of enormous, blood-red eyes, akin to the sun, slowly materialized. They gazed down impassively upon Ning Hao, exuding a suffocating pressure. Confronted by such a terrifying presence, Ning Hao felt a surge of reverence and stammered, "Are you a human or a ghost? I am neither a mortal of this realm nor a specter of the underworld. I am awakened by the endless resentment that dwells within your heart. I am you, and you are me." The voice resonated as if emanating from the heavens, ethereal and elusive. "I have sensed the torrent of resentment within you. What injustices did you endure in life that led you to die with such bitterness? My parents fell victim to treachery, yet my kin remained oblivious to the truth, shattering my dantian and rendering my limbs useless, casting me into this abyss as though I were a discarded rag." With those words, Ning Hao, gritting through his pain, struggled to rise, bending his knee to kneel heavily in that nebulous space. "Regardless of who you are, as long as it is within my power, I shall seek vengeance myself. If you desire retribution, then tread into this forbidden domain." Battling against the dizziness in his mind and the excruciating agony throughout his body, each breath accompanied by the spurt of blood. He clenched his teeth, driven by an indomitable will, inching his nearly disassembled body deeper into the blood forest, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Ultimately, a long river of blood was left in his wake. In Ning Hao's gaze, madness and resolve intertwined, a frenzied light illuminating the perilous path ahead. The blood forest, once a symbol of fear, transformed into the sole bridge leading to vengeance and rebirth that I end this realm akin to purgatory, where human hearts resembled demons. Ning Hao yearned to discover if a place more terrifying than hell existed. After what felt like the burning of an incense stick, Ning Hao crawled to the entrance of the blood forest. Before him, a sanguine light enveloped the path, accompanied by the wails of spirits. The withered grass and dying wildflowers draped in a blood-red shroud, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. The blood forest was a land of dire peril, its dangers unfathomable and vast, such that even immortals who ventured within met their demise. For millennia on the divine continent, none had ever emerged from the blood forest. Upon reaching the entrance, the mysterious voice resonated once more. "What a tenacious spirit you possess! Yet do you truly seek vengeance?" Ning Hao exerted every ounce of strength, struggling to rise, but his limbs were rendered useless, and the toll of his prolonged crawling had drained him of all energy. He could only rely on his feeble breaths to intermittently express his unwavering resolve. "I must take revenge." His voice, though faint, rang with unwavering determination, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his soul. Infused with boundless fury and defiance, that moment, a massive crimson tower materialized above him, emanating an eerie and formidable aura, as if summoned from the depths of hell, instilling fear in his heart. This tower was a divine artifact, forged from the resentment accumulated over millennia within the blood forest, possessing the power to traverse time and reverse the very fabric of existence. "I am the void." A distant yet commanding voice echoed, imbued with an undeniable authority. The voice faded. Ning Hao felt a tremendous force lift him, uncontrollably propelling him towards the blood-red tower. His vision blurred, as if traversing through endless realms of space and time. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself atop the tower. Gazing out, he beheld an infinite river of time flowing beneath him, swirling with the echoes of past joys and sorrows. Those once exalted, revered deities now resembled fallen stars, wailing and struggling in the current, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Countless images flooded his vision, rendering his consciousness hazy, as if he were adrift in a chaotic realm, teetering on the brink of demise. No. Ning Hao's voice, hoarse and desperate, resonated as the visions before him shattered like a broken mirror, dissipating into thin air. With a swift, indistinguishable sound, the blood-red tower erupted with a torrent of sanguine light, akin to a tempest in the night, ravenously consuming the surrounding deathly aura. These chilling and uncanny energies, upon touching Ning Hao's body, found a home, intertwining with his battered flesh, commencing a miraculous fusion. They not only restored his shattered form, but also quietly wove a brand new network of meridians within him, his limbs and bones rejuvenating at an astonishing pace, brimming with vitality. Soon after, the towering edifice, exuding overwhelming pressure and suffused with blood-red light, seamlessly melded into Ning Hao's very being. In the void, a distant and ancient voice reverberated once more, imbued with a sense of melancholic transcendence and solemnity. This tower can bury the splendor of entire epochs and entomb the lofty celestial courts, plunging them into eternal slumber. The one who wields this tower becomes the confluence of the world's resentments, shouldering the elegy of existence and transforming into the performer of that melancholic melody, crafting a poignant requiem for this realm with flesh and blood. The boundless power contained within surpasses the limits perceived by mortal eyes. From the moment you embarked on the path of cultivation, you shall be endowed with the ability to harness the resentment of the world, seizing the great Tao and glimpsing the mysteries of the laws. Only those who dare to seize the celestial path and overturn worldly principles may aspire to touch the hidden door of truth. Ning Hao's body swiftly recovered amidst these words. His aura surged, growing ever more formidable. "Senior, who exactly are you?" He could not help but inquire, his heart brimming with curiosity and reverence. "When the day comes that you reach the end of the blood forest to find me, all mysteries shall be unveiled. Remember, all things in this world must be achieved through your own efforts. Do not rely on others for assistance, for that is the true path. The Corpse God Tower buries heaven and earth, and all living beings return to dust." As the ethereal voice gradually receded into the vast silence, Ning Hao miraculously found his injuries healing, the severed meridians revitalizing as if reborn. The Corpse God Tower stands sentinel over the heavens, entombing the living. He silently recited, reflecting on the words of that mysterious voice. This tower, indeed, serves as the confluence of endless resentment in the universe. Looking around, he beheld mountains of bones piled high, the density of resentment palpable. Yet, he pondered whether it could aid his cultivation. Although his body had healed, he possessed no remnants of cultivation. Ning Hao casually approached a corpse, and the moment his hands touched the lifeless body, the Corpse God Tower erupted in a brilliant crimson glow, drawing the corpse's lingering resentment into its depths. Chapter 3. A youth renamed, returning to the continent, through the profound and mysterious refining power of the Corpse God Tower. The once inextricable resentment gradually transformed into gentle and warm spiritual energy, silently permeating Ning Hao's limbs and bones. Have I attained cultivation? The Corpse God Tower can indeed convert the resentment of corpses into power. In Ning Hao's heart surged an inconceivable tempest of disbelief, his gaze piercingly fixed upon the blood-drenched thicket, where countless corpses lay strewn about like treasures awaiting collection, glinting enticingly in his eyes. This entrance to the blood forest, littered with lifeless bodies, was indeed an endless resource bestowed upon him by the heavens. Little did he expect that this seemingly sinister Corpse God Tower harbored such extraordinary abilities to transmute the grievances of death into the vigor of life and the advancement of his cultivation. This time he vowed to exact blood for blood. With a mere thought, Ning Hao summoned forth the Corpse God Tower, which radiated a ghostly light, standing resolutely above the boundless sea of corpses, greedily and efficiently absorbing every trace of resentment. Ning Hao's strength ascended at an almost frenzied pace that, in less than an hour, he leaped from the body refinement stage to the meridian opening stage, and remarkably, all 12 meridians were fully connected, shining brilliantly. Generally, opening 6 meridians is already a rare talent. 9 meridians mark one as an unparalleled genius, fiercely sought after by major sects, as for those who open all 12. Throughout history, there have been no more than 10 on the entire divine continent. The more meridians one opens, the faster the subsequent cultivation progresses, and the higher the quality of spiritual energy, making the meridian opening stage a foundation for achieving even greater realms. Now that all 12 of my meridians are open, even at the normal cultivation pace, I stand proud across the world. Moreover, with the Corpse God Tower continuously absorbing resentment, I can elevate my realm without any bottlenecks. Typically, cultivators rely on their meridians to absorb spiritual energy, which is then transformed by the Dantian to enhance their cultivation. However, since Ning Hao's Dantian was shattered, the Corpse God Tower took its place, which meant that as long as Ning Hao desired, he could cultivate endlessly without fear of his Dantian being overwhelmed. This tower is indeed miraculous. I wonder if it can absorb other energies besides resentment, such as killing intent. Unfortunately, there are no living beings here to experiment on. I shall try once I am outside. Furthermore, Ning Hao discovered that the Corpse God Tower could absorb the souls of the deceased, thereby enhancing his own spiritual power. Ning Hao absorbed increasing amounts of resentment. The crimson glow of the tower became ever more radiant, the souls of the departed flooding into him, amplifying his spiritual strength point. 3 days later, Ning Hao's realm surged from the meridian opening stage to the chi refinement stage. What is happening to my eyes? As the vast tides of spiritual power surged into him, Ning Hao's eyes underwent a subtle transformation, igniting a fierce red glow deep within his pupils. When he slowly opened his eyelids, every detail within a radius of several dozen meters was rendered as though meticulously sculpted, clear, and unmissable. What is this? How could my eyes have changed so? Ning Hao's heart was a tumult of astonishment and incredulity. Ning Hao had awakened a special ocular power, causing his eyes to turn blood red, their glimmer in the darkness exuding an indescribable pressure. Unlike his previous ability to vaguely sense movements hundreds of meters away with spiritual power, this newly awakened vision reflected everything nearby with exquisite detail upon his retina, granting him an unprecedented sense of clarity and reality. Undoubtedly a formidable aid in combat and exploration. Such a powerful ability. Nothing within range can escape my sight. Ning Hao named this ocular power the Eye of the Celestial Emperor. With a flicker of thought, this chilling power gradually receded, returning to tranquility. Ning Hao rose. Enveloped in an ineffable aura of transformation, in merely 3 days, I have ascended from a powerless wretch devoid of spiritual energy to breaking through 3 realms, now reaching the chi refinement stage. The resentment of this blood forest is indeed a tremendous boon, but alas, I have nearly exhausted the corpses at its periphery. To continue absorbing, I must truly enter the blood forest, just as Ning Hao prepared to step into the forbidden realm known to the world as the blood forest. An indescribable, overwhelming force suddenly repelled him several steps back, as if an invisible barrier distinctly demarcated the line between life and death. What is happening? Why can't I enter? Ning Hao's heart swirled with confusion, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the solitary Corpse God Tower. Suddenly, the tower erupted with dazzling red light, akin to the most striking warning beacon in the night sky, each beam seemingly whispering unknown secrets and warnings. Are you suggesting that there is danger inside, and I should wait until my strength is sufficient before entering? Upon hearing this, the tower's crimson glow intensified, resembling burning flames that banished all shadows from the night. Its embedded will resolute and strong, affirming Ning Hao's conjecture. Very well, it seems there is not only corpses within, but also other terrifying presences. Indeed, even celestial-level powerhouses would face certain death within, let alone me. A chi refinement cultivator. Reluctantly, Ning Hao cast a lingering glance at the deep entrance of the blood forest, silently vowing that one day, when his power was formidable enough, he would return to unveil its mysterious veil. As he turned to leave, his steps involuntarily faltered, an ominous premonition swelling within him. No, if I leave recklessly like this, should news leak that I am still alive, it will undoubtedly invite endless trouble and turmoil. Just as Ning Hao furrowed his brow, pondering a countermeasure, an exceedingly sharp sword energy suddenly surged forth, sweeping like a tempest through fallen leaves, reducing countless corpses to dust, the air thick with a chilling aura of slaughter. Ning Hao focused his gaze and saw an elderly man, hair as white as frost, staggering slowly towards him. The elder, with hands etched by the passage of time, gently raised one hand. Instantly, an indescribable, powerful suction erupted from his palm, shooting skyward as if to devour everything in the vicinity. Why? Why is there no corpse energy? The elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Hao recognized this man as the Grand Elder of the Sun Luo Hall in the eastern region. A being who had long cultivated with corpse energy, having killed countless foes and attained formidable strength. Now at the great ascension stage, in a battle beyond the borders, he had slain many foreign races and absorbed a vast amount of corpse energy. It is said that this man has reached the end of his lifespan, yet his unique cultivation method requires daily absorption of corpse energy to sustain his life. The Grand Elder of Sun Luo Hall? Why is he here? Ning Hao mused warily. The elder's gaze upon meeting Ning Hao's was like that of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, his eyes suddenly brightening with greed and astonishment. Such overwhelming blood energy, mixed with such rich corpse energy. Could it be that you? No, I merely passed through this place by chance. Before Ning Hao could finish his words, his legs sprang into motion like arrows released from a bow. Internally lamenting his plight, faced with a powerhouse of the great ascension stage, even if he were heavily wounded, a mere flick of his finger would be enough to reduce Ning Hao, this newly reborn soul in the realm of cultivation, to nothingness, dissipating into the ether. He was unwilling to let this hard-won second chance at life be so easily squandered. Come here. The elder's eyes flashed with a frenzied glint, his palms suddenly descending. As if an invisible force surged forth, a jarring suction erupting like an unseen giant hand, firmly drawing Ning Hao towards him. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the binding force. Ning Hao fought with all his might, but it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly immobile. Confronted with the increasingly perilous situation, he had no choice but to suppress his inner fear and despair. Slowly turning to face the grinning elder, his voice tinged with barely perceptible supplication. Senior, I beseech you. This blood energy and corpse energy is so tumultuous and powerful. It is simply unprecedented. For me, they are the utmost divine gifts bestowed by the heavens. The elder laughed maniacally, suddenly coughing up another mouthful of blood, yet his expression became even more exhilarated, his gaze fixed on Ning Hao, as if he intended to devour him whole. Obediently offer your blood and soul as a sacrifice to me, and perhaps you might die a little more painlessly. I could see this moment. Ning Hao's eyes blazed red like flames. Resembling a vengeful god returned from the depths of hell, exuding a daunting aura of killing intent, he abruptly seized the elder's collar, the latter struggling fiercely, but unable to escape the iron grip of Ning Hao's hand. You seek death. The old man's figure suddenly trembled, shooting towards Ning Hao like an arrow released from a bowstring. He exerted every ounce of strength, channeling the remnants of his spiritual power within, coalescing it into a fierce and unparalleled beam of spiritual light, intending to use this strike to end Ning Hao's life. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The spiritual light, infused with the formidable might of the old man at the great ascension stage, bizarrely veered off course the moment it touched Ning Hao's skin, as if guided by an unseen force, and was devoured by the nearby Corpse God Tower, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? The old man was left dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. That it is well known that, with his cultivation at the great ascension stage, even a mere wisp of his spiritual power could reduce a core formation stage cultivator to ashes. The events of today were beyond his imagination. Die, old fool. In an instant, the Corpse God Tower hovered ominously above the old man's head, unleashing a terrifying, devouring force, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, ruthlessly pulling at the old man's essence and soul, gradually drawing them into the tower's depths. In mere moments, the old man's life essence and indomitable will, pulsating in harmony with the Corpse God Tower, were wholly absorbed into Ning Hao's body, becoming a part of his strength. The old man let out a despairing wail before the flame of life extinguished, and he passed away suddenly. Ning Hao gazed at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You were heartless towards me. Thus I need not feel any obligation towards you that I end this world. Only power holds the ultimate authority. The family's indifference deprived me of my cultivation and even sought to take my life. From this moment forth, the name Ning Hao shall become a mere wisp of smoke. From now on, I shall take my mother's surname and walk the world anew. I am Tang Sanzang. Chapter 4. Blood Demon Corpse God Technique. From this point onward, Ning Hao resolutely changed his name to Tang Sanzang. Bidding farewell to the terrifying blood forest, embarking on a new journey, he re-entered the familiar Yuanyu city, as if time had reversed, everything feeling both strange and familiar. Donning a brand new attire and a finely crafted mask, Tang Sanzang silently blended into the bustling life of Yuanyu city, strolling along the cobbled streets. Hey, have you heard? 3 months from now, the 3 major sects will commence a new recruitment event. And that Ning family's Ning Hong has already been recognized by the Tianxian sect for his talents, personally selected for admission. Indeed, since the unfortunate incident with Ning Hao, Ning Hong has become the leading figure of the younger generation in the Ning family. It is said that not only has he won the favor of the Tianxian sect, but he has also been exempted from the tedious new student assessments, directly promoted to the inner court for further study. Truly enviable. Those were the days when the Ning family had 2 outstanding prodigies, basking in glory. Now only Ning Hong remains, standing alone in the spotlight. The unpredictability of life is truly thought-provoking upon hearing this. Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened, fixing upon the direction of the Ning family, his eyes glimmering with determination and coldness. The foremost among the younger generation. Is it? 3 months from now, I shall enter the sect's assessments under a new identity. Ning Hong, wait for me. This time, I will personally strip away your so-called glory, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Tang Sanzang's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A surge of overwhelming resentment erupting from within him, akin to a tempest, fierce and resolute. This resentment unexpectedly stirred the mysterious entity within him, the Corpse God Tower. Ha ha ha, kid, your resentment is quite potent. A deep and enigmatic voice resonated abruptly in Tang Sanzang's mind, echoing like a haunting whisper from a valley, sending chills down his spine. Who? Who is speaking? Tang Sanzang exclaimed in shock, scanning his surroundings, but found only emptiness. Stop looking. I am the Corpse God Tower within you. The voice echoed again, laced with a hint of mockery and authority. The Corpse God Tower? You can talk. Tang Sanzang stammered, a wave of indescribable shock and curiosity surging within him. Of course I can speak. I am a spirit born from the confluence of the blood forest's corpse energy and resentment, the mysterious voice declared. Spirit of the tower. Indeed, the blood forest is rife with corpses, and the overwhelming energy of death and resentment has accumulated over countless years, giving rise to this tower and to me, the tower's spirit. Moreover, I have absorbed their souls and memories. Furthermore, having undergone transformation through the Corpse God Tower, numerous techniques and powers have spontaneously evolved as the ethereal voice grew stronger. A spectral figure appeared before Tang Sanzang. Techniques? Powers? Tang Sanzang's eyes were fixed on the spectral figure, though he still retained memories of the Ning family as techniques. The Ning family was merely one clan in Yuanyu City, whereas the Corpse God Tower was a miraculous creation of ancient origins, containing techniques that undoubtedly surpassed the Ning family's level. Your meridians have been cleansed and reshaped by the Corpse God Tower, and have metamorphosed into the rare Corpse God bloodline. The voice of the spectral figure was deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon Tang Sanzang's heart. Corpse God, bloodline, Tang Sanzang murmured, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Precisely. This Corpse God bloodline is the key to unlocking the mysteries of this technique and sword art. The spectral figure spoke with an undeniable conviction that I in that moment. A mysterious force seemed to surge into Tang Sanzang's mind, abruptly revealing an ancient and enigmatic technique alongside an extremely refined sword art. Blood Demon Corpse God Technique, Burial Immortal Sword Art. He whispered the names of these techniques. each syllable imbued with boundless power and mystery, causing his heart to race, a wave of unprecedented excitement and anticipation swelling within him. Indeed, this is the essence of countless martial techniques left behind by the souls of the fallen in the Blood Forest. Having undergone self-evolution over endless ages, giving rise to this unparalleled martial compendium. With your physique and bloodline, you are perfectly suited to learn it. Thank you, Tower Master. Tang Sanzang bowed deeply to the ethereal figure, his heart brimming with gratitude. This sudden gift of techniques and sword arts was akin to a refreshing spring in a parched land, alleviating his urgent needs. Kid, the mysteries of the Corpse God Tower extend far beyond this. But currently, the energy within the tower is insufficient to unlock its greater wonders. The spectral figure's voice carried a hint of regret. Insufficient energy? What does the Corpse God Tower require? Tang Sanzang inquired, curiosity blossoming within him. Countless negative energies in the world, such as the chilling aura of death, the fierce energy of slaughter, the lingering resentment, and the piercing intent to kill, all serve as the fundamental nourishment for the spirit of the Corpse God Tower. Only with these can its dormant power be awakened. The spectral figure explained slowly, each word imbued with ancient and profound significance. Negative energies, so that means the more I kill, the more nourishment I provide for the Corpse God Tower? Tang Sanzang questioned. Exactly. You are indeed capable of learning. Not only killing humans, but slaying beasts as well will suffice. As long as there is resentment, it all becomes nourishment for the Corpse God Tower. Once a certain threshold is reached, the tower will even evolve further. You will gradually come to understand. For now, I will use the last remaining energy to open the time mirror for you. When you enter the Corpse God Tower, 1 year spent inside will equate to merely 1 month outside. Once you gather enough energy in the future, you can unlock it again, and the time differential will only increase. Originally, the energy absorbed from the Blood Forest was sufficient to activate a higher-level time mirror, but due to the reshaping of your body and meridians, most of that energy has already been consumed. To activate it again, you must gather sufficient energy. As these thoughts settled in, Tang Sanzang's breath quickened involuntarily, determination flashing in his eyes. Understood, Tower Master, I will provide ample nourishment for the Corpse God Tower, enabling it to evolve swiftly, and oh sooner had he spoken than the surrounding space seemed to be gently kneaded by an invisible hand, warping before a deep vortex suddenly emerged, drawing Tang Sanzang into the depths of the Corpse God Tower. Kid, stop talking. Hurry and cultivate. The remaining energy in the Corpse God Tower cannot sustain the time mirror for long. The Tower Master's voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's ears, laden with undeniable authority. Yes, Tower Master. Tang Sanzang replied, a surge of fervent fighting spirit igniting within him. Following this, he began to cultivate, according to the Blood Demon Corpse God technique, an overwhelming aura of slaughter filling his entire meridians. No wonder the Tower Master said that the Corpse God bloodline was necessary for cultivation. With such a surging aura of slaughter, wouldn't other meridians explode immediately? As time gradually passed, Tang Sanzang had spent nearly a year within the Corpse God Tower. His cultivation level soaring from the initial stage of chi refinement directly to the latter stage. IT had taken him 3 years to ascend from the initial to the latter stage of chi refinement back then, earning him the title of the foremost genius in Yuanyue City. Now he had achieved a breakthrough in less than a year, a speed thrice as swift, demonstrating the formidable nature of the Blood Demon Corpse God technique and the Corpse God bloodline. Young one, the remaining energy in the Corpse God Tower has been depleted by half. I estimate it can only sustain for another year. Focus on your swordsmanship. The deep and distant voice of the Tower Master echoed once more in his ears. Tang Sanzang slowly rose, the ancient Zongxian sword technique unfurling silently in his heart. This technique comprised 7 forms, each embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth: Tian Wang, Xihua, Jigging, Jiwei, Tianfa, Wanshenji, culminating in Zongxian. With your current cultivation, you can only grasp the essence of the first 2 forms. Once you fully comprehend the quintessence of this sword technique, even the immortals soaring above the 9 heavens will find it difficult to escape the fate of being buried by a sword. The Tower Master's words carried an undeniable authority and depth. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Throughout this year, Tang Sanzang immersed himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of the Zhongxian sword technique, tirelessly day and night, undeterred by wind or rain. Finally, his sword intent melded with his sword technique, and he had mastered the first two forms, Tianhuang and Xihua. With every movement, sword light flickered, as if possessing the power to open the heavens and obliterate all existence. At that moment, the space seemed to be gently distorted by an invisible hand, and an inexplicable force enveloped Tang Sanzang, catching him completely off guard. Young one, the energy of the Corpse God Tower has been nearly exhausted. If you wish to reopen the time mirror, you must absorb sufficient energy. The Tower Master's voice resonated softly. How can I know if I have absorbed enough energy? Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow slightly. Simply proceed without hesitation. When the energy is abundant, an indescribable sensation will surely arise in your heart. The Tower Master's words gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into the void, as if merging into every corner of this emptiness. Tower Master, Tower Master, Tang Sanzang called out several times, but only silence responded. Knowing well that the Tower Master had once again fallen into slumber, he sighed softly, then turned his focus inward, meticulously contemplating every change within himself. Compared to 2 months ago, he was now a different person entirely, experiencing a qualitative leap in both strength and mindset, the latter stage of chi refinement. He stood one realm above his former self. Yet given the current circumstances, he could undoubtedly crush his past self in combat. Ning family, I vow to meticulously settle that blood debt, along with the distant land of the western regions. The enmity towards my parents is irreconcilable. One day, I shall personally step forth and exact my revenge. Tang Sanzang's words were as cold as the biting wind, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intent, the aura of killing intent palpable enough to make the air tremble. The Corpse God Tower seemed to sense this piercing intent, greedily inhaling it, absorbing all the killing aura. Truly, the Tower Master did not speak falsely. Even killing intent could be absorbed. After a low, deep breath, a tumultuous wave surged within Tang Sanzang's heart, a nascent thought swirling in his mind. Could it be that the more individuals I slay, the mightier this aura becomes, amplifying my strength? With this thought, an unprecedented fire of greed ignited within him as he gazed at the vast expanse beyond the city, envisioning countless challenges and opportunities. After a brief moment, Tang Sanzang moved, transforming into a streak of light, racing toward the outskirts of the city, vowing to paint this path of revenge in endless blood. Chapter 5. Save the People. The girl in green skirt in the eastern outskirts of Yuanyue City. Approximately 50 miles from the city lay an unending mountain range, the falling God Mountain Range. It is said that in the distant ancient times, a powerful beast that had attained the God transformation stage met its demise here. The other beasts within this mountain range, having been tainted by the vengeful blood aura emanating from the fallen beast, gradually mutated, becoming ferociously bloodthirsty entities. However, this place also bore many precious medicinal herbs, attracting numerous adventurers and herbal traders, making it a land fraught with both peril and opportunity. Deep within the mountains, even tribulation-transcending cultivators dared not venture carelessly. Each nightfall, the falling God Mountain Range was shrouded in a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. From a distance, it appeared as though countless ghostly figures flitted about within. It was said that this mountain range concealed numerous ferocious beasts, while the outer regions mostly housed low-tier beasts of the first and second ranks. Their strength roughly equivalent to that of human cultivators in the chi refinement stage. Hunting low-tier beasts proved futile. It was time to delve deeper into the mountains. Tang Sanzang paused briefly to gather himself, then resolutely stepped into the heart of the mountain range. As he ventured further, the atmosphere grew increasingly profound and enigmatic, as if each step brought him closer to the intersection of ancient legends and unknown dangers. Rumors suggested that 3-tier and even 4-tier powerful beasts roamed these depths, their strength comparable to human cultivators from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage. Yet a defiant light flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes. He contemplated that with his current cultivation, Even if confronted by such beasts, he might not emerge unscathed, but he certainly had a chance of victory. This journey into the depths was not only for self-improvement, but also imbued with a glimmer of treasure-seeking anticipation. Just as he was lost in thought, a fierce battle erupted suddenly from afar, reverberating through the air, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling in response. Such intense fluctuations of battle. Tang Sanzang felt a stir in his heart, his eyes glinting with surprise and curiosity. In this perilous mountain range, every whisper of wind or rustle of grass could conceal unknown opportunities and challenges. It seems there is something happening up ahead, Tang Sanzang mused inwardly, as the ground beneath his feet seemed to respond to his thoughts. With a powerful push, his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly racing toward the source of the sound. With each step closer, the tremors of the earth became more pronounced, as if heralding an extraordinary encounter. At last, Tang Sanzang sensed several powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. He quickly halted, concealing himself within a dense thicket, cautiously parting the grass to observe the situation ahead. As he had anticipated, a fierce battle was indeed unfolding before his eyes. The combatants comprised 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, facing off against a colossal, imposing beast. The air was thick with the intensity of spiritual energy and the sparks of combat, with each clash resonating with thunderous sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was a flame lion, a beast of the fire attribute. Classified as a mid-tier 3-rank beast, massive in size with razor-sharp claws, particularly adept at fire-based attacks, boasting immense strength comparable to mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. When Tang Sanzang beheld this beast, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He had not expected to encounter a mid-tier 3-rank beast in such fortuitous circumstances. He quickly hid aside, observing cautiously. From what I know, flame lions are social creatures. Why is there only this one? Judging by its strength, it appears to be the king of this area, while the truly powerful flame lions must reside deeper within. Their king should lie within the realm of 4-tier beasts. Tang Sanzang conjectured a fire attribute beast. If I could absorb its inner core, it would infuse my spiritual energy with a spark of fire power. With this thought, Tang Sanzang felt an undeniable thrill. He understood that the inner core of such a fire attribute beast was exceedingly precious, useful for refining high-grade elixirs and enhancing cultivation. However, obtaining this inner core would not be an easy task, for the flame lion was no pushover. Just as Tang Sanzang was strategizing how to deal with the flame lion, the battle on the other side reached a fever pitch that he noticed that the 3 individuals, 2 young men and 1 woman, were all mid-stage Qi refinement fighters, while the woman was at the latter stage. Together, they were able to contend with the flame lion for a time. This beast possesses the strength of a Foundation establishment stage creature, yet its defenses are relatively weak. If we concentrate our attacks, we might have a glimmer of hope, the girl in the green skirt remarked. Understood. The other 2 responded in unison, and the 3 immediately unleashed their respective ultimate skills, channeling their spiritual energy to the limit, all aiming to vanquish the flame lion. Golden light palm, star wind holy slash, blazing fire kill. The trio's combined techniques surged toward the flame lion. However, upon sensing the sudden surge in their auras, the flame lion remained unfazed. It let out a furious roar, its massive jaws opening wide as it gathered tremendous power. In the next moment, a beam of fiery energy erupted from its mouth, shooting directly at the trio. Boom! A resounding and earth-shattering roar erupted as the assault from both sides collided instantaneously, unleashing a multitude of sparks that shimmered and danced like a magnificent display of fireworks. However, behind this breathtaking spectacle lurked boundless peril and terror. The surging power spread outward like a tide, stirring up a tempest that snapped nearby trees like twigs and sent stones flying in all directions. In mere moments, the combined attack of the 3 was effortlessly dismantled by the Inferno beast. Subsequently, the roaring flames surged towards them, seemingly intent on devouring everything in their path. Upon witnessing this, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily summoned all their internal spiritual energy three streams of energy converged, forming a robust protective barrier of spiritual light. The ferocious onslaught of the Inferno beast crashed violently against the barrier. And in an instant, fissures began to appear, threatening to shatter it completely. The situation grew increasingly dire, eliciting a cold sweat from all present. How infuriating! They had not anticipated that even in unity, they would be unable to withstand this formidable beast. Was this truly the day they would meet their demise? Before the thought could fully form, a crisp and despairing sound of shattering echoed, and the barrier that had shielded them disintegrated into a flurry of glimmering shards. Almost immediately, an indescribable wave of scorching heat surged forth, as if flames from the depths of the underworld were intent on annihilating everything, swiftly consuming the surrounding air. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen, their eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The infernal flames, like a wild stallion unleashed, charged toward them with an unstoppable momentum. One man, caught unawares, was struck directly by the flames. He let out a piercing scream, akin to a night owl's lament, and then spewed a mouthful of blood that stained his garments, his body collapsing limply to the ground. That moment, the Inferno beast wasted no time. Its colossal claws traced a blazing arc through the air, bearing down upon the two remaining individuals with an irresistible force. The woman in the green dress and her companion promptly channeled their internal energy, attempting to erect a thin veil of light to shield themselves from the cataclysmic strike. With a sickening thud, akin to autumn leaves falling in a merciless gale, the woman and her companions were sent sprawling, blood spraying as they tumbled uncontrollably before crashing to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust that echoed with a heavy, heart-stopping thud. The three struggled to regain their footing, yet their steps were unsteady, their forms trembling, clearly gravely injured, their internal energies in disarray, rendering them nearly incapable of contending with the raging Inferno beast. The woman in the green dress laboriously wiped the blood from her lips, her face as pale as parchment, her eyes brimming with hopelessness and fear. She cast a lingering glance at the Inferno beast and murmured, "Since we broke through to the chi refinement stage and successfully hunted several third-tier beasts in the periphery, we foolishly believed ourselves powerful enough to venture deeper into the forest and challenge fourth-tier beasts. Yet we never anticipated the sheer terror of a fourth-tier beast, whose might far exceeds our imagination. This time, it seems we truly may meet our end here." Roaring, just then, the Inferno beast unleashed another deafening roar. Charging towards the three with its powerful limbs, it opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, seemingly poised to swallow them whole. As the three faced imminent doom, Tang Sanzang felt a tightening in his chest. He could no longer remain a passive observer. Without hesitation, he leaped from his hiding place and surged towards the Inferno beast. With feet imbued with the flicker of lightning, he moved with ghostly swiftness. Arriving before the beast in the blink of an eye, he swung his palm with fervor, exclaiming, "Great Brahmin, sacred palm." Chapter 6. The first battle. Dominating suppression. Under the blood demon corpse god technique, he manifested an astonishingly formidable palm technique. The great Brahmin sacred palm, the palm surged forth. It resonated like thunder from the heavens, radiating an indescribable majesty and overwhelming power. Bloodlight swirled upon the palm's surface, dazzling and brilliant, as if it could pierce through the void and touch the secrets of the other shore. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar of the heavens, the immense power of the great Brahmin's sacred palm slammed into the robust form of the Inferno beast. The collision unleashed shockwaves that rippled through the air, causing the surroundings to tremble. The Inferno beast was sent reeling as if struck by a colossal hammer, soaring through the air in an astonishing parabola before crashing down heavily dozens of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust that resembled a miniature sandstorm, obscuring the sky. Standing firm, Tang Sanzang gazed at the Inferno beast he had repelled with satisfaction, a faint smile curving his lips. Seemingly pleased with his strike, without a moment's hesitation, he vanished like an arrow loose from a bow, rapidly advancing towards the howling Inferno beast once more. At the same time, the Inferno beast rose from the dust, tilting its head skyward, unleashing an ear-splitting roar. its eyes ablaze with fury and defiance, as if intent on scorching the very earth. Clearly, Tang Sanzang's earlier thunderous strike had struck a nerve with this ferocious beast. It charged forward with unstoppable momentum, its powerful limbs propelling it at a speed that seemed to surpass the limits of the naked EY. An exhilarating confrontation unfolded quietly between Tang Sanzang and the Inferno Beast. Each clash of their assaults was accompanied by the tearing of air and resounding booms, as if the most primordial contest between heaven and earth was being magnified infinitely. The three onlookers, witnessing this breathtaking battle, were left dumbfounded. Who was this person? With sheer strength alone, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with the Inferno Beast without losing ground. Observing his appearance, he seemed no older than 15 or 16. How could he possess such astonishing combat prowess? It was truly perplexing. Just as the three were engulfed in disbelief, Tang Sanzang found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle with the ferocious beast. Moving like lightning, each punch and palm strike enveloped with an unstoppable gale. Tang Sanzang pressed his palms together slowly, his expression grave yet resolute. Just as the Inferno Beast prepared to unleash its full might, he suddenly thrust out his palm, intending to confront the raging beast with his own flesh and blood. Earlier, he had unleashed the formidable Great Brahmin sacred palm in a surprise attack, but now he yearned to personally ascertain the disparity between his mortal body and the beast's powerful physique. Boom! Following a deafening crash, the Inferno Beast was unexpectedly sent crashing to the ground by this overwhelming force, raising a cloud of dust. Tang Sanzang, however, was also forced to stagger back a few steps from the incredible force unleashed during the beast's counterattack. In this intense exchange, both man and beast showcased their extraordinary strength and resilience. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar ripped through the air, shaking every inch of ground. Tang Sanzang, like a wraith, skillfully evaded the beast's massive form. Appearing beneath its belly in an instant, he gathered all his strength and delivered a punch that cut through the wind, striking the beast's vital spot. The beast's colossal body, akin to a moving mountain, buckled under Tang Sanzang's thunderous blow, crashing to the ground like a massive boulder struck by a hammer. In an instant, the earth seemed unable to bear such weight, fracturing with wide fissures that spread rapidly like a spider's web. Extending for dozens of meters, such incredible physical strength, the woman in the green dress gasped involuntarily, her eyes wide with disbelief. That moment, she silently rejoiced, grateful for the timely arrival of this young man. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The strength and courage displayed by this youth inspired a sense of admiration within her. The beast slowly emerged from the pit, fury blazing in its eyes, mixed with a hint of confusion that it could not comprehend how this human, relying solely on brute strength, could contend evenly with it. Roar! The Inferno Beast let out a thunderous roar, its form engulfed in a brilliant red glow. As if clad in a blazing suit of flames, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the very air tremble, heat waves rolling forth, as though even the act of breathing was tinged with its scorching power. This is not good. The Inferno Beast began to tap into the power deep within its bloodline, an unfathomable energy surging within, causing its strength to spike instantaneously, enough to rival a late-stage Foundation establishment expert. The woman in the green dress suddenly darkened her expression, her eyes reflecting a somber gravity, as if ink had bled into them. She swiftly turned her body, calling out urgently to Tang Sanzang. Her voice laced with an undeniable warning. Has she become enraged? Perfect. Let her serve as nourishment for the Corpse God Tower. A playful smile curved Tang Sanzang's lips, in that very moment of fury from the blazing lion. Its wrath surged into the Corpse God Tower. You think you can elevate your aura? The corner of Tang Sanzang's mouth lifted into a serene yet confident smile, concealing depths of knowledge and pride unknown to others. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned the ancient and enigmatic blood demon corpse god technique within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, akin to a slumbering giant beast awakening, shaking the very core of existence. Red radiance flickered, strands of crimson light entwining around him, reminiscent of the flames from the Shura realm, enveloping his entire figure. That moment, Tang Sanzang's aura resembled a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, gracefully and resolutely soaring upward, creating a stark contrast against the rampant might of the blazing lion, their forces delicately balanced, neither yielding an inch. The green-dressed woman and the two men beside her widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock, interwoven with incredulity and profound astonishment. This youth has yet to exert his full strength. Look at his momentum. It matches that of the raging lion, truly terrifying. The woman in the green dress involuntarily gasped, her eyes shimmering with astonishment, as if she were witnessing a miracle that defied all logic. The youth's aura could stand equal to the extreme ferocity of the blazing lion. Such power is indeed chilling and commands deep respect. Has the world truly reached a point where ordinary cultivators are so astonishing? Merely at the late stage of chi refinement, yet he can confront a late-stage foundation-building beast head-on. It is truly awe-inspiring. A man murmured softly, his tone filled with profound shock at Tang Sanzang's strength, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before him. At that moment, the fiery red beast surged forward with overwhelming momentum, charging at Tang Sanzang. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, his figure soaring skyward in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the earth seemed to tear apart, and amidst the swirling dust, both man and beast staggered backward, creating some distance between them. While Tang Sanzang's palm trembled slightly, I did not expect this beast, upon activating its bloodline power, to possess such formidable strength. Even with all my might through the blood demon Corpse God technique and the great Brahma Saint palm, I still find my arms numbed by its earth-shattering power. In comparison, the plight of the blazing lion was far more tragic. Its massive form flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing through several towering ancient trees before landing heavily on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Blood trickled from its mouth, mingled with the pain of internal injuries as it let out a low groan, clearly indicating that Tang Sanzang's assault had inflicted significant internal harm. Tang Sanzang coldly surveyed the severely wounded blazing lion, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. A mere fourth-tier beast is nothing of note. It is tiresome to toy with you. Let me end this farce with a single strike. With that, he remained unwavering, yet a dazzling, chilling long sword had quietly manifested in his hand, its blade radiating a fierce glow. At that moment, the blazing lion, which had been on the brink of despair, lying in the dust, astonishingly struggled to rise, as if reborn from the flames. Its eyes blazed with an inferno, locking onto Tang Sanzang. And from the depths of its parched throat erupted a deafening roar that resonated like rolling thunder, causing ripples in the surrounding AI. In that instant, it seemed to have completely broken free from its shackles, awakening the endless power that lay dormant within, ready to engage in a final, desperate struggle. A chilling pressure enveloped the area, warping the very air around it due to this overwhelming force. Chapter 7. The Corpse God Tower's Alchemy, Abilities Anger. Delightful. The Corpse God Tower is ravenously consuming the boiling fury of this beast. Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a faint yet enigmatic smile, his gaze deep as the night sky, undisturbed as if nothing in the world could touch the depths of his soul. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, shaking every particle of air in the realm. The blazing lion was enveloped in a fiery red brilliance. As scorching as the god of flames, it swiftly condensed a massive fireball in its mouth, resembling a small star ignited, radiating a heart-pounding heat wave and unmatched pressure. This fireball carried an irresistible destructive force, hurtling towards Tang Sanzang with the might of thunder, as if it aimed to turn everything in its path to ash. Yet, in the face of this terrifying offensive capable of incinerating the heavens and earth, Tang Sanzang remained utterly composed, as if everything was within his grasp. Just in time, Tang Sanzang thought to himself. Then he summoned every ounce of his power. Akin to an ancient warrior awakening slumbering divine weapons, he swung his long sword with a fierce grace, tracing a path as agile as a dragon soaring through the skies. Unleashing an intensely cold sword intent, a razor-sharp sword light cleaved through the air like a silver dragon at dawn, emitting a piercing shriek, and in the blink of an eye, it collided head-on with the blazing fireball, which was rolling with heat taste my sword, the heavens shall crumble." Tang Sanzang's roar was filled with unwavering will and resolute courage. Simultaneously, the blood demon corpse god technique surged within him like a tidal wave. As if ancient bloodlines were awakened by a mysterious force, Tang Sanzang was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, enhancing his already eerie and powerful presence. The sword energy contained within the tip of his sword was not only unparalleled in sharpness, but also carried a chilling sense of desolation, akin to the winds of apocalypse, directly tearing through the fireball, with the remaining force crashing toward the blazing lion. With a deafening boom, the once mighty upper half of the blazing lion crumbled under this earth-shattering impact, disintegrating into a flurry of sparks and fragmented remnants, leaving behind a solitary, radiant inner core, dazzling and fiery, suspended in the void. Tang Sanzang approached slowly, his movements gentle and cautious, as he delicately picked up the inner core, a fiery red gem that spun softly in his palm, emanating a faint yet exceptionally lively glow, its colors vibrant, resembling a dancing flame spirit, both scorching and dazzling, nearly blinding to behold. He held this inner core, which contained the essence of the blazing lion's life. Tang Sanzang could not help but feel a genuine admiration swell within him. The inner core of a fourth-tier beast is indeed extraordinary, a far cry from the simplistic cores of first- and third-tier beasts. This inner core seemed to harbor a deeper, purer power, awaiting the discovery and utilization by a worthy individual. Its form had begun to transform quietly, evolving from its initial angular shape into a smoother, flawless essence. Once the beast advanced to the fourth tier, this transformation would become even more pronounced, ultimately achieving the form of a perfect medicinal pill. Just as Tang Sanzang was carefully storing this precious inner core close to him, the other three approached slowly, an indescribable subtlety and anticipation filling the atmosphere. The woman in the green dress, though slightly unsteady, still held her ground against her injuries, tremblingly performing a bow, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your timely assistance. Had you not appeared, the three of us would surely have become prey for that beast." The two accompanying men quickly followed suit, clasping their hands in thanks, their expressions reflecting relief and respect. Tang Sanzang smiled gently, gesturing that no further gratitude was necessary. It was but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention, that I happened upon this place while wandering and heard the sounds of fierce combat in the forest. Out of curiosity, I decided to investigate. However, I am curious as to how the three of you attracted the attention of such a ferocious beast, leading to your pursuit. Upon hearing this, the woman in the green dress cleared her throat several times, a faint trace of crimson appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yet she persevered, responding with a strained yet gentle smile. This story is rather lengthy. Tang Sanzang slowly mobilized his spiritual energy, silently infusing it into the three injured individuals like gentle spring rain, soothing and revitalizing, akin to nature's most delicate caress. In but a moment, the heavy injuries that had burdened them were miraculously alleviated, vitality surging back within them. The woman in the green dress sparkled with sincere gratitude, her emotions flowing naturally like a clear spring, unembellished yet profoundly moving. "Truly, you are an extraordinary being, young hero. Your profound spiritual energy has remarkably healed our wounds in an instant. The grace of such assistance shall forever be etched in my heart, a debt I shall never forget." Her words were gentle and sincere, each syllable seemingly imbued with profound affection. Tang Sanzang offered a calm smile, the corners of his mouth curving with a carefree arc. "Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning. Since you are no longer in peril, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned gracefully, his steps light and unencumbered, as if he could effortlessly merge into the vast expanse of the heavens, transforming into a wisp of smoke carried away by the wind. "Hold on!" A voice, clear and melodious as the morning bell, suddenly pierced the tranquility surrounding them. That a figure in a flowing green dress swayed gently, akin to the softest breeze of spring, radiating an indescribable vitality and vigor. The woman in green hurried forward, her eyes sparkling with urgency and deep gratitude. Upon hearing her, Tang Sanzang turned his head, a hint of puzzlement gracing his brow. Is there something else? Seeing his expression, the woman quickly bowed, her movements elegant and dignified. Her voice carried a blend of warmth and undeniable resolve. I am Yi Jinxian, the daughter of the chief of Qingyun village nearby. These are my fellow disciples, Xiao Yifeng and Chu Yufei. We ventured forth for training, but encountered unforeseen dangers along the way. It was thanks to your gallant assistance that we were saved. This life-saving grace shall never fade from my memory. Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively. I am Tang Sanzang. My help was merely a coincidence. There is no need for you to dwell on it for the inner core of this beast. It is my aim to obtain it. The remaining blood and remains are rare treasures, so consider them gifts I leave for you. With little more to say, he turned to depart, intent on matters of his own. With swift movements, he ventured deeper into the forest. He delved into the heart of the woods. The majestic silhouette of the fallen god, mountain gradually came into view, resembling a slumbering giant quietly resting upon this ancient land. The mountain was rife with toxic perils, each step requiring utmost caution. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss from which there was no return, following the serpentine path of the mountain trail. Tang Sanzang pressed on until he unveiled a concealed cave, shrouded from the world. Inside, the depths were inscrutable, a chill coiling like threads, seemingly capable of freezing even the most fervent thoughts in the dimness. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the air. He carefully retrieved the herbs he had meticulously gathered along the way, each one holding the marvels of nature, shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. However, a twinge of helplessness gripped his heart. Despite his profound knowledge of these botanical spirits, he remained utterly ignorant of the art of alchemy. Should he falter and stray from the correct path, he might have to rely solely on the most rudimentary and straightforward methods to confront the poisonous herbs. Leaving his fate to the whims of destiny, that moment, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind, as if it were a mysterious summoning from the heavens. Young one, throw the herbs you hold into the Corpse God Tower. Master, you have finally made your presence known. Tang Sanzang's heart surged with joy, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face like flowers blooming in spring. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly place the herbs into the Corpse God Tower. The voice was succinct yet commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang no longer hesitated. With a gentle lift of his hands, the herbs seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. Gracefully descending like leaves caught in a gentle breeze into the tower, in an instant, the tower emanated a peculiar red glow, as if an ancient incantation had been quietly awakened, or a power that had slumbered for millennia was now slowly stirring from its deep sleep. Moments slipped by, and from the depths of the ancient and enigmatic Corpse God Tower, two flawless, crystalline pills floated upward, as if cradling the whispers of time, glimmering with an almost imperceptible spiritual light. It was truly astonishing that the Corpse God Tower could autonomously refine pills. Tang Sanzang's gaze fixed upon the two pills in his palm, which radiated a soft and mysterious luminescence, reflecting the incredulity and awe upon his face. From beside him came a voice, tinged with mockery. Of course, the Corpse God Tower is a mysterious entity that has consumed the memories of countless souls. Among them are the profound techniques and boundless wisdom of many alchemists. What is so surprising about it, deriving the ability to concoct pills? Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart surged with further astonishment, a newfound reverence for the enigmatic Corpse God Tower blossoming within him. What other unknown marvels and miracles lay hidden within this tower? Perhaps only through his gradual exploration could the answers be revealed. Chapter 8. Dare to steal from me. Seek death. Boss, I smell a strong fragrance of medicinal herbs. It seems someone is concocting pills here. Truly, fortune smiles upon us. Let us hurry in, eliminate the individual, and seize their pills. An alchemist capable of refining pills must surely possess many treasures, just as Tang Sanzang had completed the pill refinement. Voices emerged from outside the cave. Upon hearing them, Tang Sanzang's expression turned cold as he tucked the pills away and stepped out of the cave. Before him stood 5 intimidating figures, led by a middle-aged man, all of whom now fixed their gaze upon Tang Sanzang as if he were a prize catch. Tang Sanzang's eyes slowly swept over the 5 individuals, mentally assessing the situation. One of them was a late-stage qi refining cultivator, accompanied by 3 early-stage foundation establishment companions and a mid-stage foundation establishment leader. This combination undoubtedly belonged to a rather inconspicuous small sect or family, who had stealthily infiltrated the fallen god mountain under the cover of night, seeking the legendary treasures said to be hidden within A.T. that moment. One of the cultivators, seeing that Tang Sanzang was merely a late-stage qi refining disciple, grew emboldened. He stepped forward with a dismissive smirk, addressing Tang Sanzang in a tone that bordered on provocation. "Hey, kid, I suggest you recognize your situation. Hand over the pills you just labored to refine, and all those valuable treasures you possess, to avoid any unnecessary conflict." The corners of Tang Sanzang's mouth curled into a faint, disdainful smile. His gaze was as frigid as the winter wind sweeping across the 5 before him. And he spoke slowly. "You 5 dare to think you can swallow me whole? How utterly laughable." The 5 exchanged knowing glances, followed by a raucous burst of laughter that echoed in the air. "Ha ha! What an ignorant, arrogant fellow. You are but a mere late-stage qi refining ant, daring to boast in our presence. Do you not realize that we have a mid-stage foundation establishment expert among us? Enough with the idle chatter. Do not waste time. Hand over your treasures immediately, or I might just show you mercy and spare your life. If you dare resist, I shall first break your limbs and then cripple your cultivation, allowing you to experience the agony of being unable to live or die." The middle-aged leader threatened menacingly. What if I say I have no intention of handing them over?" Tang Sanzang's lips curled upward, a glint of determination and defiance gleaming in his eyes. The leader's expression darkened, his face as grim as the cold depths of a stone abyss, his words laced with an undeniable pressure. "Refusing to cooperate? Then allow me to search you personally." With those words, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to a storm brewing, as he lunged toward Tang Sanzang. "Just as I wish," Tang Sanzang responded fearlessly. His reply was crisp and decisive, devoid of fear. As he summoned his own internal energy, his form shifting as if the first rays of dawn were breaking forth, he swiftly enacted the thunderstep technique honed within the Ning clan. This technique was exceptionally agile. With each step he took, thunderous echoes accompanied him. His speed akin to a flash of lightning, in the blink of an eye, he closed in on a nearby youth. With clenched fists, he channeled all his strength, delivering a punch toward the youth's chest as if an avalanche were crashing down. The force was unparalleled, causing even the air to tremble under its might, as though the very fabric of space itself might tear asunder. The youth, momentarily caught off guard, was sent flying by the overwhelming power akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring across dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Kicking up clouds of dust, Tang Sanzang, quick as a flash, seized the opportunity while the youth was still reeling from the shock. Approaching him like a shadow, he pondered silently. Although the youth appeared somewhat inexperienced in cultivation, the surrounding mid-stage expert and the 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were fiercely protective of him, indicating his significant status. After a quick and thorough assessment, Tang Sanzang surmised that this youth was likely a future heir of a substantial power, someone of eminent standing not to be underestimated. Thus, he made a swift decision to take the initiative, targeting this seemingly fragile, yet crucial youth as his breakthrough point. "Young master," the faces of the onlookers changed drastically. Cries of alarm echoing through the open space. "You little brat, do you dare?" The visage of the middle-aged man contorted in disbelief, his face marred by incredulity. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly unremarkable Tang Sanzang before him could possess such cunning. In a moment when his guard was lowered, Tang Sanzang struck like a specter, a blatant affront to his dignity. At that instant, time appeared to freeze, and as the onlookers slowly grasped the gravity of the situation, the young man had already become a mere puppet severed from its strings, driven into the earth by a crushing blow from Tang Sanzang, blood streaming from his mouth, the flicker of life within him swaying perilously close to extinction. The middle-aged man and his 3 youthful companions halted abruptly, their eyes glinting with ferocity, akin to beasts of prey selecting their target in the dark of night, fixating on Tang Sanzang, venomous words escaping their lips. Dare to harm our young master, and you shall descend into an abyss from which there is no return. Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. Humph, such verbose threats if you wish to fight. Then come at me without further ado. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, as if ink were seeping from his very being. He glared fiercely at Tang Sanzang, his eyes ablaze with wrath through gritted teeth. He bellowed, "You seek death. It will take but one of my strength to vanquish you, and none shall interfere. I shall tear this wretched boy apart." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned all his spiritual energy. Leaping towards Tang Sanzang like a ferocious beast, he unleashed a technique known as the rending claw, his hands slicing through the air, conjuring a fierce gale that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Yet Tang Sanzang laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Huh, a mid-stage foundation establishment. Is that all you've got?" With that, he activated the eye of the Celestial Emperor, rendering the middle-aged man's every movement within his grasp, his actions slowing as if mired in molasses. Too slow, far too slow. Hurry up, like a swallow in flight. Tang Sanzang flitted gracefully amidst the middle-aged man's fierce assaults, each encounter a hair's breadth away from peril, yet he always evaded the deadly strikes with astonishing agility. "Humph, boy, is evasion all you can manage?" The middle-aged man's voice was laced with bitterness and rage. Each strike he delivered bore the weight of his full might, yet they met only the emptiness of air. Echoing in futility, as Tang Sanzang's ghostly form danced just beyond the reach of danger, unable to land a hit, and now resorting to verbal sparring? How utterly laughable. At your age, you still shamelessly target a child. Your audacity is thicker than the walls of a city. As he deftly dodged, Tang Sanzang mercilessly taunted him, his words infused with youthful mischief and wit. The middle-aged man's complexion turned a deep shade of ashen fury, like a tidal wave threatening to breach the dam of his reason. "Fine. Today, you shall witness the consequences of inciting my wrath." A colossal hand descended from the heavens, shrouding the sky in its shadow, its force formidable enough to rend space itself. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming pressure, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a serene smile as he murmured, "Humph, a mere trifling skill attempting to showcase itself before me." With that, he summoned his spiritual energy, flowing like a mighty river, his fingers clenched into a fist, an indescribable force coalescing at the tip. He then struck upward towards the gigantic claw. Boom! A deafening roar resonated, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. The surrounding trees swayed violently under the impact, dust swirling into the air, obscuring the sun. Even the very atmosphere trembled in response. The middle-aged man staggered backward involuntarily. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? How could you withstand my attack and remain utterly unscathed? Ah, how could it be? Allow me to demonstrate why. Tang Sanzang intertwined his hands, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave, intertwining with streaks of crimson light, resembling mist under the dawn's first light. Both mysterious and intense, he let out a resounding roar, filled with unyielding resolve, and a blood-red giant hand erupted from his palm. Swift as a shooting star, fierce as a thunderstorm, hurtling toward the middle-aged man. Wrath of the Tempest. As those words fell, a colossal shadow of a palm coalesced from the void, towering like a mountain. Heavy as the sea, bearing an unmatched sense of oppression, gradually magnifying within the middle-aged man's gaze. Each inch of its expansion struck like a drumbeat against his heart, stirring waves of indescribable shock. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted in terror. The overwhelming power contained within that palm projection instilled an unprecedented chill within him, as if he faced not merely an attack, but a cataclysm capable of overturning the very heavens. He hastily summoned all his strength, attempting to unleash a defensive technique. Yet regrettably, every action felt too rushed, too late. Bang! The air seemed to split apart violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. The middle-aged man was struck as if by an invisible cannon, his form hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a long arc through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth, cascading like withered petals in the wind. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him, revealing a visage etched with horror and despair. His eyes were vacant and lost, as if in that moment, all hope had been extinguished. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang stood resolutely, his figure tall and unwavering like a pine, his breath long and steady, as if the cataclysmic blow had merely brushed past him like a gentle breeze. Chapter 9. A trifling skill dares to showcase itself. Before me the onlookers were rendered speechless, their faces frozen in shock. They could scarcely believe that a youth, inferior in strength to the middle-aged man, could so effortlessly vanquish him. The middle-aged man struggled to rise, incredulity plastered across his features. Wiping the blood from his lips, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Tang Sanzang, gritting his teeth. How is this possible? How could your martial skills possibly harm me? Tang Sanzang regarded him with a disinterested glance, replying disdainfully, a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the sun and the stars. Do you think that mere cultivation level is everything? Not only are you but a minor stage above me. But even if your village chief were here, I would still have means to severely wound him. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance turned a ghastly shade of pale, as if a cold wind had suddenly swept over him. Deep within, he had reluctantly acknowledged that he had encountered a genuine master. Despite his inner reluctance, the ironclad reality before him weighed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to confront this harsh truth. At that delicate juncture, the remaining 3 guards seemed to sense the tension in the air, instinctively converging upon Tang Sanzang, encasing him within a tight space. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, fixated on Tang Sanzang's every move. Weapons gripped tightly in hand, poised to unleash a lethal assault at any moment, ready to slice through the stifling atmosphere. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming encirclement, Tang Sanzang remained remarkably composed, even appearing utterly indifferent. His gaze swept over his adversaries like icy steel, a faint, contemptuous smile dancing upon his lips, as if mocking these presumptuous ants daring to challenge his authority. I in the late stage of chi refinement. Tang Sanzang possessed the arcane secrets of the blood demon corpse god technique, coupled with the ancient lineage of the corpse god flowing through his veins. When unleashed with full force, even a late-stage foundation establishment expert would need to retreat, let alone this middle-aged man of merely mid-stage foundation establishment. Tang Sanzang's words were not mere bluster. Should he summon forth the unparalleled might of the burial immortal sword technique, even a core formation master would tread carefully. Haha, if you doubt it, feel free to test again. Did I, Tang Sanzang, act with integrity and will never take advantage of another's plight or launch a sneak attack. His lips curled upward, his tone dripping with disdain and confidence. The middle-aged man, seething with rage, glared with eyes ablaze. You insolent brat! No matter who you are, today I shall reduce you to ashes to quell my fury. Drawing a deep breath, the middle-aged man surged with spiritual energy, swelling like a river breaching its dam, his aura doubling in intensity, compressing the surrounding air into a palpable tremor. Now this is interesting. Tang Sanzang smiled nonchalantly, summoning his own spiritual energy, a faint glow enveloping him as he prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man vanished, moving with the speed of a specter, closing in on Tang Sanzang as if splitting the air itself. Yet, in the face of this thunderous strike, Tang Sanzang merely smiled condescendingly, sidestepping with an effortless grace, as fluid as a fish slipping through water, evading the middle-aged man's assault. What? The middle-aged man could hardly fathom that Tang Sanzang would choose to disregard him. He had initially assumed that upon seeing him, Tang Sanzang would immediately take action. Thus he remained ever vigilant. However, to his astonishment, Tang Sanzang suddenly pivoted and charged toward the nearby guard. The flicker of surprise and fury crossed the middle-aged man's face as he realized he had underestimated Tang Sanzang's strength and cunning. In a flash, he deftly adjusted his defensive stance, bracing himself for the onslaught of Tang Sanzang, his seemingly unstoppable attack. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang Sanzang's figure darted like a specter before one of the guards. The guard, caught off guard and unable to react in time, was struck by Tang Sanzang's fist imbued with immense power, and sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, leaving only shock and awe in its wake. The remaining 2 guards, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed by an indescribable terror and confusion. They instantly recognized that they were not facing an ordinary adversary. Daring not to exhibit the slightest negligence or complacency, they simultaneously summoned their inner energy, executing their most formidable martial arts techniques in a desperate attempt to jointly thwart Tang Sanzang's tempestuous assault. However, Tang Sanzang remained composed, his gaze piercing as he navigated through the flurry of blades and strikes with effortless grace, as if everything were within his grasp, but a subtle smirk curled at the corners of his lips, a smile laced with barely perceptible disdain. Subsequently, he unleashed the fury of wind and clouds, and in an instant, the air crackled with thunder, raining down upon the 2 guards like a meteor shower. Dense and ferocious, despite their utmost efforts to maintain their ground against this cataclysmic force, they soon discovered themselves akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of affecting Tang Sanzang in the slightest. In a mere handful of breaths, the 2 guards were compelled to retreat step by step, their bodies marred with injuries and rendered utterly disheveled. The rapid succession of events unfolded too swiftly for the middle-aged man. Even with his quick reflexes to intervene in time, that he stood, eyes wide, absorbing the unfolding scene, his heart brimming with shock and rage. He had not anticipated Tang Sanzang's overwhelming might, which had so swiftly incapacitated his 3 guards. After dispatching them, Tang Sanzang did not pause. He turned his frigid gaze upon the middle-aged man, as if regarding a corpse. "Now, it is your turn." His voice was low and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. The middle-aged man felt a weight in his heart. He understood he was faced with a true adversary. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists tightly, preparing to confront Tang Sanzang in a life-or-death struggle. "What? Afraid? Then allow me to take action." With a sudden burst, Tang Sanzang darted forward, appearing before the middle-aged man in an instant. Still reeling from the earlier shock, the middle-aged man hastily gathered his spiritual energy and raised his arms in defense. A resounding thud echoed as Tang Sanzang's fist struck with tremendous force between the middle-aged man's arms, sending him hurtling several meters away. This time, Tang Sanzang had not employed any martial techniques, relying solely on the sheer strength of his physique to achieve such a staggering effect. Enraged and humiliated, the middle-aged man bellowed, "Damn it! I will take your life." With that, he leaped into the air, and a powerful aura surged above Tang Sanzang, enveloping him ominously. Black tiger palm. With a thunderous roar, the middle-aged man unleashed a colossal palm from the heavens, descending with overwhelming might, akin to a storm. The sheer size of the palm blotted out the sun, as if it could shake mountains and rivers, instilling fear in all who beheld it. However, in the face of this cataclysmic hand descending from the sky, Tang Sanzang appeared remarkably unfazed, his expression unshaken, his heart steady, betraying no sign of panic. A faint, cold smile graced his lips, his tone dripping with disdain. Such petty tricks dare to boast here, foolishly aspiring to claim the name of a dragon? With such trivial power, do you think you are worthy to speak of dragons? With that, Tang Sanzang moved with remarkable swiftness, his wrist flicking, revealing a gleaming long sword in his grip. His eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. Heaven's ruin. In an instant, the sword transformed into a tempestuous whirlwind, surging forth with the force of a tidal wave, imbued with an aura of desolation. With a thunderous crash, the sword's projection shattered the palm's shadow, striking the middle-aged man with tremendous force. A dull thud resounded, accompanied by a rush of iron-sweet blood that filled the air as the middle-aged man coughed violently. Blood sprang forth, his body crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with its strings severed, dust swirling around him, revealing his utter defeat. "Who on earth are you?" His voice trembled, laced with disbelief and terror, his eyes flickering with a mixture of confusion and despair. "You do not need to know who I am. Blame your own insatiable greed for underestimating me based on my apparent low cultivation." Tang Sanzang's tone was cold, his gaze like a dagger piercing the depths of the man's heart. Just as Tang Sanzang was gathering his spiritual power in his palm, ready to deliver the final blow, the middle-aged man, grasping at a lifeline, hastily exclaimed, "Cough, cough, wait! Our chieftain is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough to the mid-stage of core formation. Doubt if you take the life of the young master. He will not let this matter rest, and you will find no refuge, nowhere to hide." Humph. What does that have to do with me? Even if your chieftain himself were to arrive, I would still send him to meet the king of hell. With that, a flash of sword light appeared, and in an instant, the middle-aged man's life was extinguished. Following that, 3 more streaks of cold light flew past, and the 3 guards fell in succession. The Corpse God Tower resembled a ravenous beast, swiftly devouring the deathly aura of the 5, its body glowing with an intense red light, becoming ever more radiant. While Tang Sanzang's soul power surged, he gazed at the softly glowing Corpse God Tower, pondering how much deathly aura must be amassed to activate that mysterious time mirror once more. The Tower Master had once stated that the Corpse God Tower possessed the potential for evolution. Thus, how many soul's deathly energies would be required to pave the path of this evolution? Tang Sanzang stored the Corpse God Tower away, swiftly moved forward, and began to search the storage bags of the fallen. However, to his great disappointment, the bags contained only some ordinary herbs and a few third-tier inner pills. How could they be so impoverished and still dare to claim to be the young master? Tang Sanzang shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he collected these items, then incinerated the corpses completely, leaving no trace behind. After completing these tasks, Tang Sanzang turned and departed, continuing his journey deeper into the forest. Chapter 10. Burial Immortal Sword Technique. Heaven's ruin at this moment. Tang Sanzang had quietly stepped into the heart of the forest, each step appearing profound and resolute. It is said that in the deepest part of this forest lies the territory of 4th-tier and even 5th-tier demonic beasts, making it an ideal place for honing his skills and accumulating experience. Once his strength advanced further, it would not be too late to explore the ever-changing tides of the outside world. Having spoken, Tang Sanzang's figure gradually vanished amid the lush greenery, venturing into the unknown depths. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon, a day had passed. Tang Sanzang's steps finally halted before a glacial valley adorned in silver. The temperature here was frigid, as if an endless net of ice and snow had ensnared all vitality, while the biting wind cut through every inch of exposed skin, sending shivers down one's spine. A deafening roar echoed through the ice valley, reverberating through every crystal of ice, shaking Tang Sanzang's very spirit. Shortly thereafter, a pack of ice-armored demonic beasts burst forth, their eyes glowing like burning flames. Fierce and intense, glaring hungrily at Tang Sanzang. These creatures resembled wolves, yet were far superior to ordinary wolves, their massive forms exuding explosive power, and the chilling aura surrounding them was enough to instill fear. Legend has it that snow wolves possess a formidable lineage, and if they awaken their bloodline power, they could even ascend to 5th-tier demonic beast. In such a scenario, the strength of a snow wolf could rival that of a cultivator in the core formation stage. With a collective howl, 5 giant wolves unleashed a series of spine-chilling cries that echoed through the valley, causing the entire gorge to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse, each one radiating a fierce aura. Their crimson eyes fixated on Tang Sanzang, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Tang Sanzang gazed at the several colossal wolves before him, inwardly cursing his ill fortune. Good heavens, am I truly this unfortunate? To encounter 5 4th-tier demonic beasts right upon entry. Although the 4th-tier demon beasts posed little threat to Tang Sanzang, facing 5 such creatures still induced a slight sense of pressure within him. However, he did not falter. Instead, he gripped his sword tightly, preparing to embrace the impending battle. The pack of wolves converged, their voices rising in a unified roar, issuing a command that, in an instant, the wolves seemed to be driven by an invisible force, surging forward like a torrential flow in winter, sweeping the surrounding air into a silvery haze, exuding an oppressive chilling aura, reminiscent of a raging blizzard, swept through the area, freezing everything in its path. As snow fell in flurries, Tang Sanzang's face became adorned with frost, yet he remained unfazed, his grip on the sword firm, his gaze sharp as lightning, with a sharp sound slicing through the air. The atmosphere trembled violently, and brilliant bolts of lightning erupted from the heavens, illuminating the world. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Tang Sanzang's figure seemed to resonate with the heavens at that moment. He moved as if soaring through the nine skies, his sword light weaving like a tapestry, crashing directly into the foremost snow wolf. The dazzling lightning, akin to a silver dragon, tore through the night sky, striking the snow wolf with such force that it was sent flying like a withered leaf, tumbling several dozen meters away amidst a whirlwind of dust and snowflakes. Yet, this breathtaking scene did not deter the remaining giant wolves in the slightest. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Their gaping maws revealed sharp fangs that gleamed ominously in the darkness, and their deep, threatening growls echoed through the valley, as if declaring a challenge. Among these beasts, one particularly massive wolf stood out, its muscles bulging like a mountain. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, locking onto Tang Sanzang before charging at him with the force of a thunderclap. Its speed was so swift that it seemed to break through the limitations of air. In the blink of an eye, its colossal form closed in on Tang Sanzang, unstoppable. Tang Sanzang's gaze turned frigid, as if thunder rumbled within him, and he instantaneously executed his ultimate skill. Thunder stepped in an instant. His figure became elusive, like a wraith in the night, rendering him nearly impossible to grasp. He sidestepped with the grace of a fish gliding through water, effortlessly evading the wolf's powerful strike while leaving stark bloody mark across its broad back. The other giant wolves, witnessing their companion's setback, roared in fury and launched into an even more ferocious assault. However, with the extraordinary agility and speed afforded by Thunderstep, Tang Sanzang weaved through the pack, dancing like a butterfly. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each counterstrike precise and ruthless, inflicting considerable injury on these ferocious beasts. That moment, a cunning giant wolf, its eyes sharp as a hawk's, spotted a nearly imperceptible flaw in Tang Sanzang's defenses. Like a hunter lurking in the shadows, it sprang from the side with sudden ferocity, its blood-red claws shining ominously in the sunlight, emanating a chilling aura. Yet, Tang Sanzang merely shifted his form. Light as a breeze, as elusive as a ghost, he executed the extraordinary thunder step once more, his figure transforming into an elusive afterimage, leaving behind only an ephemeral void, as though the very air had been torn asunder by his astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared silently behind another towering wolf, like a specter descending. Tang Sanzang murmured, his voice resonant and profound. "Taste my palm, the great Brahmin sacred palm." As he spoke, brilliance surged from his right palm, radiant as the rising sun, containing an immense power that could not be dismissed. He then swung it forcefully, slicing through the air and conjuring a violent tempest. This strike resembled the thunder of creation itself, carrying the supreme power to reshape the world, colliding head-on with the fearsome giant wolf. In that instant, the heavens reverberated with a deafening roar, as if the mountains themselves trembled. Under the weight of this irresistible force, the wolf was hurled away like a dry leaf caught in a tempest, crashing several dozen feet away, landing heavily upon the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. With a resounding boom, the dust settled, and the giant wolf emitted a long, mournful howl that resonated with indescribable pain and profound despair, echoing through the valley shaken by the aftermath of battle, evoking a chilling sensation. Tang Sanzang landed lightly and stood to the side, his gaze as cold as frost, surveying the remaining giant wolves that trembled in fear. Despite their imposing size and ferocity, these colossal beasts gradually lost their former bravado under Tang Sanzang's relentless assault. A mere fourth-tier demon beast dares to display its might before me. Tang Sanzang exhaled slowly, a deep, resonant breath stirring the air around him, as his spiritual energy surged like a torrential flood, overwhelming and powerful, causing the surrounding air to thicken, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The snow wolves, though rulers of the forest, could not help but sense the boundless power emanating from him. Far beyond their comprehension, they lowered their heads, their eyes shimmering with a mix of awe and retreat, just as these demon beasts contemplated fleeing in the face of his oppressive presence. Tang Sanzang's figure flickered. Light as a feather, akin to a phantom in the night, his sword had transformed into a brilliant silver streak, slicing through the air and aiming directly at the vital point of the nearest snow wolf. Trying to escape? Too late. Tang Sanzang's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, reminiscent of the harshest frost of winter. With a slight tremor of his wrist, his sword seemed to come alive, a blinding red glow slicing through the night. Swift as a startled swan, unstoppable, heaven ruin, accompanied by Tang Sanzang's deep, authoritative chant, a vast sword intent erupted, interwoven with decay and desolation, as if it could break free from the shackles of existence. Ruthlessly pouring down upon the fleeing pack of snow wolves, with a tremendous force, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, awakening like a slumbering volcano, shaking the very air around it, causing the entire world to tremble. The moment the crimson streak met the snow wolves, it was as if the most dazzling meteor of winter streaked across the sky, igniting a shower of heart-stopping sparks and erupting into a deafening roar that echoed across the vast snowy expanse. Under the relentless impact of this overwhelming power, the snow wolves scattered like leaves caught in a tempest, losing their former ferocity and agility. They traced tragic arcs through the air before helplessly plummeting onto the pristine snow. Resembling wilted petals, painting the serene, icy world with shocking splashes of crimson. In just a single move, he unleashed the might of the burial immortal sword technique, instantly claiming the lives of 3 snow wolves. The sharpness of that sword technique and its overwhelming power were almost beyond imagination, leaving onlookers in awe. With sword light like a dragon and momentum like a rainbow, he had become the sovereign of this snowy realm, commanding life and death and destruction. Gazing at the sprawled bodies of the snow wolves and the mottled patches of blood, a surge of indescribable confidence welled up within Tang Sanzang. Even in the face of the more ferocious 4th-tier demon beasts, he remained unshaken. The 2 snow wolves, initially gravely injured by Tang Sanzang, struggled desperately, seeking a thread of survival amidst despair to escape this land of death. Yet, burdened by their grievous wounds, they were like exhausted bows, ultimately unable to evade the chains of fate. Tang Sanzang moved lightly, traversing the forest like a ghost, effortlessly catching up to the 2 struggling figures with a flash of his blade. His movements were clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, bringing a serene end to the suffering souls. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang collected all the demon cores and essence blood, allowing the Corpse God Tower to slowly absorb the surrounding death energy before continuing on his journey deeper into the Ice Valley. Chapter 11. Ice Spirit Mushroom. In the ensuing years, Tang Sanzang embarked on an unending journey of conquest against various demon beasts. Each fierce battle served as invaluable tempering in his cultivation, allowing his strength to rise like bamboo shoots in spring, steadily ascending. His swordsmanship grew increasingly sharp through countless encounters, sweeping through adversaries like autumn winds scattering leaves. Nothing could withstand it. His comprehension of martial techniques deepened with the passage of time, as if he could perceive the true essence of martial arts. After enduring arduous trials, Tang Sanzang finally reached the fabled depths of the Ice Valley. Here, the biting cold was so intense it seemed capable of freezing all things. Even the air felt solidified, emanating a piercing chill that made one shiver. Truly, this was an extreme polar cold. He had not anticipated such a frigid wasteland hidden within the dense forest. Tang Sanzang involuntarily shuddered, his words tinged with undeniable astonishment. Soon after, his internal spiritual energy surged like the warm sun of winter, dispelling the chill that surrounded him. Young one, there should be rare 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, ice spirit mushrooms, nearby. These are essential materials for concocting the ice spirit pill. This precious spiritual herb is exceedingly rare, thriving in an environment that is incredibly harsh, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to trace its whereabouts. The voice of Master Ta carried a barely perceptible excitement, resonating in Tang Sanzang's ears. Master Ta, you are awake. Tang Sanzang's tone was filled with surprise and joy, as if he had encountered a long-awaited blessing after a drought. Humph, you rascal. When have I ever slept? I have remained ever vigilant, so listen closely. Master Ta's words were laced with a hint of reproach, yet they could not conceal the concern underlying them. This medicinal herb only flourishes on white poplar trees that are over a century old, and it only manifests at dawn. To be more precise, the ice spirit mushroom is in fact a parasitic fungus that grows on the white poplar, and it can only sprout after absorbing the essence of a tree for a century. Consequently, the number of ice spirit mushrooms that can grow on each white poplar is limited, and whether one can find a cold white poplar that has already produced these mushrooms is a matter of fate. Ah, by the way, Master Ta, what profound mysteries does this ice spirit pill conceal? Tang Sanzang inquired curiously, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. For you, it may not hold immediate benefits, but can bestow a rare chill to the Corpse God Tower. Master Ta's voice was steady and profound, as if it could penetrate the mists of time. Chill. Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed slightly, igniting a desire for exploration within him. Indeed, once the Corpse God Tower integrates this trace of ice attribute, when you face your adversaries in the future, you'll be able to subtly restrain their movements with this icy power, thereby providing you with a formidable advantage in battle. Master Ta's words conveyed an undeniable conviction, as if he had foreseen the brilliance of that icy power blossoming on the battlefield. Now I understand, Tang Sanzang exclaimed, his heart suddenly enlightened. After tirelessly searching in the ice valley for an extended period, Tang Sanzang finally stumbled upon the white poplar tree on a fateful night a few days later. Overwhelmed with excitement, he hurried towards the majestic tree. At last, I have found it. I have searched tirelessly for an entire day and night. Hard work truly pays off. However, several hours still remained before dawn, and time was of the essence. Tang Sanzang resolved to find a safe place to rest briefly, ensuring he would be in peak condition for the challenges ahead. Thus, he lit a fire in a nearby cave, allowing the warm flames to dispel the cold. He sat quietly beside the fire, absorbing the tranquility and serenity around him, silently praying that he would successfully gather enough ice spirit mushrooms this time. As the seconds ticked by, Tang Sanzang's anxiety grew. Master Ta mentioned that dawn was approaching, marking the critical moment for him to obtain the ice spirit mushrooms. He widened his eyes, ever prepared to embrace the light amidst the encroaching darkness. I hope this white poplar bears ice spirit mushrooms. Even a single one would prevent this time from being wasted, Tang Sanzang quietly prayed. Time slipped silently through his fingers, and the sky gradually donned a delicate gray veil. The first light of dawn breaking through, its soft glow heralding the arrival of day. However, in the air before dawn, the chill deepened, as if it could penetrate layers of clothing and reach his very core, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The cold before dawn was bone-chilling. In this frigid atmosphere that seemed capable of solidifying blood, Tang Sanzang took a slow, deep breath of the crisp air, feeling as though this pure and biting essence cleansed his chest, rendering him extraordinarily clear-headed. His senses sharpened at that moment, as if he could distinctly perceive every subtle tremor in the air. Just then, amidst the intertwining stillness and chill, Tang Sanzang's nose caught a faint and unique fragrance, a sweetness and freshness peculiar to spiritual herbs. Elegant yet vibrant, perhaps just a whisper of sound imperceptible to mortals. What fortune! This white poplar has indeed grown ice spirit mushrooms. A faint smile unconsciously graced Tang Sanzang's lips, his eyes alight with an unmistakable spark of joy, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Yet, this joy was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a sudden sharpness and resolve in his gaze. His form shifted, like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the white poplar that held the promise of miracles, each step echoing with urgency and desire. Roar! Just as he was about to reach the edge of hope, an inexplicable force abruptly halted him, suspending his form mid-air as though tethered by invisible strings. Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened, fixating on the front, a look of astonishment creeping onto his countenance, as if he sensed something extraordinary. Suddenly, a colossal snow ape gracefully descended from the heavens, landing lightly beside the towering white poplar. as if leaping from a wintry dream. This snow ape, with its immaculate white fur, supple and glossy, stood 3 meters tall, a grand figure reminiscent of towering mountains amidst the forest. It currently stood beside the ancient white poplar, greedily devouring the crystalline essence that surged from the roots. This essence, pure white in hue, resembled the first frost of a winter morning, embodying the ineffable essence of heaven and earth. The ice heaven snow ape, Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, contemplating. It seems that this white poplar has been claimed by the snow ape that on the icy expanse, a proud ice heaven snow ape stood, emanating a palpable aura of power as a fifth-tier superior beast. Each swing of its fist was accompanied by a terrifying force capable of shaking the very mountains, as if it could freeze everything in an instant. Standing amidst the snow, Tang Sanzang's gaze was resolute. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own cultivation, he understood that the path to victory would not be smooth against this mid-stage core formation beast. The disparity in realms was like a chasm. Even if he exerted all his strength, confronting this beast with sheer physical might would hardly budge it. It seems at this time, I must rely on my swordsmanship to prevail. Tang Sanzang mused inwardly, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Were it not for the legendary ice spirit mushrooms, which could significantly enhance one's cultivation and were exceedingly rare, he might never have stepped foot into this perilous icy domain. Nor would he have chosen to confront such a formidable beast directly. With this thought, Tang Sanzang's mindset grew increasingly tranquil. He slowly drew his long sword from his waist, its blade gleaming like a cold moon. Reflecting his steadfast visage, the ice heaven snow ape seemed to sense Tang Sanzang's presence, abruptly lifting its massive head to gaze in his direction. Residual essence from the white poplar lingered on its lips, and its eyes flashed with a crimson glow, perhaps believing that Tang Sanzang intended to rob it of its meal. The snow ape raised its colossal head, its gaze fixed upon Tang Sanzang, as it slowly began to advance towards him. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the massive creature closed the distance, charging toward Tang Sanzang with the force of a tempest. The air felt as if it had solidified, tension and a sense of crisis enveloping the atmosphere. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Tang Sanzang's expression hardened, his latent potential instantly ignited. He shifted his form, bracing himself for the extraordinary battle that lay ahead. Yet at that critical moment, the ferocious snow ape miraculously vanished into thin air. What? It disappeared? Eye of the Celestial Emperor, activate. A surge of shock coursed through Tang Sanzang's mind as he summoned the hidden eye of the Celestial Emperor within him. This all-seeing eye instantly radiated brilliant light. It turned out that the snow ape had not truly vanished, but its speed had surpassed the limits of what Tang Sanzang's eyes could capture. Even with the eye of the Celestial Emperor activated, he barely managed to discern the trajectory of the snow ape's attack. Chapter 12. Eye of the Celestial Emperor, Soul Resonance. Boom! A resounding explosion suddenly shattered the surrounding tranquility, as if the very air had been violently stirred at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the snow ape darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Tang Sanzang with astonishing swiftness. To the astonishment of all, it opted for the most primal and direct form of attack, using its massive head as a weapon to crash directly into Tang Sanzang's chest. This assault was devoid of any complexity or embellishment, embodying pure, unadulterated power that revealed boundless might in its sheer brutality. The speed of the snow ape transformed it into a shooting star, carrying an unparalleled force, while its head, as hard as granite, became the vessel of this ferocity, mercilessly slamming into Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang's entire being surged with spiritual energy, coursing through his meridians like a raging torrent. He pivoted, thrusting his right hand forward, enveloped in a sinister red glow. "Great Brahmin, sacred palm," he exclaimed, executing his martial technique, the blood-red palm print radiating an unmatched aura aimed directly at the indomitable head of the snow. That moment, the juxtaposition between man and beast was stark. Tang Sanzang appeared diminutive and fragile, while the snow ape loomed like an immovable mountain. With a thunderous crash, silence was once again torn asunder, as Tang Sanzang's hand, imbued with immense force, collided directly with the fearsome wolf head of the giant spirit wolf. It felt as if heaven and earth themselves shuddered, the entire space trembling under the weight of this overwhelming power, akin to a lone boat tossed in a storm. Under the impact of this unparalleled force, Tang Sanzang's figure was sent hurtling backward as if swept away by a tempest, tracing a long arc through the air like a cannonball shot forth, accompanied by a howling wind as he plummeted into the distance. At that moment, an excruciating pain surged from his fingertips, spreading like wildfire, causing him to involuntarily part his lips, his cheek quivering slightly, as a tingling sensation seeped from his injury. Damn it, this beast's physical strength is astonishingly formidable. Even with the blood demon corpse god technique and great Brahmin sacred palm, I could inflict no effective damage, and instead, my arm bears the brunt of the assault. Tang Sanzang cursed inwardly, a flicker of unwillingness and trepidation flashing in his eyes. The physical prowess of a beast at the core formation stage was inherently superior to that of human cultivators, had it not been for the modifications to his body through the blood demon corpse god technique. Granting him extraordinary resilience, this blow might have shattered his arm. Simultaneously, the colossal form of the snow ape was sent reeling backward, propelled several meters away, snapping trees in its wake, the sound of splintering would echoing relentlessly. A glimmer of incredulity crossed the snow ape's eyes. It had never anticipated that a mere human could withstand its full force assault and scathe, even forcing it to stagger back several paces, a notion utterly beyond its previous understanding. With a deafening roar, the snow ape expressed its frustration and fury. It pounded its chest with its massive hands, eyes blazing with a desire to rend Tang Sanzang apart. With another resounding bellow, the giant ape amassed an astonishing momentum, a stark contrast to its previous attempts. The air around them seemed ignited by this force, erupting into a cacophony of crackling sounds, as if thousands of sparks danced in the air. The ground beneath the giant ape could no longer bear the weight of its immense power, erupting into a deep chasm, resembling a scar upon the earth. Nearby trees were reduced to splinters, fragile as paper, breaking apart and scattering like confetti in the wind. This time, the giant ape eschewed its former evasive tactics and charged directly at Tang Sanzang, its speed akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. Leaving no time for defense as its figure drew near, each of the giant ape's heavy steps reverberated like the tremors of nature itself, shaking the world beneath its might, manifesting its unparalleled strength. In an instant, a colossal paw blotted out the sun, descending upon Tang Sanzang. In the face of imminent peril, Tang Sanzang's mind raced, drawing upon his inner energy to execute the lightning step, his form becoming ghostly as he sidestepped at the crucial moment, narrowly evading a potentially fatal strike, leaving only an afterimage in the air as he brushed past death itself. Big fella, how about taking another palm strike? At that moment, Tang Sanzang's aura surged dramatically, his hands slowly coming together in prayer, a tempestuous force brewing as if to shake the very heavens. The snow ape, having missed its blow, roared in a frenzy, its voice a tangible shockwave crashing toward Tang Sanzang with overwhelming force. He felt an insurmountable pressure wash over him like a tidal wave, invading every inch of his skin and bone. His body trembled involuntarily, his legs felt as though they were crushed under an invisible mountain. Weak and unsteady, threatening to buckle beneath the weight of this oppressive aura. This is bad. This is the unique pressure of a core formation expert, far beyond my capacity to bear. I can't move. Tang Sanzang lamented inwardly, fully aware he was ensnared in a dire predicament. If he could not extricate himself swiftly, the consequences would be dire. In a flash, the snow ape's aura peaked, charging at Tang Sanzang like a silver lightning bolt. It raised its mountain-like fist high, propelled by a fierce gale, and struck mercilessly at Tang Sanzang's chest, as if the very air were being torn apart by this force. In that critical moment, Tang Sanzang desperately invoked another skill of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Soul Shock. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged into the snow ape's mind, eliciting an intense pain that halted its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sanzang executed the lightning step, propelling himself several meters away. Phew! Thank goodness for the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, otherwise that punch would have left me half dead. Moments later, the snow ape regained its senses. Its fury intensified by Tang Sanzang's previous strike. It let out a deafening roar, charging toward him with thunderous footsteps. The effects of a soul shock had slowed its speed considerably. I can't wait any longer. I must take the risk. A resolute glint flashed in Tang Sanzang's eyes as he inhaled deeply, gripping his sword tightly, focusing intently on the giant ape's movements as he dashed forward with a lightning step. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial skill. Wrath of the Store, as this move manifested. An overwhelming aura erupted from his palm, transforming into a fierce tempest that surged toward the massive creature. The giant ape sensed the threat and roared in defiance, slamming its colossal palm down, instantly shattering Tang Sanzang's technique. Yet it too was forced back several steps, leaving trails of blood on its hand. Good opportunity, soul shock. Tang Sanzang's figure flickered, closing in on the giant ape. His eyes gleaming as the eye of the Heavenly Emperor slowly activated, unleashing a boundless wave of spiritual force that crashed into the ape's mental realm, momentarily freezing its movements, accompanied by a low chant. Tang Sanzang's sword glimmered as an invisible sword chi coalesced, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, akin to the sharpness at the dawn of creation, striking fiercely at the giant ape, with a pained roar. The giant ape was sent flying. Yet in that fleeting moment, it had not completely lost its capacity to counterattack. Its gargantuan paw, capable of shaking mountains, suddenly swung through the air, striking Tang Sanzang squarely in the chest. Tang Sanzang's body convulsed violently, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips, and with a muffled groan, he lost his balance, akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, he struggled to rise, the agonizing pain in his chest nearly suffocating him. Had it not been for his body being tempered to the hardness of stone, this blow would have surely shattered his ribs. Yet even so, Tang Sanzang's gaze remained unwavering, teeth clenched as he braced himself against the ground, enduring the discomfort that coursed through him, his eyes resolutely fixated on the snow ape not far away. Chapter 13. Ignite the power of the bloodline. As the battle escalated, the snow ape found itself in unbearable agony. Its once pristine, snow-white fur had been torn asunder by Tang Sanzang's fierce martial prowess. The wound on its chest blossomed like a striking red plum in the depths of winter, blood gushing forth and cascading down its silvery fur, staining the snowy ground with ominous hues. An invisible boundary formed between the two, man and beast, silently confronting one another, the air thick with a palpable tension. Tang Sanzang had not anticipated that a beast of the core formation realm could possess such formidable strength, far surpassing his expectations. This snow ape, despite being merely one rank higher than the snow wolf he had previously encountered, exhibited a disparity in power that was akin to a chasm, utterly incomparable. He realized that he had underestimated this world. Even a core formation beast was so powerful, let alone those unparalleled prodigies. Tang Sanzang mused inwardly. Simultaneously, the snow ape was panting heavily, equally astonished by the human before it. Despite Tang Sanzang's aura being significantly weaker, he had repeatedly demonstrated strength that transcended his own realm, matching its might. This perplexity unsettled the snow ape deeply. With a sudden roar, the snow ape lunged forward, swinging its massive fists towards Tang Sanzang. Unfazed by the assault, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He gripped his long sword tightly, executing the thunder step, and swiftly met the snow ape's blow head-on. The two collided instantaneously, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air as if it had been torn apart, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The clash of the snow ape's iron-like fist against Tang Sanzang's gleaming sword resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the icy valley, threatening to shatter everything in its vicinity. The tremendous sound spread like a colossal war drum, shaking the very ground beneath. In the wake of this overwhelming force, leaves from the surrounding trees spiraled down like a torrential rain upon the snow. Although Tang Sanzang was not severely harmed, he was compelled to stagger back a few steps, appearing somewhat disheveled. In contrast, the snow ape merely retreated slightly, its eyes betraying a flicker of surprise and caution. The snow ape's expression turned grave as it clenched its fists tightly, a spark of fury igniting in its gaze. It pounded its chest with great force, producing resounding thuds, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction and wrath towards Tang Sanzang. Undeterred by the snow ape's provocation, Tang Sanzang stood resolute, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with the beast. After a series of ear-splitting roars, the snow ape's fists crashed into the ground. Its blood surging as its momentum suddenly intensified, the white fur gradually turning crimson. Bloodline power? Is it preparing to fight with all its might? Tang Sanzang noted the snow ape's gradually reddening form. A hint of seriousness crossing his features, he recognized that the snow ape had activated its bloodline power, significantly enhancing its strength. However, instead of retreating, Tang Sanzang felt an even stronger resolve surging within him. He fully activated the blood demon Corpse God technique, and his longsword began to shimmer with a faint red glow, emanating an overwhelming aura. Corpse God Tower, with a low exclamation from Tang Sanzang. A massive tower materialized beneath him, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and amplifying his strength. Simultaneously, the snow ape unleashed a thunderous roar, its blood-red body darting towards Tang Sanzang with blinding speed. In the void, a massive icy palm, the size of a barrel, materialized, encased in swirling frost that sparkled brilliantly, as if it had spotted its prey, lunging ferociously towards Tang Sanzang. This was a full-force strike from a core formation beast, the icy palm brimming with a dominating intent that compelled one to retreat. A chill permeated the air, as if it could freeze one's very soul. "Come!" Tang Sanzang's eyes burned with fierce battle spirit as he shouted. Propelling himself skyward like an arrow in midair, he deftly maneuvered his longsword, then dove downwards with tremendous force towards the snow ape. Desolation. The second form of the buried immortal sword technique, Desolation, was a move Tang Sanzang had never employed before, as it was an ultimate technique meant for life or death situations, a last resort in dire straits. His voice thundered like a tempest, and alongside his battle cry, the longsword surged forth with an aura of desolation, crashing towards the giant ape with overwhelming might. Boom! The colossal hand of the snow ape collided with Tang Sanzang's attack, igniting an earth-shattering explosion. A shockwave swept through the area, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds that echoed for miles, triggering a whirlwind of flying snow. The immense force propelled both the giant ape and Tang Sanzang hundreds of meters away, crashing into the snow and leaving two deep craters in their wake. Coughing, Tang Sanzang struggled to emerge from the pit he had created, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped away the blood, rising with unwavering resolve as he fixed his gaze ahead. Before him, the giant ape also clawed its way out of the hole it had created, its massive frame swaying, appearing somewhat battered. "Not dead yet, you wretched creature." Tang Sanzang brandished his longsword once more, charging at the snow ape. That he understood that although the snow ape was gravely injured, it was still a formidable fourth-tier beast, its power not to be underestimated. If he did not seize this opportunity to slay it, the consequences would be dire once it recovered. With this thought, Tang Sanzang quickened his pace, his longsword gleaming with a chilling light, infused with lethal intent. Observing the snow ape's injuries, he concluded that its condition was likely worse than his own, making this the perfect moment to strike it down. That a cold smirk crossed his face, determination flashing in his eyes. "Thunderstep," he murmured, instantly activating the thunderstep, his form shooting towards the giant ape like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, the snow ape sensed Tang Sanzang's murderous intent, its eyes widening as it emitted a low growl. Despite its injuries, its instincts as a fourth-tier beast kicked in, alerting it to the impending danger. It opened its massive maw, revealing sharp fangs, ready to counter Tang Sanzang's assault. However, Tang Sanzang's thunderstep was too swift. The snow ape had no time to react. In a blur, Tang Sanzang stood before the snow ape, swinging his long sword with fierce winds, aiming directly for its eyes. The snow ape, filled with terror, shut its eyes tightly, attempting to shield itself with its thick eyelids. Yet, Tang Sanzang's strength was overwhelming. The longsword easily pierced through the snow ape's eyelid, plunging deep into its eye socket. The snow ape let out a wretched howl as blood gushed forth from its eye. Splattering onto the ground, It flailed its arms wildly, trying to grasp Tang Sanzang. But he skillfully evaded its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sanzang withdrew his sword and lunged again towards the snow ape's body. Multiple wounds appeared on the snow ape, blood staining the surrounding snow. Under Tang Sanzang's relentless assault, the snow ape finally faltered. Its movement slowed, and its breath grew weaker. In contrast, Tang Sanzang's resolve only intensified as he continued to inflict damage upon the beast with a thunderous roar. The giant ape slammed its hands into the ground, its overwhelming presence causing Tang Sanzang to stagger back a few steps. With a cough, the snow ape spat out a mouthful of blood, its entire form trembling, the once waning energy within it surging back to life, its powerful beastly strength resonating like a war drum nearby. This is bad. It's burning its bloodline power, Tang Sanzang realized. Alarmed, burning bloodline power was akin to self-detonation, consuming its blood essence to unleash power far beyond its realm, but it would lead to its own demise due to bloodline depletion. This was a move of mutual destruction. The overwhelming aura pressed down on Tang Sanzang like shackles, making it difficult to breathe, even causing a sense of sluggishness in his spiritual energy flow. Chapter 14. A Moment of Life and Death. Fortune amidst misfortune, gazing at the towering, menacing beast before him, Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed deeply, a glimmer of resolve and resignation flashing in his eyes. Alas, there is no evading this. I must gamble everything. Tower Master, you must intervene at this moment. His words were imbued with a blend of earnestness and resolve, his gaze turned towards the void. Humph. A mere small demon beast at the core formation stage cannot be dealt with. And yet you expect me, the esteemed Tower Master, to intervene. As his voice trailed off, the air around him twisted. In a majestic and ancient structure, the Corpse God Tower slowly materialized beside Tang Sanzang, emanating a faint, ghostly light that hinted at an undeniable power. Master Tower, that creature is at the core formation level, 2 realms above me, that if I could break through to the foundation establishment stage, perhaps I could contend with it, but at present. Tang Sanzang's bitter smile reflected his helplessness and frustration, yet it also revealed a deep yearning for strength and a clear understanding of his circumstances. Let us dispense with idle chatter, that I shall channel my power to you, enabling you to leap across the threshold into the foundation establishment realm in an instant. With that, a brilliant red light erupted from within the Corpse God Tower, akin to the dawn breaking through the dark of night, as a torrent of unparalleled power surged forth, flooding into Tang Sanzang's being. His vital energy surged within, his cultivation level rising like bamboo shoots after rain. An unprecedented sense of power coursing through his limbs and bones. Tang Sanzang clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance never before seen, murmuring, "Is this the essence of the foundation establishment realm? Truly extraordinary." Simultaneously, a colossal ape, its bloodline boiling with fury, descended like a war god from antiquity, its every step shaking the earth and sending tremors through the snowfield, leaving deep craters in its wake. Faced with this seemingly earth-shattering beast, Tang Sanzang displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he stood tall, his spirit ablaze with battle intent. Gripping his longsword tightly, he felt the surge of his blood vitality. The blood demon corpse god technique operating at its zenith. "Come forth, desolation!" Tang Sanzang roared, his voice akin to thunder, reverberating through the heavens and splitting the stones, sending visible ripples of sound cascading outward. In that fleeting moment, as the mountain-like giant ape and the dragon-like sword shadow were about to collide, Tang Sanzang expended the last vestige of his soul's fire to unleash a strike capable of altering fate itself. The soul quake unleashed an indescribable torrent of soul power, crashing into the giant ape's chaotic consciousness like a turbulent sea. The ape's movements froze instantaneously, its crimson eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion, as if time itself had stalled. Yet, this brief moment was sufficient to determine the outcome. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadow, imbued with destructive force, struck the giant ape's indomitable body, erupting in a deafening roar that accompanied a blinding light, reminiscent of falling stars, causing the heavens to change hue. Moments later, as the winds gradually settled, a solitary figure with a shattered upper body stood forlornly in the snow, a sight of profound desolation. Tang Sanzong gazed at the fragmented giant ape, his heart heavy with emotion and resignation. A wave of relief washed over him, leaving him weak and powerless, collapsing onto the frigid snow. The disparity between the core formation and chi refinement realms was immense. Had it not been for my ultimate strike, the outcome of this encounter could have been uncertain. It seems I have greatly overestimated my abilities. After resting on the ground for a while, Tang Sanzong gradually regained his strength and struggled to his feet, slowly approaching the lifeless giant ape. The air around the shattered body was tinged with a faint metallic scent, and he cautiously searched until he discovered the pale blue core hidden within. A nice attribute core. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes as he swiftly collected the core, stowing it carefully in his storage pouch. Having accomplished this, Tang Sanzong pivoted gracefully and resolutely approached the towering white poplar tree. He noticed a crystal-clear ice spirit mushroom atop its branches, radiating an enchanting glow. For you, I fought a fierce battle and nearly lost my life. Without hesitation, Tang Sanzong reached out, delicately plucking the ice spirit mushroom. Feeling its cold and smooth texture, satisfied with his acquisition, he nodded and swiftly departed from the area, seeking a secluded cave nearby to rest and tend to his injuries. Upon entering the cave, Tang Sanzong leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his energy, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power to mend his damaged meridians and body. After a day of recovery, his wounds gradually healed, and his breathing stabilized. This moment, he attentively sensed the changes within his body, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. He realized that the harrowing battle from the previous day, though it had inflicted great harm, had also brought unforeseen benefits. His injured meridians and body were gradually revitalizing through the miraculous restoration of the Corpse God Tower, allowing his cultivation to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, due to his previous depleted meridians, they now greedily absorbed the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, becoming more resilient and powerful. However, the most astonishing revelation for Tang Sanzong was that he discovered his governing vessel among the 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened. This was nothing short of a miracle. The 8 extraordinary meridians are vital components of the human meridian system, including the governing vessel, conception vessel, penetrating vessel, belt vessel, yang linking vessel, yin linking vessel, yin heel vessel, and yang heel vessel. In the realm of cultivation, the second realm, the opening vessel stage, primarily focuses on cultivating the 12 primary meridians to allow one's spiritual power to circulate throughout the body. However, the 8 extraordinary meridians are unique. Typically, individuals cannot open them through their own cultivation. Only in extreme battles or under special circumstances can one unlock the potential within the human body to open these mysterious meridians. At this moment, Tang Sanzong was reveling in the extraordinary experience brought by the opening of the governing vessel. Once opened, the flow of spiritual power throughout his body accelerated significantly, as if previously blocked channels had suddenly become unobstructed, enhancing his absorption rate. With the governing vessel's passage, the spiritual power within him surged like a tidal wave, continuously flowing to every corner of his body, nourishing every inch of skin and sinew. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth seemed drawn by an invisible force, rapidly converging around Tang Sanzong and integrating into his being at an astonishing speed. An indescribable excitement welled up within Tang Sanzong, a jubilance originating from the depths of his soul. He understood that this metamorphosis signified a quiet crossing of yet another threshold, propelling him toward a broader realm of martial arts. Contemplating this, Tang Sanzong gazed skyward. Master Tower, aside from the ice spirit mushroom, what other herbs are required for the ice spirit pill? Additionally, we need the xianbing flower and the xuanning flower, both of which should be found within this icy valley. The voice of the Tower Master, seemingly transcending time and space, echoed with a hint of an imperceptible smile. Upon hearing this, an irresistible impulse surged within Tang Sanzong. He understood that every moment was invaluable. Thus, without further hesitation, he set forth with determination, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he resolutely ventured deeper into the icy valley, swearing to seek out the two spiritual herbs that would aid him in advancing further. Chapter 15. A unique small world, an unprecedented miracle in the profound depths of the icy valley. Tang Sanzang's figure appeared particularly solitary, the snow beneath his feet marked with an array of varying footprints. Chronicling the hardships of his relentless search throughout the day and night, this moment, Tang Sanzong paused, realizing that the locations of the Xianbing flower and the Xuanning flower varied with each growth, leaving him with only a rough idea of their whereabouts. Even with this, he still found himself at a loss. With a weary expression, Tang Sanzong remarked, "Let's take a break. Continuing like this is futile." The Tower Master's weathered voice gently resonated in his ears. "Young one, broaden your gaze. At the edge of that secluded gorge lies an ancient cave. My senses tell me it harbors extraordinary treasures." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, and without hesitation, he followed the sound, stepping into the gorge embraced gently by the forces of nature. Deep within the cave, a peculiar glow captured his full attention. It was a small, exquisite pond, its surface gently swirling with vibrant, multicolored mist, resembling dreamlike bubbles or ethereal spirits dancing gracefully, its beauty mesmerizing, yet imbued with an ineffable mystery. "What is this?" Tang Sanzong murmured to himself, his heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. The Tower Master's voice, steeped in the passage of time, slowly echoed, "This is the essence of spirit liquid. Judging by its color and density, it is evidently a treasure born from millennia of natural cultivation." Tang Sanzang's gaze was instantly captivated by the shimmering liquid in the pool, a flicker of uncontainable fervor and joy flashing in his eyes. The essence of spirit, a name that encapsulates endless mysteries, represents a masterpiece of nature, meticulously sculpted over centuries, even millennia, to give birth to this ethereal treasure of the earth and sky. It lies hidden within the belly of the rocks, gradually converging drop by drop through the stalactite drips on the cliffs. Each droplet imbued with the essence of mountains and the blessings of stars. This spirit essence is not only a testament to nature's artistry, but also a coveted relic for cultivators. With light-footed steps, Tang Sanzong approached the enigmatic spirit pool, his eyes sparkling with an unmistakable delight that he understood that the value of this pool of essence was immeasurable, capable of greatly enhancing his cultivation. Such a bountiful pool of spirit essence must have accumulated through countless seasons of celestial refinement, resulting in this marvel. Tang Sanzong whispered, his voice filled with awe and admiration for the wonders of nature. Slowly, he raised his hand and retrieved an ancient jade vial from his side, carefully drawing in strands of softly glowing spirit essence into the bottled tea. Oh, his astonishment! He had discovered a millennium's worth of spirit essence here. Though it fell short of the legendary 10,000-year essence, it was undeniably a supreme tonic. Tang Sanzang's eyes shimmered with barely concealed excitement, his tone revealing a mix of disbelief and elation. He was acutely aware of what this pool of essence signified for him. Even if he did not require such an abundance for his cultivation, he could sell it for an exorbitant price if he bottled it all. Quickly absorb this pool of spirit essence. If fortune smiles upon us, the Corpse God Tower may yield something new, spoke Tower Master. Immediately, Tang Sanzong shed his garments and cautiously stepped into the spirit pool, feeling a warm and comforting energy envelop him. The moment the essence entered his body, he sensed a powerful force surging within him. This force not only activated his blood demon Corpse God technique, but also prompted the Corpse God Tower to involuntarily commence its operations. Seemingly ignited by this spirit essence, the process was not without its challenges. Tang Sanzong felt his spiritual and soul powers escalating wildly, his physical form gradually approaching perfection, but he gritted his teeth, striving to endure the immense pressure and persist in his cultivation. With each breath, with each heartbeat, he sensed himself undergoing a profound metamorphosis. As time slipped by, Tang Sanzong remained immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the world outside. The practice continued uninterrupted for 3 days and nights, and over half of the essence in the pool had been absorbed. With the passage of time, he felt the area around the Corpse God Tower gradually transform into a sea of stars. Countless celestial bodies illuminating the void like a vast starry ocean. Within this stellar expanse, 2 celestial entities caught Tang Sanzang's attention: the sun and the moon. They ascended slowly above the Corpse God Tower. Seeming to preside over this cosmos, the sun radiated a blazing light, illuminating the entire energy sea, while the moon cast a gentle glow, imparting a sense of tranquility and peace. They orbited along their arcane paths, as if adhering to some cosmic law, adorning the Corpse God Tower with unparalleled beauty. Beneath the starry sky, a land gradually materialized, rumbling and shifting until it formed mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. Nature's landscapes brought vividly to life. As if they truly existed, the heavens and the earth were in harmony, the sun and moon alternating, the stars filling the sky, creating a nascent world. Tower Master, it seems the Corpse God Tower has truly undergone a transformation. But it appears to be a small world, Tang Sanzong remarked, somewhat bewildered by the sudden change. The ethereal voice of Tower Master resonated through the void, tinged with an ineffable sense of antiquity and mystery. By my memory, this should indeed be a small world, Tang Sanzong inquired, a hint of perplexity crossing his brow as he softly probed further. The formation of a small world necessitates a crucial condition: the presence of world origin. This origin is the beginning of all things, the foundation of the universe, containing the mysteries of creation and existence. That it is the cornerstone upon which the world is structured and the source from which spiritual power flourishes. Only with this source can the world thrive and proliferate. As for how the Corpse God Tower harbors a trace of this world origin, I cannot ascertain, Tower Master gently elucidated. Tang Sanzong closed his eyes in concentration, sensing that the burgeoning small world within him resonated with his intent, gently pulsating, each wave infused with a yearning for the unknown and a thirst for exploration. Perhaps only the legendary spirit of the Blood Forest could unravel this ancient enigma. Once his strength was sufficient, he would undoubtedly venture into that forbidden realm to seek the truth. With that thought, he gradually rose, the bones in his body emitting soft cracking sounds, a precursor to the awakening of his power. He gently stretched his limbs, a previously unseen torrent of strength surging from his dantian, akin to a roaring river, invigorating his entire being. Tang Sanzong clenched his fists, feeling this power coalescing in his palms, denser and weightier than ever before. With less than half a month remaining, he realized he must swiftly locate the Xian Bing flower and the Xuan Ning flower to concoct the ice spirit pill. Time had passed, and Ning Hao, with the vast resources of the Ning family, had likely already ascended to the core formation realm. However, what he possessed might not be available to Ning Hao. Cultivation level did not dictate everything. The key remained in battle experience. Wait for us, Tian Xian sect. This will be the place where our grievances are settled. That time, old scores and new grudges shall be reconciled, allowing the world to witness what the true path of a strong man entails. Tang Sanzang's words were imbued with unwavering determination and resolve, and with a swift motion, he glided through the mountains and forests like a wraith. Chapter 16. The seed of the Bodhi tree. Tang Sanzong searched for a day and a night, but still found no trace of the Xianbing flower or the Xuanning flower. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt. How is this possible? Tower Master, could there be an error in your information? Are the Xianbing flower and the Xuanning flower not in this area? There is no mistake. My memory confirms that the Xianbing flower and the Xuanning flower indeed reside in this region, Tower Master replied. Could it be that they lie further north? If so, I would be delving deep into the forest where I might encounter 5th-tier monsters at my current strength. Facing a 5th-tier monster would only allow for retreat, Tang Sanzong pondered, caught in a dilemma. He understood that encountering a 5th-tier monster left him with almost no chance of victory. Even a top-tier 4th-tier monster would be a formidable opponent. Yet if he abandoned this pursuit, he would forfeit the chance to obtain the Xianbing flower and the Xuanning flower, thus missing the opportunity to concoct the ice spirit pill. What should he do? Tang Xinzong found himself in a quandary, contemplating for a long time before casting a deep glance toward the far north and taking a deep breath. Since I've come this far, I must find peace in my resolve. If I lose the courage to explore, how can I ever ascend to the pinnacle of this world? High-tier monsters possess territories. As long as I tread carefully and avoid their domains, they should not attack me without provocation. Ultimately, Tang Xinzong decided to explore a bit further. If he still could not find the Xianbing flower and the Xuanning flower, he would abandon this venture. After all, life itself was of utmost importance. With a heart full of trepidation, Tang Xinzong remained vigilant of his surroundings as he cautiously advanced northward along the way. He maintained a constant state of alertness, fearful of impending danger. Just as he ventured several hundred meters further, he suddenly sensed a distinct shift in the surrounding energy, as if a multitude of beings were racing towards the same destination. What is happening? Could some treasure be drawing them? Tang Xinzong mused internally. He halted, carefully attuning himself to the flow of those energies that seemed all were heading eastward. Tang Xinzong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he resolved to follow these energies to uncover the truth. Most of these energies emanated from foundation-building cultivators. Any treasure that could capture the attention of so many foundation-building cultivators must be extraordinary, compared to blindly delving deeper into the extreme north. Following these individuals to discover the treasure seemed a safer option. Perhaps it would be wiser to follow them, Tang Xinzong muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he soared in the direction of the converging energies, encountering many cultivators along the way, all abuzz with discussions about the unfolding event. It was said that to the northeast of this forest, a 1,000-year-old treasure tree had appeared. An individual exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Indeed, it is said that this wondrous Bodhi tree boasts a history spanning several millennia. The fruit it bears is known as Bodhi seeds, each one imbued with immense energy. Should we be fortunate enough to obtain even a single seed, it would greatly benefit our cultivation. Another cultivator echoed this sentiment. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xinzong felt a surge of anticipation within. Treasures such as the Bodhi seed are undoubtedly rare and elusive. If he were to acquire one, it might just facilitate a breakthrough in his current cultivation level. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, racing toward his objective. Could it be the ancient Bodhi tree? It is rumored to bear fruit once every 1,000 years, with the quantity varying each time. Securing even one of its fruits would confer significant advantages, even for those at the core formation stage. Enough talk, we must hasten our journey, lest we arrive too late and find nothing left, proclaimed Tower Master. Throughout the journey, Tang Xinzong inquired, the Bodhi tree, a fruit that offers tremendous benefits even to those at the core formation stage. It seems the fruit of this treasure rivals the efficacy of 5th-grade elixirs. Tang Xinzong closely followed this group of cultivators, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of negligence. They sped onward, and after a protracted day and night, they finally arrived at the location of the treasure tree. The sight before him left Tang Xinzong astounded. This area was already teeming with numerous cultivators, conservatively estimated to number over 100. Before the colossal ancient tree stood a magnificent stone tablet. The crowd quickly surged toward it, their gazes fixed upon its surface. There, inscribed in ancient characters, was a powerful and steady script, resembling a majestic dragon coiling and flowing with the passage of time. Bodhi treasure tree. When the onlookers discerned these words, their shock was palpable, rendering their breaths labored. In an instant, they appeared as if carved from wood or clay, frozen in place. This sacred tree had grown to its immense size only after thousands of years of cultivation. Its lush foliage nearly obscured the entire sky of the underground cavern. Countless leaves glimmered like translucent emeralds, radiating a captivating brilliance. Heavens, this is indeed a Bodhi tree that has existed for millennia. Its fruits are comparable to 5th-grade elixirs. It is said that the Bodhi tree bears fruit once every century, and prior to fruiting, numerous extraordinary phenomena manifest. Indeed, we have arrived at just the right moment. Yes, I never expected to encounter it here. Truly a fortuitous stroke of fate. But let us not celebrate too soon. I estimate there are no fewer than 100 people here. The millennium-old Bodhi seeds would be of immense benefit even to those at the core formation stage. It seems that apart from a few reclusive elders, all nearby factions have converged here at this moment. Tang Sanzang stood to the side, gazing at the towering treasure tree in the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that although news of the treasure tree had yet to spread fully, with the passage of time, this secret would inevitably become known to more individuals, and when the Bodhi tree bore fruit, it would certainly incite a fierce competition. The Bodhi tree, after all, is said to possess extraordinary attributes and an otherworldly spirit. Its trunk radiated a dazzling light, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, resembling a divine entity from a celestial realm. The Bodhi seeds it bore were exceedingly precious, not only conferring immense benefits in cultivation, but also embodying a fragment of the world's spiritual essence. Those who consumed them might experience enlightenment, enabling them to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. This so-called enlightenment is akin to a nascent cultivator suddenly comprehending the forces of nature, allowing them to leap several levels in their cultivation. Some might even transition directly into the foundation establishment stage. Such breakthroughs are deemed miraculous. Even more astonishing, consuming a Bodhi seed could bestow a modicum of worldly power upon the individual, granting them a decisive advantage in battles against peers. Enlightenment has long been a subject of legend among cultivators. While many have heard tales of it, few have witnessed it firsthand. The emergence of this treasure tree undoubtedly presents a rare opportunity for all. Chapter 17. The storm rises at this moment. Tang Sanzang sat quietly to the side, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. He was acutely aware that this competition would inevitably result in a fierce confrontation. And thus far, only foundation establishment cultivators had arrived, posing little threat to them. However, as time passed, it was highly likely that powerful core formation cultivators would heed the call, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. Tang Sanzang gradually closed his eyes, entering a meditative state in an attempt to quell his inner turmoil that he silently prayed, may no late-stage core formation cultivators appear. Otherwise, this contest for the Bodhi tree will become exceedingly arduous. Despite the fervent discussion surrounding him, Tang Sanzang chose to isolate himself from the external world, focusing solely on his cultivation and preparation. That moment, a mysterious and potent aura wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, emanating from the ancient Bodhi tree, seemingly brimming with boundless wisdom and secrets. With each breath, Tang Sanzang felt that aura wash over him like waves, permeating the depths of his body and soul. This enchanting energy captivated most of those present, causing them to forget their surroundings. Each individual was consumed by an overwhelming desire to approach the Bodhi tree, to pluck the Bodhi fruit and grasp the profound mysteries of the Tao. Yet, as the Bodhi tree had yet to bear fruit, the crowd could only wait in anxious anticipation for that moment to arrive. Time gradually passed, and impatience began to set in among the crowd. We have waited 2 days and 2 nights. Why has the Bodhi tree not yet borne fruit? According to the rumors, it should have been imminent. Look at the Bodhi tree. Seeds are slowly forming, indicating that fruiting is near. Oh, I just hope it fruits soon. I can't shake this feeling of unease. If we wait any longer, powerful cultivators will undoubtedly arrive, and we may find ourselves with nothing. As the crowd continued to discuss while they awaited the fruit, a sudden thunderous sound echoed from the sky, followed by a dazzling light streaking across the horizon. Everyone looked up in unison to see an elegantly poised elder standing aloft, surveying them with an imposing presence. The elder's gaze swept over the gathered crowd as he spoke. It appears there are some promising talents here. However, this Bodhi tree is an acquisition I must have. If you do not wish to be harmed, I suggest you depart swiftly. Damn it, is that not the withered old man from Ziyun's sect? If he has come, it is said that this elder has already reached the late stage of core formation. Late stage of core formation? Does that not mean we have no chance? Tang Sanzang's heart sank. He recognized this elder as the very figure they had most feared among late-stage core formation cultivators. At that moment, Tang Sanzang quietly activated his Heavenly Emperor's eye, scrutinizing the withered elder closely. His eyes gradually brightened, and a slight smile graced his lips that's it. It seems this withered elder did not attain his current level merely through innate talent. From the elder's waning vitality and fluctuating aura, It was evident that he was either severely injured or had overexerted himself. I suspect he might have utilized some treasure or secret technique to forcibly ascend to the core formation stage, only to subsequently expend a significant amount of his innate essence to reach this late stage. With this realization, Tang Sanzang felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. While such a cultivation method could rapidly enhance one's power, the price paid was undeniably steep. Nonetheless, for Tang Sanzang, this revelation was undoubtedly good news. After all, he had harbored trepidation toward late-stage core formation cultivators, and now discovering that the opponent bore certain weaknesses and vulnerabilities bolstered his confidence slightly. However, he remained vigilant, fully aware that even in a weakened state, the withered elder remained a formidable late-stage core formation cultivator, not to be underestimated. That we cultivators fear not a battle. You are but one. And you wish to drive us all away? There are over 100 of us here, the weakest of whom are foundation establishment cultivators. At that moment, someone stood up, their voice resonant and powerful. The others quickly rallied in support, and morale surged. Observing this, the elder's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ignorant fools, since you insist on this, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from him. He raised his hand and waved, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword chi that howled through the air, directly targeting the man who had been speaking. The man, upon witnessing this, hastily employed his martial arts to defend himself. The fierce sword chi struck against the protective barrier he had conjured, and after a few breaths, the barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. A chilling scream escaped the man's lips as dozens of flying swords pierced through his body. "I refuse to accept this," he cried out, spewing a mouthful of blood, his trembling hand reaching out in vain. Before he ultimately collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the elder withdrew his flying swords and coldly surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Now, does anyone still harbor objections?" The onlookers gazed at the man's corpse, momentarily paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach. Although the disparity in strength between the core formation stage and the foundation establishment stage was profound, their numbers were plentiful that if they surged forward in unison, even the elder of the core formation stage would have no choice but to retreat for the time being. However, the instinct to survive prevailed, and with the grim example of the fallen man before them, none dared to advance lightly. The elder cunningly exploited this psychological fear, employing the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, successfully instilling terror throughout the gathering. Tang Sanzang witnessed the entire unfolding drama and mused internally. This ancient elder is truly calculating. Despite his lack of innate talent for cultivation, his acumen in dealing with people far surpasses that of us younger generations. Those who do not wish to leave may stay, but should anyone dare to lay a hand on the Bodhi tree, they shall meet the same fate as him. The elder's gaze swept across all present with a chilling indifference. At this moment, Tang Sanzang silently assessed the situation, contemplating that if this skeletal elder were to seize all the Bodhi seeds, he would inevitably become the target of collective ire, although his strength could intimidate the crowd. The Bodhi seeds had yet to appear, and everyone was holding their ground. Once the seeds manifested, Tang Sanzang chuckled inwardly. The allure of those seeds would be irresistible to many, and soon enough, there would be those unafraid of death rushing forward to snatch them. With the first to act, there would inevitably be a second, plunging the skeletal elder into a predicament, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. Realizing this, Tang Sanzang couldn't help but smile. However, if this cunning old man leaves some Bodhi seeds for them to fight over, he can undoubtedly depart unscathed. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow. If that is the case, I am left with two choices. One is to vie for the remaining Bodhi seeds with this group of foundation establishment cultivators, and the other is to pursue the skeletal elder to seize the majority of the Bodhi seeds from him. Tang Sanzang now contemplated whether to maximize his gains or opt for a more prudent approach. Despite the skeletal elder's apparent lack of combat prowess, he was still a genuine late-stage core formation cultivator. A significant gap of nearly 2 realms. Tang Sanzang found himself in a state of indecision. Chapter 18. Another core formation stage. The plan of the yellow bird in the rear commences at this moment. The skeletal elder slowly approached the Bodhi treasure tree, feeling a formidable aura of heaven and earth enveloping him. A glimmer of delight flickered across his withered visage as he promptly seated himself, channeling his energy to fervently absorb the essence of that heavenly aura. Observing this spectacle, many of the less accomplished cultivators, realizing they were unlikely to partake in the treasures, quietly withdrew from the scene. Within mere moments, only about 2/3 of the original crowd remained. Clearly, the allure of the Bodhi seeds was immense. Even someone as formidable as the skeletal elder could not deter most from their anticipation. They were all biding their time, waiting for the right moment to act. The skeletal elder surveyed those still present, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You fools want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Must I take action before you relent? This Bodhi tree is mine, that if you do not depart, do you wish for me to eliminate you?" Just then, a resounding laugh echoed from afar. The laughter was thunderous, reverberating in the ears of all present, compelling them to turn their gazes. "Ha! How utterly laughable! When did the Bodhi treasure tree become yours?" Following the direction of the voice, they beheld a dense black mist rolling in like thick smoke from the distance, swiftly engulfing the entire sky. Within the black fog, a figure gradually became discernible. As the mist dissipated, an elder clad in a long black and purple robe, his head adorned with a hood, materialized before the crowd. His face was aged and wrinkled, resembling dried tree bark, yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk's, exuding boundless cunning and ruthlessness that he laughed heartily, his voice booming, unabashedly expressing his disdain and scorn for the skeletal elder. "Ah, Bone, it seems you are well. Do you remember this old man?" The elder in black intoned slowly, sarcasm dripping from his words. The skeletal elder focused intently, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he murmured, "Sung Yuan, the old monster, was he not dead?" "What? It is indeed the Sung old monster of the Sunluo Hall. How can he be here today?" Many present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in alarm as they regarded the black-robed elder with trepidation. Clearly, they were aware that this character named Sung Yuan was no benign figure. "Sung Yuan, the old monster. Who is that?" Tang Sanzang's expression changed, unable to contain his shock, for he sensed that this Sung Yuan old monster was also a late-stage core formation cultivator. "This is the Sung Yuan old monster of the Sunluo Hall. It is said he was cast off a cliff, and everyone believed him dead. Who would have thought he survived and even advanced to the late stage of core formation?" Tay's voice reminded him, "This is troublesome. 2 late-stage core formation cultivators appearing at once." The Tsungen old monster slowly descended from the sky, hovering in mid-air, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, a smirk playing on his lips, followed by a deep, piercing laughter. "Huh, you fools truly believe that I had perished during your encirclement all those years ago." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with confusion and shock. They knew that the Sunluo Hall was notorious for its bizarre and ruthless behavior, with many disciples from various sects having met tragic fates at their hands. However, the unfortunate reality was that the Sunluo Hall did not resort to ambushes or other underhanded tactics. Instead, they preferred to annihilate their foes during direct confrontations. Thus, many had no choice but to swallow their grievances and silently bear such losses. Yet this time, the situation was different. Sung Yuan old monster had brazenly ambushed several core disciples during a treasure hunt, prompting multiple sects to unite in their pursuit of him. It was rumored that he had been cast off a cliff, but now it seemed that rumor was far from accurate. What was worse? The current Sung Yuan old monster not only survived but had also advanced to the late stage of core formation, becoming a formidable cultivator. Sung Yuan old monster then addressed the crowd. "Let me be frank. When I was pursued by you so-called righteous cultivators and was thrown off the cliff, I believed my life had come to an end. However, fortune smiled upon me, as I was spared by the branches, and my fall only resulted in a broken leg. Fortunately, the treasures I seized saved my life, healing my injury and allowing me to break through to the late stage of core formation. Should I acquire this Bodhi seed, I am confident I can reach the nascent soul stage, and afterward, I shall settle the score with those who wronged me back then." Sung old monster then flashed a sinister smile, turning to the skeletal elder and remarking, "Bone, you dare leave these few foundation establishment brats to watch. Are you not afraid they will rush forward to snatch the Bodhi seeds once they appear? The skeletal elder glanced at Sungyun old monster, seething with silent fury. What a cunning old fox, seeking to use me as a tool for murder. The skeletal elder chuckled softly. An old monster, do not feign innocence. You only just appeared, seeking to ally with me to eliminate these people before we divide the spoils. Sungyun old monster's eyelids twitched at this point. What a clever skeletal elder. Returning the favor in kind, I intended to incite the crowd to dispose of him. But now he has thwarted my plan with a single retort. Though vexed, Sungyun old monster, being seasoned in the ways of battle, quickly regained his composure. Despite his anger, a smile remained on his face as he remarked, if that is the case, may I propose we collaborate? Realizing that prolonging the standoff would be disadvantageous, Sungyun old monster decided to alter his strategy, attempting to forge a partnership with the skeletal elder. However, the skeletal elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, collaborate. Do you truly believe that is possible? As events have unfolded to this point, both the old monster Sungyun and the elder Kugu have come to the realization that mutual trust has become utterly unattainable. Despite the presence of several dozen foundation establishment cultivators, their ultimate goal remains the Bodhi tree. Compelling them to confront the core formation cultivators would undoubtedly present considerable difficulty. If there were only one opponent, they might have been able to launch a concerted attack, but with two late-stage core formation cultivators in the fray, they would merely be trifles in the eyes of such formidable adversaries. At this moment, Tang Sanzang was keenly observing the shifting dynamics of the situation, secretly contemplating. Among these several dozen foundation establishment cultivators, many are late-stage practitioners. If we were to rush together, even against two core formation cultivators, they would still require time and effort to deal with us, and there's even a chance that some might sustain injuries. Yet, I am no match for either of the two late-stage cultivators. If I could somehow manage to injure them, perhaps I might seize an opportunity. However, with two late-stage cultivators present, if we were to overwhelm one, the other would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Currently, the balance of power is precariously poised among the three factions, and I must devise a strategy to break this deadlock. Child, have you forgotten that the Corpse God Tower possesses the ability to absorb blood essence and soul power? The Tower Master reminded him that, in an instant, enlightenment dawned upon Tang Sanzang, and a clever plan began to take shape in his mind. As tensions escalated, it seemed that a breathtaking battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 19. The Battle of Hundreds. A mutual demise, however. Just as the atmosphere became charged with anticipation, the Bodhi tree suddenly radiated a blinding light, its leaves gradually revealing clusters of translucent fruits. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated by the ancient tree. Heavens, the Bodhi tree has begun to bear fruit. After waiting all these days, it has finally appeared. I must obtain a Bodhi seed at all costs. This is my opportunity to break through to core formation. Dozens of eyes, gleaming with predatory desire, fixated hungrily on the ancient Bodhi tree, as if they wished to devour it whole. Initially, the Foundation establishment cultivators had been cowed by the threats from the elder Kugu and the old monster Sungyun, their expressions betraying uncertainty. Yet, the moment the precious Bodhi seed manifested before them, their apprehensions evaporated, replaced by an insatiable greed. Indeed, as the adage goes, human nature is inherently greedy. Before the treasure was revealed, each individual could maintain a facade of composure. Yet, once the treasure appeared, all reason would be devoured by madness. This is the allure of treasures. Seeing this, both the old monster Tsun and the elder Kugu bellowed in unison. If you dare take another step forward, I shall make sure your blood splatters the ground. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. There's no need for fear, everyone. With so many of us charging together, they cannot possibly withstand our assault. As soon as we seize a Bodhi seed, we can turn and flee. They would not dare pursue us recklessly. The speaker was none other than Tang Sanzang. His words ignited the flames of greed within the hearts of the crowd. And before he could finish speaking, they surged forth, channeling their full spiritual energy toward the ancient Bodhi tree like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the old monster Tsungin and the elder Kugu ground their teeth in frustration. How dare someone incite such fervor? They vowed to extract the identity of this instigator and ensure a fate worse than death. The elder Kugu trembled with rage, his eyes wide with fury as he fixated on the cultivators racing toward the treasure. Growling, "Step aside. This is mine." Unable to contain his anger any longer, he summoned all his spiritual energy, transforming it into a piercing beam aimed at those cultivators. However, at that moment, the old monster, Sungyin, also plunged into the fray. Equally eager for a share of the treasure and unwilling to let the elder Kugu claim it alone. Thus, the two factions became embroiled in a fierce conflict, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, lurking at a distance, quietly observed the unfolding chaos, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Let them fight it out, and may they both suffer grievously. I shall then reap the benefits. He understood that the moment they were mutually weakened would present the perfect opportunity for him to seize the treasure. At this juncture, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators launched their attacks simultaneously, the sheer force of their combined might rendering the atmosphere tense and fraught. Though the elder Kugu and the old monster Sungyan were powerful, facing such a multitude of opponents proved challenging, leaving them entangled in skirmishes. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the elder Kugu's rage surged, his eyes aflame with fury as his spiritual energy surged. Suddenly, a colossal handprint materialized in the sky, emanating an overwhelming pressure as it descended upon the multitude. "You have forced my hand. The Yellow Springs palm." The elder Kugu's voice thundered across the battlefield. The cultivators gazed up at the enormous handprint, their faces paling as they hastily summoned their most potent techniques to counter. Dazzling array of colorful spiritual energy surged toward the giant palm, producing a cacophony that shook the very heavens. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire space quivered in response, dust swirling and rocks flying. Everyone's astonishment. The cultivators' collective assault successfully halted the descent of the colossal palm, momentarily averting disaster. It became evident that even a core formation cultivator could be challenged when faced with a united front. As this realization dawned, the crowd rallied together, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged toward the elder Kugu like a pack of ferocious beasts. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the elder Kugu's expression darkened, his demeanor turning ominous. He turned to the old monster Tsungyuan beside him, coldly stating, "Will you not join the fray? Do you intend to wait until I am defeated for them to spare you?" The old monster Tsungyuan hesitated, fully aware that he and the elder Kugu were evenly matched, and even a slight edge would not alter the outcome significantly. If this group of Foundation establishment cultivators could inflict grave injuries upon the elder Kugu, they could certainly do the same to him. With this thought in mind, the old monster Tsungyin steeled himself, erupting into action as he soared into the air. The massive black hand emerged from his grasp, radiating a fierce aura as it lunged toward the cultivators. The shadow claw. With a furious roar, the gigantic black hand descended upon the colorful waves of spiritual energy, crashing into them with a thunderous impact. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening roar. Yet, surprisingly, neither side could gain the upper hand in that moment. Just then, Tang Sanzang, observing the stalemate before him, was struck by a brilliant idea. He stealthily approached the ranks of Foundation establishment cultivators, his presence entirely concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his spiritual energy and infused it into the dozens of surging spiritual energy beams. In an instant, those beams became even more radiant, their once faint glow now rivaling that of the sun. Golden spiritual energy entwined with the others, forming a powerful synergy. The elder Kugu and the old monster Tsungyin sensed this sudden surge of strength, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had initially believed they could easily suppress their opponents, only to find the situation spiraling beyond their expectations. What is happening? Why has their power surged so suddenly? The old monster Tsungyuan exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. I don't know. Could it be that they have employed some kind of treasure? The elder Kugu pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Impossible. If they were using a treasure, there would certainly be some visible phenomenon. Yet there has been no sign until now. But this surge in spiritual energy, could someone be aiding them? As he defended against the mounting pressure, the old monster Tsung speculated on the possible causes. Regardless of the reason, how could it be that the two of us, late-stage core formation cultivators, are unable to subdue these dozens of foundation establishment brats? If word of this gets out, how can I? Elder Kugu continue to walk the paths of the world? The withered old man, consumed by rage and humiliation, resolved to unleash his full might. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, intensifying the already formidable pressure he exuded. The staff in his grasp shimmered with an eerie light, and a billowing black mist surged forth, enveloping him and rendering him akin to a demon's descent as he exerted his utmost strength. His visage grew increasingly haggard, as if vitality itself was draining away that moment. The ancient creature Tsung, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation, abandoned any pretense of restraint. He had only recently ascended to the late stage of the core formation realm, and should he falter here, he would be doomed to a lifetime of evasion. His numerous enemies would surely seize the opportunity to seek vengeance if they learned that a mere throng of foundation establishment cultivators could vanquish him. Resolute, he decided to commit fully to the fray. The immense black claws, already monumental, darkened further, radiating an unfathomable pressure akin to a small mountain, bearing down upon the army of foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang silently calculated the passage of time. Waiting for the opportune moment, he beheld the withered old man and Tsung unleashing their full power. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. Now was the time. Chapter 20. The seizure of the Bodhi seeds. With that, Tang Sanzang swiftly retreated several dozen meters, summoning forth the Corpse God Tower from within him. Having previously absorbed the power of the esteemed elders of the Forest of the Dead, he surmised it could similarly absorb the energies of all present. Dozens of foundation establishment cultivators alongside two core formation masters. The potency of their blood and soul energy would be staggering. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Sanzang elevated the Corpse God Tower into the air, unleashing a formidable gravitational pull that drew in the blood and soul energy of the cultivators. Damn it! What is happening? My blood and soul energy are being forcibly siphoned away. The crowd gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. The sensation of their souls being torn asunder engulfed them, echoing their anguished cries. Standing at a distance, Tang Sanzang's gaze was unwavering and cold. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture. Only by harnessing the power of the Corpse God Tower did he stand a chance of seizing the Bodhi seeds. Otherwise, with his foundation establishment cultivation, he would be unable to escape should he become the target of their collective ire. Curse it! Someone is absorbing our blood and soul energy. The withered old man trembled with fury, utterly blindsided by this betrayal. How dare someone conspire against us? Who could this fiend be? Tsung, equally astonished, surveyed the chaotic scene, his heart filled with confusion and disbelief. The withered old man and Tsung grappled with their bewilderment. The previously stalemated forces suddenly lost balance, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening roar filled the air as unparalleled power hurled both factions away. Foundation establishment cultivators plummeted from the sky, creating deep craters upon impact. The withered old man and Tsung were not spared, forced to retreat at breakneck speed. Blood sprayed from their mouths, their faces ashen, revealing the severity of their injuries. Blast it! I've been outmaneuvered, the withered old man bellowed, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. The sudden upheaval threw the crowd into a state of panic. They stared in disbelief at the extraordinary turn of events. They could scarcely fathom that someone among them wielded such tremendous power and audacity to orchestrate a scheme against all present. We have been betrayed, Tsung seethed through clenched teeth. The one lurking in the shadows must have meticulously planned this. That strange voice we heard earlier was undoubtedly a deliberate ploy to incite conflict among us, allowing him to reap the rewards. The withered old man wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. This individual possesses a cunning mind. He is surely observing us from the shadows. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, that Tsung Yuan's face turned a shade of iron, his voice seething with rage. Cowardly rat, if you have any courage, come forth and face me in open battle. He prepared to channel his internal energy. But the next moment he coughed up blood. Damn it, I was injured by that force, Sung cursed inwardly, hastily sitting down to recuperate. The withered old man, too, recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to meditate in an attempt to mend his wounded meridians. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang wore a triumphant smile, his thoughts reveling. Ah, since you are injured, you shall become the sustenance for the Corpse God Tower. With that, he raised his hand, and the immense Corpse God Tower unleashed a powerful suction, sweeping towards the gathered crowd. Ah! The already injured Foundation establishment cultivators found themselves forcibly drained of their blood and soul energy. Several of the weaker ones fainted outright. I could see that moment. The withered old man and Sangyan, who had been in deep meditation, sensed the powerful energy fluctuations and abruptly opened their eyes. They quickly mobilized their internal energies, attempting to resist the sudden influx of suction. Yet their hearts brimmed with anger and resentment. Curse that beast! If it weren't for our prior injuries, you would not have dared to act so brazenly. The withered old man spat, his eyes aflame with rage, wishing to immediately unearth the assailant and make him pay dearly. As the moment approached, Tang Sanzang donned a hooded cloak and a mask, concealing his features entirely. Deliberately lowering his voice, he taunted, You fools, so consumed with your infighting, yet unaware that the true victor has long since devised a plan. Regret now is futile. You can only watch as I seize the treasures you covet. With that declaration, Tang Sanzang executed the thunderstep technique, vanishing in an instant and reappearing beneath the Bodhi tree. He unceremoniously gathered all the Bodhi seeds into his possession, retrieved the Corpse God Tower into his being, and without hesitation, sped away into the distance. The withered old man and Sung Yuan felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Upon witnessing Tang Sanzang's theft of all the Bodhi seeds, their eyes nearly ignited with fury. Beast! The withered old man roared, despite his grievous injuries, his inner rage rendering him unable to contain himself. He forcefully suppressed his wounds, gritting his teeth as he pursued the direction Tang Sanzang had fled. Damn it! I, Sung, have spent my life outsmarting others, and today I find myself outwitted. If I catch you, I shall break your limbs and cast you deep into the forest to sate my wrath, Sing Yuan exclaimed, unleashing a furious roar to vent his frustrations, before channeling all his energy in pursuit of Tang Sanzang. In the span of a mere incense stick, Tang Sanzang raced through the forest like a whirlwind. Dozens of miles flew by beneath his feet as he sprinted southward from the eastern edge of the woods, pouring every ounce of effort into evading the relentless pursuit of the withered old man and Sung. Just as he believed, he could momentarily lower his guard and catch his breath. A chilling aura pierced through him like an arrow, causing his entire being to tense up. A massive hand descended upon him from above, without a hint of hesitation. Tang Sanzang pivoted sharply, facing the colossal hand, and unleashed his most potent strike, the great Brahma sacred palm, an evolution of the blood demon Corpse God technique, which he had named the Brahma Ajura palm. With a thunderous clash, the two formidable forces collided. Akin to thunder splitting the sky, the shockwave sweeping through the forest like a tempest, as if even the sturdiest stones were on the verge of shattering. The overwhelming impact sent Tang Sanzang flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground. Brat, hand over the Bodhi seeds, and I may yet spare your life. A bone-chilling voice echoed through the mist, ruthlessly shattering Tang Sanzang's thoughts. The voice belonged to the relentless, withered old man, who, panting heavily, had finally caught up to him during his brief moment of respite. Despite Tang Sanzang's frenzied sprint, the disparity between the early stage of Foundation establishment and the late stage of core formation was insurmountable. Had the withered old man not been severely injured, Tang Sanzang would have surely been caught by now. That moment, Sung also arrived, his gaze dark and fixated on Tang Sanzang. You little brat. You are the one who plotted against us? Very well, just wait and see how I make you wish you were dead. The withered old man fixed his gaze intently on Tang Sanzang. Yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he spoke, Youth, as long as you obediently hand over the Bodhi seed, I shall spare your life. Chapter 21. A sudden assault. Tang Sanzang surveyed the two formidable cultivators at the golden core stage before him and felt a surge of relief within. A faint smile graced his lips. It was fortunate that the old monster of Sun Yan had arrived just in time, or he would have been in dire straits. The withered old man was undoubtedly apprehensive that should he strike, the old monster would seize the opportunity to gain the upper hand. Thus he hesitated to act recklessly. Before the arrival of the old monster, however, he had shown no mercy in his pursuit of Tang Sanzang. At this moment, the situation had descended into a delicate equilibrium. Both parties weighed their options, neither willing to be the first to shatter the stalemate. Tang Sanzang was acutely aware of his precarious position and understood the necessity of exercising caution while seeking a chance to escape. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, bracing himself for whatever might transpire next. Tang Sanzang clasped his hands together and addressed the two elder cultivators, respected seniors. I am fully aware of my inadequacy as a foe. However, to whom should I surrender the Bodhi seed that I possess? Upon hearing this, the withered old man and the old monster of Sun exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes twitching slightly before they simultaneously scoffed. Youngster, do not entertain thoughts of sowing discord. We shall not fall for your tricks. With decades of experience in the martial world, both the withered old man and the old monster understood the treachery of human hearts and were well versed in the art of negotiation. Their previous internal conflict had stemmed from the allure of the Bodhi seed, which had temporarily clouded their judgment. This time, they were resolute not to repeat such folly and grant their adversary an opportunity. Place the Bodhi seed at your feet and step back slowly, the old monster of Sun commanded, a sense of urgency palpable in his tone. Tang Sanzang's heart sank. He realized that his ruse had been unmasked, and he inwardly lamented his predicament. As he sought to buy time, he quickly scanned for an avenue of escape. Faced with two mid-stage Golden Core masters, although both were injured, dealing with them simultaneously would still pose a formidable challenge. Moreover, unlike demonic beasts, once ensnared by humans, one was nearly consigned to despair. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tang Sanzang's mind, leading him to conceive a daring plan. He inhaled deeply, resolved to take a bold risk. With a sigh, he placed the storage bag containing the Bodhi seed at his feet and began to retreat slowly, one hand concealed behind him as a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. The withered old man and the old monster of Sun, fixated on the aura emanating from the storage bag, realized it indeed contained the Bodhi seed, their breaths quickening in anticipation, oblivious to Tang Sanzang's movements. As Tang Sanzang retreated 10 steps, both the withered old man and the old monster lunged towards the storage bag simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sanzang hurled the Corpse God Tower into the fray. The Corpse God Tower manifested above the withered old man, a powerful suction force enveloping him. Damn it, not this cursed tower again. The withered old man channeled all his spiritual power to resist the pull. Despite his formidable strength, he found it challenging to break free from the tower's overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the old monster of Sun noticed the predicament of the withered old man. Initially, he had underestimated Tang Sanzang, believing him to be a mere novice. Now, however, witnessing Tang Sanzang ensnaring the withered old man, a flicker of astonishment surged within him. Yet he did not falter, continuing his advance towards the storage bag. Tang Sanzang understood that combating two adversaries simultaneously was an arduous task. If he could not swiftly eliminate one of them, he would likely find himself in an irretrievable situation once the withered old man extricated himself from the Corpse God Tower that he drew his long sword, inhaled deeply, and concentrated all his strength into the blade. The golden sword shimmered with radiant light. As if imbued with boundless power, he invoked the Blood Demon Corpse God technique, channeling a continuous flow of spiritual energy into the sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. Then, with all his might, he thrust the sword forward, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light that collided with a massive fireball. Taste my blade, the heavens shall crumble. With a roar, Tang Sanzang activated the Blood Demon Corpse God technique, a golden aura enveloping him as a formidable sword chi surged towards the old monster of Sun, carrying an air of desolation. The old monster of Sun Yuan sensed the terrifying aura and was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. However, bolstered by his confidence as a Golden Core cultivator, he believed that the attack from a mere Foundation establishment practitioner would not pose a threat. Thus, he hastened towards the storage bag. just as he was a mere few meters away from it. His expression shifted dramatically. He felt the true power behind Tang Sanzang's attack and quickly summoned all his strength to brace for the impending strike. Yet he had underestimated the might of Tang Sanzang's sword. The golden sword shadow struck him in the chest like a cannonball. With a resounding boom, the old monster of Sangyan was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Staining his chest, he soared hundreds of meters through the air before barely regaining his balance upon landing. Seizing the moment, Tang Sanzang charged towards the old monster of Sangyan. He knew that momentum was crucial. If he could not dispatch the old monster in one fell swoop, he would soon find himself outnumbered when the withered old man broke free from the Corpse God Tower. With sword in hand, Tang Sanzang advanced, fully activating the Blood Demon Corpse God technique. As the old monster of Sangyan was still reeling from the previous assault, he melded with his sword, propelled by a lightning-like vigor straight at the old monster. The Void Burial Immortal Sword Technique's second strike. Once the old monster of Sangyan steadied himself, he hastily summoned his spiritual power to defend. However, even a fully recovered late-stage Golden Core Master would think twice before facing Tang Sanzang's full-force strike combined with the Burial Immortal Sword Technique. Let alone the injured old monster. Boom! As the sword tip made contact with the old monster's protective barrier, an unstoppable force shattered it, striking him squarely in the chest. The old monster was again sent reeling back, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, blood spewing forth as he teetered on the brink of consciousness. Tang Sanzang then summoned the Corpse God Tower, draining the old monster's vital blood and spiritual energy entirely. Without the balancing force of the Corpse God Tower, the pressure on the withered old man lessened considerably. Yet upon witnessing the old monster reduced to a desiccated corpse, his eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of individual is this youth? Though merely at the foundation establishment stage, he has managed to slay the old monster of Sangyan. At that moment, the withered old man hesitated, torn between whether to seize the Bodhi seed. He pondered that if he continued to vie for the seed, he might share the same fate as the old monster. However, relinquishing it left him with a sense of dissatisfaction, just as he found himself ensnared in indecision. Tang Sanzang suddenly turned to him, his gaze resolute and piercing. Tang Sanzang exuded a powerful aura, instilling a sense of pressure within the withered old man. A jolt of realization struck him. This young man was not to be trifled with, his strength far surpassing his expectations. With a derisive sneer, the withered old man proclaimed, "Ha! You are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe that having ambushed the old monster of Sangyan grants you the right to challenge me? I shall not afford you the opportunity for a sneak attack. Today, you shall witness what a true Golden Core Master is capable of." With that, the withered old man's eyes turned icy, and with a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, aimed directly at Tang Sanzang. Chapter 22. A mere toxin? I inhale. Faced with this formidable strike, Tang Sanzang remained remarkably composed. He merely cast a calm glance, allowing his spiritual energy to surge as he pressed his palms together, summoning forth a tempestuous wind. Fury of the tempest. As his words echoed, an unparalleled surge of spiritual energy erupted from Tang Sanzang's surroundings, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with immense power as it hurtled towards the giant palm. While the great Brahma sacred palm and fury of the tempest were both derived from the Brahma celestial Ajura palm, the latter possessed greater potency, albeit at a higher consumption of spiritual energy. Boom! The two immense forces collided in midair, producing a thunderous cacophony. Waves of energy rippled through the air like a surging tide. Tang Sanzang was propelled backward, flying several dozen meters, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion paling. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, radiating an indomitable spirit. The withered old man, too, was thrust backward, his mouth tasting blood as he struggled to suppress a cough. As he teetered on the edge of expelling blood, he forcefully swallowed it down, unwilling to reveal to Tang Sanzang that this blow had further ravaged his already battered form. Thus, in their initial clash, while Tang Sanzang found himself slightly at a disadvantage, the withered old man had not gained any substantial upper hand. Cursed be this youth! How can one a mere foundation establishment wield such formidable power? Even I, at the mid-stage of Golden Core, could not directly obliterate him. The countenance of the withered old man transformed into a ghastly shade as he grappled with the inconceivable notion that a mere foundational cultivator could be compared to a master of the core formation realm like himself. Despite his grievous injuries at that moment, he found it intolerable to accept such an outcome. His emotions oscillated wildly. A direct confrontation seemed precarious, for given his current state, he harbored no certainty of triumph over Tang Sanzang. Yet, the Bodhi seed lay tantalizingly close, representing his sole opportunity to breach the late stage of core formation. How could he possibly relinquish it? The tumultuous battle they had just endured had undoubtedly roused the attention of various factions both within and beyond the forest. Any further delay might attract even more formidable adversaries. In such a scenario, his present condition could well lead him to a point of no return. Resolute, the withered old man gritted his teeth, his form flickering as he swung his staff with great force, unleashing a deluge of black smoke that surged toward Tang Sanzang like a tempest. Though Tang Sanzang was merely a foundational cultivator, his prowess was not to be underestimated. However, the old man possessed a distinct advantage. The staff he wielded concealed a sinister secret, harboring poison that by channeling his spiritual essence, it could transform into a noxious mist. Furthermore, as a master of core formation, he could soar through the skies, a capability Tang Sanzang lacked. Once the poison shrouded the area, he could ascend to evade its grasp. Although deploying poison against a foundational cultivator might tarnish his reputation, the allure of the Bodhi seed overshadowed any such concerns. Boy, I concede your strength. However, traversing the world requires more than sheer combat prowess. One must also master cunning tactics. Alas, you shan't have the opportunity to learn. Reflect on this in the netherworld. As the toxic fog expanded, the withered old man chuckled with glee. He soared into the air, observing the scene below, eagerly anticipating Tang Sanzang's demise from the poison. Tang Sanzang, witnessing the thickening poison, felt a pang of anxiety. Alas, I forgot to concoct some antidotes. What should I do now? But he quickly reassured himself. Fear not, the Corpse God Tower can absorb all things. A trifling poison is inconsequential. Just as Tang Sanzang fretted, the Corpse God Tower erupted from within him, voraciously devouring the toxic miasma. The fact that the Corpse God Tower could absorb poison was unexpected. The withered old man had intended to kill him with it, only to be thwarted. It seemed fortune smiled upon him. Having absorbed so much blood essence and soul power, he wondered how the small world would transform this time. As time passed, the poison was nearly fully absorbed. Tang Sanzang stowed the Corpse God Tower and activated the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, discerning the withered old man hovering above amidst the fog. That old monster surely believed he had succumbed to the poison and was reveling in his triumph. Very well, I shall turn his own ploy against him and strike with unexpected ferocity. A sly smile crept upon Tang Sanzang's lips. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang employed the tortoise breathing technique to mask his life force and lay still upon the ground. Moments later, as the toxic fog dispersed, the withered old man beheld what he presumed to be Tang Sanzang's lifeless body and erupted into laughter. Daha! I did not foresee that in the struggle between the clam and the heron, I would emerge victorious. He then grasped the storage pouch containing the Bodhi seed, unabashedly brimming with excitement. At last, I have secured it. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, I have ultimately prevailed, just as the withered old man reveled in his acquisition. Tang Sanzang abruptly rose, employing the thunder step as he charged toward him. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, soul shock, a formidable wave of soul power surged toward the withered old man, who sensed an inkling of threat. Turning to face Tang Sanzang's oncoming charge, he barely had time to react before the eye of the Heavenly Emperor struck his soul. Instantly, the withered old man froze, his entire essence trembling, the pouch containing the Bodhi seed slipping from his grasp. Having honed his soul power within the Corpse God Tower, Tang Sanzang's capabilities had already reached the core formation stage. Although the withered old man wielded similar cultivation, the human consciousness was inherently more fragile than one's cultivation level. At present, the withered old man's consciousness was likely at the early stages of core formation or even weaker. Damn it, how did he not succumb to the poison? After a brief pause, the withered old man regained his wits. hastily channeling his spiritual energy to defend against the impending assault. However, Tang Sanzang would not afford him the luxury of time, as the eye of the heavenly emperor struck the withered old man. He brandished his sword, propelled by the force of the thunder step. Old fool, perish! Deafening explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, for the withered old man had not anticipated that Tang Sanzang still lived. The instant he was struck by the eye of the heavenly emperor, Tang Sanzang unleashed his martial technique for a decisive blow, catching the old man off guard. He was sent soaring through the air for over 100 meters, spewing blood before crashing into the ground and creating a crater several meters deep, gasping and bleeding profusely. Cough. Who are you? How can a foundational cultivator possess such strength? You are no ordinary person, the withered old man, enduring the agony of both spirit and body, struggled to rise, a S1 on the brink of death. Allow me to reveal my identity. Tang Sanzang removed his mask, revealing the visage of Qin Tian before the withered old man's astonished eyes. You are Ning Hao? You are alive? The withered old man stared in disbelief at the familiar countenance before him. Daha! Fate has not deemed you dead. Now you may rest in peace. With a swift motion, Tang Sanzang swung his sword, and the withered old man perished. Astonishment etched upon his face. Afterward, Tang Sanzang retrieved the Corpse God Tower, absorbing the withered old man's blood essence and soul power, causing the tower to tremble violently. Alas, it seems I have absorbed too much blood essence and soul power. The Corpse God Tower is about to undergo a transformation. Tang Sanzang, not daring to be complacent, stowed the storage pouch and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 23. A Natural Weapon, Burial of Immortals. The Corpse God Tower continued to quake violently as Tang Sanzang sought refuge in a cave, sitting cross-legged. Youngster, the Corpse God Tower has absorbed an abundance of blood essence and soul power. It appears a transformation is imminent. The ethereal voice of the Tower Master resonated. Tang Sanzang, drenched in cold sweat, asked, Tower Master, could it be that the Corpse God Tower is about to evolve? Not quite. The Corpse God Tower does not evolve so easily. You think it can evolve merely from the blood essence and soul power of a few foundational and 2 core formation cultivators. You underestimate the tower. What shall we do now? Do not fret. First, you must carefully sense the changes within the Corpse God Tower. Tang Sanzang calmed his mind, channeling a fragment of his soul power to perceive the tower's transformation. I sense that the blood essence and soul power are merging within the Corpse God Tower rather than being returned to my body. Tower Master, what does this signify? After a moment of contemplation, the Tower Master responded, this should be a different function of the Corpse God Tower. Have you heard of weapon refinement? The tower has absorbed the blood essence and soul power, and now they're merging. The reason it has yet to succeed is that it lacks a foundational material. But Tower Master, aren't you the spirit of the tower? Why do you sound uncertain about this? I am indeed the spirit of the tower, but I was born alongside it, not created by its maker. One could say, I am not human, for in the depths of the blood forest lies an existence even I cannot fathom. Enough of this. Do you not possess a sword? Throw it into the tower, the Tower Master urged Tang Sanzang. Understood. Tang Sanzang promptly cast the sword from his storage pouch into the tower. A miraculous event unfolded as the blood essence and soul power merged into a substance that adhered to the sword, slowly melting it down and leaving behind a mold, which then absorbed the material. The Tower Master and Tang Sanzang watched in awe at the tower's transformation. Tower Master, what do you think this will create? The classification of weapons. Have you not studied it? In this continent, they are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Above exceptional are magical artifacts, which contain a trace of the Great Tao's power, rendering them immensely potent. Tang Sanzang inquired, are there even higher grades of weapons beyond magical artifacts? Indeed, the unknown aspects of this world do not negate their existence. According to my memories, above magical artifacts are spiritual weapons, which are said to contain the power of heaven and earth, wielding the capability to annihilate the world. Such weapons are beyond the reach of ordinary beings, existing only in legend. Tang Sanzang nodded. Then what grade is the Corpse God Tower? The Tower Master fell silent for a few moments. Grade? The Corpse God Tower transcends grading. To describe it in such terms diminishes its value that if one must categorize it, it would be, from heaven to earth, unrivaled. Even the minuscule world within you pales in comparison to it. Ultimately, the small world is merely a manifestation of the evolution of the world's origin, still encompassed within the great Tao. The so-called origin of the world is, in fact, the heavenly principle. The small world within you is but a reflection of this heavenly principle, which creates all things. The very essence of everything emanates from it. However, the Corpse God Tower transcends the Tao. It is not subject to the balance of heaven and earth, Tang Sanzang murmured. An existence that transcends the Tao. Well, these concepts are beyond your current strength to comprehend. Should you desire to explore the secrets of the heavenly principle, you must diligently enhance your power. For the heavenly principle is a taboo of the world. To mention or discuss it without sufficient strength invites divine retribution. At that moment, a radiant red light enveloped Tang Sanzang, and a colossal sword shadow appeared behind him. Suddenly, the Corpse God Tower trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds shifted, and thunder roared. A surge of red light erupted, engulfing the entire realm, and a massive red sword shadow materialized in the sky. That instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to be shaken by a mysterious force, revealing a gigantic red sword shadow in the firmament, its imposing presence inducing profound trepidation. As the sword shadow emerged, a beam of red light shot skyward from Tang Sanzang, and a pale red longsword flew out from the Corpse God Tower. Crashing into the cave's wall, Master Tower gazed at the emerging longsword, exclaiming, "Such formidable sword energy! This overwhelming force could annihilate heaven and earth. If left unchecked, it would surely reduce the cave to rubble. What shall we do now?" Tang Sanzang attempted to harness his spiritual power to reclaim the longsword, but alas, the moment his power touched the sword, it was repelled. You should try to communicate with the Corpse God Tower to retrieve this weapon. It appears to possess sentience, likely categorizing it as a spiritual weapon or higher, Master Tower suggested. Just as the situation became critical, Tang Sanzang summoned the Corpse God Tower, and a mysterious light instantly enveloped the longsword, as if draping it in a translucent veil. Only then did Tang Sanzang and Master Tower finally discern the true form of this enigmatic object. Indeed, there could be no mistake. This is truly the legendary spiritual weapon. It was precisely as described, radiating a dazzling red brilliance, with strands of mysterious blood energy faintly visible upon its blade. Master Tower, his face filled with astonishment, could not help but exclaimed. He then turned to Tang Sanzang, urging him, "Quickly, try to see if you can grasp it." Tang Sanzang approached the pale red longsword, attempting to grasp the hilt, but a powerful force repelled him. "No, this weapon simply does not allow me to touch it." Master Tower pondered for a moment. All things possess a spirit. The Corpse God Tower merged with your body due to your resentment. Perhaps this weapon can be claimed in a similar manner. Try dripping your blood onto the sword. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang dripped his blood onto the blade, which suddenly surged with red light, vibrating violently as if attempting to break free from the Corpse God Tower's control. "Boy, retract the Corpse God Tower. It seems this sword is beginning to acknowledge you." Tang Sanzang quickly withdrew the Corpse God Tower, and the longsword ascended into the sky, circling around him several times before merging into his body. "Master Tower, has it fused?" Tang Sanzang inquired. Indeed, this weapon was forged by the Corpse God Tower and must have sensed the Corpse God bloodline within you. Thus it recognizes you as its master. You are quite fortunate. "You have obtained a spiritual weapon without any exertion," Master Tower replied. Tang Sanzang summoned the long sword into his hand, feeling its remarkable lightness, as if it were a feather devoid of weight. How curious. Why can I sense no weight whatsoever? With a heart full of suspicion, Tang Sanzang casually swung the long sword, and the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, followed by a fierce and unmatched energy shooting forth. Cleaving toward the cave's entrance, the thunderous roar echoed as the once intact cave entrance was brutally sliced open, revealing a gaping fissure several meters long and unfathomably deep. Staring at this astonishing spectacle, Tang Sanzang was left speechless incredulously fixated on the long sword in his hand. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, murmuring, "Such terrifying power! Yet, why do I sense no heaviness? It is likely that the weapon has acknowledged its master, which is why you perceive it as weightless. This should not be merely classified as a spiritual weapon, but a master-recognized weapon possesses a wondrous ability to evolve and grow stronger alongside its wielder. If your cultivation were to reach the realm of the immortal emperor in the future, this sword would undoubtedly become an unparalleled imperial weapon that commands the world." An imperial weapon, you say? Just as Master Tower was about to elaborate, he sensed numerous auras rapidly approaching. It seems the commotion has attracted attention that we must depart to avoid being discovered. Chapter 24. Save the person. Boy, this sword has now recognized you as its master. You should give it a name, Master Tower suggested. Since I practice the burial immortal sword technique, I shall name it the burial immortal sword. Haha, splendid. To bury all living beings with the Corpse God Tower and the burial immortal sword, I am now eager to see the heights you will achieve in the future. Tang Sanzang gazed at the burial immortal sword, declaring, "Burial immortal? Not only shall I bury immortals, but I shall also bury the heavens and the earth." Moments later, Master Tower's voice resonated. "Boy, head north. I sense the presence of the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower." Understood. Tang Sanzang activated the thunderous step and surged northward, pondering when he might reach the Foundation establishment realm, at least to be able to fly and travel swiftly, unlike his current predicament that he sighed. The flying speed of the Foundation establishment realm? Tediously slow. If you can find the remains of a flying demonic beast in the future, you could use the Corpse God Tower to forge a pair of flying wings. Tang Sanzang halted. Flying wings? What are those? Have you ever seen a flying demonic beast? They soar through the skies with their wings. If you possessed wings as well, you could naturally fly, and that speed would far surpass that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Master Tower explained. Flying demonic beasts? Tang Sanzang murmured, "Do not dwell on such fanciful thoughts. When the opportunity arises, it will naturally present itself. For now, let us acquire the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. Concocting the ice spirit pill is paramount," Master Tower urged. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Tang Sanzang arrived at the northernmost part of the ice valley, just as he was preparing to search for the herbs. A voice suddenly resonated. "I can sense that person's aura. They're less than 10 miles away. With a bit more time, we shall catch up." Tang Sanzang quickly sought a hiding place to eavesdrop on their conversation. "I observed the battlefield earlier. Not only were there traces of sword strikes imbued with thunderous might, but the area was also suffused with the power of lightning. That demonic beast was likely an exceptional third-tier Thunderhound." Ning Hao stated. Thunderhound. This demonic beast is innately infused with a hint of thunderous power, born as a third-tier demonic beast, and stronger than ordinary third-tier beasts. Given time, it could very well advance to a fourth-tier beast. Another voice chimed in. "Its demonic core contains thunderous energy, perfectly suited for tempering my body. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment realm." Moreover, that person ventured into the Ice Valley to obtain the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. We must pursue him. Listening to their conversation, Tang Sanzang felt disinterested in their earlier discussion, but perked up at the mention of the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. Someone has gotten there first? No, I must follow to see. With that, Tang Sanzang trailed behind the two. "I sense him. He is less than a few hundred meters away. Quick, pursue him." The two figures unleashed their spiritual power and raced after the person ahead. Tang Sanzang activated the Heavenly Emperor's Eye, realizing that someone had acquired the demonic beast's inner core along with the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. The two pursuing him likely intended to kill for treasure. Just then, one of them raised a large blade, unleashing a blade shadow. Bang! The figure at the forefront was struck by the blade shadow, sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud thud, snapping thick tree roots and sending splinters flying amidst a cloud of dust. "Who dares?" Two figures stood closely behind the fallen individual, hissing with intent. "Boy, are you the one who hunted the third-tier Thunderhound? It seems you possess some strength, capable of single-handedly slaying this demonic beast. However, I've not heard of you from the local powers. The overbearing sect and martial god hall bully the weak, believing their sect can allow them to act with impunity. Today I, Li Zhongyu, knowing I cannot escape, shall fight you to the death. The two seem to regard Li Zhongyu. This is the falling god forest. We could kill you and seize your demonic core without issue. However, if you are wise, you will surrender that third-tier demonic core to us, and we shall let you go. You are 2 against 1. How can I decide whom to give it to? Li Zhongyu retorted. Humph, trying to sow discord. You need not trouble yourself. Simply place the demon core upon the ground, and you may depart at your leisure, one of the individuals declared. Just as Li Zhongyu was about to set the demon core down, he suddenly surged forth, dashing towards the forest's edge. How outrageous! To think he would play me for a fool. Once I capture him, I shall utterly obliterate his cultivation. The 2 men then unleashed their spiritual energy, rapidly pursuing Li Zhongyu. Given that Li Zhongyu was weaker than the 2 and injured, he was caught within mere hundreds of meters. Little brat, taste my blood shadow blade. One roared, the blade's edge instantly turning crimson as it swung towards Li Zhongyu. Galaxy slash. At that moment, Li Zhongyu found himself with no avenue of escape and turned to counter the attack. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed around, causing Li Zhongyu to spit out a mouthful of blood but propelled him forward several dozen meters. Meanwhile, the other individual had been lying in wait. Kid, for offending me, I will ensure your bones are thoroughly shattered. With a furious roar, a fist shadow surged towards Li Zhongyu. Heavenly Overlord Fist! Just then, a sword aura sliced through the air with astonishing speed, shattering the martial techniques of the 2 in an instant. Who dares? Tang Sanzang now stood before the trio. It is not the mark of a gentleman to bully an injured person. Foundation Establishment Realm. The faces of the 2 men changed. Brother, this matter is between us and him. I hope you will not interfere, one implored. This brother here, I am Guan Daohai of the Blade Dominant Sect. And this is Ning Hao of the Martial God Temple. That brat possesses something we need. Please do not meddle, and we will be grateful. Guan Daohai clasped his hands in respect. Apologies, but he also possesses something I require. And moreover, I cannot abide by your oppressive demeanor. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes. Ning Hao stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Tang Sanzang. We respect you 3 parts, but do not mistake your Foundation Establishment status as a reason to speak arrogantly. We have previously slain Foundation Establishment cultivators when we teamed up. Oh, then by all means, do give it a try. A bold proclamation indeed. Let me witness the prowess behind your words. Ning Hao's expression darkened completely, as his internal energy surged and he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward. His fists cleaved through the air, producing a whistling sound as they struck towards Tang Sanzang. Humph! Mere tricks! Great Brahma's sacred palm. A colossal pale red hand surged towards Ning Hao. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Ning Hao staggering back several dozen steps, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough? Who are you? Does it matter who I am? Regardless, you shall die today. Hardly had his words fallen when Tang Sanzang dashed towards Ning Hao with thunderous steps. Guan Daohai, are you not going to assist? Guan Daohai, as if awakening from a dream, raised his great blade towards Tang Sanzang, aiming to strike. Seeking death, burial sword technique, sky ruin, an unmatched sword aura bearing an aura of desolation slashed towards Guan Daohai. The immense sword shadow expanded in Guan Daohai's pupils, and his blade shattered in an instant. In a breath's time, Guan Daohai was cleaved in twain. Tang Sanzang summoned the Corpse God Tower, absorbing Guan Daohai's essence, blood, and soul power. Next, it is your turn. Tang Sanzang slowly advanced towards Ning Hao. Ning Hao was now utterly astonished, having witnessed the ease with which Guan Daohai was dispatched. Chapter 25. Refining the Ice Spirit Pill. Ning Hao contemplated fleeing, but the gap in realms between him and Tang Sanzang rendered escape futile. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. Ning Hao snorted coldly, his internal energy accelerating, and then, with a powerful stomp, a crimson glow enveloped him, his eyes blazing red. This was the Martial God Temple's secret technique, Beast God Transformation, which temporarily enhanced physical strength. At this moment, Ning Hao resembled a 4th-tier demon beast. Many thanks for the reminder. Li Zhongyu spoke up. Tang Sanzang nodded towards Li Zhongyu. Since it is a secret technique, it must have a time limit that we merely need to wait until it expires, and he shall weaken. Defeating him then should be a simple task. You guessed correctly, my beast god transformation indeed has a time limit, but is more than sufficient to deal with you. Jiang Hao once more lunged forward, his fists and feet transforming into a barrage of sharp assaults aimed at Tang Sanzang. Ha! What a secret techniques! I have no intention of wasting time with you. Arrogant! Taste my demon god strike. A colossal fist loomed over Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang, fixated on the fist shadow above, mobilized the blood demon corpse god technique, his aura surging. With palms pressed together, the stones beneath his feet shattered, his sleeves billowing in the wind. His gaze radiating intense battle intent. Wrath of the storm. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a strike towards the fist shadow in the sky, and a raw clash of power erupted, both sides unleashing their spiritual energy, causing the very heavens to seem on the verge of fracturing. As the two energies collided, the massive fist began to disintegrate, sending a torrent of palm shadows imbued with the might of wind and thunder towards Jiang Hao. Damn it! Jiang Hao had no time to evade, receiving a heavy blow to his chest, propelling him several meters backward and crushing a mound of tree roots. Cough, why? I activated Beast God transformation, my strength sufficient to contend with Foundation establishment cultivators. Why was I still gravely injured by a single strike? Jiang Hao questioned in confusion. Tang Sanzang offered him no chance for a response, stepping forward like a shooting star, positioning himself above Jiang Hao. Want to know? But you shall have no opportunity. In your next life, strive to be a good person. With that, he struck once more, a massive pale red palm shadow descending upon Jiang Hao. Left with no choice, Jiang Hao could only raise his hands in defense, only to be smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and billow with dust, ancient trees trembling nearby. This moment, Jiang Hao lay on the ground, his hands and chest bones shattered, devoid of life, his essence, blood, and soul power consumed by the Corpse God Tower. Upon collecting the 2 storage bags, he discovered a dozen second-tier demon cores and several third-tier ones. Albeit all ordinary, it seemed their pursuit of Li Zhongyu stemmed from the exceptional demon core he possessed. With that, he approached Li Zhongyu. Brother, you are gravely injured. Thank you for your rescue. I am Li Zhongyu. Li Zhongyu struggled to rise. Tang Sanzang assisted him in sitting. I am aware. You mentioned your name just now. Here is a pill. Take it to recover some strength. Li Zhongyu accepted the pill, feeling his injuries somewhat alleviate after a moment. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Zhongyu asked as he stood. Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively. A nameless individual. Not worth mentioning, the my reasons for saving you are substantial. I overheard those 2 mention you acquired the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. Li Zhongyu nodded. Indeed, I encountered a third-tier lightning hound near the ice valley, and, sensing someone pursuing me, I fled deep into the valley, discovering the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower, which I took with me. To my surprise, those 2 pursued me. Brother, having slain them, the Blade Dominant Sect and Martial God Temple will not let you off easily. Judging by their capabilities, they appear to be important disciples. Tang Sanzang pondered for a moment. Blade Dominant Sect and Martial God Temple. Are they formidable? Li Zhongyu replied. Both sects are prominent in the eastern region. While they may not compare to the upper 3 sects, they're still immensely powerful. Tang Sanzang mused quietly. The upper 3 sects, Tianxian sect must be among them. Given their mere qi refinement realm cultivation, it would be a struggle for them to qualify as inner disciples, hardly worthy of concern. You need not worry about that. What I seek now are the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower upon you. I intend to refine the ice spirit pill. Li Zhongyu then produced a storage bag. Brother, I cannot repay your life-saving grace. If you desire it, take it. I merely collected it casually. It holds little value for me. Tang Sanzang accepted the storage bag. Your technique must be lightning-based. The demon core from the lightning hound is quite suitable for you. By the way, I possess another pill that may assist you in breaking through to the next realm. Tang Sanzang handed a pill to Li Zhongyu. Li Zhongyu clasped his hands. Your great kindness shall be forever etched in my memory. It was but a trivial matter. May we meet again by chance. With that, Tang Sanzang rose and departed. Brother, you have yet to tell me your name. I am Tang Sanzang, to bury heaven, earth, and all beings, ha 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 ha. Having acquired the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower, Tang Sanzang sought out a cave, summoned the Corpse God Tower, and commenced the refinement of the Ice Spirit Pill. Tower Master, when will the Time Mirror be activated again? As the Corpse God Tower refined the pill, Tang Sanzang inquired. The tower spirit materialized in the air. I cannot say when it will be activated. As long as the nourishment is sufficient, I shall sense it. Yet I have absorbed so much essence, blood, and soul power, and it still cannot be activated. Tang Sanzang lamented. Humph. Do you think the Time Mirror is so easily activated? The best nourishment for the Corpse God Tower is Corpse Chi. It was only because of the ample Corpse Chi in the blood forest that it was able to activate once. How much have you absorbed since then? Tang Sanzang rested his chin on his hand. The Mirror of Time cannot be opened, and the Corpse God Tower's upgrade remains uncertain. Not be ungrateful. The Corpse God Tower transcends the DAO.I in the future. As your strength increases, you will realize its true worth. Knowing it now serves no benefit to you. Sigh. Tang Sanzang exhaled deeply. Cease your sighing. Have you not gathered a considerable amount of demon cores? First, absorb them to enhance your strength. Indeed, since the Corpse God Tower requires time to concoct the Ice Spirit Pill, I shall seize this moment to absorb the demon cores and bolster my power. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang produced the demon cores he had collected over the past few days and activated the Blood Demon Corpse God technique to begin the absorption. The dominance of the Corpse God bloodline manifested. Ordinary individuals would not dare to absorb so recklessly, as a misstep could lead to their own explosion. However, Tang Sanzang, having undergone the transformation of the Corpse God Tower, faced no such dilemma, as his bloodline far surpassed that of others. Moments later, the Corpse God Tower trembled, and a cerulean pill emerged. Have I succeeded? Tang Sanzang swiftly grasped it, a chilling aura flooding his heart. The Ice Spirit Pill. Could it truly endow the Corpse God Tower with an essence of ice? The Tower Master remarked, the Ice Spirit Pill is indeed a fifth-tier elixir, coveted even by those in the Dan realm. Now, cast the Ice Spirit Pill into the Corpse God Tower. It will absorb it automatically. Just as Tang Sanzang prepared to toss the Ice Spirit Pill into the tower, a melodious voice rang out. Esteemed sir, might you sell the Ice Spirit Pill to me? I am willing to offer a high price. Chapter 26. A beauty among mortals. Tang Sanzang cast his gaze, and in the gentle glow of the twilight, a woman stood serenely at the cave entrance. Her hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, carrying a faint natural fragrance, akin to a flower in bloom, exuding an effortless charm. She appeared as if she had stepped from a bygone era, imbued with stories and grace. Quietly standing there, becoming the most exquisite sight within the cave, Tang Sanzang found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing his silence, the woman spoke again. Sir, please name your price. I truly require this Ice Spirit Pill. A look of urgency flickered across her face. Tang Sanzang, regaining his composure, replied, My lady, why do you need the Ice Spirit Pill? I too have a pressing need for it, and thus cannot part with it. The woman pondered briefly, as if making a monumental decision. Sir, to be candid, my father has been afflicted by the fire poison of a fifth-tier demon beast, the fire python tiger, and urgently requires the Ice Spirit Pill for treatment. I have searched in the Ice Valley for many days without finding the materials for the Ice Spirit Pill. Upon sensing a powerful icy aura emanating from this cave, I assumed someone must be concocting the Ice Spirit Pill, so I ventured here in hopes of fortune. Should you be willing to part with it, I am prepared to meet any condition. Tang Sanzang recognized the woman's desperation, but the Corpse God Tower needed the Ice Spirit Pill for its evolution. He contemplated searching for the Xianbing flower and Xuanning flower. Yet both were elusive materials. With less than 5 days until the Tianxin sect recruits new students, any further search would likely be futile. For a moment, Tang Sanzang found himself wavering. Young man, the Tower Master interjected. The fire poison of the fire python tiger need not be resolved solely with the Ice Spirit Pill. I am aware of several other antidotal elixirs. However, time is of the essence, and we may not have the luxury to seek them out. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow. What then should I do? While saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda, if I miss this opportunity, who knows when I might next seek the Xianbing and Xuanning flowers. Moreover, with the Tianxian sect's recruitment imminent, we have no time to search for new materials. The Tower Master remained silent for a moment that, in truth, you could absorb the ice spirit pill, allowing the Corpse God Tower to gain a trace of ice attribute. This could also alleviate the fire poison of the fire python tiger, but such a method requires you to possess formidable control over the Corpse God Tower. Otherwise, it may uncontrollably absorb your essence, blood, and soul power. Tang Sanzang contemplated, while the woman refrained from urging him, as if sensing he might possess a means to save her father. After a brief moment, Tang Sanzang resolved to absorb the ice spirit pill and then save the man. My lady, alleviating the fire poison of the fire python tiger need not exclusively rely on the ice spirit pill. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot seek alternative materials for concocting another antidote. And I too have a strong need for this ice spirit pill. If you trust me, I shall absorb this ice spirit pill, and afterward, I will devise a way to resolve your father's predicament. Hearing that there was a plan, the woman stepped closer. Sir, is there truly a way to cure my father's poison? At that moment, Tang Sanzang beheld her visage. Her hair was a lustrous black, cascading like the softest silk against the night sky, a few stray strands brushing her cheeks. She resembled a newly blossomed lotus, elegant and untainted, her skirt swaying gently with her movements that I possess a treasure. Upon absorbing the ice spirit pill, it will generate a trace of ice attribute, which I can then utilize to counteract your father's poison. Surely, it will not be difficult, Tang Sanzang replied, regaining his focus. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, Very well, I trust you, sir. I shall wait for you at the cave entrance. With that, she exited the cave to await him. Tower Master, while I absorb the ice spirit pill, remain vigilant. One must never be complacent. No worries. Leave it to me. Tang Sanzang then settled on the ground, took out the ice spirit pill, and cast it into the Corpse God Tower. The tower sensed the arrival of the ice spirit pill and enveloped it in an instant. Absorbing the powerful icy aura emitted from the pill, that a trace of that coldness surged through Tang Sanzang's meridians. The ice spirit pill was indeed formidable. Even his meridians felt the chill. However, for my Corpse God bloodline, this was an exceptional tonic. As time passed, the ice spirit pill melted significantly, and the icy aura permeated the entire Corpse God Tower. The once blood-red tower now exhibited hints of pale blue. And as one drew near, the chill was palpable. After a brief incense sticks time, the medicinal properties of the ice spirit pill were entirely absorbed, and Tang Sanzang held the Corpse God Tower in his hand. Previously a pure blood red, the tower now shimmered with a trace of pale blue. Tower Master, is this the result of the ice attribute? The Tower Master carefully sensed the Corpse God Tower. Indeed, the Corpse God Tower has absorbed the icy aura of the ice spirit pill, resulting in the emergence of an ice attribute, hence the change in the tower's color. In the future, should you discover higher-tier ice attribute elixirs, the ice attribute of the Corpse God Tower will strengthen further. Moreover, it can absorb attributes of fire, metal, wood, and so on. As long as it exists in this world, there is nothing the Corpse God Tower cannot absorb. Now, try to see if you can extract a trace of the ice attribute from the Corpse God Tower for use. All right, I shall give it a try. Immediately, Tang Sanzang infused his soul power into the Corpse God Tower, mobilizing a trace of ice attribute and directing it inward toward the cave. With a crack, a sound of shattering echoed as the ice attribute released from the Corpse God Tower froze and shattered the clutter within the cave. How powerful! It possesses the ability to freeze. In future battles, with a mere thought, the Corpse God Tower can unleash ice pillars to ensnare my foes. Coupled with my Heavenly Emperor's Eye, it forms an extraordinarily formidable combination. Tang Sanzang exclaimed with excitement, Sir, have you completed the absorption? The woman outside the cave entered upon hearing the sound. Tang Sanzang stored the Corpse God Tower. Yes, it is complete. You may now explain your father's condition. The woman nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Xianyue, the daughter of the chieftain of the nearby Qingyun village. My father was ensnared by a fifth-tier demon beast, the fire python tiger, while searching for treasures in the forest. Although he ultimately managed to slay it, he was poisoned in the process. Struggling to return to the village, he suppressed the spread of the fire poison with his own spiritual energy. Yet this is merely a temporary measure. Only by obtaining an extremely cold elixir can he be cured, which is why I sought the materials for the ice spirit pill. After listening to her tale, Tang Sanzang understood. I see that a fifth-tier demon beast is equivalent to the strength of the Dan realm, and its fire poison can only be neutralized with a fifth-tier elixir that I know of several antidotes. But time is short, and we must resort to an alternative method. Lin Qianyue inquired urgently. What method? If you could enlighten me, I shall forever remember this kindness. Tang Sanzang summoned the Corpse God Tower. My treasure recently absorbed the ice spirit pill, generating a trace of ice attribute that I can harness this ice attribute to neutralize your father's poison. However, my treasure must not be exposed in plain sight, so I require a location that ensures absolute secrecy to treat your father's fire poison. Lin Qianyue pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall arrange for this. Please follow me back to Qingyun Village. Chapter 27. Qingyun Village. Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue hastened towards Qingyun Village. And at this pace, Tang Sanzang could clearly sense the urgency radiating from the latter. Miss Lin, do you know Yi Xian? Tang Sanzang inquired. Oh, you know Sister Yi. Lin Qianyue seemed somewhat taken aback. Tang Sanzang explained, yes, when I first arrived at the Fallen God Forest, I witnessed her and two young men being pursued by a blazing lion, and I aided them. She mentioned they were from Qingyun Village. Lin Qianyue nodded. Indeed, Sister Yi is my father's daughter. Sister Yi has the surname Yi, yet you bear the surname Lin? Tang Sanzang asked, perplexed. Lin Qianyue pressed her lips together and refrained from responding. Tang Sanzang contemplated that Lin Qianyue was likely not the biological daughter of the village chief. Perhaps an orphan taken in and raised by him. Lin Qianyue glanced at Tang Sanzang, thinking, Sister Yi indeed mentioned a young man saved her. I hadn't anticipated that he would be of similar age to me, yet possess such formidable strength. Perhaps he truly has a method to alleviate my father's fire poison. After half an hour, Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue arrived at Qingyun Village. The village walls, constructed from azure stones, stood resilient against the ravages of time, surrounded by towering ancient trees whose intertwining branches formed a vast green canopy. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of pine and earth, occasionally mingled with the distant scent of cooking smoke. Lin Qianyue led Tang Sanzang into the depths of Qingyun Village. Upon entering the great hall, they were met with several white-haired elders, who, upon seeing Lin Qianyue, immediately approached her with inquiries. Has Qianyue found the herbs needed to concoct the ice spirit pill? One elder asked. Lin Qianyue shook her head. I have not found them, but I encountered this young man. I share my father's predicament with him, and he claims he can resolve my father's fire poison. Tang Sanzang stepped forward. I, Tang Sanzang, possess a solution for the fire poison inflicted by the fire python tiger. Humph, Qianyue, how can you trust a nameless boy? Do you know what rank the fire python tiger is? A fifth-tier beast, equivalent to a human in the core formation realm. Oh, you think a mere foundation establishment cultivator can cure its poison? Indeed, Qianyue, you are being foolish. The village chief has been poisoned for 3 days now. If we cannot find the herbs to concoct the ice spirit pill soon, you will succumb to the poison. The elders surrounded Lin Qianyue, admonishing her in their capacity as elders. Tang Sanzang frowned, sensing their disapproval of his methods. As far as I know, the fire poison from the fire python tiger causes one's body to feel as though it is ablaze. Without 3 days, one would perish in flames. Your village chief must possess considerable strength to have endured until now. One elder cast a glance at Tang Sanzang. You possess some insight. You claim you have a way to alleviate the chief's fire poison. Yet, do you have the ice spirit pill or other ice attribute elixirs in hand? Tang Sanzang shook his head. I do not possess those elixirs, but I indeed have a method to rescue your chief. What method? The elder inquired. Forgive me, but I cannot divulge it without first meeting your village chief and having a private chamber prepared. I shall then reveal my solution, Tang Sanzang stated. Humph. If you could produce the elixirs, we might believe you could cure the poison. but your vague claims give us no reason to trust you. Indeed, it is entirely possible that you are a spy from another village, seeking to take advantage of our chief's condition to eliminate him. This boy is cunning. Elders, let us apprehend him and interrogate which village he hails from. And as for Lin Xianyue, we shall deal with her afterwards. Yes, Grand Elder. The elders then unleash their spiritual energy towards Tang Sanzang. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. I shall not save this man. Tang Sanzang declared as he turned towards the entrance. Wait! A melodious voice rang out. The elders immediately halted at the sound. Young lady. Yi Jinxian hastily stepped forward to block Tang Sanzang's path. Young Master Tang, my esteemed elders are being ungracious. I ask for your forgiveness. If you possess a means to cure the poison, please, I implore you to save my father. Yi Jinxian said earnestly. Tang Sanzang glanced at the elders, pondering, why is there such a disparity in attitude towards Yi Jinxian and Lin Xianyue, both daughters of the village chief? It appears Lin Xianyue's life in Qinyun village has been less than favorable. Tang Sanzang regarded Yi Jinxian. Miss Yi, I was invited by Miss Lin to assist in curing your chief's poison, yet your elders have spoken disrespectfully towards me. They accuse me of being a spy attempting to harm your chief. If this continues, I may have to leave to clear my name, and I hope your village does not make things difficult for Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinxian glared at the elders and turned to Tang Sanzang. Saying, Young Master Tang, I apologize on behalf of my elders. I beseech you to save my father. Tang Sanzang paused. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Lead me to your chief. Yi Jinxuan's expression brightened. Excellent, young Master Tang. Please follow me. At that moment, a harsh voice echoed from outside. Since when has a mere lad been tasked with a rescue in Qinyun village? 3 middle-aged men and a young man swaggered into Qinyun village. The Grand Elder stepped forward. Tung Hu, what brings you here? Tung Hu laughed heartily. I heard that your village chief, Yi Wanxiong, is afflicted by the fire poison of the fire python tiger, so we have come to offer our condolences. The elders approached. Tung Hu, this is a private matter for our Qinyun village. It is not your place to intervene. Tung Hu showed no fear. Yi Ting, upon entering Qinyun village, do you think we would come empty-handed? Tung Sheng, bring forth the items. One of the middle-aged men handed a treasure box to Tung Hu. Tung Hu opened it, revealing, this is a token of our goodwill. Ice-capped grass, purple lioli, and snow heart. The elders, upon seeing the herbs within the box, were instantly filled with excitement. These are materials for crafting 6-tier elixirs, the Xian Shui pill. Tung Hu closed the box. Elders, you have keen eyesight. These are indeed the materials for the Xian Shui pill. Though a few more herbs are needed, with these combined with others, your village chief's strength should gradually alleviate the fire poison. The Grand Elder contemplated the herbs, then asked, Ting Elder, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. How may we procure these herbs? Tung Hu glanced at the young man beside him and replied to the Grand Elder. Elder, you jest. These herbs can be gifted to your village, but there is one condition. What condition? The Grand Elder inquired. It is quite simple, and my nephew has long admired your young lady. If these 3 items can serve as a betrothal gift, I shall gladly present them. Tung Hu smiled. Nonsense! What betrothal gift? I refuse! Yi Jinxian exclaimed, exasperated. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Jinxian. Young lady, the village chief's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If the poison is not alleviated in time, he may perish within days. These 3 herbs could save his life. You must consider this, Yi Jinxian asserted. Young Master Tang has claimed he has a method to alleviate the poison. Why must I sacrifice my happiness for these 3 herbs? The Grand Elder remarked, Young lady, this gentleman's claims are merely words without proof that we cannot ascertain their veracity. Yet Ting Elder has presented tangible herbs. I end this comparison. Who is to be believed? As the debate between both parties intensified, the young man from Tung Hu's side interjected. Since Miss Yi is unwilling, perhaps Miss Lin would consent. His gaze lingered on Lin Xianyue. Chapter 28. Coercion and Intimidation. Who gave you the courage? Instantly, all eyes turned towards Lin Xianyue. The Grand Elder inquired, does this young man have an interest in our Xianyue? The young man stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the young master of the Crazy Dragon Village. My name is Tong Xiangyang, and my father is the chief of Crazy Dragon Village. Tung Long, this is my uncle, Tung Hu. The Grand Elder hurriedly approached. Ah, so, it is young Master Tung, since you have taken a liking to our Qianyue. I shall help facilitate this union. That would be most kind of you, Grand Elder, Tung Xiangyang replied, slightly bowing, his gaze flickering towards Lin Qianyue as he swallowed hard. The Grand Elder turned to Lin Qianyue. Qianyue, you should accept the betrothal gift prepared by young Master Tung. This not only could save your father, but also foster a good relationship with Crazy Dragon Village. Lin Qianyue immediately shook her head. Grand Elder, we can save my father ourselves. Why must I marry this man? The Grand Elder argued. The village chief is currently afflicted by fire poison and has little time left. As his daughter. Shouldn't you exhaust every means to save him? If you could find the herbs required for the ice spirit pill, would we be in such a predicament? Do not forget who nurtured you from infancy to adulthood. Everything you possess now was bestowed upon you by the chieftain. How can you now reject the sole opportunity that could save your father? If your father were to learn of this, he would return from the grave to seek you out. The elder's words struck deeply, and the surrounding villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are merely an adopted child. Do you truly believe yourself to be the chieftain's daughter? How can you disregard the debt of gratitude for your upbringing? Lin Qianyue, this is a grave act of filial piety. Furthermore, marrying Tung Xiangyang would be a blessing for you. He is the legitimate heir of the Guanglong tribe. And to have caught his eye is a tremendous fortune in itself. Yes, just agree already. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, while Tung Xiangyang observed them with a cold gaze, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Thinking to himself, Humph, Lin Qianyue, I have long had my sights set on you. I am merely using this opportunity to compel you to come with me. Should you fail to recognize the kindness offered, well, we'll see what happens. Tang Sanzang watched everything unfold. Indeed, this Miss Lin holds no standing in the Qingyun tribe, for her status as an adopted child renders her the target of scorn from the villagers. It appears that Tung Xiangyang's initial intent was to pursue Miss Lin, feigning a desire to marry Yi Jinxian, likely anticipating her refusal, and thus resorting to courting Lin Qianyue as a secondary option. Given her position, the people around her would surely pressure her with both threats and temptations, ultimately leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce, a clever strategy, albeit rather despicable. The crowd continued to exert pressure on Lin Qianyue. Qianyue, you ought to agree. The most pressing matter is to rescue the chieftain. Once he is saved, we can discuss everything else. Lin Qianyue shook her head fervently. I refuse. Tang Sanzang turned to Yi Jinxian. This is your sister. Will you not intervene? Yi Jinxian shook her head. Lin Qianyue was an orphan. Had my father not rescued her, she would have perished long. It seems only reasonable for her to repay the kindness of saving her life and her upbringing. Moreover, marrying Tung Xiangyang is hardly a grievance for her. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow. Is a woman's happiness worth no more than a few medicinal herbs? Yi Jinxian replied, her expression unwavering. Perhaps the happiness of others holds little value. Yet for her, these few herbs are all she possesses. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes. Very well, very well. How cold the world can be! At that moment, Tung Xiangyang could no longer contain himself and feigned an intention to leave. Esteemed elders, since Miss Lin is unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Uncle Hu, let us depart. With that, he and Tung Hu made to leave. The elder, seeing Tung Xiangyang's retreat, hurried forward to stop him. Tung, my nephew. Hold on. I shall resolve this matter. The elder approached Lin Qianyue. How dare you? The chieftain's life hangs in the balance. This is not something you can refuse. Quickly, come with me. Grasping Lin Qianyue, he attempted to drag her to Tung Xiangyang's side. Tung Xiangyang, observing Lin Qianyue being pulled towards him, revealed a look of eager anticipation in his eyes. Come. You may be steadfast now, but come nightfall, who can say? Tung Xiangyang licked his lips. Hold on. At that moment, Tang Sanzang interjected. Tung Xiangyang, interrupted, expressed his impatience. Who dares speak so insolently? Indeed, who is this audacious individual? I cannot seem to see him, Tang Sanzang replied, looking down at the ground. Seeking death, who are you to speak to me in such a manner? Tung Xiangyang fumed. The elder quickly clarified, Tung, do not misunderstand. This individual is not from our Qingyun tribe. I shall have him apprehended at once. Guards, seize him. Instantly, several tribesmen rushed toward Tang Sanzang. Humph. Overestimating your abilities. Activating the blood demon corpse god technique, a surge of crimson light enveloped him as he shouted, "Get away from me!" An overwhelming aura sent the onlookers flying, crashing to the ground. Foundation establishment stage? Tung Hu coldly scrutinized Tang Sanzang. This person, merely 15 or 16 years of age, has attained the foundation establishment stage. Could he be a disciple of some sect? Tung Hu clasped his hands. Esteemed sir, may I inquire to which sect you belong? Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively. I am but an unnamed cultivator, unable to abide by your despicable actions, the face of coercing the unwilling into servitude. Tung Hu's expression darkened. Esteemed sir, I respect you, but do not overstep your bounds. Tung Hu immediately released his aura. Core formation stage. Tung Hu has actually reached the core formation stage. The elder gasped in astonishment. Tung Hu glared at the elder. Yi Ting, this individual has appeared in your Qingyun tribe, and now he dares to insult our young master. What do you propose we do about this? Yi Ting turned to Tung Hu. Elder Tung, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. You brat, prepare to meet your end. Yi Ting charged at Tang Sanzang. Lin Qinyue exclaimed, Young Master Tang, flee. The elder is at the initial stage of core formation. You are no match for him. I am sorry for dragging you into this. This is a matter of our Qingyun tribe, and you need not involve yourself. Quickly, go. Tang Sanzang looked at Lin Qinyue. Do not worry, as long as I am here today, none shall harm you. With that, he activated the blood demon corpse technique, his body glowing crimson as he joined his hands together. You overestimate yourself. Take my palm strike, Qingyun palm. Yi Ting unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, and a massive palm imprint appeared in the sky, descending toward Tang Sanzang. This was the elder's signature technique. The outcome was surely fatal. Tang Sanzang gazed at the descending palm imprint and coldly exclaimed, Humph, let us see if it can withstand my might, with a strike imbued with the essence of wind and thunder. He countered the palm imprint in the sky. Boom! With a resounding crash, both parties were forced back several steps. Yi Ting stared at the shattered palm technique, astonished. Who is this kid? His foundation establishment cultivation is on par with my core formation level. Tung Hu observed the duel, pondering. This individual is no ordinary person to contend with Yi Ting at the core formation stage while merely at the foundation establishment stage. Could he truly be from a sect? If he is indeed a sect disciple, I cannot afford to provoke him. What should I do now? Just as Tang Sanzang and Yi Ting prepared to continue their battle, a weak voice rang out. Everyone, cease this at once. Chapter 29. Who do you think you are? Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, cease this at once. The frail voice echoed. All turned to see a middle-aged man, staggering as he entered the grand hall. Father, Lin Xianyue and Yi Jinxian rushed forward to support the middle-aged man and help him sit down. Chieftain, the crowd bowed in respect. The middle-aged man waved his hand. I've already heard what transpired. Elder Tung, I appreciate your good intentions, but may we discuss the matter of the betrothal gift further? Tung Hu stepped into the hall. Chieftain Yi, it is not my intent to make things difficult, but our young master has long admired both young ladies. You know, my elder brother has only this one son, whom he cherishes dearly. Thus, Tung Hu left his statement unfinished. Yet Tang Sanzang discerned the arrogance in his eyes. The elder added, Indeed, Chieftain, while our four tribes typically maintain a respectful distance, a marriage alliance with the Guanglong tribe would significantly bolster our Qingyun tribe's strength. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated. On one hand was his daughter's happiness, on the other, the fate of the tribe. Tang Sanzang, having observed everything, thought, a marriage alliance? How pleasant it sounds, yet the chieftain of the Qingyun tribe is gravely poisoned. Even if the herbs were to cure him, the after-effects would linger as for the marriage alliance. That is merely a pretext. Their true intent is to annex the Qingyun tribe. These individuals have lived like dogs for decades. Cough, 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 splutter. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. Father, Chieftain, seizing the moment, Tung Xiangyang stepped forward. Elder Yi, my father, genuinely wishes to foster goodwill with the Qingyun tribe and has even dispatched medicinal herbs. These are materials for a 6th grade elixir. Though they may not immediately alleviate your affliction, with proper care, the toxicity will gradually diminish. As for the betrothal gift, I am sincere. If this is insufficient, I can offer more. The elder interjected. Chieftain, you must consider the hundreds of lives in the Qingyun tribe. If you were to fall, the other tribes would surely come to devour us, and the fate of the Qingyun tribe would only worsen. Indeed, Chieftain, young Master Tung, is a fine match. The crowd buzzed with discussion. And Yi Wanxiong appeared, somewhat swayed. He glanced at the 2 young women beside him, hesitating slightly before finally turning to Lin Xinyue. Xinyue, why not agree to young Master Tung? Lin Xinyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Stepping back 2 paces, her body trembling slightly. Father, what are you saying? Yi Wanxiong, unable to meet Lin Xinyue's gaze, replied. Xinyue, I'm the pillar of the Qingyun tribe. If I were to perish, the other tribes would consume us. I must consider the safety of the hundreds of people in our tribe, that in the future, should you find it difficult to coexist with Master Tung, rest assured that your father will personally approach Chief Tung to discuss the dissolution of the engagement. At this moment, Lin Xinyue's eyes glistened with tears. How can this be? If I marry into that family, even if the engagement can be annulled later, I would still be a married woman. My entire life would be ruined. Father, can you bear to see your daughter live in perpetual unhappiness? The Grand Elder stepped forward at this juncture, exclaiming, Silence. Matters of marriage ought to be determined by the parents, not dictated by you. Moreover, this concerns the life of the chief. Your actions are utterly rebellious. Yi Jinxian then interjected. Indeed, Qinyue, this is a matter of great consequence for Qingyun village. You should acquiesce. Lin Xinyue protested. Sister, why do you say such things? You must consent. You have no choice. Remember, Lin Xinyue, though you're the chief's daughter, you were adopted and originally have no ties to Qingyun village. Now is the time for you to repay the kindness of your upbringing. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, the fervor of their words pushing Lin Xinyue to the brink of despair. Tung Xiangyang, with a cold smirk, remarked, Go on, berate me. The greater the pressure, the better. Weren't you quite defiant before? In the end, you will be forced to comply. When the weight becomes unbearable, I shall take my leave, and you will be left weeping, begging for my consent. Tung Xiangyang then declared. Everyone, please be quiet. Since Miss Lin refuses to comply, we shall not press the matter further, and we will take our leave. With that, he turned towards the exit. Before departing, Tung, who remarked, Since you are ungrateful, we shall take our leave. By the way, Yi Wanxiong's poison is likely to manifest within 2 days. You have 2 days to seek out an antidote. That I wish you good fortune. Just as Tung Hu and the others prepared to depart, Yi Ting grasped Lin Xinyue's arm. You must agree quickly. They're about to leave. Will you be able to find the antidote in 2 days? Can you bear to watch your father perish? Lin Xinyue trembled violently. At this moment, Tung Xiangyang's cold smile remained, his steps pausing, eager to hear that melodious voice. Lin Xinyue glanced at Tang Sanzang, who perceived a glimmer of desperation in her eyes. With a sigh, he said, Everyone, have you forgotten my presence? The instant his words fell, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned to Tang Sanzang. Yi Ting was the first to react. Humph, it's you again, you wretched child. Go back to wherever you came from. This is not your place to speak. Humph, old fool. Don't tempt fate. I have shown you leniency because of your age, but otherwise I would shatter your bones, Tang Sanzang retorted. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Ting was furious. Outrageous! Come at me! Cease this, Grand Elder! At this moment, Yi Wanxiong spoke up. Young friend, I have heard from Qianyue that you possess a method to cure my fiery poison. Is this true? Chief, do not listen to him. He is merely... Yi Wanxiong waved a hand to silence Yi Ting. If the young friend claims he can resolve my fiery poison, may I inquire as to your rank as an alchemist? Tang Sanzang pondered. I do not know my rank, but with the right materials, I can concoct even the ice spirit pill. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? You can produce the ice spirit pill? That would mean you have reached the realm of a 5th-tier alchemist. Nonsense. Becoming an alchemist is no simple feat. At his age, he may not even be a 1st-tier alchemist. Someone chimed in. Indeed, as far as I know. There's only one fifth-tier alchemist in the royal family of Yuanyue City. Tang Xianyang laughed heartily. Where did this wild brat come from, spouting such nonsense about being a fifth-tier alchemist? He should take a good look in the mirror. The atmosphere trembled. Tang Sanzang activated the eye of the heavenly emperor, channeling a surge of spiritual power into Tang Xianyang's mind. It hurts. Tang Xianyang immediately fell to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Tang Hu rushed to his side. Younger, what has happened to you? What did you do? Tang Hu glared at Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang spread his hands. Did you see me do anything? I haven't even moved. Yuan Xiong interjected. Enough, everyone, quiet down. Since this young friend claims he can produce the ice spirit pill, he should be able to concoct other fifth-tier pills as well. How about this, young friend? Demonstrate your alchemy here, that if you truly can produce a fifth-tier pill, I will entrust my treatment to you. Tang Xianyang, now regaining his composure, hastily interjected. Chief Yi, this person is a fraud. Why do you believe him? Yuan Xiong raised his hand. I know what I am doing, that if this young friend cannot produce a fifth-tier pill, I will personally see to it that he is rendered powerless and handed over to Quanglong village. And I will fulfill your request for marriage. Tang Xianyang, seeing this, refrained from speaking further, instead glaring icily at Tang Sanzang. If you fail to produce a fifth-tier pill, I will ensure you wish you were dead. What are you even? Tang Sanzang scoffed. What did you say? Tang Xianyang advanced, attempting to seize Tang Sanzang. Tang Hu halted him. Younger, do not act rashly. Did you not witness his battle with Yi Zhen? He, at the foundation establishment stage, was able to contend with someone at the core formation stage. This individual is not simple. Tang Xianyang shot a furious glare at Tang Sanzang. Tang Hu continued, since Chief Yi has made his decision, we shall not intervene. However, let it be known, if this brat cannot produce a fifth-tier pill, not only will you hand him over to us, but we will also claim Lin Qianyue and Yi Jinxian for Quanglong village. A flicker of excitement passed through Tang Xianyang's eyes. He had long coveted them, while Yuan Xiong hesitated momentarily. Tang Sanzang, with a cold smile, produced a vial containing Millennium Spirit Marrow. I have some Millennium Spirit Marrow here. I propose we use it as a wager. What do you think? Everyone present gaped at Tang Sanzang as he unveiled the Millennium Spirit Marrow, their eyes wide with astonishment. Did I see that correctly? Millennium Spirit Marrow. This is an incredibly rare treasure. It is said that even a single drop of this spirit marrow can provide immense benefits to one's body. An entire vial would be enough to elevate a late-stage core formation cultivator to the nascent soul stage. Tang Hu's gaze was fixated on the vial in Tang Sanzang's hand, his eyes glinting with greed. Millennium Spirit Marrow. If I can acquire it, my brother would break through to the nascent soul stage. Tang Sanzang addressed the crowd. Elder Tang, I wish to place a bet with you that, if I cannot produce a fifth-tier pill, I shall present this vial of Millennium Spirit Marrow to you. Conversely, if I succeed, I would like you to bestow upon me the ice cover grass, purple glazed glass, and snow heartherb. What do you say? Tang Hu hesitated, though the ice cover grass, purple glazed glass, and snow heartherb are precious. They pale in comparison to the Millennium Spirit Marrow. However, this youth is so confident. Could it be that he truly can concoct a fifth-tier pill? Uncle Hu agreed to his terms. Only the chief alchemist of the Yuanyue royal family can produce a fifth-tier pill. How could a mere child manage that? He is simply trying to deceive you into relinquishing this wager. Tang Xianyang interjected. Tang Hu, awakened to the reality, realized, right, a 15 or 16-year-old child, even if he began alchemy in the womb, could not possibly produce a fifth-tier pill. Oomph. You think you can deceive me? It's not that easy that I accept this wager, but the other conditions remain unchanged. Tang Sanzang pointed at Tang Xianyang, smirking. Then I add one more condition. If I win, I want his life. Tang Xianyang erupted in fury. Who do you think you are to demand my life? Do you not know who my father is? Tang Sanzang shot him a sidelong glance. I care not who your father is. I simply ask, do you dare to accept? Very well, we accept this wager. I shall see how you end up. I will crush your bones, piece by piece, to avenge my grievances. Tang Xianyang spat vehemently. Tang Sanzang addressed Yuan Xiong. Chief Yi, please prepare a formula for a fifth-tier pill for me. Any will do. Yi Wanxiong nodded and turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please prepare a formula for the Spirit Convergence Pill for this young friend. The Spirit Convergence Pill, said to enhance the chances of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator achieving core formation, is no easy concoction. Even a fifth-tier alchemist could face failure. This young man only asked for preparation. Could it be that he intends to succeed on the first try? How incredibly arrogant. Tang Sanzang ignored the murmurs of the crowd. They had no idea of the wonders of the Corpse God Tower. All he needed to do was pretend to concoct the pill and let the Corpse God Tower automatically refine it. Moments later, the Grand Elder prepared the materials for the Spirit Convergence Pill. Yi Wanxiong turned to Tang Sanzang. Young friend, you may begin. Tang Sanzang nodded, casting a glance at Lin Xianyue, whose eyes reflected both worry and anticipation. Summoning the Corpse God Tower, the onlookers murmured. How did he summon a tower? Shouldn't he be using a cauldron? Does he intend to concoct a pill with that tower? This is simply unheard of. Tang Xiangyang beheld Tang Sanzang retrieving a tower and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You lack even the most fundamental alchemical tools, and yet dare to claim you can concoct fifth-tier elixirs. If you concede now, I might consider sparing you some suffering." Unperturbed, Tang Sanzang murmured to himself. A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the ocean. Who told you that alchemy must involve a cauldron? You. Very well. Let us see how you will refine your elixirs. Tang Xiangyang retorted, his frustration palpable. Without a glance in his direction, Tang Sanzang cast the medicinal ingredients for the Chongling Dan into the Shirshin Tower, mimicking the alchemical techniques imparted by the Tower Master. Ha ha ha! What is this fool doing? He recklessly tossed all the ingredients in at once. Even I, who know nothing of alchemy, am aware that ingredients must be added step by step. Indeed, this lad is merely a brash novice. I once thought him a prodigy. I wager he shall soon cause an explosion. No, rather, a detonation of the tower. Laughter echoed around them. Tang Sanzang, however, remained oblivious to the jeers, fully focused on controlling the Shirshin Tower. Moments later, the ingredients began to dissolve and merge within the tower. The anticipated explosion failed to materialize, and the mocking laughter gradually subsided as all eyes turned toward the Shirshin Tower. Lin Xianyue, clutching her skirt tightly, felt a surge of hope for the young man's success. Inside the Shirshin Tower, each herb seemed to be disassembled by an invisible force, transforming into pure elixir that floated within the tower. A rich fragrance of medicine permeated the air as the elixir gradually took shape. After a few breaths, a pale red pill emerged from the tower, which Tang Sanzang swiftly secured in a vial. Gazing at the astonished crowd, he declared, "Master Yi, I have successfully refined it." The onlookers finally regained their senses. Tang Xiangyang rushed forward, shouting, "This is impossible. You must have employed some trickery. Did Yi Zhen preemptively provide you with the elixir, only for you to reveal it later? Otherwise, there is no way you could have refined a fifth-tier elixir." Tang Sanzang looked at Tang Xiangyang with disdain, retorting, "Humph, I refined this elixir in plain sight of all. From the moment I received the ingredient from the Grand Elder until I began my alchemy, I have never interacted with the Grand Elder. How could there be any collusion? I refuse to believe it. Uncle Hu, he must be cheating." Tang Xiangyang seemed to have lost his composure. Tang Sanzang opened the vial, and a pale red elixir soared into the air. Indeed, this is the Chongling Dan, and its fragrance is so potent that it must be of the highest quality. The Grand Elder remarked. Yi Wanxiong nodded repeatedly. Young friend Tang, to be able to refine a fifth-tier elixir at such a young age, your future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. At that moment, Tang Sanzang turned to Tung Hu and the others, stating, "Since I have emerged victorious, shall you not fulfill your promise and bestow the medicinal ingredients upon me?" Tung Hu's expression darkened. They had indeed lost the wager, but returning empty-handed would surely invite retribution from their leader. "Young friend, we have lost a bet. We shall take our leave," he proclaimed, making a move to depart. "Wait, I said the ingredients must be surrendered, and he must also remain alive. Young friend, do not overreach," Tung Hu replied sternly. Tang Sanzang scoffed. "Humph, I can refine a fifth-tier elixir at my age. You can only imagine the backing I have to you truly believe your Quanglong village can afford to offend me?" Tung Hu's expression fluctuated between fear and indignation. To produce a fifth-tier alchemist at such a young age, he must surely be backed by a master alchemist of the seventh tier or higher. Such an individual would be noteworthy even in the Eastern domain, let alone this modest Yuanyu city. Taking a deep breath, Teng Hu tossed a treasure box to Tang Sanzang. Farewell. With that, he led Tang Xiangyang and the others away. I said his life must also be preserved. Did you not hear me? Chapter 31. I will strike once. Can you withstand it? Tang Xiangyang turned, charging at Tang Sanzang. What did you say? You wish to take my life? Teng Hu interjected, clasping his hands. This young friend, Xiangyang, is the only son of our village leader. If you were to kill him here, our leader, a formidable cultivator in the latter stage of core formation, would not let you go. At this revelation, the crowd gasped. The Grand Elder mused, this Teng Long has actually broken through to the latter stage of core formation. The balance among the four major villages will surely shift, especially with the village leader currently wounded. Master Yi also pondered, Teng Long has indeed reached the latter stage of core formation. It seems this matter cannot end easily. He cautioned Tang Sanzang. Young friend, could you grant me this favor? This child's father is not someone we can contend with. If you take the ingredients, it is merely a matter of betting stakes. However, if you kill Tang Xiangyang, it will be a matter of life and death. Tang Sanzang remained undeterred. Humph. I do not care who he is. Even if he were in the nascent soul stage, I would show no mercy. With that, he executed the thunder step and dashed towards Tang Xiangyang, the fan sacred palm. No one anticipated Tang Sanzang's sudden aggression, and by the time they reacted, he had already launched his attack. Impudence, Teng Hu unleashed his spiritual power, striking Tang Sanzang's palm shadow with a punch, but it was too late. With a resounding boom, Tang Xiangyang was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into multiple trees before collapsing to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth, barely clinging to life. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. In a way, Tang Xiangyang possesses Qi refinement stage cultivation and was thus struck down by this lad in a single palm. Teng Hu rushed forward to assess the situation. He was alive, but barely, hanging on by a thread. Damn it. Pay with your life. The strength of his core formation surged forth, targeting Tang Sanzang. Humph. This is just the practice I need. Tang Sanzang, activating the thunder step, met Teng Hu head-on. Their spiritual powers erupted, each clash resonating with tremendous force and destructive energy. Their movements, swift as lightning, intertwined and collided, maintaining an unyielding offense and defense with nary a flaw to be found. As the tension reached its zenith, each collision sent sparks flying and air ripping apart. Tang Sanzang unsheathed the Zongxian sword. As the pale red blade emerged, the world seemed to dim. Old fool, no more testing. Unleash your full power. Tang Sanzang raised his sword to the heavens, channeling the blood demon corpse god technique to its fullest, a crimson aura surging around him as his aura climbed higher. Seeing Tang Sanzang's transformation, Teng Hu realized that if he did not exert his full strength, he would be the one to perish. He activated his technique and soared into the sky, shouting, "Receive my strike." Quanglong Palm, a colossal hand materialized above, imbued with tremendous force, sweeping down towards Tang Sanzang, stirring up clouds of dust. Tang Sanzang gazed at the enormous palm and brought his sword down. You shall taste my blade as well. Tian Wang, a strike imbued with the essence of desolation, sliced towards Teng Hu's palm shadow. Da-boom. The two strikes collided, resulting in a massive explosion that shattered trees within a radius of several dozen meters. After a brief moment, Teng Hu stumbled back, spitting blood, a deep sword wound marring his body. In contrast, Tang Sanzang had only taken a few steps back, showing no significant injuries. The Grand Elder Yi Ting observed Tang Sanzang. Sighing so, he had held back during our earlier encounter. Had that sword strike landed upon me, I fear it would have been far worse than Teng Hu's fate. Lin Xianyue and Yi Jinxian looked up at Tang Sanzang, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions. This all the strength you possess, Elder Teng. Tang Sanzang taunted. You. Teng Hu, straining from his injuries, coughed up blood. Tang Sanzang sheathed the Zongxian sword. Today, out of respect for Master Yi, I shall spare his life, but he lunged toward Tang Xiangyang, pressing a finger against his dantian. With a soft thud, Tung Xiangyang expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. No, Tung Hu rushed to Tung Xiangyang, channeling spiritual energy to check on him, his eyes blazing with fury. Ew, how could you cripple Xiangyang? Humph. I have shown mercy by not killing him. Crippling him is merely a lesson for him to remember. Very well, I shall remember you. I will inform my elder brother of this, and within 3 days, we shall raise Qingyun village to the ground. With that, Tung Hu departed with Tung Xiangyang in tow. The grand elder Yi Ting approached. You have crippled Tung Xiangyang. Tung Long will not let this go lightly. With his strength in the latter stage of core formation, our entire Qingyun village could face calamity. Tang Sanzang glanced at the grand elder, a faint smile gracing his lips. What if I could not only restore your village leader to his former self, but also help him break through to the latter stage of core formation? At this declaration, Yi Wanxiong sprang to his feet, only to be met with a surge of pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Father, are you all right? Yi Jinxian stepped forward to support Yi Wanxiong. That is this true? My young friend? Yi Wanxiong coughed excitedly. Of course. I am a 5th-tier alchemist that I can utilize the fiery poison of the fire python tiger to assist you in breaking through to the late stage of the core formation realm. Yi Wanxiong then clasped his hands and said, if you can help me resolve the fiery poison and achieve that breakthrough, I will accede to any condition you set. Cough, cough. Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively. I am simply fulfilling a request. Now, please provide me with a secluded chamber and ensure that no one enters. Why Yi Wanxiong commanded someone take Tang Xiaoyu to the secret chamber. But, Chief, isn't this too hasty? What if? There is no what if Tang Xiaoyu had malicious intent towards me. Why would he publicly refine pills to prove himself? Moreover, would a 5th-tier alchemist need to go to such lengths to harm us? Yi Wanxiong retorted. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang followed Yi Wanxiong into the secret chamber. Just before entering, he patted Lin Qinyue's shoulder. I will certainly fulfill the promise I made to you. Lin Qinyue's face flushed slightly as she nodded. I believe in you. Once inside the secret chamber, Yi Wanxiong hurriedly asked, young friend, can we begin? Tang Sanzang nodded. In a moment, I will use my artifact to concentrate your fiery poison in one location. Then I will dissolve it, transforming it into pure spiritual energy, which should help you break through to the late stage of the core formation realm. I thank you, young friend. At that moment, the voice of the Tower Master echoed. This fiery poison is a treasure. Absorbing it would greatly benefit the Corpse God Tower. Are you truly willing to let it go? Tang Sanzang replied. I must keep my promises. You promised that young lady to save her father, but never stated you would forego absorbing this fiery poison. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes. Mind your own business. Even heroes are no match for the charms of beautiful women. The Tower Master's voice then faded into the void. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Yi Zhaizhu, I am commencing now. You must relax and refrain from resisting. Understood. Tang Sanzang summoned the Corpse God Tower, guiding Yi Wanxiong's fiery poison from his entire body to his chest. Chapter 32. Detoxification. Tang Sanzang directed Yi Wanxiong's fiery poison to his chest. Yi Zhaizhu, I will now use cold energy to transform the fiery poison into pure fire attribute energy. You may experience some discomfort, so please bear with it. All right, Tang Sanzang manipulated the Corpse God Tower, continuously refining the fiery poison and transforming it into strands of pure spiritual energy. Are you helping someone else's father because you're interested in his daughter? Is it the one surnamed Lin or the one surnamed Yi? The Tower Master interjected irreverently. Tang Sanzang stumbled slightly at the remark. Tower Master, do not speak thoughtlessly. I have incapacitated the young master of the Crazy Dragon Gang. His father is a late-stage core formation cultivator. If he seeks revenge, the entire Qingyun village will be destroyed. That is why I am aiding Yi Zhaizhu in breaking through to the late stage of the core formation realm, so there will be no lingering concerns. You see through it, but do not speak of it. After a short while, Yi Wanxiong's fiery poison was completely refined, transformed into pure spiritual energy, which he was now absorbing. Tang Sanzang let out a sigh of relief, opened the secret chamber door, and stepped outside. Tang brother, how is the chief now? As Tang Sanzang emerged, Everyone rushed forward to inquire, I have not failed in my duty. Yi Zhaiju's fiery poison has been resolved, and I have refined it into pure spiritual energy, which he is currently absorbing. Once he is finished, he will break through to the late stage of the core formation realm, Tang Sanzang stated. Yi Ting clasped his hands. Tang Xiaoyu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Your willingness to heal our chief despite past grievances will be forever remembered by everyone in our village. Tang Sanzang waved his hand. It was merely a promise fulfilled. Let us not disturb Yi Zhaiju any further. We should take our leave. Yi Ting replied, Yes, Tang Xiaoyu, please follow me. I have prepared a guest room for you. Yi Ting led Tang Sanzang to the guest room. Tang Xiaoyu, you may rest here. I shall not intrude. Tang Sanzang clasped his hands. Thank you. Elder Wai ate tea that moment. The Tower Master's voice resounded. Kid, are you still lingering here? There are only 2 days left until the Tiangshanzong recruits disciples. I will stay for 1 night. Once Yi Zhaiju breaks through, I will depart. If I travel at full speed, reaching Tianjin City within 2 days should not pose a problem. Tiangshanzong, Ning Hao will be going as well. I wonder how his strength is at present. Tang Sanzang clenched his fists. One day, I will prove to my family that my parents did not betray us. Once I have sufficient strength, I will search the western regions for my parents' whereabouts and restore their honor. Just as Tang Sanzang was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Tang Gongzi, may I come in? The voice of Yi Jinxian called from outside. Tang Sanzang snapped back to reality. Yes, come in. Yi Jinxian opened the door and stepped inside. Please take a seat. Is there something you wish to discuss that brings you here so late, Miss Yi? Tang Sanzang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Jinxian. She accepted the cup. Actually, there's not much. I merely wish to inquire about my father's poison. You need not worry. I've already refined your father's poison into spiritual energy. Once he absorbs it, he will break through to the core formation realm, and you need not fear the crazy dragon gang any longer. Tang Sanzang reassured her. That is wonderful. An air of silence enveloped them as both remained quiet. Tang Sanzang coughed lightly. Miss Yi, you did not come here solely to ask me this, did you? Yi Jinchuan's cheeks flushed slightly. No, I wanted to ask, where will you go next? Once your father breaks through, I will depart for Tianjin City. The Tiangshanzong will be recruiting new disciples in 2 days, and I wish to try my luck there. Tiangshanzong, is it the foremost sect in the eastern region's Tianjin City? Tang Sanzang nodded. Indeed, and I have other matters to attend to there, as I must confront someone I need to defeat. Yi Jinxian glanced at Tang Sanzang, hesitating to speak. Tang Gongzi, would you remove your mask so I may see your true face? Tang Sanzang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am soon to depart. What difference does it make whether I wear the mask or not? Yi Jinxian quickly responded. Do you not consider me a friend? Tang Gongzi? No, you misunderstand that if you consider me a friend, how can we be friends if I have never seen your true appearance? This, Tang Sanzang hesitated, contemplating for a moment before deciding to remove his mask. As the mask was lifted, Yi Jinchuan's face turned crimson. His eyebrows were sharp and angled, exuding a hero's spirit that seemed capable of perceiving the world's truths while concealing a hint of unknown gentleness and depth. His eyes were clear and bright, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, shimmering with wisdom and kindness. You are astonishingly handsome. But why do you wear a mask? Yi Jinxian lowered her head, unable to meet Tang Sanzang's gaze. Tang Sanzang donned the mask again. Miss, you jest. I wear it merely as a necessity for traversing the martial world, not due to any hidden reasons that IT is getting late. And you are here alone at night. Lingering too long may attract unwanted attention. Tang Sanzang opened the door. Miss, please return to your room to rest. Reluctantly, Yi Jinxian left Tang Sanzang's room, and as she closed the door, the Tower Master's voice rang out. Kid, that girl seems to have feelings for you. How do you feel about her? You saw this morning. She is willing to sacrifice even her own sister for medicinal herbs. Such a person, while appearing amiable, harbors a heart as venomous as a scorpion that I wish to avoid entanglements with her. The Tower Master floated in the void. It is rare for you to see things so clearly. And what of the girl, surnamed Lin? What are your thoughts on her? Tang Sanzang fell silent for a moment, the image of that enchanting figure surfacing in his mind, just as he was about to speak. Another knock sounded at the door. It seems the girl surnamed Lin is here. Proceed with caution. After saying that, the tower master vanished into the void. Tang Sanzang approached the door and opened it. Miss Lin, have you come to see me for something? It is nothing. I merely wanted to express my gratitude for your help in detoxifying my father, Lin Qianyue said as she stood at the door. Please come in. I merely fulfilled my promise from this morning in the cave. Tang Sanzang invited Lin Qianyue to sit. Young master, do you have any plans for after tonight? Here we go again. Tang Sanzang thought. Once your father's poison is resolved, I will set off for Tianyin City. Tianyin City. Are you planning to go to Tianxunzong? Lin Qianyue inquired, to which Tang Sanzang nodded. Indeed, there are merely 2 days remaining until the Tianxian sect's recruitment date. I must hasten there by tomorrow, lest I risk missing the opportunity. I could see this moment. Lin Qianyue fell into silence. Tang Sanzang observed her, sensing she bore unspoken burdens. Miss Lin, if you would trust me, might you share your troubles? Lin Qianyue glanced at Tang Sanzang, hesitating briefly before responding. To be candid, young Master Tang, I am not my father's biological daughter. I am, in fact, an orphan he discovered and raised from a tender age. My father has treated me with great kindness, yet due to his lack of a son, there have always been murmurs within the village. Furthermore, since I am not his flesh and blood, my years in Qingyun village have been fraught with difficulties. Although the villagers refer to me as the second young lady, I often endure their covert disdain. Sitting on a chair, Lin Qianyue wrapped her arms around her legs, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Sanzang approached and gently patted her shoulder. I have perceived your plight. I suspected as much this morning. However, do you intend to spend your life in Qingyun village? Lin Qianyue shook her head. I have contemplated escaping countless times. But whenever I think of my father, I retract my steps. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Chapter 33. Journey to Tianxian sect. Tang Sanzang regarded Lin Qianyue with a sigh. There are some words I hesitate to utter. Yet I implore you to reflect upon your own life. Your father has bestowed upon you the gift of life. Without him, you might have perished long ago, and such a debt is indeed one to repay. However, the others in Qingyun village owe you nothing. Their interactions are merely flattery and aloofness. Had your father not intervened today, you might have fallen into Tang Xianyang's trap. Thus, the only person you truly owe gratitude to is your father. As Lin Qianyue absorbed Tang Sanzang's words, a flicker of realization sparked in her eyes. Moreover, you could be considered as having saved your father's life. Had you not crossed paths with me, how could I have arrived at Qingyun village and ultimately saved him? Furthermore, I facilitated his breakthrough to the late stage of the core formation realm. Such a kindness warrants recognition. That be why this reckoning. A life for a life, you owe them nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyue smiled. Indeed, then what reward do you seek? Tang Sanzang gazed at her. Do you wish to leave this place? Lin Qianyue paused, then nodded. I wish to, but if you desire it, then rest for now. Tomorrow morning, I shall speak with your father. After saying this, Tang Sanzang urged Lin Qianyue to return home. Before departing, Lin Qianyue asked, Young Master Tang, may I behold your true visage? Tang Sanzang shook his head, pondering, why does everyone wish to see my true form? He then removed his mask, causing Lin Qianyue's pupils to dilate, and moments later, she blushed and fled to her room. Tang Sanzang closed the door, only for the insistent voice of Tai Yi to resound. Oh dear, yet another. It appears that both young ladies of Qingyun village harbor feelings for you. So, tell me, which one do you intend to take with you tomorrow? The one surnamed Lin or the one surnamed Yi? Begone, go to sleep. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. With that, Tang Sanzang retired to bed, dismissing the banter as trivial. The next morning, a beam of sunlight illuminated the earth. Just as Tang Sanzang prepared to open the door to visit Yi Wanxiong, the door swung open ahead of him. Young Master Tang, I have come at the behest of the village chief, announced the Grand Elder Yi Ting. The village chief's orders? Is he well? Yi Ting beamed. Not only is he well, but he has also made a breakthrough to the late stage of the core formation realm. He wishes to express his gratitude in person. Tang Sanzang followed Yi Ting to the main hall of Qingyun village. The moment they entered, Yi Wanxiong approached, grasping Tang Sanzang's hands. Young friend Tang, I cannot thank you enough. As you predicted, my fiery poison has been completely resolved, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the core formation realm. Now, we need not fear the Guanglong village. Yi Wanxiong urged Tang Sanzang to take a seat in a main position. There is no need for such formality, village chief. I was merely fulfilling a request. With my task complete, I must take my leave. Tang Sanzang refrained from sitting, instead offering a respectful gesture. What? Are you departing so soon? I have yet to properly express my gratitude, Yi Wanxiong exclaimed. Indeed, young Master Tang, you might consider staying a few days longer so that we may honor you appropriately. Grand Elder Yi Ting chimed in. Tang Sanzang waved his hand. I appreciate your kindness, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. But why? Yi Wanxiong, seeing his determination, relented. In that case, we shall not detain you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us. Thank you, village chief. Tang Sanzang bowed. That moment, Yi Jinxian approached, grasping Tang Sanzang's sleeve. Young Master Tang, we have yet to engage in a deeper conversation. Why are you in such haste to leave? Yi Jinshuan's figure swayed slightly. Tang Sanzang felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back. Miss Yi, I must travel to the Tianxin sect in Tianjin City, and with less than 2 days remaining, I must proceed swiftly. Therefore, I cannot tarry. Additionally, I wish to discuss a matter with village chief Yi. Tang Sanzang stated. Why? Yi Wanxiong rose. Oh, young friend, what is it? I shall comply. Tang Sanzang glanced at Lin Qianyue, who blushed slightly. Village chief Yi, the Tianxin sect is recruiting disciples, and I believe your daughter possesses considerable talent. I wish to take her along to the Tianxin sect. Why? Yi Wanxiong turned to Yi Jinxian, who was brimming with anticipation. Of course, if Xianer wishes, you are welcome to take her to the Tianxin sect. Yi Jinxian then turned to Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang shook his head and continued. Village chief Yi, I believe you have misunderstood. The daughter I refer to is not Miss Yi, but rather Miss Lin. Yi Wanxiong furrowed his brow. Qianyue, young friend Tang, you must be mistaken. Why? Yi Jinxian stepped forward. Indeed, young Master Tang, did you speak in error? How could she have the qualifications to accompany you to the Tianxin sect? Tang Sanzang frowned, suppressing his anger. Village chief Yi, I assure you, I am not mistaken. I intend to take Lin Qianyue. Miss that moment. As Yi Wanxiong was about to speak, a shrill voice pierced the air. Yi Jinxian rushed toward Lin Qianyue, seizing her hand. Speak, what potion did you administer to young Master Tang last night? Lin Qianyue winced from the grip, struggling. I did not. I distinctly saw you sneak into young Master Tang's room yesterday and emerge after a long while. You shameless hussy, did you not use some enchantment on him to ensure he would take you to the Tianxin sect? Yi Wanxiong interjected. Xianer released Qianyue. We should inquire with young Master Tang. I refuse. This hussy must have done something to ensnare young Master Tang's affections. What do I lack compared to her? She is merely an orphan he picked up, while I am the young miss of Qingyan village. Lin Qianyue trembled. Sister, how can you speak of me in such a manner? I am innocent with young Master Tang. Innocent? You have known him for merely a day, and he wishes to take you to the Tianxin sect. Is this not the result of your seduction, relying on a modicum of beauty to entice men? Lin Qianyue began to weep, her tears cascading like rain. I did not. Tang Sanzang unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forcing Yi Jinxian to release Lin Qianyue's hand. Young Master Tang, why? Silence. I shall say this only once. I recognize Miss Lin's exceptional talent and wish to prevent her from being wasted here in obscurity. Not to engage in the sordid matters of your imagination. I swear before heaven, my intentions with Miss Lin are pure. Tang Sanzang then turned to Yi Wanxiong. Village chief Yi, my assistance to you was merely a favor. From henceforth, we owe each other nothing. He then addressed Lin Qianyue. If you truly wish to leave, follow me. With that, he strode out of the main hall. Lin Qianyue, casting a glance at everyone in the hall, fled without looking back. Qianyue, alas, Xianer, you have acted foolishly. Why? Yi Wanxiong lamented from his seat. With young Master Tang's strength and connections, we could have forged a beneficial relationship. Even if he wished to take Qianyue, we could have aided him as a gesture of goodwill. Now, alas, Yi Jinxian yelled. I refuse. Why would he be drawn to that Lin Qianyue, that wretched girl? Why does he not see me? What do I lack? I was the first to know him, while that wretched girl merely encountered him by chance to cure our father's poison. What right does she have to accompany young Master Tang? With that, she stormed back to her room. Yi Wanxiong sighed. Helpless. Ah, the entanglements of love. Chapter 34. The city of hidden heaven. Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue arrived amidst the mountains and forests. How does it feel to be away from home? Tang Sanzang inquired. Lin Qianyue glanced in the direction of Qingyun village and replied, I am uncertain, although I have longed to escape from there countless times. Now that I am truly out, I feel a sense of solitude. Tang Sanzang patted Lin Qianyue's shoulder and said, I am just like you that I in the past. I too had a family and loving parents. Unfortunately, due to certain events, I now find myself without a home to return to. Nevertheless, one must always look forward. Lin Qianyue regarded Tang Sanzang and remarked, I did not expect you to have such a past. Are you not curious about the reasons behind it? Tang Sanzang asked. Lin Qianyue shook her head. If you wish to share, you will do so in your own time. Everyone has a past and secrets. If you do not wish to disclose yours, I shall not pry. Should you ever wish to confide in me, I would be willing to listen. Tang Sanzang was touched by Lin Qianyue's words. Turning his head away as he said, It has been a long time since anyone spoke to me in such a manner. Perhaps his own history and experiences were even more tragic than mine. I can see much suffering in his eyes, Lin Qianyue thought. Brother San, may I call you that? Lin Qianyue asked. Tang Sanzang paused for a moment before smiling. Of course, from now on, we should be true friends. Great, Lin Qianyue said, her lips curving gently into a smile. Like the first gentle rays of dawn breaking the horizon, her eyes sparkled under the reflection of her smile, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, radiating warmth and wisdom. All right, we must set off for the city of hidden heaven. If we delay any longer, we shall miss our opportunity. Yes, let us go. Lin Qianyue looked towards Qingyun village. Farewell. Perhaps I shall return one day. With that, Tang Sanzang led Lin Qianyue towards the city of hidden heaven. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the city of hidden heaven in the eastern domain. Phew, after rushing and dawdling, we have arrived a day early. Let us find a place to rest, Tang Sanzang declared. All right, the city of hidden heaven, situated in the eastern domain of the divine continent, is one of the largest cities in that region. It is not only renowned for its grandeur, but also because the foremost sect of the eastern domain, the Tianxian sect, is located here. The power of the city of hidden heaven is on par with the prominent families in other parts of the continent. After years of development, the city has subtly earned the reputation of being the largest in the eastern domain. Every year, when the Tianxian sect recruits new disciples, the city of hidden heaven becomes extraordinarily lively. Is this the true visage of the foremost city in the eastern domain? As Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue entered the city of hidden heaven, the contrast with their previous experiences in Yuanyu City was stark. It was like comparing a mere sparrow to a great eagle, utterly incomparable. They strolled through the bustling streets, teeming with people, with just a day left until the Tianxian sect recruits new disciples. The city of hidden heaven is indeed vibrant. Tang Sanzang observed the throngs of people passing by. Indeed, in Qingyun village, I thought a few hundred people was a crowd. Now I realize how much a frog in a well I truly was. It is said that the city of hidden heaven boasts a history of 1,000 years. Look, these Jidan realm cultivators do not dare to fly within the city, relying instead on walking or horse-drawn carriages. The city is enveloped by a formidable barrier that encompasses the entire area. According to the descriptions from Master Tower, this barrier can withstand attacks from those at the Great Ascension stage, and it is maintained daily through the consumption of spirit crystals. Navigating through the sea of people, Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue arrived in the central area of the city of hidden heaven, where magnificent pavilions stood tall, resplendent, and lifelike. They prepared to enter the Drunken Moon Pavilion. A guard stopped them. Halt. If you wish to enter the Drunken Moon Pavilion, please present your identity token. Identity token. Tang Sanzang rummaged through his storage bag. I still have the token of the young master of the Ning family, but if I present it, I fear it may lead to unnecessary trouble. Just as Tang Sanzang hesitated, A voice came from behind. These two are my friends. They turned to see a young man approaching, producing a token from his hand. The guard examined it and bowed. Ah, it is Prince Tu Chuanlin from Liang City. My apologies. The young man put away his token and asked, May we enter? Certainly, please proceed. The young man then led Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue into the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Thank you for your assistance, but may I ask why you chose to help us? Tang Sanzang inquired. The attendant guided them to the third floor to a VIP room. Tu Chuanlin gestured for Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue to take a seat. I noticed you as soon as you entered the city. There's something particularly unique about your aura. Tang Sanzang squinted, contemplating. Has he discovered the Corpse God Tower? At that moment, Master Tower's voice echoed. Do not be alarmed. As long as you do not actively summon it, even celestial beings cannot perceive the Corpse God Tower within you. Perhaps he merely senses your Corpse God bloodline. Tang Sanzang nodded. Oh, what kind of unique aura do I possess? Tu Chuanlin fanned himself and replied, resentment, murderous intent, anger. I can sense many negative emotions within you. Your experiences must be quite extraordinary. Tang Sanzang smiled. To be honest, I have died before. Both Tu Chuanlin and Lin Qianyue were taken aback, but Tu Chuanlin quickly regained his composure. Died? It seems my young friend is far more mysterious than I imagined. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tu Chuanlin, the Prince of Liang City. I am Tang Sanzang from Yuanyu City. Yuanyu City? The Tang family? To my knowledge, there is no prominent Tang family in Yuanyu City, Tu Chuanlin remarked. You jest, my friend. I am not from any prominent family. Merely someone who has had some fortuitous encounters in my early years, Tang Sanzang replied. Tu Chuanlin was silent for a moment before laughing heartily. Since Tang brother is reluctant to share, I shall not press the matter. I ask your purpose for coming here to enter the Tianxin sect. Indeed, I have come to participate in the entrance examination of the Tianxin sect. Tang Sanzang confirmed. Tu Chuanlin stood and stepped out into the hallway. The entrance examination of the Tianxin sect is no simple affair. I asked this young lady also here for the examination. Lin Qianyue slightly bowed. Yes, I too have come to take the assessment. Tu Chuanlin glanced at Lin Qianyue, contemplating. The qi refining realm, not particularly strong, yet she give me an unusual feeling. Could it be that she possesses some special constitution? Tu Chuanlin chuckled lightly. Forgive my curiosity, I was merely asking. Just then a voice called out, Oh, is that not Prince Tu Chuanlin from Liang City? What brings you to the city of hidden heaven? Hoping to participate in the Tianxin sect's examination? Several young men approached. Tu Chuanlin glanced at them with disdain. Xiao Yuan Hui, since when does this prince need your permission to speak? A prince from Liang City, and you believe yourself to be above everyone else? How dare you speak to me like that? The young man laughed heartily. Oh, we have guests. This brother, may I ask your name and where you hail from? Tang Sanzang replied. Yuanyu City, Tang Sanzang. Xiao Yuanhui looked at his subordinates. Yuanyu City, among the three main cities, Yuanyu City is the weakest, and I recall that the royal family there does not bear the surname Tang, nor does any prominent family. Could it be that you were just a loose cultivator from there? Tu Chuanlin, you actually associate with such a person. Are you not afraid of losing face? The young men laughed even louder. Chapter 35, The Auction House, and who might you be? Tang Sanzang stepped forward. Even our brother Xiao doesn't know. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, a young man mocked. Xiao Yuanhui raised his head. Listen well, I am a prince of the royal family of the city of hidden heaven, and I have already reached the foundation establishment realm. Tang Sanzang leaned towards Tu Chuanlin and whispered, Tu brother, is the royal family of the city of hidden heaven the most powerful in the city? Tu Chuanlin shook his head. Not quite. While the royal family holds significant power, they must still reckon with the Tianxin sect. This foremost sect of the eastern domain commands considerable respect, even from the royal family. If you manage to enter the inner courtyard of the Tianxin sect, even someone like Xiao Yuanhui would have to show you some respect. Tang Sanzang nodded. I see. May I ask, is the foundation establishment realm strong? Xiao Yuanhui laughed heartily. Is the foundation establishment realm strong? Where did this country bumpkin come from? If you reach the foundation establishment realm, you will certainly pass this year's Tianxin sect entrance examination. You would be guaranteed a place in the outer courtyard, so how can that not be considered strong? Tang Sanzang regarded Xiao Yuanhui. Oh, in that case, I would like to test the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. Upon concluding his words, Tang Sanzang executed the thunder step, instantly appearing before Xiao Yuanhui, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye, catching Xiao Yuanhui completely off guard, resulting in him being struck and sent flying several meters. Prince Xiao. Several young men hastily came to his aid. Tu Chuanlin cast a profound glance at Tang Sanzang, astonished by the youth's formidable strength. It appeared he had attained the Foundation establishment stage, yet why could he not perceive this power? Could there be some hidden artifact enhancing his capabilities? As Xiao Yuanhui was helped to his feet, he spat, "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Tang Sanzang retorted, "I strike at bastards like you do not presume that the entirety of Tianjin City belongs to your royal family. The Xinzhou continent is vast, and it is not solely dictated by your lineage." Enraged, Xiao Yuanhui bellowed, "This is outrageous. Seize him, cripple him, and capture that woman. I intend to humiliate her before him until she breathes her last." To avenge my grievances, the group of young men immediately charged at Tang Sanzang. Humph, utterly foolish, he thought. Activating the Blood Demon Corpse God technique, Tang Sanzang's aura surged dramatically. With a stomp of his foot, a tremendous force repelled the advancing assailants. Foundation establishment. "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Yuanhui exclaimed, astonished. "How is it that I've never heard of a Foundation establishment practitioner at such a young age?" Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well. There's much you remain unaware of in this world. Today, I shall impart a lesson. A colossal gust of wind surged towards Xiao Yuanhui, who quickly raised his hands to block. With a resounding crash, he was propelled out of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Isn't that Xiao Yuanhui, the second prince of the royal family? How could he be thrown out like that? One bystander remarked, "He must have caused some trouble." This Xiao Yuanhui is usually arrogant and domineering, relying on his elder brother, the crown prince, to act with impunity. Another added, "Indeed, it's about time someone taught him a lesson. It's truly gratifying." Xiao Yuanhui, disheveled, climbed to his feet and glared at Tang Sanzang, declaring, "Tang, I will remember you. I await your return." He cast a lingering gaze at Tang Sanzang, realizing that despite his status, he was not particularly foolish. Tang Sanzang had easily bested him, suggesting that his true strength might rival that of his elder brother. "We shall depart." Xiao Yuanhui commanded his subordinates as they left the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Once they were gone, Tu Chuanlin turned to Tang Sanzang. "I fear that Xiao Yuanhui will not let this matter rest. He may not pose a direct threat, but his brother." Tang Sanzang sipped his tea, inquiring, "Is Xiao Yuanhui's brother formidable?" Tu Chuanlin nodded. "The crown prince of Tianjin City, Xiao Yuanhua, is hailed as the foremost genius of the royal family and is a disciple of the inner court of the Tianjin sect. When he entered the sect, he was at the late Foundation establishment stage, and by now, he has likely reached the core formation stage." Tang Sanzang murmured, "The royal family's top genius at the core formation stage? Give me 2 years, and I too can achieve that." "What is Xiao Yuanhui's character like?" he further inquired. Tu Chuanlin replied, "Are you concerned that Xiao Yuanhua might seek revenge upon entering the Tianjin sect? You need not worry. As the heir to the throne, his perspective is far broader than that of his brother. If you demonstrate sufficient strength, not only will he overlook past grievances, but he will also endeavor to recruit you. For the royal family is not entirely harmonious." Tang Sanzang nodded in silence. Tu Chuanlin then patted his shoulder. "Well, tonight there's an auction in Tianjin City. We should see what treasures are available in auction." Tang Sanzang queried. "Yes, Tianjin City holds auctions periodically, featuring a plethora of treasures. With a bit of luck, one might even acquire celestial-grade techniques or martial skills," Tu Chuanlin explained. "And how does one gain entry to the auction?" Tang Sanzang asked. "It's quite simple. Possessing assets suffices. Before entering, your wealth will be verified, and equivalent items such as high-grade elixirs or artifacts may also be used," Tu Chuanlin responded. Tang Sanzang pondered. "An auction? I wonder if my Millennium Spiritual Essence qualifies for entry." "Thank you, Brother Tuesday. We shall attend this evening," Tang Sanzang remarked. Tu Chuanlin clasped his hands together. "Very well. I shall take my leave now. This young lady's room is next door. I have arranged for 2 rooms. I hope you do not mind." Lin Xinyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Tang Sanzang awkwardly smiled. Brother Tu's arrangement is excellent. Thank you. Tu Chuanlin laughed heartily. Ah, then I shall take my leave. With that, he exited Tang Sanzang's room, leaving only Tang Sanzang and Lin Qinyue behind. Tang Sanzang broke the silence first. Miss Lin, may I inquire about the cultivation technique you practice? Lin Qinyue replied, Brother San, please call me Qinyue. Miss feels rather distant. Very well, Qinyue, he agreed. They fell silent once more. Lin Qinyue pondered for a moment. My technique was taught to me by my father. It is called the Qingyu method. However, I have little interest in cultivation. For years, I have been compelled to learn by my father, so my current level is merely in the qi refinement stage. Tang Sanzang remained silent, contemplating if being forced to learn can only yield the qi refinement stage. What are those practitioners aged 15 or 16 still in the meridian opening stage? Well, that is already commendable for our age. Possessing the strength of the qi refinement stage is considered excellent. He continued, however, Qinyue, I must tell you, this world is exceedingly perilous. We must always protect ourselves, and the prerequisite for that is sufficient strength. Just as with the situation at Qingyun village, if your power were formidable enough, the Quanlong village would not dare to propose a marriage. That, if your strength were sufficient, the people of Qingyun village would not regard you with disdain. The leader of the Yi family possesses formidable power, allowing him to protect Qingyun village, thus earning the respect of all its inhabitants that I in this world. Strength speaks volumes. Dignity is only upheld by the edge of a sword, and truth resides within the range of attack. To protect others, one must first safeguard oneself. Only by becoming powerful can one assist the weak. Do you understand what I am saying? As Lin Qinyue listened to Tang Sanzang's words, an unprecedented sense of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Brother San, thank you. I used to believe that being kind to others would incite kindness in return. But after the incident at Qingyun village, I understand that only through sufficient strength will others respect you. Tang Sanzang gently ruffled Lin Qinyue's hair. I'm glad you see it that way. After a long day of travel, you must be weary. Rest early, for we shall visit the auction house tonight. Lin Qinyue nodded. Her cheeks flushed. All right, you should also rest early. With that, she hurried back to her room. Chapter 36. The Alchemist Guild as night fell and the city illuminated with vibrant lights. The streets thrummed with life and energy. Every avenue was aglow, bustling with throngs of people coming and going in ceaseless waves. Tang Sanzang and Lin Qinyue procured a map of the city and, following its guidance, arrived at the auction house. The name Wanbao Auction House was emblazoned in golden letters, resplendent and lifelike. Wanbao Auction House. Even the sign is made of gold. Just how wealthy is this auction house? Lin Qinyue inquired. That's the foremost city in the eastern region. Tianjin City boasts a prestigious auction house, and while the other two major cities have their own, they pale in comparison to Wanbao Auction House. Tang Sanzang explained, It seems that the true treasures lie within this auction house. Let us see what marvels await us, Tang Sanzang declared to Lin Qinyue. But the items in the auction house are expensive. How can we afford anything? Lin Qinyue lamented, glancing at her empty pockets. Do not worry. I have my methods. With that, they entered the Wanbao auction house, where they were greeted by a series of long pathways, each culminating in a waiting maid. The duo casually selected a path and approached one of the maids. Esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The maid inquired. Tang Sanzang cupped his hands in greeting. Miss, we are here to purchase. The maid responded, buying guests must first undergo a verification of assets. Those possessing over 1 million spiritual crystals may enter the auction house. 1 million spiritual crystals? Tang Sanzang exclaimed, taken aback. What did 1 million spiritual crystals signify? Previously, in Yuanyue City, the Ning family's total annual income was only 1 million spiritual crystals. Now, the mere entry requirement for this auction house demanded that amount, intensifying Tang Sanzang's anticipation for the items on offer. The maid continued, if you lack spiritual crystals, you may use beast cores, elixirs, or artifacts of equivalent value. If the items are valued at 1 million spiritual crystals or more, you may enter, pending evaluation by our professional assessors. Tang Sanzang promptly produced the Millennium Spiritual Essence he had obtained earlier. Here is a vial of Millennium Spiritual Essence. How much is it worth? The maid cast a glance at the bottle and immediately felt a surge of respect. Esteemed guest, please follow me, that I am unable to ascertain the value of this spiritual essence. We shall have to rely on our auction house's professional appraiser for an assessment. That will be much appreciated. Tang Sanzong and his companion followed the maid into a room. The maid spoke. Mr. Gung, this young gentleman has brought a bottle of Millennium Spiritual Essence for your appraisal. With that, she stepped aside. The middle-aged man referred to as Mr. Gung rose from his chair. Millennium Spiritual Essence. Young man, please present it to me. Tang Sanzong promptly produced the bottle containing the Millennium Spiritual Essence and held it before Mr. Gung. That Mr. Gung opened the bottle and inhaled deeply. After a moment, he remarked, I estimate this essence to be around 3,000 years old. Each drop is extraordinarily precious. How did you come by such a quantity? Tang Sanzong replied, I believe there is no protocol at the auction house regarding the provenance of items brought by guests. Is there? Mr. Gung hastily responded. Indeed. It was my oversight. Please have a seat. Mr. Gung invited Tang Sanzong and his companion to sit down. I am Gung Xiao, one of the appraisers at Wanbao Auction House. Forgive my boldness. May I inquire if you are an alchemist? Tang Sanzong nodded. Could you show me your alchemist badge? Gung Xiao asked. Tang Sanzong shook his head. I do not possess an alchemist badge, but I am indeed capable of refining third-grade elixirs. Tang Sanzong refrained from claiming he could refine fifth-grade elixirs. Given his age, asserting such a skill would either mark him as a madman or a monster, neither of which would serve him well. Thus, he simply stated he could refine third-grade elixirs. Gung Xiao frowned slightly. Every alchemist must have their certification from the Alchemist Guild, which issues the alchemist badge to recognize their status. Tang Sanzong looked at Gung Xiao. Mr. Gung, I would like to ask if I can successfully refine a third-grade elixir on the spot, would I be eligible to receive an alchemist badge immediately? Gung Xiao shook his head. Even if you can refine a third-grade elixir on the spot, it would only prove your ability at that level. Your identity as an alchemist must be validated through the Alchemist Guild, which is responsible for issuing badges. Tang Sanzong fell silent. Gung Xiao continued, if you can successfully refine the elixir, I can write a letter of recommendation on behalf of Wanbao Auction House for you. You may then present it to the Alchemist Guild in Tianjin City, and they will grant you the badge upon seeing our endorsement. This. Tang Sanzong stood up. In that case, I would trouble you, Mr. Gung, to prepare a set of third-grade materials. .1 set. Are you certain you only need one? Gung Xiao inquired. Yes, one set will suffice. Gung Xiao gestured to the maid beside him, who then exited the room to prepare the materials. Gung Xiao thought to himself, this young man likely possesses skills beyond that of a mere third-grade alchemist. Even a third-grade alchemist would not dare claim a 100% success rate in refining a third-grade elixir. This young man seems intent on achieving success in one attempt. That a moment later, the maid returned with the materials. Esteemed guest, here is a set of materials for the third-grade elixir. Recovery elixir, she said, handing the materials to Tang Sanzong. Thank you. May I begin? Tang Sanzong asked. Gung Xiao stepped aside. Please proceed. Young man, wait a moment. Bring this cauldron along. Conceal the Corpse God Tower within while refining the elixir to avoid drawing attention. The fewer people who know about the Corpse God Tower, the better, the voice of Tower Master echoed. Understood. Tang Sanzong retrieved the cauldron, hid the Corpse God Tower within, and began refining the elixir using the materials. Channeling spiritual energy, the cauldron erupted into flames. Tang Sanzong tossed all the materials into the Corpse God Tower, allowing it to refine the elixir automatically while he simulated the refining techniques to maintain discretion. Gung Xiao observed from the side. This is the first time I have witnessed such a method of refining, throwing all the materials into the cauldron at once. If he truly succeeds in producing an elixir, it will completely reshape my understanding. As time passed, after the burning of an incense stick, a rich fragrance filled the room, and the cauldron trembled violently before releasing a pale blue elixir. Tang Sanzong swiftly captured it in a bottle and presented it to Gung Xiao. Gung Xiao opened the bottle. Ah, indeed, it is a recovery elixir, and its quality can be deemed exceptional. Please keep it safe. Tang Sanzong stored the elixir. May I ask, Mr. Gung, is it time for an appraisal? Gung Xiao took the bottle containing the Millennium Spiritual Essence and returned it to Tang Sanzong. Esteemed sir, since you are an alchemist, There is no need for a financial verification. The worth of an alchemist cannot be measured by a mere million spirit crystals. He added, I will draft a letter of recommendation for you, and after the auction concludes, I will have the maid deliver it to you. Tang Sanzong clasped his hands. Mr. Geng, I wish to auction some items at the auction house, but I currently lack funds. Would you assist me in auctioning this bottle of Millennium Spiritual Essence? Geng Xiao held the Millennium Spiritual Essence. In that case, we shall keep this bottle at our house for tonight's auction. We will advance you 10 million spirit crystals. Should the essence sell for more than 10 million, we will deduct a 20% service fee from the total price, subtract the advanced 10 million, and return the remaining spirit crystals to you. Tang Sanzong was astonished. An alchemist possessed such authority to secure an advance from Wanbao Auction House. Chapter 37. Mysterious Iron Essence. Tang Sanzong and his companion entered the auction house with the 10 million spirit crystals advanced to them. The two maids led them to the VIP area. Esteemed guests, this is our VIP section, reserved for patrons with assets exceeding 10 million spirit crystals. Protect our guest privacy. Please, young lady, wear this mask we have prepared for you. Thank you, young lady. Indeed, it seems being an alchemist is quite lucrative. A single elixir can command an advance of 10 million spirit crystals. Lin Xianyu remarked, I had no idea alchemists were so valuable. I only knew they could produce elixirs, she continued. You are unaware of much. Alchemists are the most valuable profession across the continent and hold the highest esteem. A 5th-grade alchemist commands the respect of city lords, while a 6th-grade alchemist can be honored as a distinguished guest by the royal family of Tianjin City. Had you revealed your status as a 5th-grade alchemist this morning, that second prince would surely have been terrified. At this moment, the voice of Tower Master resounded. Tang Sanzong mused, It seems I must pay a visit to the Alchemist Guild. Possessing an alchemist badge would greatly facilitate my travels across the continent. Just then, a voice announced, Esteemed guests of the auction house, welcome to Wanbao Auction House. Tonight, we will auction 10 items, each thoroughly appraised to ensure authenticity. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Every attendee filled with anticipation. Please, everyone, quiet down. Without further ado, let us present the first item of the evening. A maid emerged from the back carrying a treasure box, placing it before the auctioneer. This is a 4th-grade elixir, the Xingyang elixir. Crafted by a 5th-grade alchemist. Its quality is moderate. It enhances the power of fire attribute techniques, making a rare treasure for cultivators of fire attribute techniques. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit crystals, with increments no less than 1,000 spirit crystals. Let the auction begin. 10,100 spirit crystals, 10,200 spirit crystals, 20,000 spirit crystals. Tang Sanzong watched as the crowd eagerly placed bids, the price multiplying rapidly in mere moments. As expected, alchemists are indeed the wealthiest profession on the continent. A mere 4th-grade elixir is already nearing 100,000 spirit crystals, he remarked. Lin Xianyu nodded. Entering this auction house requires a minimum of 1 million spirit crystals. Initially, I thought that was a substantial amount, but now it seems that with only 1 million spirit crystals, we would merely be at the lowest tier. Indeed, I wonder what treasures we can acquire with the 10 million spirit crystals in our possession. Ultimately, the elixir was sold for a staggering 100,000 spirit crystals, 10 times its starting price, an impressive feat. Tang Sanzong found himself unsatisfied with the subsequent items. The 5th item up for auction was a terrestrial-grade technique, the frostbite technique of ice attribute, with a starting bid of 100,000 spirit crystals. Hearing this, Tang Sanzong became intrigued. Qianyu, this frostbite technique would suit you well. Lin Xianyu shook her head. Terrestrial-grade techniques can be quite expensive. I don't particularly need it, so it would be unwise to waste our funds. Tang Sanzong insisted. No, a terrestrial-grade technique surpasses your Qingyan technique by several magnitudes. The stronger your technique, the better for your cultivation. This is settled then. 20,000 spirit crystals. This esteemed guest bids 20,000 spirit crystals. Is there any higher bid? 250,000. Tang Sanzang cast a glum glance towards the VIP area across from him. 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. The 3rd VIP table bid 1 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The table across was preparing to place another bid, but was halted by an elderly gentleman. Young master, Those who occupy this position are all of distinguished status. It would be wise to exercise caution. Earth-grade techniques are not exceedingly rare. To offend someone over a mere technique may not be worth it, the individual addressed as young master nodded in agreement. Opting to forego further bidding. 1 million, 3 times sold. Congratulations to the guests at the third table for acquiring the Earth-grade technique, Frosty Art. Intriguing. After the event, have someone investigate his identity, the young man instructed the elder. Yes, young master. The auction continued, now presenting the 7th item, a piece of refined iron. What? A piece of refined iron. What is so remarkable about it to be the 7th item? As the crowd murmured in confusion, the host called for silence. Gentlemen, please remain calm. This is no ordinary refined iron. Our craftsmen have attempted various forging methods, but have been unable to refine it into iron essence. Our forging guild believes it to be a mysterious treasure, though we cannot decipher its secrets. If any esteemed guests are interested, you may bid for it and take a chance. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit crystals, and the bidding commenced. The atmosphere fell silent. Those present were no fools to bid 100,000 spirit crystals on a mere piece of iron. The host surveyed the room, noticing the lack of bids, and prepared to declare it unsold. Young man, that piece of iron essence is peculiar. You must bid on it. That moment, Master Tower's voice resonated. Peculiar? In what way? Tang Sanzang inquired. No need for so many questions. Just place the bid. 100,000 spirit crystals. Tang Sanzang raised his bidding paddle. The host, seeing a bid, became animated. Once again, the third table bids 100,000 spirit crystals. Is there any higher offer? Lin Xianyue turned to Tang Sanzang. What is so peculiar about this iron essence? Is it truly worth 100,000 spirit crystals? Tang Sanzang nodded. It's a hunch. I feel this iron essence is extraordinary. 100,000 spirit crystals twice. 100,000 spirit crystals thrice. Bang! Congratulations to the third table for acquiring a piece of iron essence. Is this person foolish or extraordinarily wealthy to purchase a seemingly useless piece of iron essence? Someone remarked. Fools with money. Indeed, another added. The host cleared his throat. Now, we arrive at our final item of the evening, a vial of pure millennium spirit essence. After assessment by our auction house's appraiser, this essence is confirmed to be at least 3,000 years old. Yes, the maid presented the millennium spirit essence. The crowd erupted in excitement, many standing in awe. Look, that is millennium spirit essence, over 3,000 years old. Even for nascent soul stage cultivators, it offers significant benefits. This entire vial will likely fetch an astronomical price, the host announced. The starting bid is set at 1 million spirit crystals, with increments no less than 100,000 spirit crystals. Let the auction begin. 150,000 spirit crystals. 2 million. Humph, a bunch of paupers daring to compete with me. 5 million. 6 million. The bidding frenzy ensued. And Tang Sanzang chuckled quietly to himself. I never imagined a vial of millennium spirit essence would be so valuable. Xianyue, it seems we are about to strike it rich. Lin Xianyue merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The bidding reached a fever pitch, escalating to 20 million, 25 million, 30 million, 50 million. As a voice rang out, Tang Sanzang and the others turned to the two individuals at the opposite table. Who are these young men? 50 million is not a sum that mere mortals can produce. Could they be of royal descent? 50 million. The ninth table bids 50 million. Is there any higher offer? 50 million once. As soon as the figure of 50 million was announced, the atmosphere cooled. Anyone capable of such a bid undoubtedly held significant influence. 50 million. Twice. 50 million. Thrice sold. Congratulations to the ninth table for acquiring the vial of millennium spirit essence. This concludes today's auction. Please, esteemed guests who have won items, proceed to Wanbao Tower for settlement. Tang Sanzang accompanied Lin Xianyue to Wanbao Tower. Mr. Tang, congratulations. Your millennium spirit essence sold for 50 million spirit crystals. Geng Qiu greeted them as they arrived. Tang Sanzang glanced around. There were 10 items in this auction. Why are there only 3 of us here? Geng Qiu explained. Each bidding guest at Wanbao Tower has a dedicated host for privacy and safety. This is a standard protocol we uphold. Tang Sanzang nodded. appreciating Wanbao Tower's comprehensive confidentiality measures. Geng Xiu presented a card, a letter, a badge, and a treasure box. Mr. Tang, your Millennium Spirit Essence was sold for 50 million spirit crystals. After deducting a 20% service fee, as well as the cost for the Frosty Art Technique and the Iron Essence, plus a prepayment of 10 million spirit crystals, you have a total of 3,890 spirit crystals remaining, which I have deposited into this card for you. Holding the card, Tang Sanzang felt an unprecedented sense of wealth. This treasure box contains the 2 items you purchased today. Please verify them. Additionally, this letter is a recommendation from Wanbao Tower. You may present it at any alchemist guild in any city to receive a 3rd-grade alchemist badge. This badge signifies you as a VIP of Wanbao Tower, granting you priority access at any branch in other cities or at the headquarters in Zhongzhou. Geng Xiu handed the recommendation letter and badge to Tang Sanzang. Thank you, Manager Geng. That if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Mr. Tang, travel safely. After expressing his gratitude, Tang Sanzang stored the items in a spatial bag and bowed in farewell to Geng Xiu. As Tang Sanzang departed, a figure appeared in Geng Xiu's room. Geng Xiu, what is the background of this young man? Is he worthy of receiving the prestigious badge of Wanbao Tower? Do you comprehend the significance of this badge? Geng Xiu observed the departing figure of Tang Sanzang. Old Zhou, this young man is extraordinary. He can casually concoct 3rd-grade pills. His actual rank should be above 4th grade. Have you ever encountered a 16-year-old 4th-grade alchemist? Old Zhou fell silent for a moment. 16 years old, 4th-grade alchemist? Are you considering investing in him? Geng Xiu nodded. I do not mistake easily. I sense a mysterious aura about him. His cultivation should be at the foundation establishment stage. While this level is not particularly remarkable at 16 in Shenzhou, a 16-year-old 4th-grade alchemist has never been seen before. Old Zhou gazed in the direction of Tang Sanzang. I hope you are correct. After securing their items, Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianwei hurried to Ziyu Tower, eager to uncover the secret of the Iron Essence. Master Tower, what secret does this Iron Essence hold? At that moment, Master Tower floated in midair. Startling Lin Qianwei, what is this? Fear not, Qianwei. This is Master Tower, the spirit of my artifact. Spirit? What is a spirit? I will explain later. For now, no one other than the 3 of us may disclose Master Tower's existence. Understand? Tang Sanzang stated. Lin Qianwei quickly nodded. Hey, your reference to 3 is inaccurate. How can the illustrious Master Tower be included among mortals? Do not count my non-human form among your numbers. Master Tower quipped while spinning in its unique form. Enough, enough. Master Tower, how did you discern the peculiarities of this Iron Essence? Tang Sanzang inquired with a hint of respect in his tone. Activate the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor and see if there is any abnormal aura within. Master Tower instructed. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang complied, slowly activating the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. The strange light emanated from his eyes, illuminating the Iron Essence before him. Indeed, deep within the Iron Essence, he detected a subtle yet extraordinary fluctuation. Distinctly unlike ordinary materials, Master Tower, there is indeed an unusual aura concealed within this Iron Essence. It is remarkable, Tang Sanzang marveled, unable to hide his astonishment. Master Tower leaned closer to examine the Iron Essence. It appears this mysterious force is protective. Hence, the auction participants were unable to refine it. Young man, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Toss into the Corpse God Tower. The Corpse God Tower can truly refine this item completely. Tang Sanzang asked. A hint of doubt in his voice. This. Master Tower glared, tapping Tang Sanzang's shoulder. Do you understand what the Corpse God Tower signifies? A mere piece of Iron Essence is nothing it cannot refine. When your cultivation reaches a profound level, and you possess sufficient strength, even celestial beings would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the fate of being refined within. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang could not help but inhale sharply, exclaiming in astonishment, even celestial beings can be refined. Humph! As your cultivation deepens in the future, the mysteries shrouding the Corpse God Tower will gradually unveil themselves. Tower Master let out a cold snort, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. For now, you ought to cast this Iron Essence into the tower. Without further hesitation, Tang Sanzang complied and cast the iron essence into the Corpse God Tower. In that instant, the tower seemed to awaken, beginning to operate its enigmatic powers. Time silently slipped away, each tick resonating like a heartbeat, bearing witness to the miraculous transformation occurring within the tower, the iron essence. Subjected to the fervent flames and the infinite crucible of time, gradually shed its mortal qualities, morphing into a liquid golden luminescence. It's done. A heartfelt cheer shattered the silence, and Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. He gazed at the iron essence, forged through countless trials, his heart surging with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Tang Sanzang's gaze pierced through the swirling heat, clearly perceiving ancient and mysterious inscriptions slowly emerging on the surface of the iron essence. These inscriptions seemed to traverse time from the distant past, each line imbued with profound and inscrutable power, glimmering faintly like stars adorning the night sky. Both remote and intimate, he distinctly observed that intricate and peculiar inscriptions materialized upon the iron essence, shimmering with a subtle glow, as if they contained some unknown force. The iron essence, weighing over 2 pounds and the size of a fist, exuded a deep, lustrous black hue, its surface adorned with blue patterns. These patterns resembled ancient spell engravings, intricately interwoven and densely covering every inch of the iron essence. They whispered the secrets of history, each stroke emanating a profound and enigmatic aura, evoking contemplation and an involuntary sense of reverence. Tang Sanzang gripped the iron essence tightly, savoring its unique texture and temperature. A chilling sensation pierced his palm, reaching deep into his heart, as if he held not mere iron, but a fragment of eternal ice harvested from the farthest north. This frigid aura seemed to possess a sentience, coursing through his veins, leaving a trail of bone-chilling coldness in its wake, causing Tang Sanzang to shudder involuntarily, while simultaneously stirring an indescribable sense of wonder within him. He presented the iron essence to Tower Master, inquiring, "Tower Master, this iron essence is excruciatingly cold and covered in patterns. I cannot decipher it at all." Tower Master scrutinized the iron essence intently. This iron essence is intriguingly concealed within the block, and its coldness is extraordinary. Judging by the patterns, it does not resemble ordinary iron essence, for such iron essence could not attain such low temperatures. Tang Sanzang's eyes flickered with curiosity as he pressed further. Could it be that this is some rare material? Tower Master pondered momentarily, his eyes suddenly brightening as if he had grasped a remarkable clue. This extraordinarily cold iron essence. Could it truly be the legendary meteorite from beyond the heavens? Meteorite from beyond the heavens? What kind of existence is that? Waves of intrigue surged within Tang Sanzang, prompting him to inquire further. Tower Master began to speak slowly, his voice laden with the weight of time. Meteorites from beyond the heavens are indeed rare treasures in this world, indispensable for forging magical artifacts. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently cradled the meteorite, examining it closely, as if peering into the mysteries of the cosmos. Tower Master, witnessing this, smiled faintly and continued to elaborate. As for magical artifacts, in essence, they are not as mystical as one might think. Within the laws of this world, magical artifacts are weapons capable of absorbing and containing a fragment of the rhythm of the Tao. Their constituent materials are diverse, yet among them, meteorites from beyond the heavens undoubtedly serve as the most critical component, the cornerstone for forging the soul of a magical artifact. Meteorites are not artificially crafted. They are metals that have fallen from the skies, each containing different substances. Their attributes may range from volcanic heat to bone-chilling coldness, and some even resonate with the breath of life, making them natural forging materials. Typically, when crafting weapons, iron essence serves as the foundational material, supplemented with meteoric mother and various auxiliary materials, though meteoric mother is merely the basic additive, while meteoric iron is a step above it. However, this meteorite from beyond the heavens is of a far superior grade. What a treasure! Tang Sanzang licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Chapter 39. Cultivating the frosty art of the frost technique. Tang Sanzang stored the meteorite within the small world inside his body. astonished to discover that this internal realm emitted strands of Tao power, nurturing the meteorite. Tower Master, I sense that the small world within me is nurturing the meteorite with a mysterious force. Tower Master contemplated for a moment. Your internal small world is an evolution of a strand of the world's origin, perhaps possessing the ability to nurture all things. Try placing your burial immortal sword within it and see. All right. Tang Sanzang placed the burial immortal sword into the small world, and instantly, the entire realm illuminated as powers from all directions surged into the sword. It's true. Tower Master, it's genuinely effective. I can feel the aura of the burial immortal sword growing, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Tower Master nodded. This is my first encounter with a world's origin. It seems that if you can absorb the power of the Tao, perhaps you can expand this small world that in my view, it possesses a similar evolutionary function to the Corpse God Tower. Evolutionary function. Are you saying my small world can evolve like the Corpse God Tower? Indeed, the Corpse God Tower absorbs all negative emotional energies of the world, while your small world absorbs the power of the Tao. One could say that the two processes do not conflict. Tang Sanzang was immediately elated, dancing with joy. Tower Master observed Tang Sanzang with a thoughtful expression. No wonder the entity deep within the blood forest entrusted him with the Corpse God Tower. Perhaps it foresaw his future. Tower Master cleared his throat. All right, enough of this merriment. It's so easy to obtain the power of the Tao. Even those at the God transformation stage only grasp a sliver of it. And you, merely in the foundation establishment stage, already yearn to seek the power of the Tao. Tang Sanzang scratched the back of his head. I can't help but feel delighted. At least I have a goal now. The Corpse God Tower and the small world are my pillars for striving towards higher realms. Tower Master shook his head. I won't say much more. I'm off to sleep in the tower. With that, Tower Master vanished, leaving only Tang Sanzang and Lin Qianyue in the room. Tang Sanzang glanced at Lin Qianyue. Lin Qianyue shook her head. I don't remember what happened earlier. Didn't T.I. fall asleep? How did I wake up again? Tang Sanzang fell silent for a few seconds. Thank you. Qianyue. Right? Here's the frost technique I captured tonight. You should try to cultivate it. All right. Lin Qianyue took the frost technique and began her cultivation. As she practiced, the temperature in the room began to drop, and even Tang Sanzang felt a chill. Unexpectedly, this earth-grade technique was so overpowering that it caused the temperature to plummet significantly. Tang Sanzang watched Lin Qianyue, apprehensive about any potential cultivation issues, but after a short incense sticks time, everything progressed unusually smoothly. Remarkably, Lin Qianyue, initially at the opening vein stage, broke through to the qi refining stage after just one incense sticks time. This girl possesses an extraordinary constitution. The earth-grade frost technique is usually too intense for an ordinary physique to endure. Typically, some fire attribute elixirs are needed to assist in cultivation, yet this girl is progressing without any hindrance. Could it be that she has an ice attribute bloodline? Tower Master interjected at this moment. An ice attribute bloodline. Tower Master nodded. Yes, there are many special physiques in this world, and those with differing attributes excel in various aspects. Their cultivation of corresponding techniques is exponentially simpler than that of ordinary individuals. That it is not an exaggeration to say they advance at a breakneck pace. This girl likely possesses a special bloodline related to frost, which explains her smooth cultivation of the earth-grade frost technique. Tang Sanzang realized, right, Tower Master, would a trace of ice power from my Corpse God Tower be beneficial to her? In theory, it should be, but I am uncertain whether she can withstand the power of the Corpse God Tower. Tang Sanzang contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to infuse a trace of icy power into Lin Qianyue's body. Summoning the Corpse God Tower, he activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, exerting full control over the tower as he carefully extracted a sliver of icy energy, which gradually flowed into Lin Qianyue's form. Tang Sanzang remained vigilant, apprehensive of any unforeseen complications. Moments later, a surge of cold light enveloped Lin Qianyue, startling Tang Sanzang into hastily withdrawing the icy power and retracting the Corpse God Tower. Meticulously monitoring Lin Qianyue's transformation, From her initial stage of meridian opening to the current phase of chi refinement, she had now advanced to the mid-level of chi refinement, subtly indicating signs of breaking through to the late stage. The cultivation continued, and the room had become akin to an ice cellar. Passers-by outside felt an extraordinary chill, leading to a gradual avoidance of Tang Sanzang's quarters. With a resounding bang, a powerful surge of icy energy shot skyward, then vanished into the night. Is the cultivation complete? Tang Sanzang inquired. Lin Xinhua nodded. Yes, third brother. This frost technique seems tailor-made for me. In the past, while practicing the Azure Cloud technique, I always felt my meridians were blocked. No matter how hard I tried, I remained stuck at the first level. Now, with this frost technique, I feel unimpeded, as if my entire meridian system has been activated and I have already attained the first level of mastery. Tang Sanzang smiled. I told you this frost technique is particularly suited for you. The Azure Cloud technique was not only of a lower rank, but also misaligned with your attributes, that if you encounter a celestial grade technique in the future, switching will not be too late. By the way, third brother, I have now broken through to the late stage of chi refinement. Previously, I was stagnant at the late stage of meridian opening, making no progress. I thought it was due to a lack of talent, but it turns out it was a problem with the technique, Lin Xinhua stated. Indeed, finding a technique that resonates with oneself is far more crucial than mere effort in cultivation. However, even with a suitable technique, continuous practice is essential for achieving results. Unfortunately, you possess a technique but lack martial skills, and my martial skills do not suit you either. Lin Xinhua shook her head. It's fine, I'm not going to Taiyang Zong tomorrow. We can seek a martial skill from the sect then. Tang Sanzang chuckled. You have such confidence that you will surely enter Taiyang Zong? Lin Xinhua tilted her head. I didn't have it before, but now I do. Thus, one's confidence stems from one's own strength, and dignity is earned, not bestowed. The world's cruelty far surpasses that of the Azure Cloud Village. What happened there is merely the tip of the iceberg. Nevertheless, strength is the foundation of everything. Therefore, at all times and in all places, one must strive to enhance their own power. Only with strength will others regard you, respect you, and even fear you. Do you understand? Lin Xing nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. It's getting late. You should rest early. We need to report to Taiyang Zong tomorrow, Tang Sanzang advised. All right, third brother, you should also rest early, Lin Xinhua replied before swiftly returning to her room. You see, this girl possesses an extraordinary constitution. Her bloodline, activated by the frost technique, is gradually awakening, came the voice of Tai. Bloodline awakening. What does that mean? There are certain unique individuals whose bloodlines lie dormant by nature. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, they may remain dormant for a lifetime. However, once awakened, they can undergo earth-shattering transformations. If this girl's bloodline fully awakens, it will be no less formidable than your Corpse God bloodline. Will the awakening of her bloodline impact her? That is uncertain. T will undoubtedly have a profound effect on her power, but as for her character, I cannot say. Tang Sanzang gazed at Lin Xinhua's room. A frown etched upon his brow. Chapter 40. Taiyang Zong as dawn broke. The horizon seemed to unfurl a vast scroll, revealing boundless vitality and hope amidst the profound silence. Tang Sanzang rose early to freshen up, preparing to visit Lin Xinhua's room. Just as he opened the door, Lin Xinhua appeared before him. Good morning, third brother. I was just about to knock. Have you rested well? Once you're ready, we shall set forth for Taiyang Zong. We mustn't be late. All right, Tang Sanzang said, taking Lin Xinhua by the hand as they descended the stairs, where they encountered Tu Chuanlin. Brother Tang, good morning. Brother Tu, are you also heading to Taiyang Zong? Indeed. Let us go together. Who knows, we might become fellow disciples in the future. Thus, the three set off together. After exiting the Drunken Moon Pavilion, they headed east. Taiyang Zong was situated to the east of Tianjin City, positioned in opposition to the royal family in the west. Each year, the enrollment at Taiyang Zong was a grand affair, not only a significant event for the entire eastern region, but also the foremost annual spectacle for Tianjin City. Numerous families vied for entrance into Taiyang Zong. As gaining entry into the inner courtyard meant soaring to great heights, Tu Chuanlin explained as they walked, there are 6 major sects in the eastern region, with the top 3 being Taiyang Zong, Ziyun sect and Ximing sect. The bottom three are Sunluo Hall, Wushan Hall, and Badaio Gate. Among them, Tiangshanzong is the most powerful, which is why its enrollment is the grandest each year, as Tu Chuanlin elaborated for Tang Sanzang and Lin Xianyue. They unknowingly arrived at the gates of Tiangshanzong. Before them loomed a massive city gate, adorned with a colossal wooden plaque inscribed with the words, "Place of cultivation, commoners keep out." Tang Sanzang exhaled softly, instinctively remarking, Tiangshanzong is truly magnificent. Even a single city gate is so imposing, and yet it forbids entry to mere mortals. Tu Chuanlin gazed at the grand gate, stating Tiangshanzong was established by the eastern region's strongest figure, Tian Xuanzi, who was once one of the 10 great immortals of the Shenzhou continent, just a step away from becoming an emperor. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed in his quest for enlightenment, leaving behind lingering repercussions. And he passed away in despair. After thousands of years of accumulation, Tiangshanzong is currently the most powerful sect in the eastern region, and even in the central region, it is considered a first-rate power. Furthermore, each year, the royal family of Tianjin City send a batch of qualified disciples to study here at a course. The sect also provides opportunities for ordinary cultivators. Those who can pass their tests will gain entry. Tang Sanzang inquired, "Brother Tu, do you know what the tests entail?" Tu Chuanlin shook his head, "I don't know. The testing criteria vary each year, but one thing remains constant. Before entering the sect, we must pass a test on the Heavenly Ladder." Heavenly Ladder test. Tang Sanzang's eyes widened. Yes, the first challenge is the Heavenly Ladder test. Consider this. With so many people in the eastern region, how many come each year to participate in the entrance tests? If a portion of them isn't screened, even if the entire Tiangshanzong were to be relocated, it would still be insufficient to accommodate them all. Tang Sanzang nodded. Indeed, even if Tiangshanzong is vast, cannot possibly house hundreds of thousands of people. As the trio entered through the city gate, they beheld a sea of people, nearly lacking space to stand. Activating the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Tang Sanzang discerned the realms of those surrounding him. Most were at the meridian opening stage, with a small number at the Qi refinement stage, and a few at the foundation establishment stage. Tu Chuanlin leaned close to Tang Sanzang and whispered, "As far as I know, just for the first challenge of the Heavenly Ladder, all cultivators below the Qi refinement stage will be eliminated. Is it really that fearsome? Most here are at the meridian opening stage. Doesn't that mean a significant portion will be eliminated in the first challenge?" Tang Sanzang exclaimed in astonishment. That moment, a deep and ancient voice echoed through the sky, as if transcending the vast expanse of time. This is the sect's Heavenly Ladder trial. The ladder stands 100 steps high, and as you ascend, you will face various formidable challenges. These trials are not only a test of your physical capabilities, but also a crucible for your will and conviction. Only those who are steadfast and resolute shall reach the summit. Before the crowd appeared a golden staircase, towering into the clouds, that I heard my father say that the slots for ordinary disciples at Tiangshanzong are exceedingly rare, and one must pass the trials to qualify. I imagine this Heavenly Ladder is the pathway to attain that qualification. Indeed, but this Heavenly Ladder appears to soar into the heavens, and each step has its own trials. I wonder how few will actually reach the pinnacle. Lin Xianyue mused, I truly envy those royal disciples who can enter the sect without having to face the Heavenly Ladder. Don't be foolish. Those who enter directly each year are the unparalleled geniuses of the Tianjin City royal family. Moreover, competition exists even within the royal family. Not every royal offspring can simply enter the sect as a newcomer. Are you not entering? What are you waiting for? A voice of nothingness echoed through the air. Prompted by the sound, the crowd hastily gathered before the celestial ladder. This moment, Tang Sanzang also arrived at the foot of the ladder. In the next breath, the soul power within his mind surged forth, directing his gaze towards the towering ladder that pierced the heavens, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. In an instant, a profound and enigmatic force reflected in Tang Sanzang's eyes. Was it gravity? Gravity, formless yet omnipresent, seemed to be the most fundamental and powerful principle of the universe, tightly binding the endless, winding bronze ladder before him. Each step was akin to a meticulously woven node in the web of gravity. And, as one ascended, the weight became increasingly palpable, layering upon itself until it instilled a sense of reverence that on this bronze ladder, The flow of spiritual energy was effectively severed, meaning that once one ascended, they could only rely on their limited spiritual energy and physical strength. Indeed, the sex test was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, the collective force of these individuals could easily overwhelm the sect. This ladder served as a means of selection, allowing only those with abundant spiritual energy or formidable physical prowess to pass at this juncture. Tu Chuanlin inquired, "So, shall we ascend?" Tang Sanzong shook his head. "Not yet. This ladder is not so simple. Moreover, once we set foot upon it, the spiritual energy of the world will be cut off, and we will be unable to replenish our power." Lin Xianyu then spoke. "What should we do now? Let us channel our spiritual energy to its fullest, surging upward with determination. When we reach the point where we can advance no further, remember to stabilize your bodies." A moment's carelessness could see us hurled down by the ladder's gravity. Here are some pills for precaution. Although one cannot restore spiritual energy on the ladder, it has not been stated that one cannot use pills for recovery. Tu Chuanlin held the pills and said, "That makes sense." In the distance, a voice rang out once more. "The celestial ladder must be maintained for one day. By dawn tomorrow, those who have not reached the summit will be automatically eliminated." At this moment, some among the crowd could no longer contain themselves and rushed up the ladder. As soon as they stepped onto the first rung, everyone felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon them. What in the world is this trial set by some divine being, so unbearably heavy? The first youth to leap forward found himself abruptly halted, as if bound by invisible shackles the moment he set foot on the first step. His complexion changing dramatically, a suffocating burden enveloped him, as though a 1,000-pound stone had been placed upon him. The sounds of the surrounding cultivators gasping echoed in the vastness, tinged with disbelief and pain. Soon after, the other youths stepped onto the path, yet none could escape the relentless grip of the ladder's gravity. Chapter 41. The Gravity Ladder. Tempering the soul at this moment, Tang Sanzong was seated in meditation, his soul power emanating as he observed the celestial ladder. Beneath this ladder, mysteries lay hidden. Even with the sharpness of my soul power, I found it difficult to discern its entirety, that I felt as though gravity, like threads, wove an invisible net that bound every soul attempting to ascend. Tang Sanzong contemplated within, a flicker of seriousness and curiosity crossing his gaze, amidst the united front of the crowd. He appeared markedly different, with closed eyes and focused mind, his legs crossed beneath him, his body exuding no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Only his soul power shone forth, like the brightest star in the night sky. Quietly blooming, piercing through layers of obstruction, attempting to glimpse the secrets hidden behind the ladder, he observed the situation of the others. If relying solely on spiritual energy and physical power, the first 50 steps pose no challenge. However, the subsequent 50 steps require not only strength but also a test of will and conviction. This is the true essence of ascending the celestial ladder. It is time. Let us ascend. With that, Tang Sanzong unleashed all his spiritual energy, surging towards the ladder, followed closely by Lin Xianyu and Tu Chuanlin. Though at this moment Tang Sanzong was merely in the early stages of foundation establishment, due to the peculiar mysteries of the blood demon corpse god technique, his spiritual energy was already thick and pure, silently rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. The first 50 steps of the ladder were as nothing to him, easily traversed without a hint of hesitation. Upon reaching the 51st step, the world seemed to change color, and an unprecedented tempest of impact suddenly descended from a void. This was not merely a dual test of body and spiritual energy. It was as if myriad blades had been unleashed, striking at the very depths of the soul. Each wave of impact felt like a cutting edge, eroding the resilience of both spirit and body while ruthlessly scouring every corner of the soul, instilling fear within. Yet, Tang Sanzong soon discovered that this impact greatly benefited his soul power. Following the onslaught, he felt a subtle enhancement within. Could it be that these latter 50 steps served as a trial ground for the soul? Those cultivators unable to continue forward, perhaps their soul flames flickered dimly, or their resolve faltered, ultimately meeting their demise here. If so, could this place not become an excellent venue for me to temper my soul and refine my will? A surge of unprecedented excitement coursed through Tang Senzong, and a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. If this were truly the case, why not seize this opportunity to allow my soul power to undergo rebirth amidst these endless challenges? Its effects surely incomparable to external cultivation. Just as Tang Senzong pondered whether to charge directly to the summit or remain here to cultivate, the Corpse God Tower within him unexpectedly activated, absorbing the surrounding gravity, causing him to feel the pressure dissipate. Ha ha, kid, to not let the Corpse God Tower absorb such a fine source of nourishment is truly wasteful. The voice of the tower echoed in Tang Senzong's mind. Tower Master, can the Corpse God Tower even absorb gravity? Of course, there's nothing in this world that the Corpse God Tower cannot absorb. Hurry and ascend to the 99th step. Let the tower absorb the gravity around you. Good. Realizing that this tower possessed the secret to devouring gravity, he hesitated no longer. His spiritual energy surged forth like a raging river, awakening the power deep within his soul, transforming into a radiant beam of light aimed at the tower's peak. Vowing to ascend that endless ladder, step by step, his figure danced amidst the interplay of light and shadow, reaching the 10th, 20th, and onward to the 40th, 60th steps, each step embodying an unwavering will and a thirst for the unknown. The air seemed to solidify in response to his determination, each echo of his footsteps challenging the limits. Upon standing at the 99th step, an unparalleled pressure bore down upon Tang Senzong. He quickly activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor to counter this assault. Heavens, this 99th step is truly terrifying. No wonder not a single person has succeeded thus far, standing upon this celestial ladder. Tang Senzong cast his deep gaze downward, observing the emptiness and desolation beneath him. Where only the whispering wind echoed the sighs of past failures, he pondered within, indeed, this is the trial of the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. By now, over 1 million trial participants have dwindled to but a few. The path ahead is likely even more perilous. The curtain of elimination has only just risen. His gaze pierced through the layers of pressure, searching for the familiar figures of Lin Qianyu and Tu Chuanlin, that he noticed that although they were situated over 50 steps below, surrounded by surging pressure, their expressions bore no signs of struggle. Instead, radiating an unyielding tenacity. Clearly, they were resisting the trials of the ladder with extraordinary resolve. With that, Tang Senzong settled into a meditative posture upon the steps, countless pressures washing over his soul power. The process, though painful, gradually strengthened his soul power. While Tang Senzong was immersed in his cultivation, a surge of sword energy sliced through the air behind him. Subsequently, a young man clad in black stood upon the same 99th step as Tang Senzong. Upon seeing him, a hint of surprise crossed the young man's face. Tang brother, what are you doing here? Tang Senzong responded. And you are? Li brother. Indeed, what a coincidence to encounter you in the trials of Tianxian sect. Tang Senzong assessed Li Zhongyu and remarked, the first time I saw you, you were in the mid-stage of qi refinement. Now you've already broken through to the late stage. Li Zhongyu seated himself, saying, it is all thanks to you, Tang brother. I absorbed the demon core of that lightning hound, along with the pills you provided, which allowed me to successfully break through to the late stage of qi refinement. However, why haven't you entered the final step? With your strength, it should be a piece of cake. The pressure here is quite suitable for me to cultivate my soul power, and I have 2 friends who have yet to arrive. So I will wait for them here. In that case, I shall not disturb you. I owe you a great debt, Tang brother. Once I enter the sect, I shall repay you. With that, Li Zhongyu no longer lingered and stepped boldly onto the final platform. Tang Senzong then turned his attention to Lin Qianyu and Tu Chuanlin, asking the Tower Master, is it possible to help them absorb some gravity to alleviate their pressure? Of course, but don't you think this would be cheating? Is it possible for others to discover you? Good lad. You've learned to counter. Very well. Absorbing more gravity will also benefit the Corpse God Tower. After speaking, the Corpse God Tower expanded its range, enveloping Lin Qianyu and Tu Chuanlin, ravenously absorbing the surrounding gravity. What is happening? The gravity has suddenly weakened, Tu Chuanlin remarked, and at that moment, Lin Qianyu also expressed her curiosity. I can sense it too. What could be happening? Tu Chuanlin shook his head. I do not know, but this is the best opportunity to ascend. Let us muster our strength and surge forward." Agreed. With that, the two of them gathered their entire spiritual energy and charged up to the 99th step. "Brother Tang, how long have you been here?" Tu Chuanlin inquired. "I arrived here when you were still on the 50-some steps." "Taking the opportunity to cultivate my soul power," Tang Sanzang replied. "What a peculiar individual," Tu Chuanlin exclaimed, astonished. "Despite being at the same foundation establishment stage, there is such a disparity between us. You may enter first. I will continue my cultivation here for a while before joining you," Tang Sanzang said. "All right, do keep track of time." With that, the two stepped onto the 100th step, instantly vanishing before the shimmering barrier. Chapter 42. The ruins following Lin Qianyue and Tu Chuanlin. Figures emerged one by one, akin to stars piercing through the dawn, traversing the enigmatic barrier. As the night faded, a sliver of morning sunlight gradually emerged. Tang Sanzang awoke from his meditation. His eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance, he murmured to himself, his tone betraying excitement. "I never anticipated that this arduous journey up the steps would serve as a superb trial for honing my consciousness." Having said this, he unfurled his form, akin to a leaf dancing in the morning breeze, and gracefully and resolutely ascended the final step leading to the outside world, with the sound of his footfall. The entire celestial staircase seemed to fulfill its purpose, slowly yet steadfastly vanishing into the void. Emerging from the last step, Tang Sanzang found himself in a vast square at the outer mountain of Tangshanzong. Thousands of young men and women congregated here, all of whom had successfully ascended the heavenly ladder. The selection process was indeed brutal. Over 1 million cultivators had participated the previous day, yet now fewer than 1,000 remained. A staggering elimination rate. Tang Sanzang lamented this moment. Tu Chuanlin and Lin Qianyue, who had just completed their ascent, also noticed Tang Sanzang's arrival. "Brother Tang, you are the last to arrive. Pray tell, what insights did you gain on the 99th step?" Tu Chuanlin inquired. "The heavenly ladder trial is fundamentally a test of both physical and soul power. I cultivated my soul power on the 99th step, and now my soul strength has reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm," Tang Sanzang declared, releasing a powerful aura of spiritual energy. "Truly astonishing. Brother Tang, with a foundation establishment body, harbors the formidable soul of a core formation powerhouse. It leaves me in awe and reverence upon hearing this." Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a faint, tranquil smile. The path of selection is exceedingly stringent, a rarity amidst the multitude, swiftly filtering countless beings into invisibility, revealing the extent of its cruelty. Lin Qianyue gently parted her lips, her gaze flickering with aspirations for the future tinged with a subtle unease. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. What trials lie ahead? She feared that every hurdle would embody life and death choices, and only a select few would ultimately cross the threshold of the sect. Tu Chuanlin scanned his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with a yearning for the sect's mysteries. He had heard that in previous years, the sect had accepted only a handful of new disciples, even among those pre-selected. At that moment, Li Zhongyu approached. "Brother Tang, we meet again." Tang Sanzang clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother, could it be that you and Brother Tang share a past connection?" Tu Chuanlin's voice carried an inquisitive tone, his gaze reflecting a mix of surprise and warmth. Li Zhongyu's expression revealed gratitude and nostalgia as he recounted. "In the past, amidst the falling god forest, I was pursued by the masters of the Blade sect and Martial God Hall. At the brink of death, it was Brother Tang who stepped forth to save my life. Such a kindness is unforgettable. So it is, the connections in this world are truly remarkable." Tu Chuanlin sighed. "Why are you two speaking so formally?" Lin Qianyue chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Just as the four were immersed in reminiscences, a celestial sound echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of divine music, slicing through the clouds and rocks. "Esteemed trial participants, having endured the hardships of the heavenly ladder, your true heroism is revealed. Please enter through this luminous portal. The path ahead shall be guided by noble figures." The voice was warm and solemn, as if descending from the heavens, adding an air of mystery and gravitas to the tense atmosphere. Upon finishing, a radiant door suddenly materialized in the void, adorned with swirling runes that sparkled brilliantly. resembling a gateway to another realm. In the square, the cultivators exchanged glances, and soon determination and anticipation shone in their eyes as they rushed towards the luminous gate, their forms transforming into streams of light. Vanishing behind the door, yes, the door slowly opened. It revealed a vast, magnificent square where four middle-aged individuals sat at the forefront, accompanied by several youths. As Tang Sanzang stepped through the doorway, it felt as though he had traversed a tunnel of time, a familiar and warm aura quietly enveloping him, guiding his gaze to meticulously search the square. At last, his gaze fixed upon a particular spot, where a young man stood quietly in the front row, his posture upright, perfectly mirroring the figure etched in Tang Sanzang's memory. Tang Sanzang's fists instinctively clenched, a surge of excitement and complex emotions of reunion swelling within him. Lin Xianyue, keenly perceptive, noticed the subtle shift in Tang Sanzang's demeanor and softly remarked, "Third brother, your expression seems somewhat unusual." Tang Sanzang inhaled deeply. "It is nothing. Merely the sight of such grandeur stirs my heart." Despite his words, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the young man in the front row. At that moment, Tu Chuanlin and Li Zhongyu leaned in, whispering, "Look at Brother Tang." From the moment he entered, his gaze has been fixated on the front row. I sense a fluctuation in his aura. Tu Chuanlin nodded. "Though I have known Brother Tang for only a short time, I can sense the calmness in his nature. Whatever has caused him to lose composure must surely relate to that young man. Moreover, he seems to always wear a mask, clearly wishing to conceal his identity. Perhaps something significant is tied to that youth." Lin Xianyu interjected, "You two should refrain from discussing it. Everyone has their secrets. And if third brother chooses not to share, we ought not to pry, understand?" "Indeed, Miss Lin speaks wisely," they both concurred. Just then, one of the middle-aged men rose to address the assembly. "This year, Tiang Shenzong will recruit new disciples. Aside from a few pre-selected candidates, we are opening 50 additional spots. Subsequently, all will enter the realm of ruins to compete, and the last 50 remaining will become the new disciples of Tiang Shenzong." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. With over 1,000 participants, only 50 new disciples would be accepted, implying that one would be eliminated for every 20 participants, an elimination rate nearing 95%. Silence! Do you think Tiang Shenzong is an ordinary place? It has its own rules. We only accept exceptional disciples, and the incapable shall be eliminated. Just as you were victors on the heavenly ladder, why can't you be victors again? The foremost youth stepped forward. "Elder, may I also partake in this trial of the realm of ruins? I will not occupy a spot. I merely wish to experience and coincidentally test the talents of the Eastern domain." The elder pondered for a moment and granted the youth's request. "Participation is permitted, but you must not intentionally eliminate others. That I hope that these 50 individuals emerge from your cohort of 1,000. "Understood, Elder." At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out, with several youths in the front row expressing their intent to join as well. The elder shook his head. "Very well, you may all participate. But remember, do not deliberately eliminate others." Subsequently, the four elders joined forces to open a spatial rift. Those who enter this rift will arrive at the realm of ruins. There is no time limit. The last 50 survivors will automatically become outer disciples of Tian Shenzong. As the spatial rift opened, everyone surged forward, entering the fissure. "Let us go as well. This spatial rift should randomly transport us, that if we land in a similar location. We should regroup quickly," Tang Sanzang suggested. Agreed. He and the other three stepped into the spatial rift. Just before entering, Tang Sanzang noticed a young man also stepping into the rift. "Ning Hao, I shall seek vengeance for my parents' grievances within this spatial rift. Let us settle some scores." Upon uttering those words, he stepped boldly into the rift of space. Chapter 43. The familiar figure, hatred surges. Tang Sanzang emerged slowly from the depths of the chasm, as if he had transcended the shackles of time and space. Confronting an ancient, vast tapestry, towering ancient trees loomed around him, their intertwining branches and leaves forming a verdant canopy that obscured portions of the sky, exuding an air of time-worn mystery and solemnity. Within this realm, it was evident that there existed an extraordinary world, where the laws of space seemed to have undergone subtle distortions. Tang Sanzang pondered deeply, his eyes shimmering with the light of exploration. This must be a space born of the bloodshed following the failure of the celestial Xian sect's ancestor, the Emperor. The ethereal voice of Tai Yi echoed in Tang Sanzang's mind. Tai Yi, a space formed from blood? How wondrous is this? The blood of immortals possesses myriad miraculous effects, effects you cannot yet fathom. This realm, forged from the blood of celestial beings, constitutes a world unto itself. Akin to the one beyond, Tai Yi explained. Such marvel! Could it not serve as an exceptional training ground? However, it seemed that amidst this vast sea of humanity, he had unexpectedly lost contact with Qian Yu and the others. Tang Sanzang's gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing an expanse devoid of any trace of human presence. Clearly, Lin Qianyu and the others had not been transported to the same location as he. This sudden turn of events stirred a ripple of unease within him, though it quickly settled into calm. Very well, if this is the case, I shall embark on this unknown journey alone. Tang Sanzang sighed softly, a faint, composed smile gracing his lips. Without lingering further, Tang Sanzang fixed his determined gaze on a chosen direction, and immediately, ripples of delicate source energy surged around him, as if the very air was imbued with a sense of resolute anticipation. His swift strides never faltered. Under full speed, time seemed to be gently nudged by an unseen hand, and moments swiftly passed. Within this tranquil space, swept by the gale, he realized that since this was an elimination system, the priority was to locate Qian Yu and her companions, for solitary endeavors were perilously unwise. He promptly activated the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, perceiving all movements within a 10-mile radius. Yet, unfortunately, he found no trace of Lin, Qian Yu, and the others. Cursed fate! Have they been transported to a distant place? This space is unfathomably vast, and if I search blindly, who knows how long it will take to find them. Tang Sanzang darted through the forest like a wisp of unrestrained wind in the night, weaving through the lush greenery, until he inadvertently stepped into an open clearing. Instantly, his pace faltered, and his expression shifted slightly. For in the center of that clearing stood a figure whose familiarity resonated like a fateful echo, striking deep into his soul. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an aura of authority amidst a cascade of luminous colors. It was Ning Hao, the adversary from countless intertwined dreams and realities, who he could not easily forget. How the tides of fate do shift, Tang Sanzang mused inwardly, never expecting that in this vast wilderness he would encounter such an unexpected reunion. Though the crowd had dispersed, destiny seemed to conspire, bringing these two sworn enemies to confront each other once more in this tranquil glade. Noticing Tang Sanzang's arrival, Ning Hao slowly turned, his profound gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men, connecting with Tang Sanzang's eyes across the space. Tang Sanzang suppressed his simmering fury. Ning Hao believes me to be dead, and with my mask on, the aura I exude has been altered by the Corpse God Tower. He cannot possibly discern my identity at this moment. Ning Hao, observing Tang Sanzang's approach, remarked, "Brother, our meeting is serendipitous. In this space, traversing alone can be perilous. Would you care to join forces?" Tang Sanzang scrutinized Ning Hao. In the early stage of the core formation realm, no wonder he was directly admitted into the inner sect by the celestial Xian sect. When I was at the Ning family, he had just reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and yet, in merely 3 months, he has advanced to the core formation stage. His talent is not to be underestimated, rivaling my own, hence the moniker of the Ning family's twin prodigies. Tang Sanzang clasped his hands. "Brother, upon entering the mountain gate earlier, I noticed you standing in the foremost row. Surely, you are one of the newly appointed disciples of the celestial Xian sect." Ning Hao shook his head slightly, a hint of superiority in his eyes. "Merely fortunate. I just broke through to the core formation stage a month ago, and was favored by an elder of the sect, directly taken as a disciple. I see you have also reached the foundation establishment stage. Among this new group of disciples, your strength is certainly remarkable, and entering the inner court should not pose much difficulty." Tang Sanzang's eyes narrowed slightly. "If that is the case, I would like to ascertain just how formidable the core formation stage truly is." Might you grant me the honor of a spar? Ning Hong's expression darkened. How audacious! A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to challenge me at the core formation stage. Truly, you overestimate your capabilities. Yet his words belied the contempt, as he declared, very well. Let us engage. Today, I shall make an example of you. In an instant, Tang Sanzang activated the thunderous step, his figure soaring forth like a leopard on the hunt, exerting the full power of the blood demon corpse god technique to launch a ferocious assault on Ning Hao. With a low shout, a colossal pale, red, giant hand coalesced from the void, imbued with overwhelming force, crashing down from the heavens towards Ning Hao. However, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Ning Hao merely smirked with disdain. Murmuring, a mere firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Without moving, he clenched his right fist tightly, his inner essence boiling, transforming into a torrent of thunderous power, concentrated at his fingertips. A fist crackling with lightning struck directly at Tang Sanzang's giant hand. The thunderous fist, one punch shatters myriad laws. In an instant, his punch surged forth like a dragon, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. A fist imbued with the power to obliterate creation collided head-on with Tang Sanzang's giant hand. Boom! Following a colossal explosion, Tang Sanzang was sent flying several dozen meters, his vitality surging, while Ning Hao remained utterly unaffected. I didn't expect him to be so formidable. Ning Hao's strength is truly unfathomable. That moment, Taiyi's voice resounded. Kid, there exists an insurmountable chasm of realms between you. Furthermore, Ning Hao is no ordinary opponent. Although he is in the early stage of core formation, he can contend with late-stage core formation cultivators. With their current power, it is difficult to match him. However, if you wish to defeat him, it is not impossible. I can channel the vast power stored within the Corpse God Tower into your body, allowing you to ascend instantly to the late stage of foundation establishment. In that case, you may have a slender chance of competing with him. Hearing Taiyi's words, Tang Sanzang shook his head. Tang Sanzang refused to rely on external forces for expedited growth. I shall forge an indomitable spirit from my own bones. With my flesh and blood, I shall uphold a fearless resolve. I will rely on my own strength to defeat him honorably, proving my path is unyielding against any challenge. Taken aback for a few moments, finally responded, Excellent. With a heart of a true warrior, you may yet scale the heights of that pinnacle. Perhaps one day, you will attain the Tao and become an emperor. With that, Taiyi vanished. Ning Hao regarded the approaching Tang Sanzang. Brother, your strength is commendable, yet the disparity in our realms is vast. You cannot hope to defeat me, T would be wise to cease this struggle. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes, his aura surging once more as he charged at Ning Hao. Ning Hao's expression darkened. Cursed Fate, Chapter 44. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Tang Sanzang moved like lightning, enveloped in a faint crimson aura, akin to a dance of flames, steadily pressing toward Ning Hao. Observing this, Ning Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, his inner spiritual power surging forth, resonating with the surrounding source energy, instantaneously forming an invisible barrier of protection. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Yet Ning Hao could not fathom why his opponent was so insistent on confronting him. Brother, we are strangers. Why must you press so hard? If this continues, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Though Ning Hao's tone was calm, it contained an undeniable authority. Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a cold, fierce arc. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Today I, Tang Sanzang, shall personally experience the true essence of a core formation expert. As their battle intensified, each clash resonated with deafening booms, akin to thunder igniting the earth, not only shaking the surrounding space, but also drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. Look, is that not the genius Ning Hao of the Ning family? Who is that person opposing him so boldly? It seems he is not at a disadvantage. Indeed, this young man's origins are unclear. Yet his power is evidently not to be underestimated. Surely not. He is merely in the foundation establishment stage. How dare he challenge Ning Hao? He should be fleeing instead. The murmurs of the onlookers rose and fell. adding an element of spectacle to this sudden confrontation. Meanwhile, the two combatants were entirely immersed in their clash of spiritual power, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous commotion around them. That a storm brews, the furious wind howled, and clouds surged as if an indescribable force was tearing through the heavens and the earth. A diminutive yet formidable tornado, accompanied by the roar of the tempest, charged towards Ning Hao's position, creating a cacophony as it swept through, shaking the very air and causing the floor to tremble. Ning Hao remained unperturbed, a faint smirk curling his lips. Humph, mere specks of starlight, hardly worth mentioning. Mountains and rivers tremble. A tremendous force of nature surged forth, meeting the rampaging tornado head-on. Boom! The two strikes collided, producing a deafening sound as their powers clashed violently in the void, akin to falling stars and reversing rivers. The explosive shockwave ravaged the surroundings, snapping trees in their wake, exposing bare roots and sending dust swirling into the air. The ground itself was violently torn asunder, revealing a profound chasm, a testament to the breathtaking intensity of this duel. Tang Sanzong was propelled backward, stumbling a dozen steps before stabilizing himself, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet Ning Hao was not entirely unscathed, though he had only retreated a little over 10 paces. His internal energy churned violently, indicating he had suffered a significant impact. Who exactly is this person to force me back a dozen steps despite being merely in the Foundation establishment realm? At that moment, a figure emerged in Ning Hao's mind, an image that had lingered for over a decade, seemingly overlapping with the silhouette before him. No, he has long since turned to dust, his body shattered and mercilessly abandoned in that blood-soaked, dense forest. Even the deities from the heavens would find no escape from death in that desolate place. How could he possibly have survived? Ning Hao's thoughts oscillated between reason and emotion, and he took a deep breath, attempting to sever the attachment buried deep within his heart. Ning Hao, your name is like a brand. Though I have strived to evade it over the years, I ultimately cannot erase you from the ocean of my heart. Even death has failed to render you a mere memory, instead rooting and sprouting within my soul, becoming an inescapable inner demon. Though your figure bears resemblance, your essence is entirely distinct in this vast world. There may be countless coincidences, yet none can compare to you. Ning Hao, since you have departed, let this similar silhouette serve as the catalyst for me to finally let go of the past. At this moment, Ning Hao's eyes turned crimson, as if to vanquish his inner demon. He must eliminate the youth before him. And no matter who you are, alas, you have crossed paths with me today. Thus, you shall surely perish. With that, Ning Hao summoned all his spiritual energy, his aura surging dramatically as he charged towards Tang Sanzong. Sensing Ning Hao's murderous intent, a force awakened in Tang Sanzang's heart, vowing to sever the chains of his long-standing inner demon. So, I am his inner demon. Kid, Ning Hao harbors murderous intent. If you do not harness the power of the Corpse God Tower, you may very well be slain. The voice of the Tower Master echoed. It matters not. I wish to discover the limits of my own strength. If it becomes impossible, then I will rely on you, Tower Master. With these words, Tang Sanzong shot forward like lightning, resolutely charging at Ning Hao. Boom! The two engaged in combat, the heavens and earth shifting in color, the intensity of their struggle surpassing that of before. Each strike seemed a collision of soul and will, a contest of life and death that was particularly breathtaking at this moment. Observing this battle, it was truly a clash of titans, a relentless struggle to the death. That youth is remarkably exceptional. To challenge a core formation powerhouse like Ning Hao at such a tender age, his courage is commendable. Kid, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the core formation realm. Upon witnessing this, Ning Hao's eyes ignited with fierce battle spirit and with a thunderous roar akin to the arrival of a thunder god. Golden light erupted from his entire being, as if crowned by divine radiance, every inch of his skin brimming with immeasurable power. This is Ning Hao's Buddhist golden body, but it is said that he defeated a late-stage core formation elder from the outer sect using this secret technique, which is why he was directly admitted into the inner sect of the Tianxian sect. This kid is in for a rough time. I hope Ning Hao goes all out, or else he may become a great nuisance. Seeing this, Tang Senzong held nothing back, fully activating the blood demon corpse god technique within him. Summoning the power of his small world, a faint red glow enveloped him, and his aura rose to match that of Ning Hong's Buddhist golden body. Ning Hong was taken aback. This kid is no simpleton. It seems I must eliminate him swiftly, lest he become a future threat. I could see this moment. The clash between the two formidable beings transcended mere skill and cultivation, evolving into a battle of will and conviction. Kid, I can see that you are formidable, yet here and now, this shall be your grave. Behind Ning Hong, golden light shone brilliantly, reminiscent of a descending Buddha, each punch he threw accompanied by the thunderous roar of the trembling space, as if he sought to encompass the very heavens and earth within his golden body. Tang Senzong, bearing the bloodline of the corpse god, pushed the blood demon corpse god technique to its utmost limit. Augmented by the three great secret techniques within his small world, he radiated a peculiar, yet powerful aura, barely able to contend with Ning Hong's indomitable Buddhist golden body. As their battle raged on, it was akin to falling stars and reversing rivers. The once towering ancient trees within a radius of several dozen miles were no more, leaving only desolation behind. The mountains were flattened, and ravines crisscrossed the ground. Bearing witness to this monumental clash's brutality, Ning Hong, realizing that even with his Buddhist golden body, he could not subdue this kid, became increasingly irate. Who on earth is this kid to force me to this extent? Ning Hong's voice echoed across the battlefield. Kid, you have pushed me. As the number of onlookers swelled, every moment felt exceedingly heavy. Ning Hong understood that if he could not decisively suppress Tang Senzong today, his prestige and status within the Tianxian sect would surely dwindle like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. With a furious roar, Ning Hong's golden light surged, resembling a golden war god. The unity of chaos, a single breath shatters the heavens. Ning Hong murmured softly, his voice light yet imbued with earth-shattering power. He slowly brought his hands together as if gathering the purest power of the universe. And the wind and thunder around him began to dance in response. Shatter the heavens. Accompanied by this earth-shattering cry, an unprecedented force erupted from Ning Hong's palms, transforming into an extraordinarily brilliant beam of golden light, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, charging uncontested towards Tang Senzong. In that instant, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble with this force, as all held their breath, witnessing the pinnacle strike of this extraordinary battle. Chapter 45. The strongest strike enhanced by the three great secret techniques. The first defeat. Tang Senzong stood firm amidst the heavens and earth, facing the vast and imposing golden light. Not only did he not show a trace of fear, but his eyes ignited with fierce battle spirit. Akin to an unstoppable wildfire, he took a deep breath, as if to incorporate the power of the universe into his being. Then, he produced the Zongxian sword from a small world, its blade shimmering with a profound luster, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The three great secret techniques surged within him like torrents, intertwining to form an unprecedented power that caused his aura to swell dramatically, as if ready to tear apart the very fabric of the world. Tang Senzong soared into the sky, shouting, Zongxian sword technique. Void. This strike encapsulated all his spiritual energy, and, as the sword tip lightly touched, it appeared as if the void itself was being torn apart, the sword chi imbued with boundless void energy, resembling a black storm and carrying a scent of annihilation, descended from the heavens, targeting Ning Hong's resplendent golden palm. This move represented Tang Senzong's most powerful strike thus far. A mere insect dares to vie with the sun and moon. Ning Hong scoffed, his golden lights surging, as if he were a war god descended from the divine altar. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, as two distinctly different forces collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar, with light scattering everywhere, as if even space itself twisted and shattered at that moment. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the scene, were all struck with terror, hastily employing their techniques to retreat dozens of miles. Fearful of being caught in the aftermath of this battle and becoming innocent victims, as the two attacks clashed in the air, the power unleashed flattened the nearby terrain, transforming it into a barren wasteland. Kid, Ning Hao's power of breaking the heavens is not something you can withstand at this moment, that I will summon the Corpse God Tower to protect you. Look for a chance to escape later. You are not yet Ning Hao's match. Leave the Green Mountains, and there will be no fear of lacking firewood. Wait until you enter the core formation realm. Then we shall see who prevails. At the very moment Tower Master spoke, two surging forces intertwined violently, colliding and erupting into a cataclysmic energy storm that shook the heavens and the earth. This unparalleled backlash surged forth like a raging torrent, sweeping mercilessly towards Tang Sanzang and Ning Hao. Tower Master summoned the Corpse God Tower, steadfastly shielding Tang Sanzang. Yet despite this, the rampant shockwaves pierced through layers of protection, causing his form to tremble violently, a stark crimson staining the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the indomitable presence of the Corpse God Tower absorbing the majority of the impact, coupled with the bloodline of the Corpse God coursing through Tang Sanzang's veins, that ferocious force would have been sufficient to reduce him to ashes in an instant, annihilating him into nothingness. Ning Hao fared no better. The brilliant golden light that once enveloped him was now seemingly devoured by the tempestuous power, dissipating without a trace. His garments lay in tatters, revealing numerous sword wounds. His complexion was pallid, a glimmer of glaring blood evident at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicative of internal injuries, and his condition was dire. Under the onslaught of this force, even he found it arduous to retreat unscathed, compelled to endure the devastating blow. Kid, flee at once. Despite his grievous injuries, Ning Hao still possessed the capability to kill. Tang Sanzang gritted his teeth, suppressing the surging agony within, and with the last remnants of his spiritual energy, he staggered resolutely towards an unknown destination. Observing this, Ning Hao's eyes blazed with fury, as if capable of incinerating all obstacles in his path. Thinking of escaping, it won't be that simple. He flickered like a specter, unleashing an astonishing speed as he relentlessly pursued, vowing to end Tang Sanzang's life. Tang Sanzang's wounds felt like heavy shackles, slowing his pace. And each expenditure of spiritual energy felt increasingly arduous. Behind him, Ning Hao's murderous intent bore down like a bone-chilling wind, closing in relentlessly, danger lurking at every turn. Tower Master. What now? Tower Master pondered for a moment, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. If we truly reach a point of no return, I shall channel the power of the Corpse God Tower into my body, willing to pay any price to erase it from this world. However, after this act, I fear I shall fall into a prolonged slumber, leaving the path ahead for you to traverse alone. The voice of Tower Master Tang Sanzang was laced with complex emotions. Words caught on the precipice of expression. Enough of this nonsense. They're drawing closer. There is no time left. I shall now infuse the power of the Corpse God Tower into my body and strike with lethal force. With that, Tower Master prepared to wield the might of the Corpse God Tower, even as Ning Hao approached within 10 paces. Kid, I admit you are formidable, but today, you shall surely die. With that, he unleashed a punch, aimed directly at Tang Sanzang. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the sky suddenly tore open, a resplendent sword light streaking across the night, descending with an overwhelming might. Star River slash, accompanied by this whispered incantation. It was as if the power of the cosmic stars coalesced into a single blade, its force potent enough to shake the very foundations of reality. Boom! The sword light clashed violently with the force of the punch, erupting in a dazzling display, only to dissipate swiftly like morning mist, leaving behind a faint tremor in the air. Tang Sanzang gazed at the figure standing ahead. Brotherly. Then, his legs buckled as if all strength had fled, slowly collapsing backward. Just then, a gentle, fragrant breeze caressed his face, and he found himself securely nestled in a warm embrace. Third brother, who has harmed you so grievously. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet she stifled them, a blend of anger and concern causing her voice to tremble. Do not worry, I will not die. Tang Sanzang managed a faint smile, his voice weak, yet filled with reassurance. Brother Tang, your injuries are severe. You must recuperate immediately. Leave this matter to us. The voice of Tu Chuanlin arose at the opportune moment. Lin Xianyue helped Tang Sanzang to a nearby spot, retrieving a pill radiating a gentle luster from her sleeve, which she delicately placed in his mouth before striding purposefully towards Ning Hao. Ning Hong's gaze swept over the three, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. A mere foundation establishment cultivator and Tu Chi refinement practitioners. Insignificant ants dare to challenge my existence. Though wounded, his arrogance and pride remained unmasked. Tu Chuanlin regarded Ning Hao. My good fellow, your strength is indeed formidable. Had you been at your peak, the three of us combined would be no match for you. Yet now, you are gravely injured. Though we may be a rank lower in cultivation, we stand at full strength. United, we possess the capability to contend. His voice was calm yet powerful, each word a hammer striking against Ning Hong's complacent defenses. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, thick with tension. Ning Hong contemplated, now that I am severely wounded, entangling with these three may lead to my downfall. Moreover, that kid is shrouded in mystery. If he has any hidden cards, after much deliberation, Ning Hong resolved to retreat. Consider yourselves fortunate today. Kid, I will remember this grudge. With that, he departed the scene. Chapter 46. Treasure Hunt, as Ning Hong's figure receded into the depths of this space. Tu Chuanlin and the others assisted Tang Sanzang in leaving. Brother Tang, our encounter with Ning Hong seems not to have been a mere chance meeting. Has it? Tu Chuanlin's words carried a hint of inquiry, his gaze shifting over Tang Sanzang, as if attempting to pierce through the superficial layers. After half a day's rest and self-repair, Tang Sanzang's injuries miraculously diminished significantly, leaving only a subtle weakness when I entered this space. I just happened to encounter that fellow. I sensed his strength was formidable, so I sought to spar with him. Tang Sanzang explained that a mere spar. It appeared to be more than that. You both found yourselves in a life-and-death struggle. Tu Chuanlin remarked. However, Brother Tang, you are truly extraordinary, managing to bring down Ning Hong at his peak. Such prowess is enough to draw the world's attention. Tu Chuanlin's tone shifted, filled with admiration that a glint of sharpness flashed in Tang Sanzang's gaze. He mused, that kid is no longer to be underestimated. His strength is formidable. Though he may have lost this battle, it does not imply he will always lose. That I now have a general understanding of Ning Hong's capabilities. Had I employed the Corpse God Tower at that moment, perhaps he would have been grievously injured as well, but I dared not take the risk. Who knows what other trump cards he possesses? For now, entering the Tianxian sect is of paramount importance. It is not worth engaging in a life-or-death struggle with Ning Hong here. Furthermore, I possess numerous treasures. Given time, I shall surely overpower Ning Hong. What I need to do now is to diligently cultivate, striving to shorten the distance between us. This ancient ruin stretches infinitely, each inch of land seemingly imbued with ancient secrets and boundless opportunities. It is the trial ground we have longed for. It is not merely a challenge, but a precious opportunity for our cultivation to ascend, should we stumble upon one or two fortuitous encounters in this mystical place. It would immensely benefit our path of cultivation. Tang Sanzang declared at this moment. Li Zhongyu and Lin Xianyue also rose. Indeed, this place is rife with opportunities, and the assessment does not impose a time constraint. As long as we endure until the last 50 remain, we can seek our fortunes, leaving the eliminations to others. Tu Chuanlin smiled approvingly. Brotherly, your insight is indeed keen and exceptional. Since that is the case, why not travel together? In this expedition through the ruins, mutual support will not only mitigate unnecessary risks, but also allow us to share in the joys of discovery. Tang Sanzang concurred. Yes. Traveling in groups is far safer than solitary endeavors. However, this vast ruin poses the question of where to seek our fortunes. His gaze wandered leisurely across the surrounding scenery, when suddenly, it seemed an invisible hand guided his sight, causing him to halt abruptly before a babbling brook deep within a lush forest. A massive dark shadow emerged slowly, akin to a phantom gliding through the night, its presence instantly capturing his attention. Most alarming of all, its tail was entwined with blazing black flames, as though the gates of hell had quietly opened, unleashing a breath of annihilation. The monstrous beast was pitch black, its fur seemingly concealing an unfathomable abyssal power. Its form resembled that of a lion, yet transcended the mundane. Its massive jaws parted slightly, flames roiling within, each breath seemingly capable of igniting the surrounding air, instilling a sense of dread. A fifth-tier monster? An early-stage core formation cultivator Tu Chuanlin observed the beast ahead. It appears to be a black flame lion, a fifth-tier mid-grade monster, with strength nearing the mid-stage of core formation. In this world, there truly exists an abundance of wonders. Having just bid farewell to Ning Hao, we are swiftly confronted with a formidable core formation beast, leaving one utterly unprepared. Zhongyu cradled his head in his hands. A bitter smile mixed with a hint of helplessness and astonishment. Opportunities and challenges coexist. If the two of you can break through to the foundation establishment stage here, any danger will be worth facing. Tang Sanzang remarked. Tu Chuanlin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, a mere core formation beast is hardly worth our concern. With the four of us fighting side by side, we shall undoubtedly vanquish it beneath our blades." A faint, serene smile graced Tang Sanzang's lips as a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing the Zhongxian sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance. He raised the sword's tip, pointing it at the fiery black lion. "I have slain core formation beasts before. Consider this a means of venting my frustrations." Roaring with ferocity, the flame-wreathed black lion suddenly sensed Tang Sanzang's presence, its eyes flashing with a fierce light before unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning in the night, its form flickering as it surged forth like a shadow, moving with astonishing speed. Spiritual power erupted from Tang Sanzang's body, causing the Zhongxian sword in his grasp to tremble slightly. Soon, a faint red glow quietly coalesced at the tip of the sword, imbued with boundless sharpness and brilliance, as though it could cleave through space itself. Heaven's desolation. As Tang Sanzang swung his sword down, the black lion, sensing danger, expelled a torrent of flames from its mouth. Yet, as the flames met the sword's aura, they disintegrated into nothingness. The beast was struck by the sword's energy, hurtling backward for several dozen meters, a deep gash appearing across its chest. Witnessing Tang Sanzang's astonishing strike, Tu Chuanlin and the others exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the sheer might of their companion. Brother Tang's prowess is truly terrifying. A mid-core formation beast appears so feeble under his blade. Lin Xinyue's gaze shimmered with an unusual light, silently marveling at his overwhelming strength. At that moment, Li Zhongyu stepped forward, declaring, "We cannot allow Brother Tang to steal the spotlight. I too wish to gauge the strength of this core formation beast." With that, Li Zhongyu sprang into action, joining the fray. Tu Chuanlin, not wishing to lag behind, laughed heartily. "Wait for me, Brother Li. How can I miss out on such excitement?" Under the combined assault of the three, the black lion soon succumbed, with a decisive thrust of the Zhongxian sword into the beast's chest. The battle came to an end. It seems that a fifth-tier beast is not so formidable after all. We should seek out a sixth-tier beast next, Tu Chuanlin suggested. Lin Xinyue shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "A sixth-tier beast? Are you seeking death? Such creatures are the nascent soul stage. Besides, had it not been for Brother San, could you have defeated that beast?" Tu Chuanlin fell silent, acknowledging that without Tang Sanzang, their trio might not have been able to hunt the fifth-tier beast. Tang Sanzang smiled faintly, stating, "We can hunt a few more fifth-tier beasts here and cultivate using their cores. Brotherly, your technique seems to lean towards the thunder attribute. We should seek out Thunder Beast. As for Qianyue, she embodies the ice attribute. Thus, we ought to head north in search of ice beasts that we must swiftly elevate ourselves to the foundation establishment stage. For the Qi refinement stage here is fraught with peril." Tang Sanzang turned to inspect the fallen fiery black lion and retrieve its core. He suddenly noticed a faint white mist emanating from it. "Look, there's something unusual about this core," he exclaimed. Lin Xianyue and the others hurried over to investigate. "What is this? There seems to be a wisp of mist within the core." Tang Sanzang, seeing their curiosity, flicked his fingers, sending a delicate wave of spiritual energy that gently drew forth the white mist from deep within the core, causing it to hover before them, prompting the four to hold their breath in awe and scrutiny. You see, this is a realm formed from the essence of celestial blood, imbued with the purest and most pristine aura of the celestial beings. Only through the passage of time can such extraordinary spiritual energy condense within these beasts. A voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's mind. This kind of spiritual energy is extraordinary. Its purity is unmatched, akin to the full moon compared to a firefly, exponentially more powerful. For us cultivators, it is undoubtedly a rare treasure, capable of propelling our cultivation to new heights. Truly a fortuitous opportunity. Tang Sanzang explained to his companions. This realm is a manifestation of celestial beings. The beasts here have absorbed its essence over countless years, resulting in the formation of this extraordinary spiritual energy within their cores. This will greatly aid our cultivation. If that is the case, as long as we continue to hunt beasts, we shall have an endless supply of spiritual energy. Tu Chuanlin remarked, his eyes shining with newfound clarity. Tang Sanzang thoughtfully stroked his chin, nodding slowly, his gaze penetrating as if he could read their hearts. That I suspect that the elders of Tiangshuanzong have led us into this secret realm for reasons far beyond merely selecting the final 50 elites. Their true purpose is likely to help us discover our own opportunities within. Consider this. If it were merely to filter candidates, they wouldn't need to bring in their pre-selected individuals. Realization dawned on Tu Chuanlin and the others. So that is the case. If so, why do we hesitate? Let us set forth immediately to hunt beasts and strengthen our abilities, Tu Chuanlin declared, his words brimming with determination and fervor. The four exchanged knowing smiles before taking flight, embarking on their journey to seek opportunities and test their mettle. After flying for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they encountered cultivators who dared not engage them in conflict. For they numbered 4, with 2 at the foundation establishment stage. Ordinary cultivators would think twice before challenging them. As for those traveling in pairs, most sought opportunities for themselves, since they were all on individual quests. There was no need for confrontation. Thus, Tang Sanzang and his companions traversed the realm without incident. Brother Tang, it is approximately 10 miles to the east, where I sense a faint rumbling like thunder, hinting at the presence of a thunder beast, though I cannot discern its tier, Li Zhongyu remarked, smoothing his clothing, his eyes glinting with a unique sensitivity and longing for the thunder element. Tu Chuanlin, taken aback, replied, 10 miles away, Brother Li's ability to perceive the essence of thunder is truly remarkable. Such talent is indeed inspiring. I Zhongyu smiled humbly, explaining, I am grateful for your praise. Brother TM, Y bloodline has an inexplicable connection to the power of thunder. And from a young age, I have felt an innate affinity and sensitivity towards this force. Thus, my cultivation techniques primarily focus on the thunder attribute. With that, Tang Sanzang's eyes gleamed, the eye of the heavenly emperor slowly opening, akin to the divine eye that pierces through illusions, instantly locking onto the realm to the east, faintly outlined by flashes of lightning. That IT is a 5th-tier beast, the thunder leopard, estimated to be at the initial stage of core formation, perfectly suited for Brother Li's cultivation. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten. The 4 moved like lightning, racing eastward, swiftly traversing the mountains until they arrived at a vast clearing 10 miles away. Upon their arrival, they were astonished by the number of people gathered. It seemed the thunder leopard was quite popular, drawing dozens of individuals eager to hunt it. Most of these individuals were at the chi refinement stage. For them, the core of a 5th-tier beast represented a significant boon on their cultivation journey. An irresistible temptation. It appeared they had conspired to collaborate in the hunt. Otherwise, their individual cultivation levels would not allow them to approach so recklessly. Tu Chuanlin glanced at Tang Sanzang, asking, Brother Tang, what shall we do now? Tang Sanzang replied calmly, there's no need for haste. Although there are dozens of cultivators, the disparity between the chi refinement and core formation stages is vast. Mere numbers cannot compensate for that. Let us wait and see. Should they engage in battle, we shall seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Zhongyu nodded thoughtfully, continuing the analysis. This approach not only allows us to eliminate unnecessary competitors, but also ensures the beast exhausts its strength during the conflict. Truly a twofold strategy. Hearing this, Tu Chuanlin's lips curled into a smile as he turned his gaze toward Lin Qianyue, teasingly remarking, "Miss Lin, you have been as silent as a maiden in the snow, rarely speaking, were it not for our long-standing acquaintance. One might think you were like the proud plum blossom, standing alone in the snow, silent yet exuding an aura of serenity." Lin Qianyue, hearing this, lifted her gaze slightly, a trace of an imperceptible smile flickering in her eyes before she returned to her usual calm demeanor. As if nothing in the world could rouse her heart, I possess the lowest strength here. What could I possibly say? Enough of the banter. Qianyue is naturally gentle and reserved, and we are the ones leading the conversation. How can you expect her to speak? At this moment, Tang Sanzang spoke up, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I merely inquired casually, yet it seems I've caused both of you such anxiety. I must apologize for that." Tu Chuanlin chuckled lightly, his words laced with a hint of mockery as he casually draped his arm over Li Zongyu's shoulder. "Oh, come now. How distasteful. It's enough to give one goosebumps." Zongyu brushed Tu Chuanlin's hand away, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features, though he could not fully suppress the subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Alas, a solitary soul, left with naught but loneliness for company. If heaven were truly compassionate, why not bestow upon me a cherished confidant? Tu Chuanlin suddenly sighed dramatically. "Shoo, quiet down. Do you wish for someone to discover our presence here?" Tang Sanzang gently reminded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority that instantly drew the group's thoughts back to the present. "If a conflict arises, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate these dozens of cultivators and, in the process, slay this beast. Afterwards, we will make our swift exit." Tang Sanzang strategized. As night began to descend, the leader of the Qi refinement cohort proclaimed, "Fellow cultivators, I assure you that I will fulfill my promise. If you assist me in hunting down this beast, the rewards I pledged will be delivered to each of you." Tang Sanzang regarded the speaker with intrigue, pondering, who is this individual? How could he mobilize so many cultivators to aid him in hunting a fifth-tier beast? Clearly, his status is not to be underestimated. Chapter 48. The Sixth Prince, Xiao Yuanxian with a thunderous roar. The thunder leopard's bellow reverberated through the deep valley, its growl akin to a clap of thunder, surging forth with the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy from within its being, each pulse seemingly capable of rending the very air itself. "Everyone, unleash your full strength," cried the leader, his gaze fierce as he fixed upon the suddenly aggressive thunder leopard, his weapon gleaming ominously as he transformed into a darting arrow, resolutely charging towards the heart of the storm. "Gravity Marsh, activate." As he intoned the incantation, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, swiftly coalescing into an expansive marsh that ensnared the thunder leopard within its depths. Seeing the beast trapped in the mire, a confident smile graced his lips. The thunder leopard, now radiating with lightning, sensed that if allowed to continue unopposed, the mud would rise like a tide, ultimately forming a prison. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this scene, began to glimpse a flicker of hope. "Let us strike together," the leader shouted. Dozens of Qi refinement cultivators roared in unison, as if a river were surging within them, their potent spiritual energy erupting like a volcanic explosion, saturating the surrounding air with a palpable aura of menace. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a deafening cacophony, they shot forth like arrows released from a bow, not rushing into melee combat, but rather executing a masterful formation that maximized their spiritual power and weaponries. Might that a relentless barrage was unleashed upon the fifth-tier thunder leopard. Boom! 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 In a series of thunderous detonations. Their formidable spiritual energies cascaded down like a tempest, forcefully striking the thunder leopard's massive form, pushing it back with each step, as if leaving deep imprints upon the earth. Fury blazed in the thunder leopard's eyes, its body instantly cloaked in brilliant lightning, the electric force slithering like serpents, exuding an earth-shattering momentum as it lunged towards the diminutive cultivators before it. However, its colossal form remained ensnared in the surrounding mire. its speed drastically reduced. In contrast, the cultivators, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain and agile movements, deftly evaded this deadly strike, turning the tables and escalating their momentum. Tang Sanzang and his three companions concealed themselves nearby. Their gazes sharp. The leader appears extraordinary, commanding the obedience of dozens of qi refinement cultivators, and they coordinate with remarkable synergy. Tu Chuanlin remarked, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the leader. Could this be the sixth prince of Tianjin City? Xiao Yuanxian, the sixth prince of Tianjin City, a member of the royal family. Tu Chuanlin nodded. Indeed, from the Tianjin royal family, the dragon's sixth descendant, the first prince has entered the inner academy. Aside from him, the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him is none other than the sixth prince, Xiao Yuanxian. And the one we encountered at Ziyu Tower, that would be the second prince. Though he shares blood with the first prince, they are as different as the sun and moon, their characters and abilities vastly divergent. The first prince possesses exceptional talent, while the second prince lacks any aptitude for cultivation. Having lived a life of idleness, with his foundational skills in the qi-building realm propped up solely by the royal family's generous supply of medicinal pills, Tang Sanzang nodded lightly at this revelation. A glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes, and oh wonder he appeared so feeble during our previous encounter. A realm built upon countless rare medicinal pills shines brightly, yet its foundation remains unstable. However, as for this sixth prince, despite only being in the qi-building realm, his strength seems to conceal unfathomable currents beneath the surface, making his power difficult to gauge. As the thunder leopard found itself ensnared within the intricate web of assaults. Xiao Yuanxian, akin to a stealthy panther in the night, silently sought the fleeting gap. His form suddenly morphed into a blurred shadow, leaping behind the massive thunder leopard, his spear thrusting forth with lethal precision. Spiral through the 9 heavens. In an instant, the air seemed to tear asunder under the force of this power, the spear piercing through the thunder leopard's dense fur, leaving behind a gory mark. The thunder leopard emitted a deafening roar, its voice laced with agony and rage. Its massive form quivered, and its colossal claws, imbued with earth-shattering might, descended upon Xiao Yuanxian with lightning speed, the air splitting apart with a piercing shriek. Yet Xiao Yuanxian had already anticipated this lightning strike. He evaded it with the grace of a falling leaf. Although they held a numerical advantage, the scales seemed to tip in favor of the sixth prince. For a fifth-tier beast could not be subdued merely by numbers. Once it broke free from the sixth prince's mire, those qi refinement cultivators who fancied their numerical superiority would undoubtedly face an unprecedented calamity. Tang Sanzang's gaze pierced through the chaos, sharp as a hawk's, for he understood that in the face of the fifth-tier beast's thunderous might, a strategy relying on sheer numbers was but a drop in the ocean. Unable to shake its foundation, the sixth prince's gravity marsh was indeed exquisite, yet could hardly contain the thunder leopard entirely. Just as Tang Sanzang's thoughts raced, the battlefield shifted dramatically. The thunder leopard suddenly let out a skyward howl that shook the heavens, its body crackling with lightning, resembling a multitude of silver serpents dancing wildly, invigorating its resilient form, each muscle seemingly awakening in the thunder's embrace, radiating unprecedented strength. In an instant, the thunder leopard's physique appeared to swell with an invisible force, erupting to a staggering height, towering over the battlefield like a mountain forged of lightning, its imposing presence sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The marsh that had once tightly bound it now seemed woefully fragile under the onslaught of thunder, crumbling into mere flecks of mud that scattered like autumn leaves amidst the roaring thunder. This is dire. The thunder leopard has broken free from the marsh. Gasps erupted from the crowd, a blend of fear and shock rippling through them. The battle had clearly escalated to a fever pitch, where even the slightest shift could tug at the heartstrings of all present. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, the thunder leopard's restored massive form seemingly leaping from the void, silently descending upon several cultivators, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glimmer, much like the coldest hunter beneath the night sky. With a swift, merciless motion, the figures of the 5 cultivators were reduced to mere fragments beneath the claws of the thunder leopard. blood and flesh scattering as their anguished cries echoed hauntingly through the valley, instilling terror in the hearts of those afar. This scene was as cruel as a nightmare, tightening the chests of onlookers and sending chills down their spines. Xiao Yunchuan's countenance turned a deep shade of gray, his tightly pressed lips betraying the anger and gravity of the situation. The thunder leopard, wreathed in crackling lightning, appeared as though cloaked in the wrath of the stars. Each flash of electricity harboring the capacity for annihilation, its gaze fixed upon Xiao Yuanxian, exuding an inescapable, deathly stare. Suddenly, a tumultuous energy surged within it, akin to an impending volcanic eruption, an unprecedented wave of terror radiating from its being. It is about to unleash its full power. Everyone, brace yourselves. The faces of the cultivators turned as pale as paper in an instant, their eyes brimming with disbelief and profound fear. They could no longer maintain their composure. Hastily employing their techniques and retreating recklessly, attempting to escape the area that was about to be engulfed by the thunderous wrath. Chapter 49. The yellow sparrow lurks behind the thunder leopard opened its colossal jaws, capable of devouring mountains and rivers, revealing a tempest of swirling winds and lightning. As if the most ferocious forces of nature converged at that moment. In an instant, a thunderous cannonball, approximately 10 feet in diameter, coalesced within the gaping maw of the thunder leopard, its interior crackling with wild electricity. The thunder cannonball shot forth with a speed so swift it was akin to thunder itself, carving a blinding trajectory across the sky. Dozens of chi-refining cultivators were struck, flung back several dozen meters. Some of the weaker ones fainted on the spot. From a group of several dozen, more than half were incapacitated with a single blow. Xiao Yunchuan's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of undeniable horror flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of this fifth-tier beast, whose might far exceeded his expectations and left him astounded. Given this, I shall not hold back any longer. He flicked his fingertip, and a pill of warm hue, radiating a faint spiritual glow, materialized before him, seemingly containing the vitality of mountains and forests and the mysteries of the universe. A fleeting expression of indescribable pain mingled with determination crossed his face, yet he resolutely consumed the pill. As the medicine entered his body, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged within him. Like a river breaking its dam, unstoppable, Xiao Yunchuan's aura surged explosively, forcefully breaking through the bottleneck of early Foundation establishment to achieve the prowess of late Foundation establishment. Tang Sanzang, standing nearby, witnessed this astonishing scene, a glimmer of admiration passing through his eyes. Remarkable. It is indeed a 6th-grade spirit-connecting pill. It is said that this pill can temporarily enhance one's strength. I never expected it to elevate him from early to late Foundation establishment. This pill is truly formidable. The terrifying shockwave ravaged the surroundings. In a mere moment, the entire valley and the nearby dense forest were razed to the ground beneath its impact. The four of them, Tang Sanzang and his companions, moved like lightning, skillfully maneuvering along the periphery of this destructive force, avoiding the shockwave capable of altering the landscape. This the astonishing power of a 5th-tier beast. It is indeed extraordinary. Tu Chuanlin's voice trembled with awe. Tang Sanzang slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, precisely locking onto Xiao Yunchuan's position. This Xiao Yuanxian is indeed worthy of being the 6th prince of the Tianyin royal family. He is truly exceptional. The fact that he can casually produce such a rare 6th-grade pill reveals the depth of resources and means behind him, far beyond mere appearances. Xiao Yunchuan's expression darkened. That pill was procured at great expense by his father from the exalted national master, originally intended as a life-saving charm for potential future crises. Yet now it was utilized against this 5th-tier beast. However, as long as I can slay this vile creature and acquire its demon core, I will advance to mid-Foundation establishment, and it will all be worth it. That a flicker of resolute determination and ferocity flashed in Xiao Yunchuan's eyes, as if he intended to transform all his reluctance and regrets into the driving force for his advancement. Gripping his spear tightly, he surged forth, akin to a dragon weaving through clouds and splitting stone, arriving before the formidable thunder leopard in an instant. His gaze blazed with intensity as he called out, "Let me try this move. Heavenly tear, star fall." With that, an immense, boundless power erupted from within him, akin to ancient stars plummeting from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming majesty and sorrow, resonating with the surrounding tumultuous lightning. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble in response, the winds and clouds shifting, the sun and moon dimming. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of thunder intertwined with the shockwave reverberated through the air. The thunder leopard, unwilling to be outdone, let out a furious roar, its body enveloped in raging lightning. Resembling a descending thunder god, a black thunder pearl, imbued with boundless destructive power, coalesced in its mouth, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Yuanqian. In that moment, the two forces collided violently in the void. The images of the spear and thunder pearl weaving together to create a breathtaking scene. The explosive aftermath surged like a tidal wave, consuming all living beings and scenery in its path, leaving only desolation. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Xiao Yuanxian stood aside, coughing up blood, retrieving a pill to ingest, sitting down to recuperate. Opposite him, the thunder leopard was covered in wounds, a large gaping hole in its chest, evidently pierced by Xiao Yuanxuan's spear technique. "Quick! Everyone, attack together! It cannot hold on much longer!" Xiao Yuanxuan's roar split the air, the calm and composure of the past replaced by an almost frenzied determination. His eyes ablaze with fervor. The remaining qi refining cultivators responded to his command, their internal energies surging like rivers, fully awakened, their spiritual power transforming into a torrential downpour, cascading towards the beleaguered thunder leopard. As the tide of battle began to tilt in their favor, Xiao Yuanxuan's taut nerves finally showed signs of relaxation, a subtle expression of relief surfacing on his face, as if a massive stone had been lifted from his heart. However, just at that critical moment, the thunder leopard suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Then its entire body surged with lightning, as if the very region was quaking. "Oh no, it intends to self-destruct. Run!" Those cultivators at the forefront, witnessing the thunder leopard's intent to self-destruct, fled in all directions without a second thought. Although the promise from the sixth prince was enticing, they had no desire to gamble their lives here. As the other cultivators scattered, the thunder leopard's aura surged explosively, a tremendous force radiating outward. Over a dozen cultivators were caught unawares, obliterated by the blast, leaving no trace behind. "Damn it," Xiao Yuanxian growled, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. He hesitated no longer, swiftly retrieving an ancient jade pendant from his bosom. Focusing his energy through his fingertip, he gently crushed the pendant, instantly causing a radiant barrier of spiritual energy to ripple outward, enveloping him within its protective embrace. This barrier appeared to be a natural shield, incredibly resilient. Even the thunder leopard's world-shaking self-destruct power could only create ripples on its surface, failing to breach this layer of defense. Tang Sanzang and his companions had already adeptly retreated several hundred meters. Even so, the aftermath of the explosion still raged like a tempest. The self-detonation of a fifth-tier beast truly transformed the landscape. Such power could lay waste to everything within hundreds of meters, leaving not a single qi refining cultivator unscathed. Tu Chuanlin's voice carried a weight of gravity. The explosive aftermath dissipated in an instant. Dust and smoke swirling with the wind, revealing a scene of devastation where only Xiao Yuanxian stood alone, amidst the wreckage, clutching the demon core that flickered with a faint glow, seemingly infused with the wrath of thunder. Xiao Yuanxuan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the demon core, his expression complex and inscrutable, mingling hard-won joy with the immense cost he had incurred. For this demon core, he had sacrificed a sixth-grade pill and a defensive artifact. Damn it, for this trivial demon core, I have nearly exhausted all my resources. Yet thankfully I have ultimately obtained it. Advancing to mid-foundation establishment makes it all worthwhile. Just as he reached out to claim this hard-earned prize, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Tang Sanzang and his group approached silently like phantoms, their movements swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the demon core had fallen into their hands, leaving Xiao Yuanxian stunned in place. Disbelief etched across his face. "Who dares to steal my possession?" He whirled around, glaring at the sudden intrusion, his words laced with shock and fury. Chapter 50. Shall we be friends? Tang Sanzang bowed gently, a smile gracing his features, his tone imbued with humility and sincerity. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, I beg your pardon, I am Tang Sanzang, and I too have my eyes set on this fifth-tier demon core. I dare to propose a mutually beneficial transaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunchuan's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, scanning the four before him. Oh, you are aware of my identity. The name of the Tianyin royal family travels far and wide. With that, his expression darkened slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible wariness. Xiao Yunchuan's demeanor turned somber. A transaction. Why should I trust you? I have heard of the Tianyin royal family and the Sixth Prince, Xiao Yuanxian. Tang Sanzang maintained a composed demeanor, then shifted his tone, producing a pill that shimmered with a faint glow, clearly a remarkable item. If we were not genuinely interested in trading with the Sixth Prince, we could have easily seized the demon core and fled at once. Given your current state, I doubt you could catch us, could you? This pill is a secret concoction from my sect, effective for healing and reinforcing the body. I offer it as a token of sincerity. Xiao Yuanxian gazed at the elixir before him, discerning its nature as a healing potion by virtue of his keen insight. After a moment of contemplation, he ingested the pill. Instantly, a refreshing wave akin to a clear spring surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and bones, as if a gentle spring breeze were nourishing every inch of his wounded body. The meridians, previously fatigued and subtly aching from the fierce battle, began to miraculously mend themselves under this soothing energy. Not only that, but the elixir also expedited the recovery and condensation of the spiritual energy within him. As the medicinal effects fully unfolded, Xiao Yuanxian slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with unmistakable astonishment and delight. This elixir was truly remarkable, a veritable treasure for healing. It appeared to have reached the esteemed level of a third-grade pill. Turning his gaze to the other party, he felt a surge of respect and curiosity. May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you perhaps an alchemist? The curiosity in Xiao Yunchuan's eyes was palpable, intermingled with a profound hope. Tang Sanzang perceived the expectation in Xiao Yunchuan's gaze and thought to himself, no wonder alchemists are regarded as the most esteemed profession in this world. Even members of the royal family treat them with the utmost reverence. He slowly retrieved a badge intricately carved with elaborate patterns, emanating a faint spiritual glow from his bosom. This was a prestigious symbol unique to the Wanbao auction house, along with a letter personally penned by Geng Shuang, which he presented to the Sixth Prince, Xiao Yuanxian. As Xiao Yuanxian accepted it, his eyes instantly erupted with brilliance, not merely surprise, but an overwhelming joy that was hard to contain. The honor badge of the Wanbao auction house. It is truly incredible that you have attained such recognition. He then opened the letter addressed to the Alchemist Guild, his hands trembling slightly, before returning the badge and the letter to Tang Sanzang. With his hands elegantly folded before his chest and a slight bow, Xiao Yuanxian spoke with great reverence. You are indeed a prodigy, achieving the status of a third-grade alchemist at such a young age. I have never witnessed such talent in my life. It is truly inspiring this moment, Xiao Yuanxian mused. A third-grade alchemist of such youth, should I gain this talent as assistance, it would undoubtedly place a crucial piece on the chessboard of my struggle for the throne. Tang Sanzang, with a serene smile, waved his hand lightly. Your Highness is too kind. Today, I merely wish to propose a trade. This fifth-grade Thunder Leopard Demon Core does not entirely suit your attributes. Yet I happen to possess a more fitting fifth-grade Black Flame Lion Demon Core, which not only boasts superior quality, but also complements your constitution that I believe it will provide you with considerable support. At this juncture, Tu Chuanlin stepped forward and interjected, Brother Tang, that demon core is... Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively. No matter, to befriend your highness is worth more than just a fifth-grade demon core. Even a sixth-grade demon core would be worth it. Xiao Yuanxian regarded Tang Sanzang with a contemplative gaze. Recognizing his meticulous mind and understanding of imperial strategies, he was clearly seeking a fifth-grade demon core to secure my support. With his status as a third-grade alchemist, given time, he might surpass some royal family members. At that point, it would indeed be a win-win scenario. With these thoughts, a gentle and refined smile graced Xiao Yuanchuan's lips as he softly replied, "Brother Tang, you flatter me. It is indeed my fortune to associate with someone of your caliber." Upon finishing, a hint of sincerity and admiration shone in his eyes. Tang Sanzang then presented the demon core before Xiao Yuanxian, saying, "If that is the case, please accept this demon core. Consider the difference in quality as a small compensation for my earlier rashness." While Xiao Yuanxian felt a subtle complexity in his heart, he maintained a composed exterior. "The value of my 6th grade elixir and life-preserving jade pendant cannot simply be compensated by this quality. However, I initially sought only the Thunder Leopard Demon Core, and now I not only acquire a superior core, but also the goodwill of a 3rd-grade alchemist. This transaction is decidedly in my favor." With determination flickering in his eyes, Xiao Yuanxian graciously accepted the demon core, stating, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Once this turmoil subsides, we are both disciples of the Tianxian sect, and should you require assistance in the future, I, Xiao Yuanxian, will undoubtedly lend my full support." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang cupped his hands in salute, a blend of nonchalance and eagerness evident in his smile. "Your Highness's noble intentions shall be etched in my heart. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Tang Sanzang and his 3 companions departed the clearing. Xiao Yuanxian watched their retreating figures with a slight nod before his gaze returned to the demon core in his hands. A surge of potent energy welling within him that he swiftly sought out a concealed cave to absorb the demon core. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his trio found their own hidden cave. "Eli brother, you should absorb this demon core first. Strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage." "All right," Li Zhongyu nodded, accepting the demon core, determination and anticipation coursing through him as he stepped into the cave to commence his absorption. Tang Sanzang and the other 2 stood guard at the entrance when Tu Chuanlin spoke up. "Brother Tang, your arrangement is indeed a masterstroke, not only acquiring a demon core suited to us, but also winning the admiration of the 6th prince. Rumors circulate that the 6th prince is a formidable contender in the struggle for the throne within the Tianyin royal family, and his strength should not be underestimated." Tang Sanzang smiled faintly. In truth, the 6th prince's favorable view of me was not entirely coincidental. His change in attitude is largely due to my identity as an alchemist. Had I not revealed this card from the outset, he would not have been so accommodating. Indeed, the identity of an alchemist is a symbol of nobility and glory, regardless of the locale. As the 2 conversed, a series of thunderous noises erupted in the distance. "What is happening?" Tang Sanzang and his companion stood up, observing the commotion. "Eli brother has yet to finish absorbing the demon core. Tu brother, you stay here with him. Once he breaks through, you can both join us. Lin Xianyue and I will investigate the situation." Tu Chuanlin nodded. "All right, be cautious." Tang Sanzang acknowledged, then took Lin Xianyue to the source of the explosive sounds. Chapter 51. The Crimson Armored Dragon Rhinoceros. Tang Sanzang and Lin Xianyue moved with lightning speed, traversing the forest paths towards the deafening explosion's origin. Upon arrival, they witnessed a young woman and man engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal beast. The demon beast, clad in crimson scales, shimmered with a metallic sheen, its pair of horns glinting menacingly. Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened, quietly marveling. It is indeed a 5th-grade supreme demon beast, the Crimson Armored Dragon Rhinoceros. This creature possesses a trace of dragon blood. Born as a 5th-grade demon beast, and given time, it can evolve into a 6th-grade beast. Its strength has already reached the late stage of the core formation realm, just a step away from evolving into a 6th-grade demon beast, at which point it will possess the power of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Lin Xianyue remarked, "Third brother, I observe that these 2 youths seem to be holding their own against the Crimson Armored Dragon Rhinoceros." The Crimson Armored Dragon Rhinoceros not only possesses immense strength, but balances speed and defense, compelling even late-stage core formation experts to exercise utmost caution. The fact that these young individuals can persistently engage such a ferocious foe speaks volumes of their agility and unmeasurable strength. We should observe the situation for now. Thus, the 2 concealed themselves, opting for a passive approach, watching as the battle unfolded. The young man, his gaze fierce, murmured to the woman beside him, "Sister Feng, This crimson armored dragon rhinoceros not only charges with relentless force, but boasts impenetrable defenses. A paragon among fifth-grade demon beasts. With just the two of us, breaching its defenses would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with determination. She parted her lips, her voice imbued with undeniable strength. "Let me give it a try." With that, she surged into the air like a phoenix reborn, ascending towards the heavens, surrounded by searing flames that ignited the air around her, transforming the surroundings into a blazing inferno. Red Lotus Inferno. Incinerate all. As she let out a piercing cry, it seemed as if a colossal crimson lotus blossomed in the sky, embodying a cataclysmic force of flame, surging forth with an overwhelming momentum towards the Qijia Long 11 in that instant. The entire space appeared to be consumed by this searing inferno, causing even the air to tremble. The Qijia Longxi, sensing the might of the impending strike, unleashed a deafening roar, its body radiating with resplendent golden light, instantly coalescing into an imperceptible yet indestructible golden battle armor that enveloped it, shimmering brilliantly and showcasing the unparalleled majesty of the Beast King. At that moment, a brilliantly vibrant crimson lotus sliced through the sky, exuding an aura capable of incinerating all in its path, and descended unerringly upon the Qijia Long 11. In that split second, the flames surged high, as if the very air was ablaze. However, astonishingly, as the furious flames of the crimson lotus gradually waned, flames potent enough to reduce ordinary beings to ashes, the Qijia Longxi remained steadfast and unscathed, though its originally dazzling golden armor was dulled by the onslaught of the fiery lotus. What? Feng Shimi's red lotus flames had no effect on it at all, the man exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. The woman, too, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, a hint of astonishment creeping onto her brow. Indeed, it is a top-tier fifth-grade beast. This red lotus fury is difficult to withstand even for ordinary fifth-grade beasts. Yet it remains unharmed in terms of defensive capability. Even late-stage core formation cultivators cannot compare. The man's tone bore a hint of helplessness and urgency as he glanced at the woman beside him, softly saying, "Feng Shimi, the situation at hand is quite precarious. With our combined strength, it seems we cannot contend with this beast. What shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, the woman tilted her gaze slightly, a cold glint flashing across her eyes as she lightly parted her crimson lips. "Jiangyun, we have yet to officially cross the threshold of the Tianxin sect, so the term shimi may be premature. Furthermore, on what basis do you presume that I am your shimi?" Jiangyun awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "If Feng Shimi does not appreciate it, I shall amend my address. How about Feng Shiji instead? In any case, it is truly an honor to fight alongside you." The woman gently shook her head, a barely perceptible disdain flickering in her gaze. "Jiangyun, it would be prudent for us to maintain some decorum between us. Were it not for the formidable nature of this Qijia Longxi, I would not trouble you for assistance." Upon hearing this, Jiangyun quickly replied, "Feng Gongzhu makes a valid point. I have indeed overstepped. So, how shall we address the current situation? I possess a technique that may breach its defenses, but I will require time, approximately 10 breaths. You must first hold it off for me." "Understood." Jiang Yun's figure surged forward, charging towards the colossal beast, and in an instant, the two became entangled in a fierce, intense battle. The clash of beastly roars and sword strikes intertwined, each encounter sending ripples through the surrounding air, as if even the fabric of space quivered in response. The woman stood poised nearby, her demeanor transforming, akin to a celestial maiden emerging from the mundane world, chanting an ancient and mystical incantation. Every syllable resonated with ineffable power. As the incantation echoed, a resplendent phantom of a fire phoenix gradually materialized behind her, its wings unfurling, crimson light cascading forth, suffusing the area with an ominous yet fervent hue. Third brother, those two appeared to be among the foremost ranks upon entering the ruins, and oh wonder their foundation establishment cultivation allows them to contend with fifth-grade beasts, remarked one observing the battle, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Tang Sanzang nodded slightly. Indeed, they must be prodigies from some place, granted admission into the inner sect of the Tianxian sect by extraordinary means. However, facing such a beast, even their combined efforts render the outcome uncertain. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, each breath becoming crucial as Jiang Yun, with flesh and blood as a shield, fought to buy the woman that invaluable 10 breaths. Feng Gongzhu, please be swift. Despite Jiang Yun's extraordinary talent, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Qijiao Long 11.I. In a heartbeat, he was violently kicked away by the beast, his form tracing a breathtaking arc through the air before crashing heavily hundreds of meters away, dust swirling as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, roaring with a cunning glimmer in its eyes. The Qijiao Longshi seized the opportunity, its voice thundering, its limbs as solid as iron pillars, charging towards Jiang Yun with an imperious ferocity. The massive, gleaming horns seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, targeting Jiang Yun's heart directly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yun hastily gathered his spiritual energy, forming a shield of ethereal light as thin as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient, attempting to withstand the beast's lethal strike. Unfortunately, the disparity in their realms was too great. The Qijiao Longshi's power was overwhelming. With a sharp crack, the spiritual shield shattered like fragile glass, and its horns collided mercilessly with Jiang Yun's chest. Jiang Yun was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground, enveloped in dust, appearing exceedingly disheveled, his chest heaving violently, blood seeping from his mouth. The woman furrowed her brows, her tone laced with disdain and disappointment. What sort of prodigy is this? How could such a person be granted admission to the inner court? Truly absurd. Just as the Qijiao Longshi dealt with Jiang Yun, it suddenly pivoted, akin to an ancient dragon awakening, charging towards the woman with a world-destroying ferocity, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. At this moment, the woman could no longer afford to gather her strength. She parted her cherry lips and chanted 4 words. Red lotus devours the sun. Instantly, the heavens seemed to be engulfed by an intensely searing aura. A brilliant pillar of flame erupted from her palm, resembling a crimson lotus unfurling in the dawn, consuming all surrounding light and chill, directly advancing towards the Qijiao Longshi. Chapter 52. Rescuing the Fallen. As the Qijiao Longshi sensed the cataclysmic force contained within that technique, its golden light surged, the golden armor shining forth as it charged into the crimson lotus with unparalleled vigor. Boom! Boom! The heavens appeared to tear apart, deafening roars reverberating through the skies. This force was overwhelming. Wherever it passed, mountains and vegetation were reduced to nothingness, leaving a wasteland devoid of life for miles around. The woman was jolted back by the tremendous shockwave, akin to a kite severed from its string, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air, mingled with faint blood mist, before she barely steadied herself on a relatively intact patch of ground. Her complexion turned pale, blood staining the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that this sudden influx of power had inflicted significant internal damage. The Qijiao Longshi, too, appeared rather disheveled. Its once resplendent golden armor was now shattered, exposing the resilient yet scorched hide beneath. Nevertheless, even in this state, its eyes continued to blaze with an indomitable fire, exuding a tenacious vitality. Damn it! How can this beast's defensive power be so formidable? Is it truly time to concede? The woman fixated on the cavernous depths behind the great beast, her thoughts racing like lightning, when the Qijiao Longshi seemed to detect the ultimate provocation, bursting forth into a thunderous roar. Roar! This roar echoed like a dragon's cry, shaking the surrounding trees. The Qijiao Longshi's body swelled, its aura surging to nearly the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Tang Sanzang stood to the side, his brows furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. This is bad. The beast is utterly enraged, its strength skyrocketing, nearing the nascent soul threshold. This woman is in danger. The Qijiao Longshi, now resembling a furious war god, pounded its limbs against the ground, each strike resonating like an earthquake, stirring up layers of dust and howling winds. The woman struggled to keep her eyes open against the gale, and in that moment, the Qijiao Longxi charged towards her like a cannonball. The air was thick with despair. Should this beast strike her, the consequences would be dire. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Zhang Xian's sword technique. Heaven ruins, with a clear whistle. The long sword in Tang Sanzang's hand seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into a dazzling sword aura that descended from the heavens with cataclysmic force, accurately intercepting the Qijiao Longxi's unstoppable charge. Boom! The colossal sound reverberated, shaking the very souls of those present. The Qijiao Longxi's massive form was sent hurtling through the air by the impact, like a kite cut loose, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto a distant patch of ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a seemingly bottomless pit. Tang Sanzang was pushed back several paces, lightly touching the ground with his toes, maintaining a composed stance to the side, though his palm trembled slightly. Indeed, the Qijiao Longxi's defenses are formidable. Although I sent it flying, the force of the impact still left my arm numb. The woman, her gaze shifting between the sudden turn of events, particularly towards the extraordinary youth who had just revealed his prowess, contemplated inwardly, who exactly is this person within the roster of inner disciples recorded by the sect? There exists no information regarding this individual. Could it be that she's a newly admitted disciple this year? Yet her prowess is such that even among this year's designated inner disciples, it would be difficult to find an opponent. How has she cultivated to such heights? Tang Sanzang withdrew a pill from his robe and gently presented it before Lin Qianyue, saying, "Qianyue, I kindly ask you to escort this young lady to a nearby resting place. Her injuries should not be delayed. As for this crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros, allow me to handle it." Lin Qianyue nodded lightly in agreement, responding with a soft all right, and then assisted the injured woman to a side, diligently attending to her wounds. At this moment, the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros emerged from the deep pit, its eyes ablaze with fury, fixated intently on Tang Sanzang. The mark on its forehead, a clear indication of a sword strike, was visibly bleeding, a slow trickle resembling a fine stream. Tang Sanzang drew the burial immortal sword, channeling the blood demon corpse god technique to its utmost limit, his pure energy from the microcosm within him merging flawlessly with the bloodline of the corpse god, transforming into wisps of faint red mist that enveloped him, rendering him akin to a vengeful god returning from the depths of the abyss. The crimson-armored dragon, rhinoceros, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, its roar resonating like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath it as it charged fiercely toward Tang Sanzang on its powerful limbs. Instead of fearing the onslaught, Tang Sanzang wore a faint smile, raising his sword forward, the bloodlight surging upon its blade. With a resounding shout, he moved like a specter to meet the charging beast head-on. He unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's Eye Soul Shock. As the distance between man and beast narrowed to less than 10 zhang, Tang Sanzang activated the Heavenly Emperor's Eye. A vast and boundless wave of soul power surged forth like a raging tide, crashing into the chaotic depths of the dragon rhinoceros's mind. The creature's massive form suddenly stiffened, its eyes reflecting an unprecedented terror and confusion, its colossal body staggering in place, writhing in pain as if bound by invisible chains, unable to break free. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Tang Sanzang transformed into a streak of light, invoking the burial sword immortal technique, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, descending fiercely from the heavens with an air of ancient desolation. The desolation sword, severing the world's tumult. The blade's radiance cut through the sky. Where it passed, even the air seemed to be robbed of vitality, plunging into a deep silence. The sword's tip struck precisely upon the impenetrable scales of the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros, instantly stirring up a chaotic vortex of dust and debris. The dragon rhinoceros emitted a deafening wail, its immense body violently hurled away by the irresistible force, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring a cloud of dust, a shocking sword mark was starkly visible upon its body, blood gushing forth at that moment. The nearby woman regained her composure, her eyes shimmering with incredulity as she gazed at Tang Sanzang's formidable figure. Murmuring softly, "Who is this young man? How could he display such astonishing combat prowess? It seems there are no such tales within the inner sect. Lin Xianyue observed Tang Sanzang's valiant stance, an unusual ripple forming in her eyes. That feeling akin to flowers delicately blooming in the spring, both subtle and ineffable. Third brother is not an inner disciple. Like me, he is a newcomer, stepping for the first time through the trials of the Tiangshan Zong. She explained softly, her words revealing a hint of pride in Tang Sanzang's identity. Upon hearing this, the woman could not help but be taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. A mere newcomer? With such strength, why has he not been recognized and taken under the wing of the discerning elders of the Tiangshan Zong for careful cultivation? My injuries are no longer serious. Let us assist. With that, she sprang into action, joining the fierce battle, followed closely by Lin Xianyue. Chapter 53. The first collaboration, the three stood to one side, their gazes fixed upon the battered crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros. The woman's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she softly praised, "This young gentleman is truly remarkable, able to inflict such grave injuries upon the fearsome crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Young sir, I shall remember it well." Tang Sanzang smiled slightly, returning the gesture with a bow, his words imbued with humility and warmth. "My lady, you flatter me that my surname is Tang, and my name is Sanzang. Your martial skills are akin to the gentle spring breeze, nurturing all, truly formidable, while my technique leans towards precision, targeting the vital points, hence appearing to possess greater concentrated power." The woman's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she spoke. "Today, thanks to your assistance, young sir, we can resolve this crisis. Once we conclude this matter with the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros, I shall sincerely express my gratitude to you." That moment, the dragon rhinoceros rose from the pit, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled heavily, blood trickling down its unyielding scales, each drop seemingly infused with defiance and wrath. Tang Sanzang, witnessing this, felt a surge of determination as he addressed the woman beside him. "My lady, allow me to engage this beast first. Please wait a moment before unleashing that splendid technique akin to a fiery lotus. Together, we shall deliver a decisive blow." The woman, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of gratitude and trust. Nodding gently, her voice soft yet resolute. "Your words hold wisdom. Young sir, I shall comply and cooperate fully." Subsequently, Tang Sanzang's gaze turned to Lin Xianyue, filled with trust and anticipation. "Xianyue, in the coming battle, you may need to take on the responsibility of restraining this beast for a while." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xianyue's eyes sparkled with resolve. "Third brother, rest assured, I will not let you down and will ensure this beast cannot divert its attention." "Very well. Once you have it distracted, I will sap its demonic energy, and when this lady is ready, we shall strike with deadly precision." Tang Sanzang nodded respectfully to the woman beside him before his form suddenly surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the enraged crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros. The dragon rhinoceros roared like thunder, its anger palpable and tangible, its body shaking violently, surrounded by a radiant golden light, revealing its battle armor. Yet now it appeared dull and lifeless, no longer gleaming as before. Its defenses were showing signs of fatigue. It was the perfect opportunity for us to counterattack. Tang Sanzang's voice was calm and resolute, and before his words faded, he unleashed the thunderous step, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air as he arrived before the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros in an instant. Great Brahmin, sacred palm. With a commanding shout from Tang Sanzang, it seemed as though the heavens themselves parted. A colossal pale red hand of unparalleled might gradually materializing, infused with the power of the cosmos, crashing down with precision upon the dragon rhinoceros's massive form. Had it been at its peak, this strike might have stirred only a ripple, yet at this moment, it struck like a hammer on a drum, eliciting anguished cries from the creature, its colossal body trembling with each blow that instant. Lin Xianyue advanced swiftly, launching her own attack against the dragon rhinoceros. Snow and wind dance. Lin Xianyue's lips parted, each word resonating as if echoing from the ancient ice plains, the surrounding air suddenly crystallizing. The very essence of space seemingly steeped in this chilling intent, temperatures plummeting as everything was enveloped in a faint silvery glow. With a graceful motion of her delicate hand, she summoned the essence of the frost technique. Waves of ice blue energy surged from within her, transforming into a flurry of crystalline snowflakes that danced through the air, light yet deadly. These crystals were no ordinary entities. They carried a bone-chilling coldness. Descending precisely around the massive form of the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros, weaving an intricate, translucent net that ensnared its limbs, encasing it within a glistening ice sculpture prison. The dragon rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, its body thrashing violently within the icy confines, each movement sending shards of ice scattering. Seeing this, Lin Qianyue chanted an ancient incantation once more, ice and snow blaze, cold radiance 10,000 feet. Countless ice crystals converged in the sky, transforming into sharp ice blades that rained down like the most ferocious storm of winter, sweeping toward the crimson-armored dragon rhinoceros. Each blade contained the power to pierce through the hardest of materials, weaving a dense net in the air before crashing mercilessly against the beast's massive form, producing a cacophony akin to metal clashing. Tang Sanzang stood astonished, his heart racing. I never anticipated that after cultivating the frost technique, Qianyue's strength would ascend to such extraordinary heights, truly awe-inspiring. The woman standing nearby, her gaze flickering, focused intently as she prepared to unleash her martial prowess. Witnessing Lin Qianyue's devastating display, she spoke in astonishment. This girl appears merely to be at the late stage of qi refinement. Yet she can unleash such astonishing combat capabilities. The technique she relies upon must be extraordinary, at least of the earth rank, or even higher. As her words faded, Lin Qianyue appeared like a wisp of smoke, surrounded by an aura of piercing cold. The golden armor of the red-armored dragon rhinoceros, which it held in pride, shattered under the force of her crystalline ice power, transforming into countless fragments. Lin Qianyue shouted, "Third brother, its armor has been breached." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened. Instantly seizing the fleeting opportunity for battle, he slowly brought his hands together in a gesture reminiscent of an ancient Buddha holding a flower. And suddenly, the skies erupted with fierce winds and thunder, swirling clouds convulsing as threads of lightning danced around him. Tempestuous winds and thunder. With a low call, it seemed as if heaven and earth resonated in unison, unleashing an unprecedented force of wind and thunder, carrying a momentum capable of annihilating worlds, directly striking the imperious red-armored dragon rhinoceros. That moment, a woman beside him caught sight of the fleeting opportunity. She gently raised her delicate hand, and within her palm, a red lotus formed from pure flames quietly blossomed, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, harboring the terrifying power to scorch mountains and boil seas. Lotus devouring the sun. As her words fell, the red lotus appeared to respond to her summons, transforming into a brilliant fireball that soared through the sky, accurately striking the red-armored dragon rhinoceros, which was ensnared by the tempestuous forces of wind and thunder. In that instant, a deafening explosion resounded, enveloping the massive form of the rhinoceros in a raging inferno, and under such a fearsome assault, it had no chance to struggle, utterly consumed by the flames of the red lotus. After vanquishing the red-armored dragon rhinoceros, Tang Sanzang approached the spot where it had vanished, where a powerful demon core floated in the air. He collected it and handed it to the woman beside him. "This young lady, I believe you desire this demon core." The woman shook her head gently. "You misunderstand, young master. The demon core is not my true objective. What I truly seek lies hidden within the secret realm guarded so fiercely by the red-armored dragon rhinoceros, concealed in the depths of a shadowy cave." With a soft sigh, she continued, "However, I alone am insufficient to contend with the red-armored dragon rhinoceros, which is why I called upon Jiang Yun for assistance. But I did not expect him to be so easily overwhelmed." Hearing this, Tang Sanzang involuntarily cast his gaze toward the cave entrance, as if he could penetrate the thick mists and glimpse the secrets hidden within. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Cave. Do you know, young lady, what astonishing treasures lie deep within that cave, that a fifth-tier demon beast would willingly guard it? The woman gently shook her head in response. Rare treasures are often concealed in perilous places, protected by such formidable beings. The contents within must be extraordinary. Tang Sanzang nodded in agreement. In that case, let us join forces and venture into the depths of this cave. Perhaps we may uncover treasures that are fated to aid us. Lin Xianyue also nodded, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The woman smiled warmly. You speak wisely. This journey is fraught with danger, and an additional companion brings both safety and hope. Then let us not delay any further. Please lead the way. Young master, please refrain from calling me young lady. After this ordeal, we have become partners who share the same boat, intertwined in life and death. If you do not mind, please call me Fengqi. Her voice was soft and gentle, infused with a hint of intimacy and trust, as if an unspoken bond had formed between them at that moment. Tang Sanzang felt a warm current surge within him. He smiled lightly and nodded. Phone girl, your words bear wisdom. Please, lead the way. Thus, the three embarked on their journey into the cave, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkened depths. The cavernous abyss loomed like a gaping maw, and to tread blindly within could easily yield only futile returns. Fengqi sighed softly, her voice tinged with concern and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's gaze grew serious, and a confident smile graced his lips as he whispered, Do not be anxious, phone girl. Though I am but a humble individual, I have a plan. With those words, he slowly closed his eyes, a faint glow emanating from his being. I have the heavenly emperor. Awaken! As Tang Sanzang intoned softly, his eyes suddenly opened wide, a dazzling golden light bursting forth, illuminating every corner of the cave and revealing the landscape within a 10-mile radius. As if he could perceive all things in the world through his golden irises, Fengqi, witnessing this spectacle, involuntarily took a half-step back, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. The golden gaze resembled the dawn breaking through the darkness, penetrating the endless night and evoking thoughts. How many hidden talents lay within this seemingly ordinary Tang Sanzang? Why had such a prodigy remained unnoticed until now, like a pearl lost in a vast ocean? Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he spoke slowly. To the east, there seems to be an inexplicable presence lingering. Let us investigate. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he led the two women forth. Stepping steadily toward the eastern cave shrouded in mysterious energy, as they delved deeper, the air around them seemed to solidify, an indescribable chill and eerie sensation gradually permeating the atmosphere, akin to lurking shadows in the night, slowly encroaching upon them. The three halted in unison, exchanging glances, each reading the same apprehension reflected in the other's eyes. This aura was formidable. It bore a chilling silence and a depth not of the living world. Tang Sanzang's voice turned grave as he analyzed, a profound seriousness etching his brow. That is the aura of death. A long familiar voice echoed within Tang Sanzang's heart. Master Tower, you have finally appeared. Tang Sanzang felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained a facade of calm as he responded with his thoughts. Young man, this cave is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution. This is not merely the residue of ordinary death, but rather a phenomenon that transcends death itself, a kind of deathly energy that defies the norm. Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed further. What do you mean by death energy that defies the norm? It is commonly known that the deceased carry only the chill of death. Could there be other forms of death energy in this world? Young man, there's much you do not know. Master Tower's voice resonated with a low, ancient timbre, tinged with a barely perceptible worry. Should the souls wander the world through unnatural means, their death energy would certainly differ from the ordinary, mingled with unwillingness, resentment, or obsession, potent enough to instill dread in the living. And in worse cases, they may walk the earth in the guise of the dead. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression grew increasingly grave, and he turned to the two women beside him. Ahead, a sinister death energy lingers, suggesting an ominous portent, likely caused by some unknown aberration. Let us proceed with caution. The two women nodded in unison, their eyes glimmering with determination, closely following Tang Sanzang, their steps slow yet resolute. As the three ventured deeper, The air around them felt as if it were being constricted by invisible chains, a dense wave of deathly energy permeating the atmosphere, growing stronger until they reached the heart of the cavern, where the view suddenly widened, revealing not light, but a multitude of towering, majestic graves. What kind of sinister place is this? Tang Sanzang's voice echoed through the emptiness, laced with incredulity and wariness, his gaze penetrating, seeking to unveil the truth shrouded in layers of deathly gloom. The air grew heavy as lead, a chilling essence coursing through their bones, and those graves appeared to have sprung forth from the void overnight. Fengqi furrowed her brows in concern, a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanating from her, as if shielding herself from the pervasive death energy. Lin Xinyue activated her frost art, a chill enveloping her to ward off the encroaching death energy. This place is far from benign. The intensity of the death energy is unprecedented. Every breath carries a sense of foreboding, as if it could devour all life. We must tread carefully to avoid falling into unforeseen traps. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the Corpse God Tower within Tang Sanzang seemed to awaken quietly, suspended in the air by some ancient and profound force. In an instant, the surrounding death energy surged towards the tower like a frenzy, forming twisted and eerie black whirlpools. The Corpse God Tower radiated a vibrant red light, akin to a blood sea boiling under the setting sun, exuding an indescribable greed and delight, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacies of the world. Each inhalation of death energy making it glow even brighter. Fengqi's gaze fixated on the peculiar and powerful tower above Tang Sanzang, her eyes flickering with astonishment and confusion as she softly murmured, "Young Master Tang, your tower is indeed extraordinary. It can consume the death energy of this place." Her tone was imbued with a mixture of reverence and curiosity, as if, in that moment, Tang Sanzang and his Corpse God Tower had become the most captivating entities within this realm of death. Just as the Corpse God Tower voraciously absorbed the surrounding deathly energy, the long-dormant graves ahead suddenly stirred from their tranquility, trembling as they teetered on the brink of slumber and awakening. The ground quaked in response, akin to an ancient behemoth slowly rousing from its underground slumber, heralding the impending turmoil. As the trio grappled with their confusion, a chilling spectacle unfurled before them. A heavy stone slab of a grave was violently uprooted, as though history's door had been brutally thrust open, unleashing a legion of dark figures that instantly shrouded the area in a sinister gloom. Consequently, the earth seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen force, with fissures erupting like grotesque wounds, sprawling outward from all directions. From these gaping cracks, more shadowy figures emerged silently, each possessing a unique form, yet emanating a disquieting chill. When the three finally discerned the multitude of figures, a wave of terror washed over them. This is Chapter 55. The corpse, they exhibit no signs of life. Are these corpses? Fengqi exclaimed. The bodies of the deceased should remain utterly still, yet this scene before us may represent a deviation from the natural order, endowing these corpses with instinctual movement. Tang Sanzang's voice resonated with calm depth. As Lin Xinyue heard this, her complexion turned ashen, fear engulfing her like a tidal wave, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Third brother, what shall we do now?" Her eyes brimmed with helplessness and panic, clearly indicating that this scene far exceeded any of her previous imaginings or experiences. Lin Xinyue had never witnessed such a sight. Her heart was already shattered with fright. Neither living nor dead, these figures represented a blurred crossing of physiological boundaries. Elder Tower's expression grew grave. In the western regions, myriad mysteries have been passed down through the ages, including a sect well-versed in ancient sorcery. They possess the ability to awaken slumbering bodies through arcane methods, allowing those meant to return to dust to exhibit an astonishing semblance of life. Elder Tower, do you possess any knowledge of this sorcery? Tang Sanzang inquired hastily. Elder Tower pondered for a moment before continuing. My understanding is limited, yet enough to inspire awe. This is not merely a simple resurrection technique. It is a profound exploration and challenge of the very essence of life and death. Those awakened by this sorcery are less human and more akin to puppets, distorted by the natural laws, their existence perhaps a frenzied attempt by that ancient cult to shatter the boundaries of life and death. As Elder Tower's words settled in, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavier, an indescribable tension and unease permeating the trio. Just as they hesitated, a multitude of dark figures appeared to sense the presence of a living and began to converge upon Tang Sanzang and his companions. An oppressive aura of foreboding and danger thickening the air. "I shall venture forth to test the waters." With that, Tang Sanzang's form flickered, akin to lightning amidst a tempest, swiftly employing thunderous steps, accompanied by a deep rumble. A gust of wind imbued with tempestuous power surged forth. Wrath of the storm, with a force that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space. His strike landed squarely upon the nearest shadowy figure. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. However, just when everyone presumed the shadow to be vanquished, an eerie occurrence transpired. The shadow defied expectations by rising with an extraordinary speed, despite Tang Sanzang's blow having rent a ghastly wound in its chest. Astonishingly, no blood gushed forth from the wound. Instead, a peculiar, ghostly glow emanated from within. This scene sent a shiver down the spine of each onlooker. Our attacks appear ineffective. While these shadows possess poor defense, they seem impervious to pain, perhaps akin to the living dead. Tang Sanzang remarked, his brow furrowed in concern as he spoke. The surrounding shadows seemed to detect an intensified threat, becoming increasingly agitated. Thousands of them, albeit unsteady, coalesced into an undeniable torrent of darkness, advancing towards the trio. "Allow me to give it a try." Feng Qi's gaze sparkled with determination as she twirled her hands, summoning a surge of fiery, elemental energy. A resplendent fire lotus materialized in her palms, radiating an alarming heat and brilliance. "Crimson Lotus Inferno. Consume the illusions," she uttered, and the fire lotus expanded instantaneously, transforming into a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed the battlefield. Within the flames, countless shadows were consumed, emitting a chorus of distorted and eerie wails. Yet, astonishingly, even as their bodies were enveloped in fire, these shadows seemed unfazed by pain, continuing their staggered advance as if the flames were merely a trivial baptism. "What shall we do? Even fire proves ineffective against them." Feng Qi exclaimed that it seems they possess an immunity to attacks. "Qinyue, why not give it a try?" Tang Sanzang suggested. Lin Qinyue remained enveloped in the shock of recent events, her heart racing and her eyes flickering with lingering fear. Noticing her state, Tang Sanzang gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Do not fear. You must learn to be resilient in the face of adversity. There are far more terrifying things in this world of which we are yet unaware." Taking his words to heart, Lin Qinyue closed her eyes, gradually transforming her panic into an indomitable force. Drawing a deep breath, a chill surged within her, akin to a winter spring coalescing into a vast ocean. Ice and snow consume. A blinding radiance unfurls. As her crystalline incantation resonated, thousands of ice crystals coalesced from the void, each imbued with a piercing chill and sharpness, hurtling forth with the force of a tempest towards the myriad shadows. Upon the moment of collision between the ice blades and the figures, a brilliant yet frigid light erupted, and to their astonishment, the shadows advanced slow dramatically under the icy illumination, as if bound by invisible shackles. "It appears effective. Qinyue, see if you can encase them in ice." Tang Sanzang's voice was low yet resolute. "Understood." Witnessing the efficacy of her spell, Lin Qinyue's eyes glimmered with newfound confidence. She softly parted her lips, reciting an ancient and enigmatic incantation as she spoke. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, thrumming with intensity and coalescing. Snowflakes fluttered down. All things returned to stillness in an instant. The realm was enveloped by an unforeseen winter, with biting winds carrying shards of ice that ravaged every corner. The temperature plummeted below freezing, as if the very fabric of space was being eroded by this extreme chill. And the once mighty shadows were gradually encased in ice, eventually transforming into motionless sculptures of frost. "We succeeded. Qinyue, You are truly remarkable." Tang Sanzang's voice brimmed with excitement and admiration, his eyes sparkling with appreciation for Lin Qianyue's prowess. Feng Qi chimed in. "Miss Lin's technique is indeed astonishing, capable of freezing this entire area with her own strength." Lin Qianyue inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, but her pallid complexion, a consequence of overexerting her spiritual energy, caught Tang Sanzang's attention. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly retrieved a translucent pill from his pocket and gently offered it to Lin Qianyue. "Qianyue, take this pill and recuperate for a moment. I shall handle the matters ahead." His tone was gentle yet resolute, conveying an undeniable sense of responsibility. Lin Qianyue accepted the pill with gratitude, casting a thankful glance at Tang Sanzang before closing her eyes to restore her depleting spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang strode purposefully towards the shadows firmly locked in ice, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized them one by one. As he drew nearer, the true visage of the shadows gradually became apparent, twisted and grotesque faces that seemed to narrate tales of despair and struggle from their former lives. Sending a chill down his spine, Elder Tower, this space was left behind by the celestial beings of the Tianxian sect. How could Western sorcery manifest here? Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with confusion. Elder Tower's voice resonated within his mind. This is indeed peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Western sorcery should not appear here. Perhaps individuals from the West infiltrated this place before, leaving behind these corpses. Tang Sanzang's expression deepened with concern. If murders transpired here, would the Tianxian sect not notice? Elder Tower contemplated for a moment, his voice laden with speculation. Perhaps someone employed extraordinary means to surreptitiously transport the bodies, carefully arranging and concealing them, possibly to lure in disciples for assessment and subsequently eliminate them with these shadows. Otherwise, there would not be so many shadows present. It appears this accumulation has taken years. Each year, thousands of newcomers arrive here to hone their skills, and a portion of them perishing might go unnoticed, or perhaps the Tianxian sect simply does not care. Chapter 56. The God of Slaughter, let us set aside our concerns for the moment. The pervasive stench of decay that envelopes us is undoubtedly the nourishing elixir that the God of Corpse's Tower craves most. The sheer quantity present here may very well allow us to unlock the time mirror once again, Master Tower declared. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in agreement. Time waits for no one. Our immediate priority is to absorb all the corpse energy here before we explore elsewhere. With that, he softly chanted an incantation, and a majestic and ancient God of Corpse's Tower gradually materialized above his palm, emanating a dark and mysterious glow, as if it could devour all the malevolent energies in the world. As soon as the tower appeared, it greedily began to siphon the surrounding corpse energy like a ravenous beast, each intake accompanied by subtle changes in the ambient atmosphere, the chilling aura gradually thinning. Feng Qi stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the rotating God of Corpse's Tower above Tang Sanzang's head, and she couldn't help but sigh. Young Master Tang possesses a rare treasure. The extraordinary nature of this tower is truly unparalleled and awe-inspiring. Lin Qianyue remained silent, contemplating in her heart. She understood that this was Tang Sanzang's secret, and his choice to reveal it indicated a significant level of trust in this young lady foe. Just as Tang Sanzang was engrossed in absorbing the frigid corpse energy, the world around them suddenly shifted, as if an ancient power that had long lain dormant was being quietly awakened. The shadows sealed within the ice crystals ceased their silence, seemingly restless, each tremor stirring the very nerves of space, causing the air around to quiver. What is happening? There seems to be a force inexplicably lingering nearby. Feng Qi's voice carried a barely perceptible tension as her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Lin Qianyue furrowed her brows deeply, acutely sensing the pervasive unease in the air. Those shadows, tightly locked within their icy prison, were now attempting to break free with an indescribable tenacity, yearning to see the light of day once more. They appeared to be gathering strength, preparing to shatter this icy confinement. Her tone revealed her anxiety about the unknown. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart sank, and he quickly sought Master Tower's guidance. Master Tower, what is going on? At that moment, as the three of them were taken aback, the ice sculptures began to crack and splinter. Master Tower's voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's mind with a serious tone. Perhaps the god of Corpse's tower is absorbing their corpse energy. Sensing a threat, they are desperately attempting to break free from the ice. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression turned grave, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. These shadows were on the verge of breaking free from the ice because the god of Corpse's tower was absorbing their energy. Thus provoking their wrath, Tang Sanzang remarked, "What shall we do now?" Feng Qi's voice was tinged with urgency, her gaze fixed on the impending collapse of the icy barrier ahead. And no time to waste. Retreating swiftly is our best strategy. If these shadows break free and wreak havoc, we shall be ensnared in an endless vortex of danger, and escaping might become impossible. Tang Sanzang decisively declared, his words imbued with an undeniable resolve. Before he finished speaking, the three of them moved as if propelled by lightning, darting toward the cave's exit. Just as they took flight, the shadows, imbued with boundless resentment and terror, surged forth from the shattered ice with an unimaginable speed. Their ferocity and velocity exceeding anything seen before by more than tenfold. Tang Sanzang's pupils constricted as he gazed at the torrent of shadows rushing toward them, a surge of uncontainable rage swelling within him. Muttering under his breath, "Master Tower, you have truly led us into a dire predicament." Master Tower's voice, tinged with innocence, chimed in, "Alas, the ways of the world are unpredictable. How could I have foreseen that these shadows harbored such hidden schemes? That young girl temporarily sealed them in ice, and logically, they should have been absorbing corpse energy." Tang Sanzang, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "Once we escape, I'll settle the score with you, in the blink of an eye." Those shadowy figures, like phantoms in the night, closed in on Tang Sanzang and his companions. The leading shadows suddenly erupted with a dark luminescence, akin to the eyes of the abyss, aiming to pull them into an endless void of darkness. Great Brahma's sacred palm, snowblade of 1,000 edges, red lotus of heavenly wrath, Tang Sanzang shouted as radiant golden light surged from his palm, embodying the compassion and majesty of the Buddha. The clash of golden and black light erupted in a deafening roar, shattering a portion of the encroaching darkness. Subsequently, Lin Qianyue unleashed several icy beams, each one remarkably sharp, slicing through the air and severing the remaining shadows. Leaving a trail of brilliant ice-blue light in their wake, Feng Qi conjured a fiery red lotus, imbued with destructive power. With a flourish of her hands, the flames transformed into a raging dragon. Roaring toward the shadows, the three of them struck simultaneously, their combined might obliterating the foremost shadows, sending the leading figure crashing into the stone wall several dozen meters away. However, in this brief moment of respite, the shadows behind seized the opportunity to swarm forward, extending their pitch-black claws, imbued with a chilling dread, launching a more ferocious assault against Tang Sanzang and his companions. At that critical juncture, Lin Qianyue danced her fingertips, and a soft blue glow abruptly erupted, transforming into a crystalline shield of light. The shadow's claws, carrying the force to obliterate the heavens, crashed against the shield, only to shatter upon contact, dissipating into nothingness like snow under a blazing sun. Yet, this valiant defense took its toll. Lin Qianyue's complexion paled, and a delicate bloom of crimson appeared at the corner of her lips, yet she steeled herself, defiance flickering in her eyes. "Qianyue, how is your injury?" Tang Sanzang, in a swift motion, reached Lin Qianyue's side, steadying her faltering figure, concern etched across his face. Lin Qianyue's voice, though weak, remained resolute. "Brother San, I am fine. It is merely a slight disturbance in my meridians." "Young man, this cannot continue. You should try severing their heads." Master Tower's voice resounded. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened, retrieving the burial immortal sword, his internal energy surging as he executed the thunder step, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced the sky, charging directly toward the shadows that heaven's ruin. With a low chant, A sword aura imbued with endless desolation and desolation surged forth, slicing through one shadow with blinding speed, severing its head. Instantly, the shadow collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. Witnessing this, Tang Sanzang's gaze hardened, and he turned to Feng Qi. "Miss Feng, I entrust Xinyue's safety to you for now, that I shall take care of these shadows." With that, he leaped forward, akin to a solitary goose soaring into the clouds, sword in hand, plunging into the impenetrable torrent of shadows. The sword light flickered, each swing accompanied by an aura of desolation. Tang Sanzang, consumed by rage, unleashed the blood demon god of corpses technique with all his might, a dense killing aura swirling around him. The god of corpses tower above him seemed to sense this murderous intent, manifesting with a thunderous roar, its body radiating dark light, greedily devouring every trace of killing intent he released, along with the putrid corpse energy emanating from the shadows. The shadows, upon witnessing this, flashed with an unmistakable fear in their eyes, a profound dread of the unknown power. They roared recklessly, transforming into a shadowy figure that charged toward the god of corpses tower above Tang Sanzang, seemingly willing to sacrifice itself to obliterate this terrifying threat to its existence. Moments later, Tang Sanzang found himself surrounded by a pile of slain shadows. Even Feng Qi couldn't help but furrow her brow, a chill and nausea rising within her. At this moment, Tang Sanzang seemed like a god of slaughter. Chapter 57. The source of the corpses within this space littered with corpses. The air was thick with the oppressive stench of decay, causing one's heart to race like that instant. The bloodline of the god of corpses within Tang Sanzang stirred, awakened by an ancient and dormant power, brimming with an indescribable excitement and longing. Simultaneously, the god of corpses tower, slumbering deep within his consciousness, transformed into a wisp of dark light, leaping forth, surrounded by tendrils of shadowy brilliance, greedily consuming every wisp of corpse energy that permeated the surroundings, resonating in a strange, yet powerful harmony with the killing intent swirling within Tang Sanzang. Young man, be wary of the birth of inner demons. The intent to kill is difficult to control. Do not let this boundless killing energy consume your reason. The voice of Lord Tower resonated at the opportune moment, steady and powerful, akin to a clear spring that instantaneously extinguished the uncontrollable flames of turmoil within Tang Sanzang's heart. Upon hearing his words, Tang Sanzang felt a jolt, as though he had been pulled back from the brink of an endless abyss into reality. He swiftly retrieved a crystal-clear elixir from his bosom and, without hesitation, swallowed it. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a stream of pure, sweet spiritual energy that flowed through his limbs and bones like glacial water, carrying away all heat and impulse, restoring tranquility and clarity to his mind. Lord Tower, just now, the bloodline of the corpse god hidden within me inexplicably stirred, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened, and an indescribable desire for slaughter quietly spread within my heart, leaving me in a state of unease. Young man, this corpse god tower is the essence of a millennium's resentment condensed from the blood forest, although it has recognized you as its master. The dark power contained within it is akin to a double-edged sword. It can aid you in overcoming obstacles, yet it may also turn against you, consuming your very consciousness invisibly. Therefore, in the future, you must seek a supreme technique capable of purifying your heart and stabilizing your spirit. Only in this way can you maintain clarity of mind amidst the tumultuous path of cultivation, unperturbed by external distractions, which is the true path and also a means of self-preservation. Lord Tower's words rang with undeniable authority and profundity. Tang Sanzang gazed at the corpse god tower, which was voraciously absorbing the corpse energy. Pondering, Lord Tower mentioned that the corpse god tower transcends the six paths and exists beyond reincarnation. Why would such a formidable artifact willingly recognize me as its master? Could it be that the secret behind this lies within the most profound depths of the blood forest, known only to that unknown yet powerful existence? However, now is not the time for such contemplations, as I still require the power of the corpse god tower. The road ahead is long, and many tasks await my attention. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse god tower absorbed the corpse energy, Tang Sanzang walked slowly towards the two women, his gaze gently settling upon Lin Qianyue as he softly inquired, "Qianyue, are you well?" Lin Qianyue smiled faintly. Though fatigue lingered in her expression, it only highlighted her resilience that "I am fine, merely a bit drained of spiritual energy. A brief moment of rest will suffice for recovery." Tang Sanzang nodded lightly. His gaze warmed. In that case, let us pause here for a while, waiting for the Corpse God Tower to fully absorb the corpse energy in this vicinity before we proceed." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyue's eyes glimmered with a tender light as she gently acquiesced. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, observing the scene, could not suppress a sly smile, her features half-hidden and the playful glint in her eyes unmistakable. Young Master Tang's attentiveness to Miss Lin is quite evident. Could it be that Miss Lin has captured young Master S' heart? Tang Sanzang, caught off guard, felt his cheeks flush a shade of crimson, but he quickly turned away from the probing gaze, his tone a mix of fluster and earnestness. "Miss Feng, please refrain from jesting. Qianyue and I merely share a mutual understanding, hence our support for one another." Feng Qi's laughter intensified, her hand covering her mouth, accentuating her grace. Young Master Tang's tender address of Qianyue is imbued with affection. Miss Lin's repeated calling of Sangiz laden with sentiment. The subtleties between them are not easily articulated by outsiders. As Feng Qi's light laughter echoed within the dim cavern, an abrupt tremor shattered the moment's tranquility. As if even the air quivered in response. Suddenly, the once silent corpse energy surged violently, flooding the space with an unprecedented sense of oppression, chilling to the bone. "What is happening?" Tang Sanzang sprang to his feet, a grave expression knitting his brow as he scanned the roiling darkness around them. "Young man, the situation is dire. The surrounding corpse energy has suddenly surged. Clearly, there must be an even more terrifying presence lurking within this cave." Lord Tower's voice resonated within Tang Sanzang's mind, tinged with an undeniable severity, an even more powerful existence. "But I had already vanquished all the undead within this area. How could—" Tang Sanzang's thoughts raced back to their initial entry into this place. Recalling the faint sight of several solitary graves in the depths of the cave, the shadow that had appeared earlier merely uncovered the seal of one of those graves. Now, this sudden turn of events likely indicated that those untouched graves were stirring restlessly. Lord Tower's words carried an urgency. Tang Sanzang's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that within those graves lies an even more formidable existence? With that thought, he abruptly grasped Lin Qianyue's hand and turned to Feng Qi, his voice resolute and unyielding. "Miss Feng, we must evacuate this place at once. Deep within this cave lies an unprecedented force, one that instills a sense of dread unlike any other." Upon hearing this, Feng Qi furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of gravity passing through her gaze, before she decisively nodded, aligning herself with Tang Sanzang as they transformed into two streaks of lightning, racing toward the cave's entrance. Yet just as the trio was about to escape the murky depths, a low, hoarse voice echoed throughout the cavern, reminiscent of a call from the netherworld, imbued with an irresistible authority and oppressive force. "Ah, living beings, since you have trespassed into this forbidden ground, remain and keep me company." This sudden voice was as chilling as ice, causing the air to freeze momentarily. Then, a powerful aura surged forth, pulling the three of them back into the cave in an instant. The three staggered to their feet, confronted by a heart-stopping sight. Within an ancient grave, two hands as pale as paper emerged slowly from the pitch-black soil. With a low, muffled sound, a being broke free from the grave. Their gazes fixated on the horrifying figure. Their hearts surged with shock, enveloped by an aura of death and decay. Its hollow, lifeless eyes resembled bottomless black holes, devouring all vitality and life around them. "Lord Tower, what manner of creature is this?" Tang Sanzang inquired urgently. Lord Tower fell silent for a moment before his voice emerged, slow and deliberate. "Perhaps this creature is the source of these shadowy corpses. It is likely that individuals from the western regions once entered here, using their extraordinary powers to seal such beings deep within. They then lured disciples here for testing, only to slay them, which explains the abundance of corpses. Moreover, This being must have reached the nascent soul stage in life, but perished due to an unknown calamity. The people of the western regions, employing their unique sorcery and forbidden techniques, transformed it into an undying puppet, subsequently sending it to Tianxian sect. If the Tianxian sect possesses such a creature, other sects might as well. This is likely a grand conspiracy from the western regions, with intentions so profound and methods so ruthless that it chills the bone. Chapter 58. The Corpse King. In that dark and profound space, an indescribable aura of decay lingered, as if time itself had frozen within its grasp. The creature, suffused with the scent of rot, sensed the arrival of Tang Sanzang and his companions, its eyes gleaming with a ravenous greed, as if they were a rare delicacy in a drought. Such immense vitality is indeed a rarity. You are far superior to the mere ants that have trodden here before. Its voice, devoid of lip movement, resonated clearly in the air, carrying an ancient and eerie echo that sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, Tang Sanzang and his companions were grim-faced. Though the creature appeared dead, its cultivation had been at the nascent soul stage, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Escape? Within this space, firmly locked by its invisible force. It is no different from a madman's dream. The undead creature sensed the life force of the three individuals, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in its eyes. Then, that seemingly cumbersome body surged forth with an astonishing agility, rumbling against the ground as it charged towards them, its speed so astounding that it seemed as if time had both frozen and rushed past beneath its feet, arriving before the trio in the blink of an eye. Tian Wang, Tang Sanzang murmured. An ancient and vast power erupted from within him, transforming into a sword-like beam that tore through the void, aimed directly at the undead creature's chest, with a flick of her crimson lips. Feng Qi summoned forth a searing aura of spiritual energy that enveloped her, her palms thrusting outward. A magnificent red lotus blossomed in her hands, morphing into a torrent of flames, bearing the power to purify all. As it surged towards the undead entity, with a piercing cry, Lin Xianyue unleashed an overwhelming chill, her sleeves waving gracefully as a tempest of snow and ice erupted, forming a storm that sought to ensnare the undead creature. Aiming to freeze it utterly with the force of extreme cold, in an instant, the three of them struck their attacks, imbued with boundless energy, crashing simultaneously upon the undead being. The tremendous roar that followed was deafening, as if the heavens themselves had shifted in hue. The shockwave from the explosion ravaged the air like a tempest, sending Tang Sanzang and his companions reeling several steps back before they could steady themselves. Yet the undead creature, despite enduring such terrifying assaults, withstood most of the impact. Though it staggered and retreated, the aura of undying resilience within it remained as potent as ever. Master, do you have a plan? Tang Sanzang's voice was low and filled with despair, yet still held a glimmer of hope that a being of the Yuanying stage is beyond our mortal capacity to shake. Even if we expend all our strength, we are but ants attempting to uproot a tree destined to meet our demise. After a brief silence, the master replied, "This creature was of the Yuanying stage in life, but after enduring the ravages of time, its power has certainly diminished. Moreover, I sense that it is merely a remnant soul clinging to a decayed body. While we may not be able to confront it directly, we are not entirely without recourse. This creature draws strength from the death energy. The more it possesses, the stronger it becomes. Conversely, if we can absorb its death energy, it will inevitably weaken." A spark of wisdom flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes. "So, by utilizing the Corpse God Tower to absorb all its death energy, we can cause it to disintegrate, rendering it no longer a threat." The master replied gravely, "Theoretically, yes, but why would it allow you to absorb its death energy without resistance? As I anticipated, once you summon the Corpse God Tower, it will retaliate with the ferocity of a tempest, intent on extinguishing you in your cradle." Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a faint smile, one that bore both fearlessness towards the unknown and a yearning for the challenge. "Let us see whether the Corpse God Tower can devour its power faster than this ancient creature can strike us down." With that, he turned his gentle gaze towards Lin Xianyue and Feng Qi, his tone unyieldingly resolute. This creature was of the Yuanying stage in life. Even now, after the passage of time has diminished its strength. The hidden power it possesses is still not something we can easily shake off. Therefore, I intend to absorb its death energy with the Corpse God Tower. When I summon it, you both must do your utmost to restrain it. Once its death energy is fully absorbed, it will collapse of its own accord. In that moment, trust and determination sparkled in Lin Qinyue's eyes. Rest assured, third brother, I will do everything in my power to hold it back. Tang Sanzang gently patted Lin Qinyue's shoulder, his gaze filled with warmth and conviction. Qinyue, give it your all, but should the situation become untenable, remember to prioritize your own safety. Turning his gaze softly towards Feng Qi, he continued, Miss Feng, I also urge you to act with caution, for your safety is paramount. Feng Qi responded with a teasing smile, her phoenix eyes glancing at Tang Sanzang with a playful reproach. Oh, only now do you think of me. It is not too late. A slight flush crept onto Tang Sanzang's cheeks as he hurriedly explained, Miss Feng, please do not jest. We must unite our strengths to overcome this crisis. Perhaps today, we shall face challenges unprecedented, even life and death itself. Fear not, I will know my limits. Lin, I shall take the lead. Together, we shall face this formidable foe. With that, she spread her form like a phoenix taking flight, gracefully yet resolutely stepping into the fray. Seeing this, Lin Qinyue did not hesitate to follow, her spiritual energy surging as she executed her martial skills to perfection, both striving to impede the advance of the undead creature. Tang Sanzang immediately summoned the Corpse God Tower, channeling his soul's power into it, maximizing its absorption speed as it rapidly drew in the death energy from the undead being. The undead creature seemed to sense the threat posed by the Corpse God Tower, unleashing a hoarse and thunderous roar from its throat, akin to a wrathful howl from the abyss, instantly shattering the surrounding tranquility. With a sudden surge of power, it unleashed an irresistible wave of corruption, easily knocking Lin Qinyue and Feng Qi back several steps, its target now fixed on Tang Sanzang. Its hands, enshrouded in the dust of ages and the stench of decay, swung towards the ageless and towering Corpse God Tower like the scythe of death itself. Realizing the dire situation, Lin Qinyue lifted her delicate hand, softly intoning as if whispering to the first snow of winter. Snowflakes drift, all things return to silence. Countless ice crystals fell upon the undead creature, attempting to slow its momentum. Yet, in mere moments, those crystalline formations shattered against its surface, dissipating into a myriad of cold glimmers, as the undead creature surged forward like an unstoppable behemoth, charging towards Tang Sanzang and the Corpse God Tower. Its hands grotesquely swelled, surrounded by swirling tendrils of death energy, accompanied by the melody of mortality, as they came crashing down upon Tang Sanzang's chest. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a graceful figure resolutely positioned herself before him. With a voice both clear and resolute, she conjured a brilliantly radiant fire-red shield. Yet when this flame-imbued barrier met the cold, unyielding hand of the undead, it held for but an instant, shattering like morning dew beneath the blazing sun. The force struck Feng Qi's fragile form, sending her hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, tracing a harrowing crimson arc through the air before crashing against the hard stone wall with a dull thud. Feng Qi's figure slowly slid down, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, staining her garments red. Miss Feng, a sharp pang pierced Tang Sanzang's heart. Chapter 59. The Yuanying Stage, Undead King, just as Tang Sanzang intended to assess Feng Qi's injuries. The Undead King launched a sudden assault, akin to a shadow emerging from the underworld, charging directly at him. With a flash in his eyes, Tang Sanzang's spiritual energy surged as he executed the exquisite thunderstep, transforming his form into a streak of lightning that narrowly evaded the Undead King's earth-shattering strike. Lowly human, abandon your futile resistance and become a mere sustenance on my path to immortality. The Undead King roared, its surrounding death energy intensifying as it recklessly lunged at Tang Sanzang again. Intent on obliterating this unwelcome guest with sheer force, IT knew that the power of the Corpse God Tower was consuming its death energy. weakening its strength with every passing moment. Steady your mind, young one. The Corpse God Tower is voraciously draining its essence. Just maintain your position, and soon it shall exhaust itself. The master's calm and wise voice resonated within Tang Sanzang's heart at the opportune moment. Encouraged, Tang Sanzang's resolve solidified, and he became increasingly nimble in his movements, employing the terrain to evade the undead king. Each dodge was perfectly timed, conserving his strength while causing the undead king's assaults to repeatedly miss their mark. At this moment, Lin Xianyue boldly entered the fray. Though unarmed and lacking martial skills, she relied on the earth-level technique, Frost Technique, which enveloped her in a chilling aura. The ice power she unleashed cleverly slowed the undead king's advance. Every time the undead king's massive claws were about to tear through the air toward Tang Sanzang, the ice crystals conjured by Lin Xianyue would appear like a specter, momentarily freezing the undead king's movements. Allowing Tang Sanzang to narrowly evade its lethal strikes, as it sensed its death energy dissipating like a receding tide, the undead king roared in fury, shaking the very air with its rage. As if it sought to unleash its pent-up wrath. Deceitful humans, you wish to consume my life source. Today, let you all accompany me to the grave. With that, its form erupted in blinding crimson light. Its death energy roiling, coalescing into dark and powerful energy rings that cloaked the entire cavern in an atmosphere of dread and terror. In that moment, the tension and brutality of the battle seemed to freeze the very air itself. As a struggle for survival quietly reached a boiling point, be careful, kid. The monstrous entity was frantically consuming its essence, its strength having returned to the nascent soul stage. A tone of gravity and urgency resonated in Taiye's voice, echoing through the dim cavern. Nascent soul stage? How could this be possible? Tang Sanzang's pupils constricted sharply. Disbelief etched across his face. This sudden turn of events stirred a tempest within his heart. Although the previously hunted crimson armor dragon rhinoceros was nearly at the nascent soul level, the difference between near and the true nascent soul stage was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation. As the Corpse King darted towards him like a specter, its speed akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky, leaving one breathless. Its enormous and ghastly hand, laden with a chilling aura of death, came crashing down upon Tang Sanzang, saturating the air with a palpable sense of despair. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roars reverberated throughout the cave, as if even space itself trembled. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Tang Sanzang, with his remarkable reflexes, swiftly positioned the burial immortal sword before him, its blade radiating a brilliant light, forming an impenetrable barrier. Nevertheless, the full force of the nascent soul strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. While the majority of the impact struck the sword, the residual shockwave still sent him staggering, his garments fluttering wildly, revealing the terrifying power of the blow. With a sudden gasp, Tang Sanzang expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, clearly injured by the violent shock, and were it not for the formidable bloodline of the corpse god within him, coupled with the nurturing essence of a millennium, he would have likely been rendered unconscious by this cataclysmic strike. Unable to rise, the distance that seemed but a step away from the late stage of core formation was, in truth, an unfathomable abyss. Insurmountable, he sighed inwardly, yet in his eyes flickered an indomitable light. An intensified yearning for that higher realm that moment. Lin Xianyu arrived in a swift motion, her form ethereal, surrounded by a faint chill. She raised her delicate hand and softly chanted, "Ice and snow. Burn the plains." Countless ice crystals converged within the cavern, and as the cold incantation resonated, an endless stream of ice crystals materialized from the void, brilliant and frigid, ultimately coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that howled towards the Corpse King, who had stepped into the realm of the nascent soul. Alas, the now greatly empowered Corpse King absorbed the ice crystals with little effect. As if they were mere raindrops, the head of the Corpse King slowly turned, its hollow eyes seemingly capable of devouring souls, locking onto Lin Xianyu, intertwining coldness and fear, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Humph! A mere mortal dares to meddle in my affairs. Let me first let you taste death." With that, its withered hand swept forth, unleashing an irresistible pull that yanked Lin Xianyu towards the boundless abyss of darkness. Lin Xianyu felt the air around her solidify, her breathing becoming labored. Despair creeping through her limbs like ice. "Xianyu!" At that critical moment, Tang Sanzang's furious roar shattered the silence. He sprang forth, the burial immortal sword in his grasp bursting forth with radiant light. Akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, propelled by resolve and fury, charging towards the deathly hand that was about to grasp Lin Xianyu. Desolation, with a low shout from Tang Sanzang. An ancient and desolate sword intent erupted from the tip of the burial immortal sword, transforming into a sharp sword ray that precisely cleaved through the void between the Corpse King and Lin Xianyu. Where the sword ray passed, space seemed to tear apart, leaving a profound and enduring fissure, a desolate aura spreading, causing the surrounding air to solidify. The Corpse King's hand trembled slightly from this sudden force, while Lin Xianyu, like a leaf caught in a tempest, was pushed away from the brink of death, crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. This moment, Feng Qi, enduring her pain, slowly propped herself up and staggered closer to Tang Sanzang. Her voice laced with undeniable gravity. "A nascent soul corpse. Its power is immense, far beyond what we can contend with, that if we continue to clash head-on, we may both meet our end here." Just as Tang Sanzang found himself at a loss, Taiye's voice resounded. "Kid, the only course of action now is to harness the power of the Corpse God Tower to contend with it. Once the Corpse God Tower has absorbed all its corpse energy, I sense it is nearing its limit, having forcibly used its origin power to break through to the nascent soul stage. It is now like a candle in the wind. Just hold on for a while longer. It seems we have no choice." Tang Sanzang's tone carried a hint of resolve as he turned to Feng Qi. "Miss Feng, in the moments to come, I fear I must trouble you to protect Xianyu. As for this corpse, I have my methods to deal with it." Upon hearing this, Feng Qi lightly furrowed her brow, falling silent for a moment, as if traversing a myriad of thoughts within those few breaths. Ultimately, she nodded gently, her eyes flashing with a blend of trust and concern, though her heart brimmed with curiosity and confusion regarding Tang Sanzang's strategy. The current situation allowed no room for hesitation. She could only place her trust in him. "You must proceed with caution. I await your good news." As she spoke, she gracefully turned, akin to a phoenix spreading its wings, elegantly landing beside Lin Xianyu, using her unique gentleness and resilience to construct a firm defense for the fragile woman. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with wisdom and determination. "Taiyi, let us strike." Chapter 60. Shura versus Corpse. High above, the Corpse God Tower loomed majestically, as if it had risen from the depths of the underworld. An ancient and immense aura surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding into Tang Sanzang's body in an instant, causing the bloodline of the Corpse God within him to boil, as if it had found its destined resonance. In that moment, it was completely awakened, like stars igniting, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. The power emitted by the Corpse God Tower underwent a second refinement and enhancement within this small world, and through the transformation of the Blood Demon Corpse God technique. Pure streams of spiritual power flowed into Tang Sanzang's limbs and bones like rivulets. Within a few breaths, Tang Sanzang surged from the initial stage of foundation building to the initial stage of core formation. Engulfed in a blazing red light, his eyes swirling with blood and madness, resembling a deathly Shura returned from the depths of hell, exuding a heart-stopping pressure, feeling this sudden surge of formidable energy. All around trembled and recoiled, their hollow eyes flashing with an indescribable fear. Again, that damned tower. Confronted once more with the detestable Corpse God Tower, the corpse creature's eyes seemed to crystallize with resentment, locking onto it with an unwavering glare. Surrounded by a dense, nearly solidified aura of death, recklessly charging towards Tang Sanzang like a harbinger of doom. This moment, Tang Sanzang gripped the burial immortal sword, its tip glimmering with cold light. As he took a step forward, the sound of thunder accompanied his movements, leaving behind phantoms within the vast cavern as he engaged in a fierce clash with the corpse creature point one man and one corpse, each wielding their powers in a stalemate. Empowered by the Corpse God Tower and the small world, Tang Sanzong swiftly broke through to the core formation stage, remarkably matching the corpse creature, which had burned its life essence to forcibly ascend to the nascent soul realm. Feng Qi stood to the side, observing Tang Sanzang's display of prowess, her eyes shimmering with delicate ripples of admiration. Such strength would surely overshadow even Ning Hao. Tang Sanzong moved like lightning, unleashing a sword energy that separated him from the corpse, enveloped in a faint red glow. At that moment, the red light on the corpse began to fade gradually at an imperceptible pace, its terrifying aura diminishing as if being consumed by an unseen force. Kid, the source power of that corpse is nearly depleted. With the Corpse God Tower's continuous absorption, coupled with your exertions, its energy is slowly waning, its cultivation realm teetering on the brink of collapse, soon to fall from the nascent soul stage. Taiye's ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Moreover, the power borrowed from the Corpse God Tower is running low, and your cultivation is rapidly declining. Now it all comes down to who can endure longer. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes. His form shifted abruptly, like a phantom weaving through shadows. The battle between him and the corpse transformed from a mere clash of strength into a contest of will and conviction. Damn it. This accursed human, the corpse, relentlessly drained by Tang Sanzang, felt its strength diminishing with each passing moment, emitting a series of low, rumbling roars filled with rage and resentment. Unmoved, Tang Sanzang concentrated all his energy, transforming his form into a resplendent beam of light, which surged toward the corpse with ferocity. Gripping his sword with both hands, torrents of pure and potent spiritual energy erupted from his body, crashing against the already weakened frame of the corpse like a flood breaching a dam. Unstoppable in its momentum, he swiftly transcended to the core formation realm. The third form of the burial immortal sword technique materialized in Tang Sanzang's mind, emerging as his most formidable attack. With a flick of his sword, a breathtaking sword light erupted from within him, slicing through the air and soaring towards the heavens. This sword light was pure to the extreme, reminiscent of the first silvery gleam cast by the rising moon, devoid of any earthly warmth, leaving only an endless chill and haughtiness in its wake. The corpse's eyes glimmered with a dark light as it beheld the dazzling sword shadow before it. Instinctively staggering back a couple of steps, as if even death itself trembled before such a sharp aura, in a moment of desperation, it summoned every ounce of its remaining nascent soul power, which boiled within, transforming into a frenzied force. Its hands, cloaked in thick, corpse energy, lunged recklessly toward the radiant sword light. As the white sword shadow made contact with the black hand, it was akin to a clash of light and shadow, erupting in a blinding brilliance that bathed the entire space in an unreal splendor. The intensity of the light was so overwhelming that the onlookers could hardly open their eyes. Immediately thereafter, an ear-splitting explosion resounded, accompanied by a ferocious gust of wind, as if the very mountains were crumbling. The cave trembled under the impact of this force, dust and debris scattering in all directions. Feng Qi and Lin Qianyue, witnessing the spectacle, swiftly formed seals in unison, raising two defensive barriers that enveloped them like solid ramparts, attempting to withstand the tremendous onslaught. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they were still shaken to their core. Blood surging within, yet they gritted their teeth, resolute in their stance. Tang Sanzang and the corpse were hurled violently against the stone wall, producing a heavy, muffled echo. Moments later, the deafening roar and the chaotic winds within the cave gradually subsided, leaving only Feng Qi and Lin Qianyue, alongside the still forms of Tang Sanzang and the corpse, as everything seemed to plunge into a brief stillness. Third brother, Lin Qianyue's call was laced with urgency and tremor, and she rushed to Tang Sanzang's side, her eyes brimming with concern for his safety. Trembling, she placed her hand gently on his chest, feeling the faint yet steadfast heartbeat, which brought her some comfort. Without hesitation, she retrieved a precious pill from Tang Sanzang's storage bag, carefully feeding it to him. Meanwhile, Feng Qi stood nearby, her brow furrowed, her gaze a mixture of deep concern for Tang Sanzang's well-being and an indescribable complexity of emotions. After a moment, Tang Sanzang stirred awake, feeling as if his entire body was in disarray, his breath at its nadir. Fortunately, under the continuous consumption of the Corpse God Tower, the corpse's energy had been fully devoured. Today has indeed been perilous. Encountering a nascent soul-level corpse is no small matter. Tang Sanzang spoke gravely, his words tinged with an almost imperceptible weight. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi slowly turned, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears. I should not have led you both into this cave, causing you to fall into such peril. Tang Sanzang, noticing her distress, cast a gentle glance at the quietly standing Lin Qianyue, then stepped closer to Feng Qi, reassuringly patting her shoulder. Miss Feng, there is no need for self-reproach. Exploring hidden realms is inherently fraught with uncertainty and risk. This venture was my suggestion, and we shall weather this storm together. Moreover, the twists of fate are unpredictable. Who could foresee that such a formidable creature lay hidden within this dark cavern? If misfortune were to befall us, it would merely be fate. At this moment, Lin Qianyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Feng. As Third Brother has said, opportunity and danger coexist. We might even turn misfortune into fortune and discover some treasures. Chapter 61. A great conspiracy. Feng Qi slowly turned, delicately brushing away a tear that had escaped her eye. A gentle smile blooming on her lips like flowers in the early spring. Thank you both. If you do not mind my humble name, I would like to be called Feng Air from now on. Henceforth, we shall be steadfast companions through trials and tribulations. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyue felt a warmth spread through her heart. She stepped forward lightly, grasping Feng Qi's delicate hand, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Sister Feng, that name is truly lovely. I shall call you that from now on. Feng Qi returned the gesture tightly, a warmth flowing quietly between them. Sister Qianyue, to be treated so kindly by you is indeed a blessing for Feng Air. From this day forth, you shall be the closest sister in my heart. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flitted over to Tang Sanzang, her cheeks flushing with a faint hue of crimson, a blend of shyness and anticipation. I hope to call you Third Brother as well, if it is not too presumptuous. Tang Sanzang smiled gently. Of course, if Qianyue calls you sister, then you may call me Third Brother as well, should you not mind. Just as the three were about to step out of the shadowy cave, the voice of the Tower Master suddenly broke the stillness. Hold on, kid. There's an unfamiliar aura stirring. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's form froze, as if drawn by an invisible force, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as his eyes scanned every inch of shadow around him. The two women, sensing the change, felt a tightening in their chests and lowered their voices, urgently inquiring, "What is happening?" Tang Sanzang raised a hand gently, signaling for silence, his voice low and filled with caution. I sense an indistinct aura quietly spreading in this dim space, seemingly harboring secrets yet unknown. The three exchanged knowing glances, then cautiously approached the ancient tombs, buried beneath the dust of time. Just beside the ghastly outline of the Corpse King, an extraordinary orb floated in the air. Unlike any mundane object, surrounded by a dense aura of the departed, its ghostly light flickering like the brightest star in the underworld, or perhaps the embodiment of an ancient curse, just as Tang Sanzang reached out to touch the orb radiating ghostly light. The Tower Master's voice rang out urgently. "Kid, wait!" Before he could finish, layers of delicate white mist surged around the orb, gathering as if alive, forcing the three to instinctively retreat, their eyes wide with vigilance and astonishment. In an instant, the swirling mist began to coalesce, forming a clear and solemn human silhouette. Seeing this, the Tower Master furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is that a soul entity? How could such a solid soul reside within these lifeless shells? Could it be that it has always dwelled within this orb?" The gray-white soul entity gradually solidified, its deep-set eyes piercing through the void, gazing intently at the three as if it could uncover the deepest secrets of their hearts. "It seems you have slain the Corpse King, granting me the chance to see the light of day once more. Yet, why is your strength so feeble?" The trio exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Tang Sanzang then asked the Tower Master, "Master, what is going on?" The Tower Master shook his head slightly, a hint of gravity in his expression. "This matter is indeed peculiar. My knowledge is limited. I can only ascertain that this soul entity is closely tied to the orb. As for the deeper reasons, perhaps you should inquire directly with it to unravel the mystery." Hearing this, Tang Sanzang stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Elder, we did indeed slay the Corpse King, but possessed the strength of the nascent soul realm in life. I relied on a magical artifact to defeat it. I asked for your presence within this orb. Could you enlighten us?" The soul entity regarded Tang Sanzang and his companions, a complex emotion flickering in its gaze, which ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. "Very well. As dust returns to dust, why pursue the mysteries of such external artifacts? In life, I was a humble cultivator from the western regions, having reached the mid-nascent soul realm, wielding my powers with authority. Yet how unpredictable is the world?" The three exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Mid-nascent soul. Such cultivation means you must have been a figure of great renown in your time. How could such a powerful being find itself in such a plight? Lingering here, the soul entity shook its head lightly, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Alas, it all began with this mysterious orb. This orb possesses the power to consume souls. Yet it requires a soul body as a medium that I once acquired this orb, only to be captured by the witch god sect of the western regions. They a fervent cult obsessed with forbidden powers. Caught wind of the secrets hidden within this orb, its ability to devour souls and command the spirits of the deceased, birthing a terrifying dream of a legion of the undead. However, such an audacious act is not easily accomplished. The construction of an army of the dead requires the sorrowful wails of countless innocent souls as its price. Should one engage in widespread slaughter in the western regions, it would undoubtedly incite the collective wrath of cultivators across the continent, inviting catastrophic retribution. Thus, the witch god sect orchestrated a most insidious scheme. They imprisoned my soul within this orb, akin to a caged bird, and then deftly restored it to my corporeal form, as if nothing had transpired. Subsequently, they placed my body in this orb within a ring, allowing their agents to secretly transport it to the distant eastern regions, thereby turning the cultivators of the East into unwitting tools for nurturing their army of the dead. As the narrative unfolded, layers of shock rippled through Tang Sanzang's heart, his astonishment barely concealed. Yet, how could such a remarkable treasure evade the discerning eyes of powerful beings in the East if it were truly to fall into their hands? Moreover, it was concealed within the heavenly profound sect. Was this not utterly unfathomable? The soul entity sighed softly, as if each exhalation bore the weight of a heavy past. Behind this individual, there must be meticulous planning and scheming from the forces of the western regions. They cunningly exploited the tradition of the heavenly profound sect, recruiting new disciples each year, using the guise of newcomers to quietly introduce this orb, laden with boundless secrets, into this land. Furthermore, the influx of new disciples to the heavenly profound sect is akin to a vast river, with hundreds and thousands arriving year after year. By now, this orb had already amassed numerous souls of the deceased. The soul entity then placed the orb before the three individuals, within which the whispers of the departed intertwined with my consciousness, heralding a cursed future. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions, awed by the depth of the western region schemes, yet anxious about the fate that awaited the East. Thus, could it be said that the heavenly profound sect had unwittingly become a breeding ground for calamity? And all of this transpired under the scrutinizing gaze of the public in broad daylight. Beneath the gentle sunlight of the eastern regions, an unknown secret quietly spread. However, due to your involvement, perhaps this calamity has been fortuitously resolved. The soul entity remarked. The strength of the nascent soul stage is a nightmare for new disciples of the heavenly profound sect. The witch god sect precisely calculated this, knowing that no newcomer, regardless of their prowess, could possibly defeat a nascent soul practitioner. Yet you have achieved it, indicating that the witch god sect has indeed overlooked this aspect. At this moment, the soul entity gazed at Tang Sanzang, Chapter 62. The Secrets of Western Sorcery. Young man, you have serendipitously shattered the grand conspiracy meticulously woven by the witch god sect. However, if word of this reaches the western regions, your future days may not be so easy. The voice of Master Tower echoed. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, only to soon find clarity. A faint, serene smile gracing his lips. What of knowing? Can they traverse mountains and rivers to reach the eastern realm to eradicate me? Am I, Tang Sanzang, merely a soft persimmon for them to squeeze? His words exuded an undeniable resolve and confidence. For now, I need only to immerse myself in cultivation and enhance my skills. One day, I shall journey to the western regions to uncover all the unsolved mysteries of that land. To settle all grievances and enmities, determination and anticipation flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes. The soul entity regarded him quietly, its profound gaze seemingly infused with endless approval and expectation. Young man, I perceive the surging power and indomitable will within you. Moreover, your aura is extraordinary, your meridians unlike those of ordinary individuals, hinting at some fortuitous encounter. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart raced with alarm, wary that this soul entity might unveil the secrets of the Corpse God Tower concealed within him. Yet as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, Master Tower's steady and confident voice resonated within him. Rest assured, he cannot discern it. If the Corpse God Tower is deliberately concealed, even an immortal would find it inscrutable. Reassured by these words, Tang Sanzang redirected his focus to the soul entity, his tone imbued with respect and curiosity. Senior, I have many questions regarding the witch god sect. What exceptional qualities does it possess? The soul entity paused momentarily before responding. The witch god sect traces its origins back to the glorious rituals of antiquity, deeply rooted in the western regions, with an indestructible foundation of faith. The sect's followers devoutly worship the witch god, a primordial religion intertwining nature and the veneration of spirits. Imbued with ancient and mysterious powers, their sorcery stems from primordial witchcraft, dark and enigmatic, often summarized by the term sorcerer, referring to those who tread the fine line between light and darkness. Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed in curiosity as he inquired. Sorcerer? The soul entity smiled gently, explaining, a sorcerer is an ancient and unique profession, standing alongside cultivators, yet taking a divergent path. They do not rely on the strength of their physical bodies, nor pursue the intricacies of martial skills. Instead, they command magical powers, representing a fourth form of strength that transcends martial techniques, cultivation methods, and divine abilities. Collectively, they are known as witchcraft, or magic as referred to by the Westerners, encompassing numerous domains that I possess some knowledge of it. Akin to martial techniques, there are methods for attack and defense, even instantaneous movement. Some powerful sorcerers can manipulate human behavior. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression darkened with profound concern as he murmured, manipulate human hearts? Could it be that my parents... No, that is impossible. My parents are both formidable beings of the Mahayana stage, renowned even in the eastern regions, a land teeming with powerful figures. How could they be easily controlled? He then turned to the ethereal soul entity, his eyes alight with urgency as he asked, Senior, what are the depths and strengths of the witch god sect? The soul entity sighed softly. In my day, I was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, and the one who captured me was a sorcerer of the Mahayana stage, reputed to be one of the 12 powerful elders within the witch god sect. As for the sect leader, they are unfathomably powerful, having reached at least the transcendent stage, possibly even the divine transformation stage. Their methods and influence are capable of shaking the entire continent. Upon finishing this account, an invisible weight seemed to permeate the air, and Tang Sanzang's heart surged with turmoil. 12 elders of the Mahayana stage. The witch god sect's foundations run incredibly deep, rivaling even the heavenly profound sect. Senior, can you reveal something about the sorcery that manipulates human hearts? The soul entity expressed surprise. Why are you so eager to learn about the witch god sect? Do you harbor some unknown entanglement or grudge against them? Tang Sanzang gently shook his head. Senior, you misunderstand. The western region is ambitious, intent on swallowing the 4 domains that I in such a precarious situation. I merely wish to be prepared to gain more insight into the witch god sect, so that if conflict arises in the future, I can be ready to protect the peace of our land. Upon hearing this, the soul entity revealed an approving expression, its voice resonant like the gentle chime of ancient wind bells. Well said. Young friend, your foresight is commendable. However, the secrets of the witch god sect run as deep as the ocean. Even one of my standing as a mid-nascent soul practitioner knows but a fraction. Their power stems from ancient incantations and forbidden arts, capable of bewitching minds and reversing the heavens. Truly an anomaly within the realm of cultivation. However, I can assure you that if a higher-tier sorcerer employs their sorcery on a lower-tier cultivator, it can indeed alter their mindset, even rendering them subservient. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang felt a chill run through him. Yet his resolve only strengthened. He would pursue the truth behind his parents' fate in the western regions. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Tang Sanzang bowed deeply, his eyes shining with gratitude as he sincerely spoke. The soul entity swayed gently, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, yet exuding an air of transcendent detachment. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I am on the brink of passing. My soul's fire is about to extinguish. I end this final moment. To meet you is a stroke of fate. Let this small gift serve as a memento of our first meeting. With that, the soul entity lightly gestured, and the orb filled with endless mysteries transformed into a stream of light, silently merging into Tang Sanzang's chest. In an instant, Tang Sanzang felt a peculiar force surging within him, as if the whispers of myriad souls echoed in his ears, accompanied by the poignant passage of ancient times coursing through his heart. Simultaneously, the Corpse God Tower trembled violently, greedily absorbing the orb within it at an astonishing speed. This orb contained many souls. Perhaps in the future, it could become a powerful ally. But remember, treasures are devoid of inherent good or evil. The righteousness or wickedness lies within the heart of the user, and how it is wielded is entirely in your hands. The voice of the soul gradually became ethereal, akin to whispers carried by the wind, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Deeply imprinted upon Tang Sanzang's heart. With closed eyes, Tang Sanzang concentrated, sensing the surge of newfound power within him. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a contemplative glint shimmering within. The two women stepped forward with light footsteps, their concern palpable, almost simultaneously speaking. Third brother, do you feel any discomfort? Tang Sanzang gently shook his head, his tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of helplessness. There is nothing amiss. It is merely that the power of the souls contained within this orb is vast and formidable, yet as elusive as a mirage, impossible to grasp or control. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes as she spoke softly. I can't shake the feeling that this orb is an ominous object, exuding an unsettling aura. After all, it holds the souls of countless deceased. The two women exchanged serious glances, the air thick with an indescribable sense of oppression, uncertain whether this orb heralded fortune or disaster. At that moment, the voice of the Tower Master echoed in his mind. Young man, this item is indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 63. The Secrets of the Undead Tower Master. What purpose does this treasure serve? Tang Sanzang inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The Tower Master appeared in the void, causing Feng Qi to instinctively take a few steps back, astonishment glimmering in her beautiful eyes. What is this? Could it be another transcendent soul? The laughter of the Tower Master resonated in the air, tinged with pride and self-satisfaction. Little girl, you possess keen insight. I am the Tower Master, residing within this magical artifact, the spirit of the Soul Tower. Feng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if beholding an extraordinary spectacle rarely seen in the world. The Tower Spirit. I have encountered vague mentions of such entities in ancient texts. There are indeed rare treasures in this world that can cultivate extraordinary spirits through the passage of time. I never expected to witness one today, and it can even articulate human speech. Truly a marvel. This little girl possesses some knowledge, recognizing such a being. However, my existence must not be revealed to the world, lest this young man's life be at stake. Witnessing the bond of life and death among you three, I, as a mere observer, could not help but be moved, which is why I have chosen to reveal myself. At this moment, Feng Qi cast a sidelong glance at Tang Sanzang, her eyes glinting with a mix of reproach and playful mockery. Ah, I see now. The reason you could effortlessly absorb the surrounding chill of the corpse energy was indeed thanks to the covert assistance of this soul entity. How clever of you to feign profundity, remaining silent while engaging in a silent dialogue within. Her words gradually took on a tone of dissatisfaction as she paced back and forth, while Tang Sanzang could only shrug in resignation. And Lin Xianyue stifled a smile beside her. With a gentle sigh, Tang Sanzang clasped his hands together in apology, his tone laced with sincerity. Miss Feng, I hope you can forgive my earlier concealment regarding the Tower Master. It was due to various unavoidable circumstances, and I hope you can understand. Feng Qi's brows knitted lightly, her arms crossed. Oh, you claim we are close friends, yet in the blink of an eye, you address me as Miss Feng. It seems our bond is so easily fraught with misunderstandings that, I apologize, Feng. It was indeed a lapse on my part, an old title that escaped my lips in error. I hope you won't take it to heart. Tang Sanzang smiled wryly, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. Lin Xianyue, observing this warm yet slightly playful scene, could not help but chuckle softly, her laughter as crisp and melodious as flowers blooming in spring, infusing a touch of vitality into the otherwise tense atmosphere. Hearing her laughter, Feng Qi turned to Lin Xianyue, lightly grasping her arm, feigning anger as she said, Sister Xianyue, even you are laughing at me? Just wait until I have my revenge. Lin Xianyue quickly waved her hands. No, Sister Feng, you misunderstand. I merely find your exchanges quite amusing. Enough of the bickering. Young man, that orb is currently being absorbed by the Soul Tower. Perhaps it will endow the tower with a special ability. The Tower Master's voice echoed calmly in the vast expanse. Special ability? Are you referring to the undead? Tang Sanzang furrowed his brows, his tone tinged with curiosity and confusion. The Tower Master nodded slightly. Precisely. The Soul Tower has historically consumed all things. Now, this orb is a divine gift. Perhaps it will awaken an extraordinary power within the Soul Tower, allowing it to touch the fringes of the realm of the undead. However, Tang Sanzang resolutely shook his head, a glimmer of unwavering conviction in his eyes. No, the art of the undead is a malevolent path that distorts power at the expense of living souls. As practitioners of the righteous path, we must adhere to the principles of heaven and earth. How could we engage in such heinous acts that violate the natural order? Why must you be so rigid? I simply want you to use the Soul Tower to refine this orb and see if anything extraordinary arises that, if not, it would not matter to the very least, you could absorb the soul energy within the orb, which is a considerable wealth. I anticipate it will not only elevate your cultivation, but also provide sufficient power to activate the Mirror of Time. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's thoughts stirred. You make a valid point. Let us seek a secluded and tranquil place to carefully explore the secrets hidden within this orb. Having said that, the three of them gracefully moved, like shadows flitting through the forest, silently advancing deeper into a serene corner of the cave. Prepare to unveil the astonishing secrets that might be concealed within the orb. Young man, the orb is now within the Soul Tower. Try to activate the tower and absorb this orb. The Tower Master's voice resounded. Understood. With that, Tang Sanzang focused his intent, and the ancient, mysterious Soul Tower seemed to come alive, slowly rotating as dark luminescence flowed across its surface, resembling a black hole, gradually engulfing the orb that contained boundless power of the undead. At the moment of absorption, the hidden little world within Tang Sanzang felt the unique rhythm of this power, instinctively stirring a suction force that drew the strands of undead energy toward it. Would the absorption of the little world within his body pose any issues? A ripple of concern coursed through Tang Sanzang's mind. The Tower Master shook his head. No worries. Your little world is composed of the essence of the world's origin. Vast and profound, beyond the reach of ordinary forces. This mere power of the undead is but a river to the ocean, serving only as nourishment for its growth, not a threat. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's doubts dissipated like mist, and he took a deep breath, closing his eyes in concentration, releasing his soul power without reservation, resonating with the Soul Tower's absorbing force. The two forces complemented each other, harmonizing like a natural accord between heaven and earth, steadily drawing the power of the undead into his being. Throughout this process, both the Soul Tower and the little world experienced subtle nourishment and expansion. Time flowed slowly, and the process of absorption felt as though it spanned an eternity, lasting an entire day and night before the Soul Tower finally completed its task, having thoroughly consumed the vast power of the undead contained within the orb. Within the little world, the energies of heaven and earth surged at this moment. Tang Sanzang's form was enveloped in a faint spiritual radiance, his aura soaring like a dragon ascending to the heavens. Suddenly surging with unprecedented momentum, a sign of a long-awaited breakthrough. His cultivation, which had once stagnated, finally began to shift under the nurturing of this mysterious power, unfurling like a thawing river, propelling him to the mid-foundation establishment realm. Even more astonishingly, the Soul Tower within him shone brilliantly, radiating a crimson light like a blood sun in the sky, releasing an unprecedented torrent of energy. The little world within him underwent a dramatic transformation as well. At its center, an indescribable aura quietly emerged, neither belonging to the five elements nor conforming to yin and yang, yet containing the chaos and mysteries of the universe's inception. This aura gradually coalesced, slowly manifesting from the void, ultimately taking on a vague yet solemn shape, reminiscent of a fragment of will from the moment the universe was born, standing silently at its core. Chapter 64. The Undead Army at this moment. Tang Sanzang slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xianyue, noticing this, gracefully approached him, her gaze gentle and concerned as she softly called out, "Third brother, you have finally awakened." Tang Sanzang nodded slightly, a flicker of inquiry crossing his face. "Where's Feng? Why do I not see her?" Lin Xianyue smiled faintly, explaining, "Sister Feng had urgent matters to attend to and left ahead of time. She specifically instructed me to inform you that once you complete your training, you should head to the Ruins battlefield to find her." "The Ruins battlefield? What kind of place is that?" "I do not know. She only left behind that statement before departing." "You need not worry about that girl. The aura surrounding her is extraordinary. Clearly, she hails from an exceptional lineage in this land. There are likely few who could pose a genuine threat to her. For now, we should focus on the subtle changes that have arisen from your fusion with that peculiar orb." As the voice of the Tower Master resonated, Tang Sanzang narrowed his gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly articulated, "During the absorption process, I discovered that the Corpse God Tower has entirely assimilated the spiritual power contained within the beads. Yet, curiously, a trace of spiritual energy has manifested within the little world, albeit in a different form, almost like a mottled shadow." The Tower Master squinted slightly, a glimmer of profound insight flickering in his eyes, and remarked, "Such a disparate form. Could it be that your little world is nurtured by an exceedingly rare essence of world origin, and that spiritual energy ultimately still resides within the realm of the Tao? Is it possible that this energy has entered the little world, only to be assimilated by the world origin, resulting in an astonishing transformation?" Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang felt a stir in his heart and promptly focused intently on the state of the little world. Within, the previously rampant spiritual energy appeared to be gently restrained by an invisible force, compressed into a hazy shadow, standing still like an ancient sentinel, formless and intangible, yet exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and depth. "Tower Master, I could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy has been refined into a shadow under the influence of the little world's essence, yet continuously emanates spiritual energy," he articulated. "Shadow, can you attempt to summon the spiritual energy from that shadow?" The Tower Master suggested. "Certainly," Tang Sanzang responded, closing his eyes slightly, allowing his soul energy to flow forth like a gentle stream, tender yet resolute, as he delicately touched the lingering shadow of spiritual energy. In an instant, an ancient and formidable aura of spiritual energy awakened, akin to a slumbering dragon opening its eyes, unleashing a power that sent shivers down one's spine. Focus your will, using your soul as a guide, and slowly draw forth this latent spiritual energy. The Tower Master's voice resonated at the right moment. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sanzong concentrated his mind like granite, cautiously guiding the immense power contained within the shadow of spiritual energy. Just as he managed to extract it, something astonishing occurred. The moment the spiritual energy emerged, the Corpse God Tower erupted with crimson light, as if ignited by the flames of life, ravenously consuming this dark and potent force. Subsequently, before the astonished eyes of both individuals and the tower, the refined spiritual energy transformed into a beam of ghostly light, accurately infusing itself into a long-dormant corpse nearby as the light permeated. The once silent body began to stir, ultimately rising amidst the incredulous gazes of all present. It radiated a thick, almost solid essence of spiritual energy, resembling the deepest nightmares of the night, silently proclaiming its shocking rebirth. Could this be the spiritual entity transcending the boundaries of life and death that the elder spoke of? Lin Xianyu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a mix of awe and confusion. Fixated on the figure that seemed to have returned from the underworld, a tempest of unprecedented emotions swirling within her. The two immediately displayed expressions of astonishment, yet the tower master remained composed, stating, "This entity is likely the coveted treasure sought after by the witch god sect of the western regions." Tang Sanzong steadied his thoughts and cautiously approached the tranquil spiritual entity, his brow furrowed in concern. "Yet I perceive no extraordinary power within it. It seems this entity had no remarkable cultivation in life." The tower master pondered for a moment before replying, "Though this spiritual entity may possess little strength, perhaps even less than half of its former power, imagine the role it could play on a battlefield engulfed in flames of war. Picture the gathering of countless spirits forming an invisible legion. The power of such a force would be utterly staggering. This may indeed be the true aspiration of the witch god sect." Tang Sanzong felt a surge of unease within him. "Are you suggesting that the witch god sect created this entity as a secret weapon for future invasions of the four domains, or even central continent? Though a single spiritual entity may pose no threat, if thousands were to coalesce, it would be akin to dark clouds descending upon a city, obscuring the sun. What could withstand such a tide?" The tower master's gaze deepened. "Moreover, these spirits feel no pain or fear, driven solely by an insatiable instinct for battle. While ordinary soldiers may possess valor, they inevitably harbor trepidation. Yet this army of spirits, forged in fearlessness, would utterly overturn the rules of warfare. The schemes of the witch god sect are indeed profound, their methods ruthless, truly astonishing to behold. Such creations are undoubtedly the keys they meticulously prepared for world domination. Once unlocked, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the tower master's voice resounded, the witch god sect cannot continuously manufacture such spirits." Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed, confusion evident on his face. "Tower master, what do you mean by that?" "I'm becoming increasingly perplexed as I reflect upon their intricate planning. The witch god sect, in truth, is steadily advancing, deeply strategizing. They placed this peculiar bead and the unfortunate soul here not only to gather spiritual energy, but also to utilize this power in conjunction with their unparalleled sorcery to forge an unprecedented spirit warrior. In other words, first, they need to amass sufficient spiritual essence, which serves as the source of their power. Second, they require a vessel to bear this power, acting as the foundation for its revival, in essence. Such entities are only useful in large-scale warfare, since battles are never devoid of corpses, and souls have no resting place. Thus, once the spiritual energy of the bead is exhausted, their method becomes impractical. I surmise they are preparing for future invasions. When the time is ripe, they will launch a massive incursion into the eastern domain, subsequently retrieving the bead from this space to summon a host of spiritual legions. At that point, spirits will surge like a tide, obscuring the heavens, and an unprecedented catastrophe will quietly descend upon this land. Chapter 65. The Sword Embryo. Yet, this matter, it seems, is a case of serendipity. Despite the witch god sect's myriad schemes, they could never have anticipated that their meticulous plans would falter at your hands. Not only have you disrupted their designs, but you have also fortuitously acquired this spiritual energy. However, I advise you to refrain from utilizing this power unless absolutely necessary. Should word leak out, You may bear the stigma of the Western Domain's people, viewed as a common enemy by the other three domains. The Western Domain is unlike the others. It is, in essence, a shared adversary. While a fragile balance exists among the four domains, the name of the Western Domain alone is enough to instill dread. You must proceed with caution to avoid being ensnared in the unending conflicts and misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzong nodded gently. Your words resonate deeply, Tower Master. I shall keep them in mind. With that, he tenderly turned to Lin Qianyu, his eyes glimmering with determination and warmth. Qianyu, the matters here have been settled. Let us hasten to the ruins and reunite with Feng Er. Lin Qianyu smiled faintly, her smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, warm and radiant. Of course. Let us go together, supporting one another. Just as the two were about to set off, the Tower Master's voice echoed once more. Young man, do not rush. Hold your horses. That I have sensed an anomaly deep within this cave, a chilling presence. Tang Sanzang's brow furrowed with concern. Tower Master, could there be another perilous entity lurking? The Tower Master shook his head. No, this time I have not detected any mingling of life or death. It is merely a singular aura, perhaps indicative of some treasure. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzong and Lin Qian, you exchanged glances before delving deeper into the cave to uncover the source of that mysterious and frigid aura. What manner of secret realm is this, that the coldness is so piercing, as if it could penetrate the very marrow? Tang Sanzong murmured, a hint of gravity evident in his expression. It must be some treasure emanating this chill. Let us venture further in to investigate. After a short while, they finally reached the depths of the cave, whereupon they beheld an ancient sword embryo lying quietly upon a stone pedestal, surrounded by a faint chill and a hazy glow. Seemingly imbued with the mysteries and powers of the heavens and the earth. Lo and behold, it is a naturally birthed sword embryo, having endured the passage of time, drawing in every wisp of icy air from this cave while merging with the endless essence of this peculiar space to attain such a breathtaking form. Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he softly inquired, is the sword embryo not the nascent soul of the sword, the unrefined beauty yet to be sculpted? The Tower Master nodded slightly. Indeed, it is as you say. It is well known that ordinary sword embryos are forged from fine iron. However, some celestial artifacts are crafted from the very powers of the heavens and the earth. They are naturally formed by the primordial essence of heaven and earth, gathering the spirits of mountains and rivers, as well as the quintessence of the sun and moon, thus creating the sword embryo. Such divine artifacts not only possess extraordinary materials, but also encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, which cannot be forged by mere mortal fires, similar to the celestial meteorite you obtained earlier. The extraordinary power contained within it, if you possess sufficient cultivation, could be refined into a sword embryo imbued with nascent spirituality. However, with the existence of the Corpse God Tower, nothing poses a problem. Hey, young lad, this is a rare treasure indeed. The voice of the Tower Master carried a hint of mockery and anticipation. Tang Sanzong appeared perplexed as he gently caressed the seemingly fragile sword embryo. Inquiring, this sword embryo appears rather ordinary, even somewhat feeble. What extraordinary qualities does it possess? Oh, you foolish boy! The Tower Master feigned annoyance. The sword embryo is the nascent form of a weapon, an unrefined gem concealing infinite potential. Are you not considering using the Corpse God Tower to fuse the celestial meteorite you previously acquired into this sword embryo? At that moment, this sword embryo will not only shed its frailty, but transform into an unparalleled divine weapon capable of cleaving the heavens and rending the earth. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzong was struck with sudden clarity and promptly retrieved the celestial meteorite from his miniature world, which emanated an aura cold enough to freeze the soul. This stone harbored the essence of extreme cold, and should it be integrated into the sword, it would undoubtedly forge an ice spirit sword whose might could freeze even the most towering mountains into eternal ice sculptures. With that, Tang Sanzong moved slightly, and a majestic and ancient Corpse God Tower materialized before him, its body swirling with an ominous yet alluring red light, as if it could devour all living beings and materials, without hesitation. He gently cast the nascent sword embryo into the tower, followed closely by the meteorite radiating extreme cold. He then exerted his full soul power, channeling it entirely into the Corpse God Tower. The red light surged violently, illuminating the surrounding space in a crimson hue, and the sword embryo, which had previously seemed irreconcilable with the meteorite, began to merge slowly under the powerful will and strength of the Corpse God Tower. The meteorite rotated within the tower, its icy surface gradually melting into wisps of cold mist that permeated every inch of the tower. As the cold mist thickened, a deeper and purer chill emanated from the core of the meteorite, intertwining and clashing with the presence of the sword embryo. Ultimately, in an indescribable harmony, the two began to fuse gradually. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with the external clamor and chaos completely severed, leaving only the magnificent spectacle of intertwining cold air and red light within the tower, heralding the imminent birth of an unparalleled divine weapon capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Young lad, it seems your soul power still lacks a certain refinement. Toss in those treasured Bodhi seeds as well. The Tower Master's voice resounded with undeniable authority. Very well, Tang Sanzong replied, a glimmer of resolve flashing his eyes as he gently handled the Bodhi seeds he had obtained from the fallen god forest. Initially intended for his future breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Yet at this moment, he had to part with them to forge this soon-to-be-unveiled divine weapon, with a gentle flick of his hand. The Bodhi seeds fell like shooting stars, tracing brilliant arcs before ultimately landing in the seething furnace. In an instant, an incredibly rich medicinal fragrance permeated the air, the medicinal essence flowing gently and resolutely around the sword body, draping it in a radiant brilliance. Under the nurturing power, the sword body seemed to be imbued with life, the patterns upon it becoming increasingly distinct, each line containing the profound truths of the universe. While the blade's edge radiated an alarming chill, the entire space quivered slightly as a result of the sword's metamorphosis, revealing its extraordinary potential to become an unparalleled weapon. As time progressed, the three treasures within the tower gradually merged, culminating in a blue longsword imbued with an icy aura that materialized in the air amidst a surge of frigid energy. Instantly, the surroundings were illuminated with dazzling brilliance. Tang Sanzong gazed at the weapon before him. Perhaps this weapon is not inferior to my burial immortal sword. The Tower Master shook his head gently at that moment. Not quite. This weapon pales in comparison to your burial immortal sword. Ultimately, this weapon is a fusion of the celestial meteorite and the essence of heaven and earth. A crystallization of rules and power, yet it is consequently bound by predetermined limits. Your burial immortal sword, however, was forged directly with the power of the Corpse God Tower. The two are fundamentally different. And moreover, this weapon lacks the potential for advancement. In other words, its strength will remain constant. Unlike your burial immortal sword, which when you reach that realm will reveal just how formidable it truly is. Chapter 66. The Frost Sword in that fleeting moment. A streak of ice blue, akin to morning frost, suddenly quivered in the sky, gracefully tracing elegant arcs in the void before gently descending before Lin Qianyue, like a star falling into the mortal realm. Serene and majestic, Lin Qianyue stared in astonishment at this scene, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Third brother, what is this sword doing? Why is it behaving this way? Especially for weapons exceeding the level of spiritual artifacts. They possess subtle intelligence, capable of sensing and selecting their most suitable masters. It seems that the power of the bloodline flowing within you or the techniques you cultivate have resonated with the sword, evoking a response within it. Tang Sanzang's words carried a hint of mystery and reverence. Why not try dripping your blood on the sword's surface? Yet, Lin Qianyue hesitated, biting her lip. This sword is so precious. Not only does it integrate the extraordinary power of the celestial meteorite, but it also condenses the essence of countless rare materials from this land. Tang Sanzong smiled slightly, his gaze full of encouragement and trust. Do not worry. Qianyue, the sword chooses its master. The master does not choose the sword, and if you are fated to it, that will be the best response you can give that it's worth a try. Gently touch the sword with a drop of your blood and see if it recognizes you as its master. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qianyue nodded, taking a deep breath as if resolving herself. She extended her delicate finger, gently pricking her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood, red as a gem, to slowly fall upon the ice-blue sword body. At that moment, the sword seemed to come alive, the ice-blue radiance suddenly igniting, intertwining with Lin Qianyue's blood to create a dazzling display of light. As the brilliance gradually receded, the essence of the sword and the girl began to merge, establishing an indescribable bond and connection between them. Just then, a faint blue glow suddenly danced in the void. The longsword trembled violently before gracefully tracing several elegant arcs in the sky, ultimately merging into Lin Qianyue's body in a gentle yet resolute manner. What is happening? The sword, it is actually integrated into my body. Lin Qianyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured to herself. Witnessing this, Tang Sanzong explained, "This sword has recognized you as its master. Now, try using your soul power to communicate with it." Lin Qianyue nodded gently, then closed her eyes in concentration that a stream of pure and potent soul power gradually overflowed from her body, delicately reaching out like fine threads, tenderly exploring the longsword that had now become one with her. In that instant, a crystal-clear longsword, radiating a faint blue light, materialized from thin air, firmly gripped in Lin Qianyue's hand. The sword body shimmered with mysterious luster, complementing her aura as if they were destined to be one. "I did it." Lin Qianyue slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with uncontainable delight and excitement. When the ancient longsword settled firmly into her palm, an intensely cold aura surged forth, akin to the first breath of winter's dawn, unexpectedly invading her entire being. "What is happening?" Lin Qianyue furrowed her brow slightly, her voice tinged with confusion and alarm as the unknown chill coursed through her, akin to the fiercest northern wind of winter, causing her to involuntarily shiver. "Tower Master, what is the meaning of this? Why has such a powerful chill invaded Qianyue's body?" Tang Sanzang's voice was laced with urgency and concern, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qianyue, fearful of missing any subtle change in her that moment. The Tower Master spoke. "Do not panic. This is merely the icy spiritual energy contained within the sword. Focus your cultivation and attempt to draw this external force into your dantian for your own use. Perhaps this will serve as an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment and step into a new realm of cultivation." Lin Qianyue promptly seated herself, channeling the frost deciding technique, as if she were summoning the purest force of icy cold from the heavens and the earth, meticulously absorbing and refining the chilling energy coursing through her body. As time elapsed, merely 2 incense sticks worth, the aura surrounding Lin Qianyue surged suddenly, akin to a river breaching its banks, swelling with an unignorable might that instantaneously solidified the air around her, plunging the temperature to the freezing point. Even the hard stone walls of the cave could not withstand this icy breath, gradually cloaked in a layer of fine, crystalline frost that shimmered with a ghostly blue luster. "Kid, this girl is on the verge of a breakthrough. I never anticipated that this icy energy could be so formidable, enabling her to reach the foundation establishment stage." The cold aura enveloped the stone walls of the cave, crystallizing into various ice formations. She slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with an unprecedented clarity and determination. The cold energy encircling her was no longer merely frigid, but embodied the unique dignity and purity that came with her advancement in cultivation. Emerging serenely from her profound meditation, Lin Qianyue exhaled a breath of turbid air, which transformed into a slender wisp of icy mist, swirling momentarily before vanishing, leaving behind a deeper and more powerful aura that signified her ascension to the foundation establishment stage. "This girl's constitution is extraordinary. I remember when she first practiced the frost deciding technique. I sensed her bloodline was unusual, likely harboring some ancient lineage lying dormant. When the day of its awakening arrives, its might may very well rival your Corpse God bloodline." The deep, resonant voice of Master Tower echoed gently within Tang Sanzang's consciousness. Tang Sanzang's gaze fell tenderly upon Lin Qianyue, her figure appearing both delicate and resilient. Qianyue's character was as gentle as water. Though she was the daughter of the chief, during her time at Qinyan village, her esteemed status did not afford her the respect and standing she deserved. Yet she bore this grievance silently. Taking her out on this journey was intended, firstly, to help her break free from the shackles of her past, distancing her from that place that constrained her spirit. Secondly, to allow her to endure trials in the storm, forging an even more indomitable character. This moment, Lin Qianyue gracefully approached Tang Sanzang, her eyes reflecting concern as she gazed at him, lost in thought. "Third brother, are you pondering some profound matters?" Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a warm smile, his gaze filled with encouragement and satisfaction. "It's nothing, Qianyue. I am merely delighted by your growth. Congratulations on finally stepping into the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. It is a significant milestone on the path of cultivation." A faint blush surfaced on Lin Qianyue's cheeks, reminiscent of peach blossoms unfurling in the morning light. She shyly lowered her head and murmured, "Where would I be without the assistance of this sword? The first time I touched it, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me, as if reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. Imbued with endless warmth and closeness, Tang Sanzang nodded slowly. Indeed, a weapon that resonates with one's spirit is the most steadfast companion on the journey of cultivation. They accompany us through the storms of life. Since this is the case, why not give it a name? Well, since I practice the frost deciding technique, let's call it the Heavenly Frost Sword." The Heavenly Frost Sword seemed pleased with its name, vibrating gently in Lin Qianyue's hand, emanating a dazzling blue light. Chapter 67. The Ruins Battlefield. Qianyue, test the power of this sword, Tang Sanzang urged with anticipation. "All right." Lin Qianyue's eyes glimmered with expectation as she slowly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching, channeling the frost deciding technique to its utmost limits. Waves of pure, chilling energy surged forth, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, silently coiling around the blade of the Heavenly Frost Sword. The sword tip trembled, and fine ice crystals began to form, as wherever the sword light passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving behind transparent trails. With a clear whistle, Lin Qianyue's figure soared gracefully, the Heavenly Frost Sword tracing an elegant arc. As the sword tip sliced through the air, the currents within the cave shifted dramatically, and snowflake-like fragments of frost cascaded from the tip, swirling and dispersing, transforming the entire space into a dreamlike realm draped in silver. Each shard of frost contained a piercing chill, enough to instill fear in the hearts of all. Then, Lin Qianyue's form surged, the Heavenly Frost Sword dancing as if awakening glaciers that had slumbered for millennia. An overwhelming force of ice and snow erupted forth, morphing into torrents of ice-blue energy that swept through the cavern. Wherever it touched, rocks froze, and the ground became cloaked in a thick layer of ice. The entire space enveloped in an irresistible chill. In the final display, Lin Qianyue moved with the speed of lightning, the Heavenly Frost Sword transforming into countless sharp ice blades, each containing the terrifying power to slice through space, weaving an impenetrable net of frost and snow, unleashed upon an imagined foe in a tempestuous downpour. In that moment, the cave was suffused with an oppressive cold, and the sword light flickered. Lin Qianyue executed 3 successive moves, filling the cave with shards of ice. Tang Sanzang observed, a glint of approval in his eyes. "Qianyue, with the enhancement of the Heavenly Frost Sword, your 3 moves have multiplied in power. If you were to encounter those corpses again now, it is likely you could handle them all on your OWNAT this moment." Lin Qianyue's eyes sparkled with confidence. "I could distinctly feel the power within me converging at an astonishing rate, especially when I grasp this sword's hilt. An unprecedented sense of strength wells up within me." Tang Sanzang smiled gently. "A fine sword indeed can awaken one's potential, but ultimately, it still relies on one's own cultivation. External forces are merely embellishments. Therefore, do not forget your original intentions, and continue diligently practicing the frost deciding technique. Perhaps in the future, if you obtain heavenly level techniques, the power of this sword can be further enhanced." Lin Qianyue's eyes gleamed even brighter at his words, and she nodded earnestly. Be by the way, third brother, Sister Feng asked us to meet her at the ruins battlefield. Now that we have thoroughly explored this cave, it is time for us to head over. Tang Sanzang nodded lightly. Yes, we should make our way there. However, this cave was discovered by Feng Er, and although we have taken all the treasures, she has received none and has even been injured. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyue's brow furrowed with concern, but she soon smiled gently. I believe Sister Feng will not hold it against us. If we encounter any rare treasures in the future, we will surely share them with her as a gesture of goodwill. Tang Sanzang felt warmth swell within him at her words and nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. In that case, let us hasten to the ruins battlefield. With that, Tang Sanzang and Lin Xinyue departed the cave, making their way towards the ruins battlefield. Kid, that ruins battlefield is likely not a good place. Master Tower's voice rang out at that moment. Tang Sanzang's expression grew serious as he turned to Lin Xinyue and softly inquired. Xinyue, can you recall any specific details or characteristics about the location of the ruins battlefield? Did Feng Er mention any clues? Lin Xinyue furrowed her brow in deep thought, her eyes gleaming with the light of recollection, ultimately shaking her head as uncertainty tinged her voice. Sister Feng did mention that the ruins battlefield is located to the east of this world, but she did not provide precise coordinates, only instructing us to head there immediately upon awakening. Tang Sanzang's gaze pierced through the distant mist. In that case, let us head east. With that, the two figures soared forth like meteors streaking across the sky, racing towards the east. Just as they pressed onward at full speed, Master Tower's voice echoed in the void. Kid, be careful. I sense an unusual aura is surging from all directions, and there are likely over 100 of them. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang halted momentarily, his expression growing graver as he swiftly queried. Master Tower, do those auras originate from the same direction? Indeed, and they are rapidly approaching from the east. Do not underestimate them. Master Tower's voice reverberated in his mind. Tang Sanzang pondered carefully. Perhaps Feng Er is also drawn by these auras. If a large group of cultivators is heading that way, it is possible that the location harbors treasures that are exceedingly tempting. Master Tower shook his head. Not necessarily. The emergence of treasures is always accompanied by celestial phenomena, shaking the heavens. However, I have not sensed any signs of treasures about to appear, so there may be something amiss. Kid, we are less than 300 miles from that place. Once we approach the unknown source, utilize your eye of the Heavenly Emperor to investigate. Understood. As the two continued deeper, half an hour later, they arrived within 50 miles of their destination. Master Tower's voice resonated once more. Kid, stop here and use your eye of the Heavenly Emperor to assess the situation. Tang Sanzang took a deep breath, concentrating his mind, and slowly activated the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, a brilliant light erupting from his gaze, penetrating the barriers of space. Master Tower, I see a large gathering of cultivators, approximately 100 of them. It seems that the surviving cultivators have all convened here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyue's brows furrowed, a veil of concern enveloping her features. She inquired softly, what is this fabled battlefield of ruins that it draws heroes from all corners, compelling them to rush here without a second thought? Towering Master Tower replied after a brief silence, as if weighing his words carefully. Perhaps there truly exists some rare treasure that has come to light. However, I sense no aura of such riches. Regardless of the presence of treasures, since we are here, let us venture forth and uncover the truth. Tang Sanzang responded with a steady voice, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Thus, the two proceeded side by side, soon arriving at the periphery of the battlefield of ruins. As they ventured deeper, the scene before them gradually came into focus, a throng of people bustling about. Tightly packed, various cultivators congregated, their faces reflecting curiosity and guardedness. Just as the pair stepped into this realm, a familiar voice resonated. The purpose of this gathering is indeed due to a matter of great significance. Recently, I, along with a few friends, explored this area and discovered an extraordinary treasures aura deep within the battlefield of ruins. Ning Hao's voice was steady and powerful, echoing like the reverberation of ancient trees, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. These words, Tang Sanzang's gaze instinctively pierced through the crowd. locking onto the upright figure of Ning Hao ahead. His fingers curled slightly, the knuckles producing a subtle yet resolute sound, as if betraying the tumultuous emotions within, akin to a silent response to past grievances. Chapter 68. The gathering of 5 time has passed, yet the obsession in your heart remains as fervent as ever. Perhaps it is an indelible shadow that haunts your thoughts, but have you ever considered that, to him, you too are an inescapable specter from his memories? Tang Sanzang inhaled a breath of crisp air, striving to calm his turbulent heart. This was not the time for reckoning. When the moment is ripe, I shall return the pain inflicted upon me with 100-fold vengeance. Just as this vow unfurled in the air, a lithe figure quietly appeared beside Ning Hao, akin to the gentle warmth of dawn, causing Tang Sanzang's gaze to sharpen, as though something within him had been stirred. Lin Xianyue sensed the subtle shift in Tang Sanzang's emotions and softly inquired, "Brother San, do you harbor some concerns?" Tang Sanzang gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, attempting to conceal the barely perceptible thoughts from view. "It is nothing, merely a fleeting breeze, a ripple upon the still waters of my heart." Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the woman beside Ning Hao, her presence unfurling like an ancient scroll, drawing Tang Sanzang's memories back through the corridors of time. There stood the daughter of the Lord of Yuanyu City, Yuan Ro, who had been sent to the Ning family in her youth, growing up as a childhood companion to the twin prodigies of the Ning family. Later, Ning Hao showcased unparalleled talent, being specifically chosen for the inner sect of the Tianxian sect. And the Lord of Yuanyu City personally negotiated a marriage pact with Ning Hao's father. However, following that fateful incident, Ning Hao was rendered incapable, and thus the twin prodigies of the Ning family vanished from the world, leaving Ning Hao to inherit the position of inner sect disciple in the Tianxian sect. While this childhood fiancé, he became Ning Hao's betrothed. For Tang Sanzang, this was not merely a fragment of memory, but an intricate tapestry of emotions and complexities entwined within his heart. In this moment of reunion, the long-buried feelings seemed to awaken quietly, flowing forth with a tinge of sorrow and endless contemplation. In the weft of those long years, the boy and girl, as the sun rose and set, were inseparable, their emotional threads weaving together. How could they not stir ripples deep within the heart? Yet, the beauty who once stood beside him now stood alongside his foe. What an irony it was. From childhood until now, the love of their parents had been as balanced as the scales of justice, evenly distributed between the two of them, whether it was the cultivation techniques or the invaluable resources essential on the path of cultivation. All was shared equally, reflecting a selfless heart. However, the yearning within you surged like an undercurrent, silently tipping the scales of balance. Do you truly wish to stand above all others? Can you genuinely cast aside the bond of kinship and willingly tread the solitary, thorn-laden path to the pinnacle? Tang Sanzang pondered deeply, his fists clenched tightly. Beneath his mask, his expression was inscrutable, yet his profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, gazing into the darkest recesses of the human heart. Lin Xianyue followed Tang Sanzang's deep-set gaze, her eyes settling on the woman beside Ning Hao, a flicker of complex emotions flashing within her own. She spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the subtle melancholy and tension hanging in the air. Observing Brother San's current demeanor, it is indeed noteworthy. It seems there lies an unspoken past and unresolved entanglements between him and that woman. As the two lost themselves in their thoughts, a resonant voice pierced the tranquil atmosphere. "Brother Tang, it has been a while. How have you fared? Who would have thought we would reunite in this place? What a remarkable twist of fate." Tu Chuanlin's voice carried a hint of surprise and nostalgia, gently stirring the ambience and drawing the two back to reality. Tang Sanzang, upon hearing this, slightly narrowed his eyes, then a gentle smile graced his lips as he raised his hand. "Brother Tu, it has indeed been too long that moment." Li Zhongyu approached with light, measured steps, joy radiating from his face at the reunion. "Brother Tang and Miss Lin, where have you two been all this time?" "Since I entered the foundation establishment stage, I have been searching for you both alongside Brother Tu, yet I could not locate you." Tang Sanzang replied slowly. Previously, Qianyue and I were tracking the source of a loud explosion and encountered a fearsome red-armored dragon rhino. Its might was formidable, its scales aflame. After a fierce battle, we finally subdued it. Subsequently, we discovered a mysterious cave behind this beast, which we intended to explore. Inside, we encountered strange creatures, and after a prolonged struggle, we managed to overcome them before arriving here. Tu Chuanlin and the others nodded in understanding that I see. However, the good news is that we have reunited. It is said that this matter is of great importance. Ning Hao himself has summoned everyone here, indicating that something significant is afoot. Enough talk. Let us go see. The three stepped lightly into the bustling crowd, where Ning Hao stood tall at the front. Speaking in his soothing voice to the gathered cultivators, Brother San, Sister Qianyue, you two have finally arrived. That a peal of laughter, as melodious as silver bells, broke through the air, followed by a graceful figure, a stunning woman resembling a butterfly dancing in spring, who darted directly toward Lin Qianyue. The two embraced, their joy and affection palpable. Sister Feng, my brother and I have just arrived. We were just contemplating seeking you out. I could see this moment. Tu Chuanlin's gaze flitted between them, and he gently nudged Tang Sanzang with his elbow, his eyes glimmering with mischief and curiosity. Hey, this young lady calls you brother. Yet you did not mention her earlier. Is there an unspoken secret between you two? Tang Sanzang cast a sidelong glance at Tu Chuanlin. This Miss Feng once fought alongside me and Qianyue. She is indeed a dear friend. I see that. Tu Chuanlin stepped forward with a lightness in his gait, clasping his hands in a polite gesture. I am Tu Chuanlin. To witness your grace is indeed a stroke of fortune. Feng Qi's brows knitted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of coldness and distance as she spoke. And who might you be? I have not heard of such an acquaintance. Lin Qianyue leaned closer to Feng Qi's ear, whispering, Sister Feng, this is Tu Chuanlin, a close friend of my brother and me, whom we met before embarking on the sect trials. He is gentle-natured and trustworthy. Upon hearing this, the frost in Feng Qi's demeanor began to thaw, her lips curving into a soft smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, both cool and tender to I see. I apologize for my rudeness. That moment, Li Zhongyu approached steadily, introducing himself with elegance. I am Li Zhongyu. Since Miss Feng shares a profound friendship with Brother Tang, she too is regarded as a close friend of mine. Feng Qi's brows furrowed again, her expression mingling confusion with playful skepticism. What you say is incorrect, young Master Li. Brother San's friends certainly share a deep bond with him. Yet how can that easily translate into a friendship with you? Li Zhongyu's expression grew earnest and sincere. Miss Feng may not be aware, but Brother Tang once saved me from peril, an act of kindness that weighs heavily upon my heart. I have long regarded him as a brother bound by life and death. Those he cherishes in my eyes are akin to family, and hence, they're naturally my friends as well. That as Feng Qi was about to speak again, Lin Qianyue beside her gently tugged at her sleeve, soothingly advising, Sister Feng, young Master Li possesses an upright character. He values reason over personal relations. Let us refrain from debating such matters with him. That moment, Tang Sanzang interjected, let's not quarrel any longer. Let us listen to what Ning Hao has to say. Chapter 69. The threat, esteemed colleagues, our gathering here today is indeed of utmost importance, necessitating our collective strategizing. Ning Hao's voice resonated with a steady and forceful tone, penetrating the ancient and weathered atmosphere of the ruins, echoing within the hearts of every cultivator present. As I mentioned earlier, I sensed the presence of an extraordinary treasure in this vicinity. However, upon our deeper investigation, we discovered a peak 5th-tier demon beast on the verge of metamorphosis, standing as a guardian deity, its might quietly nearing the threshold of the half-step Yuanying realm. Today I, Ning Hao, have summoned you all to discuss a grand strategy, aiming to unite our strengths to subdue this demon beast. Ning Hao's voice resounded across the battlefield of the ruins that a half-step Yuanying demon beast. Upon uttering these words, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered the tranquility. An uproar ensued, a web of shock and anxiety rapidly spreading that a tempest of turmoil surged within each heart, grasping the daunting challenge ahead, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to irreparable doom. How could we possibly withstand the might of a half-step Yuan demon beast? Perhaps another voice interjected. This demon beast is at a critical juncture in its ascension, its body and soul in a state of turmoil. This may be an opportunity bestowed by heaven. Although it may indeed be worth our while to take the risk, we must remember that it possesses but a single demon core. We might end up crafting garments for others. Instantly, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony. Ning Hao surveyed the cultivators around him, gesturing for silence. This area is a manifestation of the celestial beings of the Tianxian sect, nurturing countless lives that it resembles a vast forest, teeming with demon beasts. Yet those above the sixth tier are seldom encountered. A glimmer of determination and concern flickered in Ning Hao's eyes. His words, though gentle, bore the weight of gravity, instilling an unprecedented sense of urgency in every listener. What benefits will we gain by assisting you? Indeed, if there are no rewards, shall we merely become your pawns? In response, Ning Hao raised his hand lightly, a gentle yet authoritative force emanating from him, instantly quelling the surrounding clamor. Please remain calm. I have gathered everyone here to deliberate on this matter together. If we act independently, we may all fall victim to the demon beast. Today, I stand before you as a disciple of the Xuanxu Peak, vowing that any cultivator who participates in this hunt will, in the future, smoothly enter the Tianxian sect as my friend, and I shall ensure that each of you receives a fourth-tier pill as compensation. Ning Hao's voice resonated through the crowd. Xuanxu Peak? What is that? Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Hearing this, Tu Chuanlin slowly explained, the Tianxian sect is a revered sanctuary for cultivators. With its four main peaks towering majestically, Lingsha Peak, Xuanxu Peak, Sangming Peak, and Yunin Peak. Each peak is overseen by esteemed elders of the sect, and Ning Hao belongs to Xuanxu Peak. Tang Sanzang's gaze followed the flow of conversation. It gently settled on Ning Hao's receding figure, a complex smile gracing his lips. This art of persuasion has certainly remained unchanged. Tu Chuanlin's eyes flickered as if recalling something, and he inquired, Brother Tang, do you perhaps have a prior acquaintance with Ning Hao? Tang Sanzang smiled slightly, interrupting Tu Chuanlin's speculation. Just fleeting memories is best left unspoken. However, Ning Hao is indeed a character not to be underestimated. Although Ning Hao's words were intricately woven and enticing, none present were fools. They swiftly discerned the inconsistencies in his statements. You imply that only those who smoothly enter the Tianxian sect will receive the fourth-tier pills as a reward. It is common knowledge that the Tianxian sect is only admitting 50 new disciples this year. That casually depict a glorious future while intending to manipulate the gathering of over 100 cultivators to carve a path for you to hunt. That peak fifth-tier demon beast seems rather frivolous. Indeed, the flaws in your words are as numerous as the stars, nearly impossible to enumerate. Ultimately, you wish to treat us as mere fish on a chopping board, to be directed at your whim. If that is the case, why don't we disperse and seek our own paths, avoiding this exceptionally perilous demon beast? After all, a peak fifth-tier demon beast is not easily opposed. It is not a task we can casually undertake. As these words were spoken, many individuals began to waver, akin to leaves in the wind, ready to flee this land that was on the brink of becoming a battlefield. Ning Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Shrouded in an ominous gloom, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze seeming to penetrate the deepest recesses of doubt and fear within their hearts. There are over 100 of us here, aside from the designated disciples. There are merely around 100 left. The sect is only recruiting 50 new disciples. Are you truly willing to relinquish this opportunity without a fight? I, Ning Hao, swear that even if the hunt ultimately fails, I will still fulfill my promise and provide the fourth-tier pills to the new disciples who successfully enter the sect. This sincerity is as evident as the heavens and the sun. Upon finishing, his tone shifted, becoming as frigid as frost. However, should you refuse, I would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot. As these words escaped his lips, the air seemed to freeze. The cultivators who had been restless and eager to depart halted in their tracks. Exchanging glances, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Tang Sanzang's gaze deepened, fixating on Ning Hao, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. What a masterful balance of grace and intimidation. Your cunning has indeed reached an artful pinnacle. Tu Chuanlin chimed in quietly, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Given his significant standing within the Tianxian sect, he is quite capable of producing 54th-tier pills. Within the Tianxian sect, every inner disciple enjoys the privilege of requesting pills from the sect. Such resources are but a mere trifle to him. Fourth-tier pills are indeed coveted treasures. Even cultivators in the foundation establishment stage would be fervently drawn to them, clamoring for their possession. For those in the qi refining realm, they are aspirations of their dreams, as acquiring one could propel them into the foundation establishment stage. Even those in the later stages of foundation establishment could significantly enhance their chances of solidifying their golden core with the aid of such pills. Their preciousness is evident. Ning Hao is truly putting forth considerable effort for the treasure guarded by this demon beast. The echoes of his words lingered, and Ning Hao's resolute warning sliced through the air like a blade of ice, freezing in place those cultivators in the qi refining realm who had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. A subtle tension and calculation enveloped the atmosphere. Should they depart now, they would immediately face assault from Ning Hao and several inner disciples, resulting in their elimination. However, if they remained, despite the lurking dangers, there lay hidden opportunities. Perhaps they could navigate the chaos and seize a portion of the spoils. Even the slightest contribution could serve as a stepping stone into the sect. If they were fortunate enough to achieve merit, not only would they gain entry into the sect, but they would also receive a fourth-tier pill. This transaction was sufficient to tip the scales for any rational individual. Ning Hao observed those who chose to stay, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. It seems you all are astute individuals. In that case, allow me to share my plan with you. Chapter 70. The Crimson Flame Dragon Scale Beast. Ning Hao's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable firmness and sincerity. This moment, we face an unprecedented opportunity and challenge. This demon beast is currently undergoing a critical transformation towards the 6th tier, although its strength has already reached the half-step Yuanying stage. It is during this metamorphosis that it is at its most vulnerable. I believe you can assist me in restraining this demon beast, and together we can deliver it a heavy blow. I, Ning Hao, vow that the purpose of this expedition is purely to delve deeper into the ruins for the precious blood of this demon beast, its radiant demon core, and all its possessions. I shall claim none, leaving them entirely for your enjoyment, as a testament to my sincerity and resolve. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed evident signs of emotional stirrings. Weighing the pros and cons, capturing a half-step Yuanying demon beast was fraught with peril. Even with over 100 individuals here, it was uncertain whether they could successfully contain it. Ning Hao's gaze deepened, keenly perceiving the unspoken worries reflected in the brows of the crowd, and a faint smile graced his lips. As if he held the upper hand, he then slowly turned, retrieving from behind him an item radiating a soft spiritual glow. Please observe, this object is extraordinary. It is a formation device, personally crafted by an elder of the Tianxian sect, intricately engraved with a 5th-tier binding formation. Its exquisite design is capable of ensnaring any unruly demon beast. At that moment, all present need only to gradually infuse their spiritual energy into this array device, and the binding force shall surge forth like a tidal wave, firmly ensnaring the monstrous beast. The subsequent matter shall be left to my handling. As he spoke, a murmur of awe and reverence enveloped the surroundings. It was indeed the array device of the Tianxian sect, reputed to be extraordinarily precious, capable of imprinting formations within it for one's own use. Truly, it was a sight to behold. The array device of the Tianxian sect not only spared the laborious intricacies of engraving formations, but also enabled even those of modest cultivation to wield its power, unleashing astonishing array capabilities. Someone exclaimed, their words laced with envy and longing. Who would have thought that the Tianxian sect would bestow such a treasure upon Ning Hao? It seemed that Ning Hao's standing within the Tianxian sect was quite significant. The crowd whispered among themselves, while Tang Sanzang had already discerned Ning Hao's intentions. Addressing the other four, Ning Hao's ultimate aim is likely the treasures hidden deep within the ruins. He has meticulously crafted a scheme, seeking to leverage our collective strength to bind that half-step Yuanying realm beast. while he stealthily infiltrates the depths of the ruins. What a grandiloquent pretense of united against a formidable foe, when in truth it is merely the overture to his solitary feast. Once that binding formation activates and our energies converge, we shall be ensnared by invisible chains, unable to extricate ourselves. Should we act rashly, the formation will retaliate, leading to an irreversible demise. If this plan falters even slightly, failing to completely subdue the beast, the rampaging might of the half-step Yuanying realm will break free, wreaking havoc upon all present. At that time, no cultivator here, regardless of their prowess, will escape calamity. Ning Hong's stratagem is truly exquisite, yet ruthlessly cunning, each step calculated with precision, evoking admiration for the intrigues and avarice that pervade this world. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged knowing glances, involuntarily revealing a trace of disdain towards Ning Hao. Brother Tang speaks truthfully. In my view, Ning Hong's intentions are clearly not focused on the immediate matter, but rather on that legendary rare treasure. I could see that moment. A voice as warm and gentle as jade resonated softly, akin to a spring breeze brushing against one's face. Tang Sanzang turned to see a flicker of surprise in his gaze, and he promptly bowed in respect, maintaining an air of elegance. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you can forgive my oversight. Xiao Yuanxian waved his hand with a carefree gesture, his smile warm and sincere. Brother Tang, you are mistaken. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. As I expressed the other day, I wish to forge a deep friendship with you. Surely, that was not mere rhetoric. After a few days apart, our bond ought to be even stronger. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a gentle smile. If that is the case, Brother Xiao, should you find me unrefined, please allow me to introduce a few like-minded individuals. With that, he stepped aside gracefully, gesturing for Xiao Yuanxian to join the crowd. Just as laughter and camaraderie filled the air, Ning Hong's voice rang out. Everyone, since our intentions align, please follow me as we set forth. This journey shall serve as a modest gift from me to you. Upon our return, I shall present you with fourth-grade elixirs as a token of gratitude. With that, he moved swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, accompanied by several others, racing across the horizon and leaving brilliant trails in their wake. The remaining individuals, though momentarily hesitant, found themselves irresistibly drawn by the allure of the fourth-grade elixirs, bolstered by the power of the array device, and ultimately resolved to follow him without hesitation. The unpredictability of fate loomed. Who could say how many would emerge from this expedition to witness the shifting tides? Xiao Yuanxian sighed softly, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. We shall see for ourselves. While Ning Hong is undoubtedly astute, we are not to be underestimated. Let us merely feign compliance until he enters the ruins, and then we shall engage in a proper contest. But a playful smile graced Tang Sanzang's lips, his words imbued with an unyielding confidence and determination. I ask you, Brother Tang, why must you oppose Ning Hong so vehemently? Do you harbor a grudge against him? Tu Chuanlin furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion and curiosity evident in his tone. What if I do? Tang Sanzang chuckled lightly, his words steeped in deeper meaning, before he swiftly darted towards Ning Hong's direction, leaving behind a resonant laughter that lingered in the air. Whether or not Brother Tang has enmity with Ning Hong, I simply cannot abide by his pretentiousness and must engage him in a contest. With that, Xiao Yuanxian followed suit, and the others exchanged glances before resolutely pursuing, determined to stage a thrilling confrontation with Ning Hong amidst this expedition into the ruins. In an instant, the group quietly approached the fringes of the battlefield within the ruins, and the scene before them transformed dramatically, as a breathtakingly fierce light suddenly captivated their gaze. Before them stood a monstrous beast, entirely enveloped in raging flames, the crimson flame dragon-scale beast. A gasp of astonishment pierced the air, tinged with disbelief and reverence. The crimson flame dragon-scale beast, its body encased in layers of shimmering, searing scales, each seemingly imbued with the power to incinerate all in existence. Its long tail coiled like a whip, poised for action. Even more striking was the pair of immature flesh wings unfurling from its back. Heralding the day it would soar through the heavens, a dominator among six-tier beasts. The crimson flame dragon scale beast, a pinnacle fifth-tier beast, possessed half-step yuanying strength, yet it was currently at its most vulnerable state. Everyone prepared to strike. Ning Hong's voice was steady and commanding, cutting through the tension thickened by the beast's oppressive aura. Everyone, I shall activate the array device to bind it to the ground. I will require your assistance in infusing your spiritual energy to ensure its proper confinement. With that, Ning Hong moved first, summoning the array device, and countless formations materialized in the sky. Subsequently, a massive formation descended upon the crimson flame dragon scale beast, extending chains to ensnare its limbs and body. The clash between the cold iron of the chains and the beast's fiery scales was akin to a fierce collision of ice and fire. The gigantic creature found its limbs and colossal body tightly bound by the ethereal chains, rendered immobile. The crimson flame dragon scale beast sensed an unprecedented threat and let out a deafening roar. Its voice laced with anger and defiance, echoing around them, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The it thrashed violently, every muscle seemingly ablaze, as it expelled torrents of scorching flames in a desperate attempt to incinerate the chains that bound it. Yet the seemingly indomitable chains began to tremble under the onslaught of its furious might, threatening to snap at any moment and release the enraged beast. Fellow cultivators, pour your spiritual energy into this array device without reservation. We must fortify our binding power and ensure that the crimson flame dragon scale beast does not escape. Ning Hong's voice resonated with unwavering authority, penetrating the chaos and reaching every ear. As his words fell, the surrounding cultivators responded in unison, closing their eyes in concentration, channeling their abundant spiritual energy into a continuous stream that ultimately flowed into the ancient array device. The array device seemed to respond to this overwhelming power, its brilliance intensifying, and the binding force surged, further suppressing the beast's struggles. Young one, the crimson flame dragon scale beast is currently seething with fury, its might capable of shaking the heavens. You must silently summon the Corpse God Tower to absorb this turbulent rage. The ancient and enigmatic voice of the Tower Master echoed in Tang Sanzang's mind. Tang Sanzang nodded slightly, then infused his spiritual energy into the array device, while the Corpse God Tower began to spin slowly, its surface aglow with a dark and profound light, silently devouring the anger and ferocity emanating from the crimson flame dragon scale beast. This maneuver was merely to obscure his true intentions. Most of the others were contributing their energy, and should he remain idle, he might incite their wrath. Everyone, contribute a modicum of your spiritual energy, but do not overexert yourselves. It would be troublesome if we cannot withdraw it later. Tang Sanzang's voice gently resonated among the crowd, prompting nods as they began to infuse their energy into the array device. Those surrounding Ning Hong whispered among themselves, "Though we have sacrificed for the array device, if we do not act now, it may incite the ire of the masses." Ning Hong, upon hearing this, regarded them with a profound gaze and nodded slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons before arriving at a decision. "Your reasoning is sound. We must act decisively. Let us proceed as planned, gradually infusing our spiritual energy, ensuring both the stability of the chains and retaining enough reserves for our subsequent exploration." With that, Ning Hong closed his eyes, raising his hands gently, as faint spiritual light flowed between his fingers, slowly infusing into the suspended array device. As the spiritual energy surged forth, the array device suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, and the chains ensnaring the body of the crimson flame dragon scale beast appeared to possess a life of their own, becoming increasingly resilient. If Ning Hong withdraws his spiritual power, we shall follow closely behind to uncover the treasures within. Tang Sanzong whispered, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. "Remember, our actions must be swift and discreet. We cannot allow these cultivators to discern our intentions." "Understood," the group replied in unison, their eyes alight with eagerness. The massive form of the crimson flame dragon scale beast was mercilessly bound to the ground by a labyrinth of chains, its fury and resentment coalescing into a tempestuous inferno, erupting in thunderous roars that seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. Around it, flames surged like a frenzied dragon, the searing heat instantly enveloping the chains in an otherworldly crimson glow, as though even steel would melt beneath this wrath. Ning Hao stood a short distance away, his gaze piercing, commanding in a deep voice, "Everyone, do not allow this beast to break free. Channel all your spiritual energy to secure it firmly. Once we find the opportunity, we shall strike with a thunderous blow to subdue it completely." Upon his words, the group tacitly increased their output of spiritual energy, the chains sparkling with a brilliant light, as if countless ethereal serpents entwine around them. Then, Ning Hao and his companions withdrew their spiritual power, their forms expanding like the brightest meteors streaking across the night sky, swiftly closing in on the raging beast. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions echoed through the valley, each collision accompanied by a tumultuous wave of force, stirring up a tempest of wind and debris, leaving the realm seemingly engulfed in chaos and destruction. The crimson flame dragon scale beast roared in agony under the relentless assault, its flames burning even fiercer. As a blaze erupted from its maw, resembling shards of a blazing sun escaping from a rift in the sky, suddenly it spewed forth a searing beam of fire, aimed directly at Ning Hao and his party. Filling the air with a scent of scorching dread, "It's a fire beam. Everyone, take cover!" Ning Hao's voice was sharp and urgent, slicing through the air like a blade, compelling every individual to heed his command. The group swayed momentarily, akin to agile foxes darting through the woods, deftly evading the terrifying strike capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. They landed gracefully, their expressions rife with vigilance and gravity. When shall we delve into the heart of the ruins? If this beast becomes further agitated, it may spiral into uncontrollable fury, and the situation will be dire, one member of the team murmured, glancing anxiously at Ning Hao. Ning Hao's lips curled into a sinister smile. "That I intend to drive this crimson flame dragon scale beast into a complete frenzy. Once it loses control, no one in this vicinity will be spared. Qualifications will be rendered void, and even lives will hang in the balance. At that point, the treasures hidden deep within the ruins will rightfully belong to us for any promises made to the outside world." His voice trailed off, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The dead have no need for promises. Moreover, if we can incite them to fight amongst themselves, severely wounding the crimson flame dragon scale beast, we shall seize the opportunity to claim the exceedingly rare beast core from within that fifth-tier supreme beast. Strike with all your might. Attack it. Ning Hao's voice was steady and resolute, imbued with an undeniable force. Understood. The group promptly summoned their most powerful weapons and treasures, the brilliance of their combined efforts erupting as they launched a fierce offensive against the crimson flame dragon scale beast. Amidst the overwhelming onslaught, the crimson flame dragon scale beast, caught in a tumult of rage and despair, let out a thunderous roar, its body ablaze with fury as it thrashed its limbs, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from its chains. The surrounding cultivators struggled to maintain their positions. "Ning Hao, we can barely hold on. Hurry and bring it down," Tang Sanzong communicated urgently, understanding Ning Hao's intent to provoke the beast to the brink of madness, whereupon it would break free and unleash havoc, allowing them to slip into the depths of the ruins that we only need to monitor them. The moment they enter the inner sanctum of the ruins, we shall follow closely behind. His words carried a hint of cunning and depth, barely perceptible. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's plan, the group exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken agreement passing between them, their intentions clear without the need for further words. Thus, the chase between hunter and prey began to unfold, yet who would ultimately assume the roles of hunter and hunted remained uncertain. Chapter 72. Entering the depths of the ruins, Ning Hao's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the scene before him. Addressing his companions in a low tone, "Everyone, give it your all. When the crimson flame dragon scale beast erupts in rage, it shall be our opportunity to penetrate the core of the ruins." "Agreed," came the resounding response, their forms tensing like arrows drawn taut, unleashing the spiritual power they had long concealed in a dazzling display. Various attacks cascaded like stars falling from the sky, bombarding the colossal crimson flame dragon scale beast with relentless precision. "Roar!" The beast let out a deafening roar, infused with unyielding fury and defiance, its limbs crashing against the ground, generating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the space, as if the very air trembled under its wrath. A brilliant red aura enveloped the beast, akin to the sun descending, flames erupting from its scales, igniting the surrounding atmosphere, causing the chains that bound it to writhe and melt within the seething inferno. "It is time," Ning Hao exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Spiritual power surged within him, as if an ancient Buddha had awakened, enveloping him in resplendent golden light, the visage of a golden Buddha manifesting, radiating brilliance that pushed back the chaotic energy surrounding him. Unity of the cosmos. One breath stabilizes the world. In an instant, the radiant golden light cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping the enraged crimson flame dragon-scale beast, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that sent dust and debris spiraling into the air. Roar. The beast unleashed another earth-shattering roar, its voice laced with endless agony and defiance, its massive body adorned with countless wounds and streaks of blood, reminiscent of red blossoms blooming amidst the flames, each droplet of crimson slowly sliding down and staining the earth beneath, remnants of its fierce battle with Ning Hao and his companions that ate this moment. The beast's eyes glowed a fierce red, as if they could consume all in a fiery inferno, its blood surging violently within. This is bad. It intends to ignite its essence. Everyone, unite to suppress it. If it breaks free, we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, the group tensed, pouring all their strength into the effort, their spiritual energy erupting like a river breaching its dam, striving to confine the beast. Yet alas, a six-tier beast approaching its threshold was not something these foundational cultivators could hope to restrain. The crimson flame dragon-scale beast, at the cost of burning its own essence, unleashed a power that transcended its limits, breaking through the shackles of its realm and stepping into the nascent soul stage. Although its aura was somewhat unstable, still lacking compared to true nascent soul masters, it had undeniably ascended to a new level. Enough to send shivers through the onlookers. Bang, 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 a series of thunderous booms echoed through the skies, shaking the very fabric of reality. After breaking into the nascent soul stage, the crimson flame dragon scale beast effortlessly tore through the carefully constructed restraints of the cultivators, soaring into the heavens like a liberated dragon, accompanied by roaring flames and thunderous sounds. Upon its back, the previously inconspicuous spikes now hinted at a terrifying transformation, foretelling an impending surge of power. With the beast's earth-shattering roar, the restraints backlash swept through the area like a tidal wave, catching hundreds of cultivators off guard, a powerful shockwave crashing into them, causing them to spit blood and turn pale. Some of the weaker ones collapsing unconscious, their fates uncertain. Tang Sanzong and his companions were prepared. The moment the crimson flame dragon scale beast ignited its essence, they had quietly summoned a radiant barrier of spiritual energy, forming an invisible shield that encased them securely. Once the beast broke free, its eyes blazed with unquenchable rage, as if intent on engulfing the world in its searing flames that it took to the skies. Its wings sweeping through the air, tearing the heavens apart as a multitude of flaming meteors erupted from its feathers, transforming into devastating trajectories that mercilessly rained down upon the land, obliterating the tranquility and peace that once reigned. The cultivators ensnared in the fiery meteor shower wore expressions of sheer terror, each employing their utmost abilities in a desperate attempt to withstand this infernal baptism. Yet, even with their efforts, the relentless rain of fire pierced through their defenses, leaving scorched earth and anguished cries in its wake. The entire scene resembled the arrival of the apocalypse, instilling a profound sense of dread. It is time. Follow me. Ning Hao uttered a command, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, the figures of his companions transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the depths of the ruins that he has entered. We must follow. Tang Sanzang's gaze was firmly locked on Ning Hao's retreating figure. In the next moment, he unfurled his form and pursued closely behind, akin to a stealthy yet extraordinarily swift leopard in the night. Deep within these ruins, the dim light could only outline indistinct silhouettes. Nearly 10 figures traversed this ancient space, one after another, as if they were travelers in pursuit of ancient secrets. I sense several presences behind us. It seems they have followed us in, a companion whispered to Ning Hao, his tone laced with surprise. Upon hearing this, Ning Hao's expression tightened, and he swiftly cast a sharp glance backward, as if his gaze could pierce through layers of obstruction and discern all. There are 5 individuals. It appears that not all here are fools. These few must have been well prepared, intending to enter these ruins at the same time as us when the demonic beasts go wild. Should we intercept them? Not yet. They lack any golden core stage cultivators, so they pose no immediate threat. Our priority is to swiftly collect the treasures, Ning Hao replied, .as for them, if they dare covet what belongs to us. This ruin shall become their burial ground. Ning Hao wouldn't mind adding a few strokes of crimson to this place. With that, a cold smile crept upon Ning Hao's lips as he led the group forward like a tempest. Tang, I distinctly sense that Ning Hao has already discerned our movements. Yet why does he not attempt to stop us? Li Zhongyu remarked. Tang Sanzang's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a depth of wisdom. Ning Hao is a man of profound schemes. He harbors an almost arrogant confidence in his own strength to him. We are but insignificant ants, inconsequential. Perhaps he relishes the thrill of toying with his prey, waiting until they believe they have succeeded before delivering a fatal blow. Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened. Moreover, should there be any danger within, we would be a significant asset. If there is none, he will retrieve the treasures before us, and should we dare to obstruct him, he will assuredly slay us here. Xiao Yunchuan's lips curled into a cold arch. Does he truly believe he reigns supreme in this place? If he dares to threaten us with force, seeking to eradicate us here, let him see that this world is not solely dictated by him. Thus, the group closely followed Ning Hao's footsteps, stepping into the heart of the ruins. There, it seemed to be the very source of the space's breath, and a fierce and pure flame aura suddenly enveloped them. It appears to be a fire attribute treasure, and judging by this aura, it likely belongs to the celestial tier. Ning Hao meticulously savored this essence. Since that is the case, why not investigate it personally? Someone suggested, their voice tinged with suppressed excitement and curiosity. Hence, the group cautiously stepped forward. A red lotus, forged from flames, quietly floated in the void, its petals woven from the purest fire, each ray of light containing the power of destruction and rebirth. Indeed, it is the fire lotus. I learned from an elder of the Tianqian sect that there exist certain treasures born of heaven and earth, imbued with an essence of the cosmos and possessing extreme attributes. It seems this fire lotus is a treasure birthed from the natural energies of this region. A.S. Ning Hao and his companions gazed upon this treasure of heaven and earth. Their eyes sparkled with golden light. Then turned toward the rear to my friends. If you have gawked enough, do step forward. Chapter 73. Seizing the fire lotus, battling Ning Hao, Tang Sanzang, and his cohort of 5 seemed to materialize from a void, suddenly standing before Ning Hao, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantly. You again. How dare you tread upon this ground today? Do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? Ning Hao's gaze was as sharp as ice, piercing directly at Tang Sanzang, his heart stirring with a long-lost thrill, intertwined with an indescribable confusion. But why does the shadow of unease linger in my heart when faced with this individual? Ning Hao pondered, scrutinizing Tang Sanzang closely. Though their figures bore resemblance, the power coursing through their bloodlines, the aura emanating from their techniques, and the imprints within their very souls were starkly different. Moreover, the blood forest is a realm of life and death, where none could emerge unscathed from its fangs. He cannot possibly be. Though turmoil roiled within him, Ning Hao's exterior grew increasingly stern. He furrowed his brow, speaking each word with undeniable authority. Who exactly are you? Why does an inexplicable chill surge within my heart? The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, astonishment evident on their faces. This person is merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, yet he can cause Ning Hao, at the initial stage of golden core, to behave so uncharacteristically. Who is he? Yuan Ro, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, a ripple of recognition stirring within her. That familiar sensation felt like a distant dream, vague yet palpable. This person feels so familiar. However, it is merely resemblance, as their auras are entirely different. He cannot possibly be that individual. He has long since fallen like a shooting star. How could he be the one before me? Just as everyone was engulfed in the enigma of Tang Sanzang's identity, he smiled faintly, a hint of mockery and inscrutability hidden within that smile, and spoke slowly to Ha. Does it matter who I am? I am but a speck of dust in this world. Why should one concern themselves? Ning Hong's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing within him, ready to pour. You perpetually wear a mask, feigning mystery and depth. You truly believe that a fortunate strike from that day is sufficient to swell your confidence to the point of disregarding all? Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. His response, unrelenting. Show mercy. Do you even believe that yourself? When I first encountered you, your murderous intent was like a torrent, your eyes blood red, clearly viewing me as a sworn enemy, intent on extinguishing my life. The truth is known to both of us. The atmosphere grew tense, as if even the air had solidified. Ning Hong's gaze blazed with an undeniable resolve. Regardless of the past, today, should you dare to intervene in the contest for this treasure, I assure you, you will find no place to rest in death. With that, his aura surged violently, revealing his formidable strength at the initial stage of Golden Core without reservation, a wave of spiritual energy sweeping the surroundings like a palpable force. Though we number only 4, we possess 1 at the initial stage of Golden Core, 2 at the mid-stage of foundation building, and 1 at the early stage. In contrast, you have 1 at the mid-stage of foundation building and 4 at the late stage. Even if you have 1 more person, what of it? How can one know the outcome without personally attempting it? Tang Sanzang replied, a faint smile playing on his lips, his tone imbued with unyielding certainty. Ning Hong is mine. You deal with the others. His words were succinct and forceful. Yes, soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged wildly, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, poised for action. In an instant, the others followed suit, each summoning their full cultivation, charging fiercely at the 3 adversaries. Though the odds were slightly in their favor numerically, the subtle differences in cultivation rendered this battle fraught with uncertainty and variables. On the battlefield, spiritual energy surged like a raging river, each clash accompanied by deafening booms, shattering stones, and tearing apart clouds. Ning Hong observed the chaotic battle with cold indifference, his gaze sharp as a blade. Aimed straight at Tang Sanzang. You believe you can obstruct my path solely by your own strength? Whether one is enough or not, why not test it personally and experience it firsthand? Tang Sanzang chuckled lightly, his smile betraying a hint of mockery and unassailable pride. His tone melodious, yet every word struck true, revealing his unwavering resolve. As his words fell, a thick wave of mid-stage foundation building spiritual energy erupted from him. Overestimating oneself. This time, let you understand the vastness of the gap between foundation building and Golden Core. Not think that merely reaching mid-stage foundation building gives you the confidence to challenge me. Ning Hong retorted with a cold laugh, his tone laced with disdain and confidence, as if he had already foreseen Tang Sanzang's defeat. As the words left his mouth, the 2 figures intertwined once more, transforming into 2 streaks of light, colliding fiercely in the void, each clash resonating with the tumult of spiritual energy, their thunderous roars echoing through the skies. Great Brahman, sacred palm. Tang Sanzang surged into the air, surrounded by a halo of bloodlight, a sign that the blood demon Corpse God technique was being pushed to its utmost limit. He formed seals with his hands, gathering a pale red vortex of spiritual energy in his palms, as if it could devour all, bearing the might to annihilate heaven and earth, crashing down toward Ning Hong. Insignificant trick, thunderclap fist, a single punch shattering myriad laws. It was the same familiar formula, the same familiar technique. With one punch, countless laws shattered, golden light dazzling, slicing through the air, aiming straight for the shadow of Tang Sanzang's tempestuous palm. Boom! The deafening roars sounded like thunder from the heavens, erupting instantly, shaking the surrounding space. The silhouette of Tang Sanzang, under the onslaught of this formidable force, traversed several dozen meters before he could barely stabilize his form. Meanwhile, Ning Hao, despite appearing calm and unruffled on the surface, secretly took a step back, his heart tumultuous with shock. What could be the reason? In previous encounters, a single punch from me had sent him staggering back for dozens of steps, his vital energy churning uncontrollably. Why today, with the same technique and equivalent force? Could he merely retreat a few steps while I was jolted backward by the rebound? Ning Hao pondered, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. The seemingly slight enhancement from the early to mid-stage of Foundation establishment was, in fact, a significant improvement. The power bestowed upon Tang Sanzang by his bloodline, along with the support of the Little World and the Corpse God Tower, was sufficient to contend with Ning Hao at the initial stage of core formation. Tang Sanzang steadied himself, astonished by his newfound strength. I never anticipated that the leap from early to mid-Foundation establishment would grant me such earth-shattering changes. If I were to unleash the Blood Demon Corpse God's secret technique in full force, augmented by the power of the Little World, perhaps I could confront Ning Hao head-on. Just as he reveled in this sudden surge of power, a steady and profound voice from the Tower Master interjected. Young man, do not underestimate yourself. Your current strength indeed allows you to contend with Ning Hao, but do not forget, he is yet to unleash the legendary Buddha's golden body. Once that indestructible form manifests, your power may still fall short. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's mindset instantly calmed. The Buddha's golden body had not yet been activated. Had that last punch been delivered under its influence, perhaps I would already be injured. It appears you are not as formidable as you seem, Tang Sanzang thought, as he advanced toward Ning Hao with swift footwork. Ning Hao, enraged by these words, seethed. Once I capture you, I will surely tear you to shreds. He then clasped his hands together, a radiant golden light enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a golden war god. Die. One strike to shatter the heavens. Chapter 74. A battle with full force. Ning Hao seemed to be embraced by an endless brilliance of gold, dazzling and blinding, making it difficult to gaze directly at him. Tang Sanzang beheld this scene, and his deeply buried pride ignited like a blazing sun, burning fiercely within him. He vowed, from my youth to now, I have never stood beneath you. It was so in the past, it is so today, and on the path ahead, I shall reach heights you cannot even aspire to. With that, he slowly brought his hands together, and as his fingertips brushed, an ancient and mysterious aura surged forth from his being, representing the ultimate manifestation of the Blood Demon Corpse God's secret technique, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening. Shocking to the core. Simultaneously, the little world within him seemed to sense its master's intent, roaring to life as torrents of immense power were drawn forth, encircling him and transforming into layers of crimson ripples. Resonating with Ning Hao's resplendent golden light, yet standing in defiance, the heavens and the earth appeared to be divided, a stunning and eerie tapestry of gold and red. The other 7 combatants, caught in the throes of battle, felt this sudden, terrifying aura and instinctively halted their movements, their eyes filled with disbelief. These 2 are not mere monsters, are they? One in Foundation establishment and the other in core formation, yet capable of unleashing such extraordinary power. Truly a prodigious existence. Tu Chuanlin remarked, Brother Tang, you truly broaden my horizons. That I once thought Ning Hao was the brightest star among this new generation, but unexpectedly, Brother Tang is also a hidden dragon in the depths. Today's display of prowess is indeed admirable. It is a privilege to have such a friend. Xiao Yinchuan's voice brimmed with admiration as he gently shook his head, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. Feng Qi and Lin Qianyue exchanged glances, their hearts stirring like the first bloom of spring water, with an inexplicable affection for Tang Sanzang blossoming within them. They stared at him, their clear eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and astonishment as she murmured softly, Why does this person feel so familiar to me? No, it cannot be. How could he be him? Her words revealed a complex emotion of disbelief, as if something deep within her memories had been quietly stirred. Even if you can contend with Ning Hao's aura, what of it? He is in the core formation realm, a full realm above you, and this is not even his strongest state that a voice from the side coldly interrupted this delicate atmosphere. Tu Chuanlin's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto a young man, a smirk playing on his lips. Cheng Zixuan, is it comfortable being Ning Hong's lackey? Your allegiance to him surely stems from the abundant resources of the Tianxin sect, which you truly desire. Am I right? At these words, Cheng Zixuan's expression darkened like ink. Fury erupting from him like a volcano, he surged forward, transforming into a streak of fierce sword light aimed directly at Tu Chuanlin. Bellowing, Tu Chuanlin, do not think to triumph with mere words. Today, I shall show you my prowess. In an instant, a tempestuous clash erupted between the two, each strike imbued with world-destroying power, the surrounding air seemingly ignited, erupting with resounding booms. Meanwhile, the others, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray. Lu Chun, allow me, Xiao Yuan Xian, to experience your skills, he exclaimed as he charged at another young man. Amidst this chaos, the duel between Tang Sanzang and Ning Hao became the focal point of everyone's attention. The crimson and golden figures intertwined, each encounter radiating a potent aura that shattered the surrounding space, as if time itself had paused in their wake. Tang Sanzang stood firm like a pine, his hands gently coming together, flickers of lightning dancing at his fingertips, surrounded by a dense aura of electricity, as if the most violent storm in the heavens had coalesced around him. Storm of fury. He bellowed, a surge of power gathering from the heavens and the earth, akin to an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping toward Ning Hao with destructive force. Seeing this, Ning Hao smiled faintly, the golden light within him erupting suddenly, brilliant and dazzling, like the rising sun dispelling the shadows around him. Another one of your tricks. Watch me shatter your feeble palm technique. He murmured, primordial unity, shatter the sun and moon. As he spoke, an ancient and profound power surged from within him. The space around them seemed to warp under this force, light and darkness intertwining, rendering the brilliance of the sun and moon dim in comparison. The entire world appeared to pulsate with this overwhelming essence. Eye in the air, a shadow formed from pure energy, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying the dual rhythms of destruction and rebirth, racing toward Tang Sanzang's colossal palm with astonishing speed. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth shattering, the space trembling at that moment, as the light and the giant palm collided. It was as if dawn had broken over a towering snow-capped mountain. That once mighty hand disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. The remaining energy surged toward Tang Sanzang like a relentless tide, striking him squarely, akin to the last rays of twilight on the horizon. Tang Sanzang's form shook violently, like a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward for several dozen meters before he could barely stabilize himself. His complexion pale, blood surging in his veins, a hint of crimson unconsciously slipping from the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Ning Hao remained unmoved, like an ancient pine standing tall, his robes billowing in the wind. His eyes deep and shimmering with unprecedented gravity that I never expected that the primordial unity, enhanced by the Buddha's golden body, would not severely injure him. This kid's strength has grown significantly since he first entered the ruins. Ning Hao's expression darkened like leaden clouds, his eyes flashing with determination and unease. If I cannot slay him here, he will undoubtedly become a future source of trouble for me. I could see that moment. The Tower Master's voice resonated in Tang Sanzang's mind. Young man, with your current strength, you are insufficient to confront him. If you wish to engage him head-on, you will need to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, the murderous intent in his eyes is palpable, almost tangible. The next time he strikes, he will use his full power to kill you, that if you do not wish for this place to become your burial ground. It is best to harness the power of the Corpse God Tower. Upon hearing this, ripples of unease surged within Tang Sanzang's heart. He understood the Tower Master's words were not mere bluster. With his current strength, he could not confront Ning Hao without the aid of the Corpse God Tower, and he was still unaware if Ning Hao had any hidden cards left to play. Just as Tang Sanzang hesitated, Ning Hao closed his eyes tightly, murmuring, "You have forced my hand. Let this place become your grave." Suddenly, the golden light around him surged dramatically, and a faint Buddha statue manifested behind him, resembling a golden war god. All present were captivated by that resplendent golden light, involuntarily halting their actions, their gazes riveted to that dazzling spectacle. Liu Chen's voice rang out, laced with disbelief and awe, truly breathtaking. Who is this young man, to provoke such a powerful opponent as Ning Hao to unleash his full strength in a contest? Cheng Zixuan pondered in silence beside him. It is said that Ning Hao's golden Buddha body possesses 4 realms of enlightenment. Enveloped entirely in golden Buddhist light, in this moment, his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities are akin to a tiger with wings, far surpassing his former self. The ethereal shadow of the Buddha manifests, transcendent and otherworldly. It is not merely an exhibition of power, but a testament to the perfect fusion of spirit and flesh. Its amplification beyond the scope of mere words. At this juncture, Master Tower urgently remarked, "Young man, Ning Hao's techniques are formidable. It seems they were bestowed upon him by an elder of the Tianxin sect, and he has likely ascended to the celestial level. His current strength is sufficient to rival that of an advanced stage golden core cultivator." Chapter 75. Azura versus Holy Buddha. Tang Sanzang gazed intently at Ning Hao, who was bathed in resplendent golden light, a flicker of resolute determination passing through his eyes that he inhaled deeply, channeling the blood demon Corpse God technique with all his might. Within him, the bloodline of the Corpse God awakened, akin to an ancient behemoth stirred from slumber, surging forth like a torrent, resonating with the will of Tang Sanzang. The microcosm around him seemed to sense its master's resolve, and the vast energies within began to gather in an orderly fashion, like rivers converging into the sea, ultimately transforming into pure power that flowed ceaselessly into Tang Sanzang's limbs and bones, fortifying every sinew and every ounce of his will. Under the weight of such triple enhancements, Tang Sanzang emanated the aura of a slaughtering Azura, standing toe-to-toe against Ning Hao, who had activated his second golden Buddha body. Their strengths seemingly equal. Ning Hao scrutinized the overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Sanzang, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Who is this individual, with such profound depth that leaves one awestruck? If he does not perish today, he will surely become a future source of endless troubles. A surge of murderous intent boiled within Ning Hao, almost taking on a tangible form, permeating the surrounding atmosphere. The Corpse God Tower sensed this killing intent, operating within Tang Sanzang's body, greedily devouring every trace of negative emotion that intruded, transforming it into its own source of power. Putting on a show. No matter what celestial abilities you unleash today, I shall ensure you meet your demise here. With that, he surged forth like a dragon soaring through the heavens, enveloped in boundless golden brilliance, racing towards Tang Sanzang. In his palm, a dazzling golden sword manifested, its blade radiating a sacred and ancient luminescence, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. Ning Hao's gaze was piercing, his deep voice laced with undeniable resolve. "Over the years, you're only the second person to compel me to wield this sword." Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a faint smile, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The first must be an extraordinary individual. I look forward to the day I meet him. Ning Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "You will meet him soon enough." With that, he gripped the sword hilt firmly, raising it high above his head, becoming one with the Buddha shadow behind him, which mirrored his pose as if a mysterious force flowed between them. The golden sword burst forth with blinding radiance, illuminating the space around them with a resplendent glow, imbued with a potent killing intent, descending upon Tang Sanzang. Bloodshed crossing the golden sword's shadow fell from the heavens, striking Tang Sanzang with a searing pain, yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, they blazed with fervent combat spirit, a brilliant golden sword light, akin to the wrath of a deity, thundered down from the void, its unmatched edge causing the very air to tremble. Tang Sanzang's form quivered slightly, his skin feeling as though it had been grazed by an invisible blade, leaving behind a delicate sensation of pain. Yet failing to shake him in the least, his eyes, far from exhibiting any fear, were ignited by an intense battle fervor. What a powerful sword technique. Let me test your might with this move. Slowly, Tang Sanzang closed his eyes, his mind sinking into a tranquil state, the burial immortal sword spinning lightly in his palm. Alive and responsive, as he gently caressed its blade with his fingers, a faint red glow akin to the first light of dawn entwining around it. Burial immortal sword technique, extreme realm. As this soft incantation echoed forth, Tang Sanzang's aura surged dramatically, the three great secret techniques intertwining within him, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. This moment. The burial immortal sword blazed with crimson brilliance, dazzlingly radiant, as the released sword energy, imbued with the power to rend the heavens, surged forth like a slender spirit snake, meeting the descending golden sword shadow. Boom! The two astonishing forces clashed violently in midair, unleashing a deafening roar, golden and red light intertwining and illuminating the entire expanse, as if time itself had frozen. The 7 combatants nearby immediately halted their actions, each conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy, fearful of being swept up in this shockwave. Heavens, what monsters are these two, possessing such terrifying combat prowess? They might even rival those in the nascent soul stage. The tempest lasted only a brief moment before gradually dissipating, and the remaining 7 lowered their barriers, gliding gracefully towards the unfolding scene, their eyes alight with anticipation and eagerness for the impending outcome of the battle. Aware that the fate of the treasure hinged upon the victor, as the last wisps of smoke vanished into nothingness, 2 indistinct figures stood opposing each other. Tang Sanzang's arm, which gripped the burial immortal sword, bled slowly, a sword mark crossing his chest, oozing crimson droplets. Thanks to the enhancements of the blood demon Corpse God technique, Tang Sanzang's physique had been significantly improved. This strike, though fierce, merely left a shallow mark on his resilient body. However, the impact felt like a raging storm, battering every meridian within him, the pain akin to fire searing his heart, forcing him to grit his teeth, a trickle of red staining the corner of his mouth. In contrast, while Ning Hao bore no visible sword wounds, the blood pooling beneath his feet attested to his injury. Fine droplets oozed from the tiger's mouth, gripping the golden sword. This exchange, though seemingly favored Tang Sanzang, revealed the truth. Despite being in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he had dared to challenge an early-stage golden core cultivator, and the outcome was already predetermined. Ning Hao's countenance was shrouded in a thick layer of gloom. Disbelief etched in his expression. His full-powered strike had merely left a superficial wound on Tang Sanzang, failing to produce any significant damage. Conversely, though he had not suffered a critical injury, the deep ache resonating through his meridians served as a silent mockery, reminding him of his opponent's extraordinary caliber. This outcome dealt a severe blow to Ning Hao's pride. He had not anticipated that the gap in realms could be so effortlessly traversed. His arrogance and confidence shattered in that moment. Uncontrollably, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A bitter taste of defeat mingled with a howl of frustration. Yet a glimmer of resolute determination ignited in his eyes as he retrieved a dazzling pill from his bosom. At this moment, Yuan Ro interjected, "Do not act rashly. This precious pill was left by the elder to aid you in your future ascension. To use it now would be an unwise choice." Indeed, Chang Zishuan concurred, in your current state, should you forcibly consume this pill, while it may temporarily restore your combat prowess, it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, inflicting irreparable damage to your meridians. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. A misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, tarnishing any future brilliance. Ning Hao gazed at the pill in his hand, then at the recovering Tang Sanzang, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Should he consume the pill to forcibly eliminate the youth who had brought him such humiliation, or should he endure this momentary setback and seek vengeance another day? Ultimately, he let out a soft sigh, gradually stowing the pill away, his gaze regaining its steadfast depth. This humiliation today, I, Ning Hao, shall engrave in my heart. I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Chapter 76. The Coming Beast Tide. However, this treasure, I must possess it. Ning Hong's words conveyed an unwavering resolve as he strode purposefully towards the swaying fire lotus, Tu Chuanlin and his companions. Witnessing this, rushed forward to intervene, only to be firmly held back by the oppressive auras emanating from the other three. Just as Ning Hong's fingers were about to graze the blazing and mysterious fire lotus, the heavens seemed to darken, the earth trembling violently. The fire lotus appeared to sense the impending crisis. It erupted from its stillness, soaring into the air, transforming into a brilliant scarlet, twirling gracefully, releasing an aura potent enough to incinerate all in its path. Forcing Ning Hong and his companions to stagger back, their faces pale with fear, the fire lotus seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, unwilling to be restrained, rejecting the grasp of mortals. Thus, with a resolute demeanor, it sped towards the deep cavern, leaving behind a trail of blazing flames that sliced through the night sky, creating an unsettling path. Not let it escape. Pursue it at once. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Sanzang's eyes glimmered with a sharp light. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this object, and once lost, it would be a challenge to find again. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already vanished, darting like a specter among the crowd, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the fire lotus had fled, his speed astonishing the others. Unwilling to lag behind, each employed their own techniques to follow closely in Tang Sanzang's wake. Ning Hong's brow suddenly furrowed with gravity as she intently remarked, "There are hidden currents in this place. I can distinctly sense several powerful beastly auras quietly approaching. The situation is dire." Yuan Ro, upon hearing this, insisted, "Let's not dwell on that. The fire lotus has escaped on its own, and we must pursue it closely to prevent Xiao Yuan Xian and the others from seizing the opportunity." With that, she elegantly leapt forth, transforming into a streak of light, clearly driven by urgency. The remaining four, seeing her determination, did not hesitate, following Yuan Ro closely, breaking through the air as they exited the deep, enigmatic cave. Tang Sanzang and his companions burst forth from the ruins. The sight before them was shocking. A colossal crimson flame dragon-scaled beast lay sprawled on the ground, the embers of its fiery essence still flickering, a testament to its once unparalleled might. Surrounding it were the scattered bodies of countless cultivators, some lying prone, others curled up, blood-soaked, indicating that a brutal melee had once transpired here. It appeared that the crimson flame dragon-scaled beast had slain all the cultivators in its final moments, sacrificing its own life in the process. Tang Sanzang hurriedly approached the remains of the dragon-scaled beast, his fingertips brushing against it, as a red demon core brimming with immense demonic energy quietly nestled into his palm. Without lingering, he pivoted, akin to a leopard chasing its prey on the winds, resolutely racing toward the fire lotus that swayed gracefully amidst the inferno. Behind him, Ning Hong and her companions closely followed, their expressions a mix of reluctance and urgency. "Damn it, they've taken the demon core of the crimson flame dragon-scaled beast. If we fail to secure this fire lotus, our expedition will become a laughingstock, and our reputations will be tarnished." Ning Hong's face darkened, her words dripping with frustration and indignation, just as they arrived at the battlefield of the ruins in pursuit of the fire lotus. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded before them, as if the wildest symphony of nature had suddenly erupted. From every direction, thousands of demonic beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Wherever they tread, all life withered, leaving behind desolation and despair. None were spared from the calamity. "Damn it, it's the legendary beast tide. We've encountered a beast tide." Tu Chuanlin's voice was laced with incredulity and urgency, his tone heavy amidst the looming crisis. Lin Xinyue's beautiful eyes flashed with panic as she swiftly turned to Tang Sanzang, her voice tinged with urgency and reliance. "Third brother, given the perilous situation, should we persist in tracking the fire lotus? Or should we retreat and seek a path to safety?" Tang Sanzang's gaze swept across the faces of his companions, ultimately resting on the distant fire lotus, which seemed to possess an irresistible allure. After a moment of contemplation, his voice grew resolute, as if piercing through all distractions. "I shall personally pursue the fire lotus. You all must carefully contend with this beast tide and seek an opportunity to retreat, ensuring your safety. Fengqi opened her red lips, her tone resolute, to chase the blazing fire lotus alone while remaining vigilant of the lurking beasts around you. How can that be justified? I am determined to fight alongside you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyue's brows knitted slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. Indeed, with an additional ally, we gain strength. We will advance and retreat together, embodying the camaraderie of comrades. Fati the back, Tu Chuanlin, Li Zhongyu, and Xiao Yuanxian exchanged knowing glances. Their eyes filled with agreement, nodding in unison. How can we, as brothers, allow you to face the dragon's den alone? Through wind and rain, we shall stand together. However, Tang Sanzang gently shook his head, his gaze profound, his tone imbued with undeniable rationale. I appreciate your goodwill, but this journey is fraught with danger. If we act collectively, we become a conspicuous target, which is counterproductive, while the beasts may attack indiscriminately. Dispersing and fighting individually significantly increases our chances of survival. Tang Sanzang's words were steady and resolute, akin to the last gust of resilient cold wind before the arrival of spring. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Should the situation exceed my control, I shall wisely withdraw. After all, the beauty of life is something I too yearn for. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, pondering multiple times before ultimately reaching a consensus to disperse and retreat in search of survival. This decision, though tinged with reluctance, revealed a glimmer of wisdom and resilience in the face of adversity. Take tea this moment. Tu Chuanlin's eyes shimmered with determination and hope as he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a mix of seriousness and warmth. If we survive this tribulation, let us reconvene at Tianxian's sect, raise a toast, and reminisce about the storms we've weathered. With those words, he moved, becoming a streak of light, resolutely heading toward the designated direction. The others, no longer hesitating, each selected their path. As Lin Qianyue and Fengqi turned, their gazes reflected reluctance and concern for Tang Sanzang. Yet they understood that this separation was for the promise of a better reunion in the future. Thus, exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded in agreement and transformed into two brilliant flashes of color, slicing through the heavens toward the distance. Tang Sanzang stood alone, watching his companions' figures gradually merge into the twilight. And he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air before pursuing the direction of the fire lotus. Meanwhile, Ning Hao and her group, upon stepping into this ancient battlefield, unexpectedly encountered a horde of frenzied, demonic beasts, instantly causing their formation to scatter in disarray. Such misfortune, to emerge only to be scattered by a horde of beasts. Ning Hao cursed inwardly, yet her form flitted like a specter among the beasts. Each evasive maneuver executed with precision, her weapon transforming into arcs of cold light, accurately striking at the beasts intent on devouring her. However, amid this chaotic chase, the trail of the fire lotus had become as elusive as a kite with severed strings. Far beyond reach. Damn it, that Tang fellow has thwarted my plans time and again. Once we enter Tianxian sect, I will not let you off so easily. Ning Hao seethed. Chapter 77. Hunting the beast horde as Tang Sanzang pursued the fire lotus. He remained oblivious to Ning Hao's shouts, unleashing the full force of the blood demon corpse god technique, enveloped by a chilling and ferocious aura, transforming into a Shura emerging from hell, racing toward the elusive fire lotus with an unparalleled demeanor. Wherever he passed, thunder roared, blood splattered, and the anguished cries of demonic beasts echoed, their souls scattering. The corpse god tower hovering behind him greedily absorbed the essence of the beasts, its glow flickering, hinting at a growth spurt. Young man, you now have two choices. If you stay and slay these beasts, the corpse god tower will gain ample nourishment. The corpse energy it has already absorbed is sufficient to activate the time mirror once. But evolution remains a distant prospect. The second option is to continue pursuing the fire lotus, though its destination is uncertain. If you venture deeper and encounter beasts of 6th rank or higher, the chances of escape may be slim. The Tower Master's voice resonated in the void as Tang Sanzang weighed his options, his gaze sharp and discerning. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Sanzang slowly raised his gaze toward the Tower Master and inquired, Tower Master, could we use the Corpse God Tower to draw the fire lotus inside for safekeeping before dealing with these beasts? What do you think? The Tower Master's voice responded with a hint of approval and satisfaction. This plan is indeed clever. You have learned to devise strategies for yourself, which is commendable. Remember, the path ahead will ultimately be yours to walk alone, should there come a day when I can no longer accompany you. You must possess the courage and wisdom to stand on your own. Tang Sanzang's heart tightened at the Tower Master's words, and he quickly pressed, Tower Master, does this mean there will truly be a day of parting in the future? The Tower Master's tone revealed a hint of indescribable complexity, quickly returning to his usual calm demeanor. The world is unpredictable. Who can fully foresee the future? But there is no need for concern. As long as there is light in your heart and a path beneath your feet, you will never be alone, regardless of time or place. A shadow fell over Tang Sanzang's heart, but he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. His priority was to seize the fire lotus and subsequently eliminate the horde of beasts, allowing the Corpse God Tower to absorb them entirely. However, think carefully. While these beasts may currently be flailing about like headless flies, once we intervene in mass, their wrath and hatred will likely surge toward you like a tide. At that point, you will find yourself at the eye of the storm, facing immense danger and difficulties at every turn. The Tower Master's warning carried a subtle undertone of concern. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a serene smile, his gaze penetrating as if conversing with an unseen presence. Tower Master, have you ever felt fear? His words, seemingly nonchalant, concealed an immense power. A jest indeed. From the moment of my birth, I have been oblivious to the meaning of fear. The voice of Ta Yi resonated, imbued with an air of defiance, as if the very atmosphere was suffused with an indomitable spirit and confidence. Since I am unafraid, let us proceed as planned. Danger and profit coexist. Before me lies a vast sea of monstrous beasts, and should I manage to ensnare them all within the Corpse God Tower, the transformation shall be nothing short of astonishing. An unprecedented glimmer flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes, a complex amalgamation of determination and longing. With that, he unfurled his form, akin to an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the heavens towards the distant and fervent fire lotus. As the distance rapidly diminished, within half a mile, he formed seals with his hands and murmured ancient incantations. Suddenly, the void undulated, and an ancient, majestic pagoda manifested above the fire lotus. Tang Sanzang unleashed the full force of his soul power, which surged forth like a tidal wave, unreservedly pouring into the Corpse God Tower. In an instant, the tower emanated a faint, ethereal glow, followed by an indescribable, potent suction force erupting from within, distorting the surrounding space like a black hole. The fire lotus, sensing an unprecedented threat, roared in fury, flames surging around it like an enraged dragon, attempting to break free from this intangible restraint. However, no matter how fiercely the fire lotus struggled, the suction emanating from the Corpse God Tower ensnared it like an inescapable net, gradually dragging it inward. In the moment the fire lotus was absorbed into the Corpse God Tower, it erupted in a frenzied struggle, flames swirling around it like a furious dragon, recklessly scorching every inch of the tower's surface, seeking to escape this invisible shackles. Yet, the power contained within the Corpse God Tower swiftly quelled the fire lotus's rage and defiance, plunging it into an eerie silence. At last, I have secured it. Next, it is time to clean up the battlefield. After retrieving the fire lotus into the Corpse God Tower, Tang Sanzang produced a pill to swiftly mend his bodily injuries and replenish his depleting soul power. The recent battle with Ning Hao had drained his energy, and though he could recover, the brief time allowed him to regain but little. High above in the void, Tang Sanzang quietly utilized the protection of the Corpse God Tower, concealing his presence as if merging with the night. Beneath the boundless sky, he gradually breathed in and out, his soul power flowing like a gentle stream, gathering into vast oceans, surging restlessly within him. Once his soul power had returned to its peak state, he slowly rose, gripping the burial immortal sword tightly, Its cold gleam reflected his unwavering and indomitable visage. "Have you made up your mind, young one?" Taye's voice echoed. Tang Sanzang nodded, his eyes sparkling with resolve and fearlessness. Seeing this, Taye's voice, tinged with a sense of weariness and grandeur, resonated from the void. "Ha! Good lad! You possess courage. Today, I shall accompany you on this journey. What harm is there in going mad once?" With that, Tang Sanzang unfurled his form, as if stepping into the void, while the Corpse God Tower spiraled upwards, the surrounding crimson light growing increasingly intense. Akin to a famished wolf discovering a bountiful feast, insatiable in its hunger. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sanzang's soul power surged like a tidal wave, transforming into a torrent as he resolutely plunged into the surging tide of beasts. Wherever he passed, the cries of the monstrous beasts rose in a cacophony, swiftly giving way to utter devastation, their cores scattering like stars, all collected into his grasp with astonishing speed. The Corpse God Tower displayed its terrifying, devouring power. With each beast's essence consumed, the crimson light intensified, as if celebrating this endless feast. "Ha ha! Exhilarating! Bring it on!" As night fell, the stars concealed themselves, yet only the wild and unrestrained laughter of Tang Sanzang echoed across the vastness, imbued with an indescribable madness and defiance, as if it could rend the night's silence and awaken slumbering nightmares. With the burial immortal sword in hand, its blade gleaming like a dragon, each swing unleashed thunderous might. Precise and lethal that I end this endless night, Tang Sanzang became a bloodied specter, as if transformed into a Shura returning from hell. The beasts, sensing the danger, altered their course, surging towards Tang Sanzang with a formidable force. The night dark as ink, the monstrous tide swelling, an ominous sight akin to black clouds besieging a city. Although most were third or fourth-tier beasts, their sheer number posed a threat even to an infant soul cultivator, who would soon find themselves exhausted and perishing. Chapter 78. A first taste of undead power. Tang Sanzang, with sword light like a dragon, suddenly plunged into the tumultuous throng of beasts, each swing of his sword heralding a storm of bloodshed. In an instant, the desolate expanse became a mound of white bones, resembling a battlefield of Shura, both desolate and magnificent. Yet the tide of beasts surged forth like an unending locust plague, ceaselessly advancing. Even with the ability to use pills to recover soul power, the stamina loss could not be regained immediately. After more than an hour of fierce combat, Tang Sanzang's figure began to exhibit signs of fatigue, sweat and blood mingling, soaking his garments, were it not for the corpse god bloodline flowing within him. Sustaining every muscle and bone with its indomitable will, he would have likely exhausted his final ounce of strength in this relentless battle. Young one, you cannot contend with so many beasts alone. Why not awaken the dormant, undead power within you? Taye's voice, akin to a refreshing spring in the desert, resonated timely. Undead power, but the corpse energy of these beasts has long been greedily devoured by the Corpse God Tower. How can I summon them? Tang Sanzang, battling while retreating, expressed confusion and bewilderment. Are you forgetful or simply slow-witted? Have you forgotten that within your small world lies a trace of shadowy, undead essence? Due to the uniqueness of your small world, it can cultivate endless corpse energy. You merely need to skillfully guide this energy into the Corpse God Tower, and then harness its power for summoning the undead to serve you. Taye's voice carried a hint of mockery, mixed with impatience. Did you not attempt this in the cave? Have you forgotten? There was a subtle reproach in Taye's words. Indeed, there seems to be such a thing. I have forgotten. A flicker of realization passed through Tang Sanzang's eyes. With that, he unfurled his form, soul power cascading forth like a tide, drawing forth the undead essence hidden in the dark corners of his small world, guiding this cold yet potent force into the ancient and mysterious Corpse God Tower. In an instant, the tower's surface blazed with crimson light, and after a breath, a deep green and profound aura erupted from its pinnacle, accurately embedding itself into the nearby, still corpse of a beast. The once silent and lifeless beast corpse began to writhe gradually under the nourishment of the undead power, eventually rising in an extraordinary manner. its eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light, embodying the unique coldness and ruthlessness of the undead. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Tang Sanzang's mouth, and with a mere thought, the undead beast charged fearlessly into the throng of surrounding beasts like a loyal warrior. Although its revived strength was far inferior to its former self, its inherent characteristics allowed it to stand firm amidst the monstrous horde until it was ultimately shattered by the concentrated assault of other beasts, disintegrating into a cloud of debris. Yet, in the moment of its demise, a deep and shadowy corpse energy quietly dissipated, greedily absorbed by the mysterious Corpse God Tower. Even after being shattered, the undead power within this creature could still be absorbed by the Corpse God Tower. At this moment, his thoughts surged like a runaway steed. What if it were an army of millions of undead? Each dissipating trace of corpse energy would converge into a river, and upon being absorbed by the Corpse God Tower, what kind of astonishing and terrifying power would it brew? Tang Sanzang gazed at this scene, his heart tumultuous. Contemplating the summoned undead, he envisioned the future of an undead army, and no wonder the witch god sect of the western regions would go to such lengths to control this power. Their ambition and greed were laid bare. If the Shinjo continent were to plunge into war, this army of undead would become the most unbreakable blade on the battlefield. Young one, cast aside your unrealistic fantasies. You are far from reaching that level. Tie's words struck like a cold wind on a winter's day, abruptly dispelling the unrealistic warmth in Tang Sanzang's heart, pulling him back into the cold and urgent reality. You should focus on resolving the current predicament. Summoning a single undead is insufficient to contend with the beasts here. The voice of the venerable tower master resonated with a steady and powerful timbre. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's gaze sharpened, fixating on the surging tide of monstrous beasts. The essence of his soul surged forth like a river breaching its banks, an unstoppable torrent. With a mere thought, he summoned the vast, hidden power of the spectral forces lurking in the shadows, drawing it forth unreservedly. Bit by bit, he infused the extracted power into the Corpse God Tower, and in an instant, countless strands of ethereal energy shot forth from the pinnacle of the tower, intertwining and coiling in the air, ultimately merging with the scattered remains of the monstrous beasts surrounding him. In that fleeting moment, innumerable beast carcasses rose to their feet, their hollow eye sockets glimmering with an eerie green light, with a deep, resonant horn echoing as if it were a call from the depths of the underworld. These spectral legions charged without hesitation towards the throngs of beasts. The air became thick with the pungent scent of blood and death, as dark clouds loomed overhead, obscuring the sun of battle, though modest in scale, yet extraordinarily brutal, unfolded silently upon this cursed land. Tang Sanzang stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze cold and profound. Under his command, the spectral army clashed fiercely with the monstrous horde. Each collision reverberated with the wails of lost souls and the roars of beasts, transforming the area into a veritable arena of carnage. As more spectral beasts emerged, the remaining monsters seemed to sense the encroaching shadow of death. Ceasing their assault on the spectral entities and scattering in all directions in a panicked retreat, as night deepened, the shadows of the spectral beasts began to coalesce into a tide. The remaining monsters, keenly attuned to the heavy atmosphere of impending doom, instinctively felt a primal fear rising within them, a pressure seeping from the endless void that sent them fleeing in terror. And no longer did they charge recklessly towards their cold spectral kin. Instead, they scattered like startled birds, vanishing into the darkened forests and desolate fields, leaving behind a chaotic trail of hurried footprints. Observing the fleeing beasts, Tang Sanzang refrained from rashly pursuing them. To expose the existence of the undead prematurely would be akin to igniting a fire that would consume him. He would become a pariah throughout the eastern domain. Thus, he raised his hand gently, a bluish light flowing from his fingertips as the Corpse God Tower gradually ascended from the void, absorbing all the spectral energy in the vicinity. The beasts, stripped of their spectral essence, instantly shattered into fragments. In his heart, Tang Sanzang vowed that one day, when he stood supreme in the eastern domain with absolute power, he would unleash this spectral army to obliterate the entirety of the western domain and exact vengeance for his parents. Young one, I sense an unprecedented tremor within the Corpse God Tower, as if it has absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy. Quickly, seek a secure place. The urgency in the Tower Master's voice pierced through the surrounding silence. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression hardened, and he dared not show any sign of negligence. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, drawing in the scattered monster cores around him into his sleeves. Then, with a sudden leap, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the direction that felt most stable in his perception. Chapter 79. The evolution of a small world. Tang Sanzang moved like lightning, swiftly traversing to a hidden and secure location. With his eyes closed and his mind focused,